right, kids, I want you to gather around close now. I want to tell you something
Keep devil up under my feet. 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 Some devils out looking like you. Some devils out looking like me. Keep devil up under my feet. Keep devil up under my feet. Life good, yeah, life great. That's my food, that's my plate. Watch your shoes, that's my cake. Old news, like my space. Say y'all snooze, and I'm wait. Got no clue why y'all hate. In that case, I'ma let you see the stunt show. And you go out the bitch sitting in the front row. No time for it when you're in the top four. 4 fours in the phone, headed to the farm. Showtime, late show, y'all nigga born. Y'all tell them good night, I tell them good morning. Bad as hell, but she make me feel heavenly. Jezebel, but the text said Melanie. She get what it said, what she see to let it be. I plant the seed, but I swear the bitch never leave. Y'all know the devil at work. Don't let the devil at work. The devil disguises your niggas will pop up and smoke you and pay for the hearse. So I don't play with these verses. I want 2 10, say bitch, I'm a murk. Gotta keep the devil under my shoes. So he can get a good view of these loot. Keep devil up under my feet. 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 Some devils out looking like you. Some devils out looking like me. Keep devil up under my feet. Keep devil up under my feet.
All right, kids, I want you to gather around close now. I want to tell you something
Look, see demons in the room, yeah. Probably some nigga in your crew, yeah, yeah. Looking at you, yeah. Waiting on the day a nigga lose, yeah, yeah. Drinking out booze, nigga, yeah, chill, but I can hear the booze, yeah, yeah. Gotta pick choose, damn, with the devil, you gon' need some big shoes, yeah, yeah. 2 step, be ahead of these niggas, don't be scared of these niggas. He ain't eat crawling like the rest of these niggas. I ain't finna be done, break bread with these niggas. Know you. You don't know me, and why y'all be broke? We don't know me. I can smell the bullshit, nigga, where you going? Before you get rock, nigga, you see you on. So, pocket full of guapo, nacho, doper than Pablo Chapo, drip need a poncho. Hair nigga would if they could, you think it's all good, but you gotta watch sugar if you pock though. Sending them shots through your BM, taking shots at your BM, no love, man, they really wanna be him. You gotta pick a team like a GM, the devil when you see him, and keep the nigga under your feet. Keep devil up under my 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 feet. Some devils out looking like you. Some devils out looking like me. Keep devil up under my feet. 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 Some devils out looking like you. Some devils out looking like me. Keep devil up under my feet. Keep devil up under my feet.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we are in this thing, baby. We are in this thing, baby. Grand rising to you, family. Listen, man, thank y'all for tuning in. First and foremost, I gotta shout out B Howard, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all go search out B Howard for the music, man. Good brother there dropping some dope music, man. Shout out to him each and every time. Shout out to him. As y'all come in, hit the like button. Y'all know how we do it. It's time to hit the like button. You know what I mean? Share it, subscribe it, put it in your groups, whatever. I know it's on the early start to the morning, man. Early start to the morning. As you come in, don't be a lurker, don't be a background watcher. Say something in the chat. Say what up, boy. What up, fam? Say something to me, talk to me. You know what I mean? Talk to me in the chat. Let me know you're alive, your heart is pumping. Yes, man. It's gonna be a prosperous day for everybody. Just want to start by saying that prosperous day for everybody. I don't even got my damn tickers going. Shout out to StreamYard, man. Shout out to StreamYard. I guess I didn't pay StreamYard, so I had to drop them a little something. But as always, man, I got the Instagram. If y'all on Instagram, fuck with me on Instagram. It's always scrolling across the bottom of the screen. If you want to donate, that information is scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Also, I got the link. I already pinned the link in the YouTube chat. So if you want to join the conversation, then come through, guys. This is an open panel show. Yes, real excited. I just actually locked down a studio space. So starting next month, I will be dropping probably like 2 podcasts a month. You know what I'm saying? Well, it won't be a live stream like this. It'll be sit down, have the conversation, edit it. You know, try to make it look cool. I can tell you the aesthetics of the studio is dope. Good lighting, top of the line cameras. You know, I spared no expense with this one. So That's why the live streams have been suffering. But we're gonna get the live streams back popping. You feel me? Once I start dropping these podcasts twice a month, we'll have a lot of topics to talk about, a lot of content, anything from politics to fucking music to whatever is going on. All right. But what I want to talk about today is how do you defeat a powerful entity? Right? Because people have different ways, right? You're going to have some people say, hey, you defeat a powerful entity, you're going to need a strong military. Some people are going to say, well, you need the right ideology. I don't know. Some people want to into scare you into not even trying to defeat a powerful entity, right? You're going to get that a lot, man. It's impossible to defeat this powerful entity, and some of the reasons why that notion is out there and that notion works is because you have a whole group of people who are going to tell you, you guys should stop fighting because that entity is too powerful. Well, I'm here to say, people, never stop fighting. Whatever you believe in, if that's your religion and you believe in it, fight for it. If that's your family, you believe in your family, fight for it. If that's your stance, your ideology, whatever, fight for it. Never ever stop fighting. But I do have a video here that I want to show. Let me get to this video. So I have a video, right? And this is what I'm talking about when they say fear, right? When I say people want to scare you into doing something or scare you into being sheep. You have people out here that is really trying to scare people into being sheep, right? So let me play this video.
You love your
Hold on, y'all. Adverts.
stuff because your stuff is amazing. But what if bad stuff happens to your stuff?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. All right, cool. Got the adverts out the way. YouTube, I hope you're happy. You got your fucking adverts out the way. So here we go. Let me play this video, and then we'll talk about it. Let's get to it. Family. Don't forget to hit that like button. Y'all know how we do. All right, let me mute up, and I'm gonna play this video. Here we go.
While discussing how to win the minority vote on MSNBC with Nicole Wallace, one guest suggested that scaring people into voting Democrat might be the best choice.
Campaigns, we gotta give them a reason to feel they have skin in the game, that this is important to them, that losing democracy is important to them. And whether or not it be telling women that, you know what, women, you think you're losing your rights now? What do you think is going to happen if we don't have democracy? You know what, African Americans, particularly African American men who are showing the lowest motivation to turn out in this midterm, you think things are tough for you right now? Where do you think you're going to stand in a country in America where there's no democracy, where they have absolutely no interest or at all in respecting your rights? We've got to get.
I'm gonna pause it right there. Now, this is hard to listen to, right? And this is gonna sound like pro-Republican, but you know what I'm saying? If you guys have listened to any of my previous shows, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I don't even really fuck with this. But this is a tactic that the Democrats will try to use, right? They tried to use it with both of the George Bush presidents. They tried to use it with Donald Trump. See, what they'll do is they'll tell you, hey, you think it's bad for you guys now. Just imagine if you don't vote. You know what I mean? Because I'm a firm believer of hold your vote hostage until somebody agrees to give you tangibles, preferably reparations. Right? I'm really putting my foot down when I say, yeah, if you ain't really talking about reparations, then no, I'm gonna sit this one out, Doc. So what this tactic is right here is we're going to scare, and I'm happy that this brother came out and said it. So this brother just flat out came and said it. Hey, look, the women aren't motivating in voting for the Democrats. Men are not excited to vote for the Democrats. So you know what we should do? We should fucking scare them into it. We should tell them, hey, it's worse for you now, women. Imagine how worse it's going to be if you let the Republicans, the big bad boogeyman, get in office. Imagine he's going to, I don't know what and I always ask people, what the fuck can he do to people? All right, what the fuck can any of these presidents do or this American government do to you that hasn't been done to you yet? You're already at the bottom. You didn't die. You survived. So the Democrats will make you think if the George Bush gets in office, then slavery or some shit is going to return. No, slavery didn't return with George Bush. Well, if you guys let Trump get in office, then he's going to put everybody back in slavery. Well, no, he didn't do that. It didn't happen, guys. We lived. We was on the bottom then, still on the bottom now. And I guess what I'm trying to say is don't let these fucking scare tactics scare you into doing something that if you're not motivated to do it and you don't think it's right and beneficial, don't do it. I always use the apple analogy, guys. Yes, you go to the store and you want apples. Pick up one apple, it's rotten. Pick up another apple, it's rotten. Now you're looking at all the apples in the store, and all the apples in the store is rotten. Are you going to leave that store with an apple, or are you just going to say, hey, I'm either going to another store or no apples today? Let me go over here and see what the oranges look like. I'll come back and get my apples when they replenish the stock. I'm not just going to, and that's the lesser of two evils type of vote and scare tactic. Well, hey, black men and black women or women, period. We know you guys don't really rock with Joe Biden and these Democrats, but hey, man, you definitely don't want to rock with the Republicans. I say fuck both of them and sit out. Sit out. Because the Democrats, right, are scared, right? Because for years, black people had just went down there deaf, dumb, and blind and voted for Democrats, right? Just because Big Mama told you to, and that's what Mama did, and Auntie votes Democrats. But now people are waking up. People are fucking waking up and say, wait a minute now. Hold on, Big Mama. Love you. We love you, Big Mama. But you keep telling me to go down here and vote for these damn Democrats. And you got this man falling off his bicycle. And every time I see Joe Biden on TV, he's cussing me out. And he just dumb, goofy, just weird. You know what I'm saying? So people now are looking back saying, hold the fuck up. We're not getting anything from voting for these characters. We're not getting anything. Maybe holding my vote hostage does sound like the logical plan. It sounds logical for me to hold my vote hostage. Now, I'll be honest, when I was on this stream, I've been doing this show, it's almost 7 years now. So I used to be on Facebook. I did a couple of them on YouTube, but I used to be on Facebook Live telling people, hey guys, hold your vote hostage. And everybody thought I was talking crazy. But now, just naturally, people are going to become wiser and smarter. Naturally, it just happens. It's the evolution of humans, right? We're going to wise up, and now people are wising up and being smarter. And they like, why the fuck I keep going down here voting for these people who ain't doing shit for us? So now Democrats are pulling out all type of tactics. Now we should just scare you Negroes into voting. Fuck it. Fuck it. If we can't do nothing else, let's try to scare the Negroes into voting. I'm telling y'all, family, that won't work, man. It's a group of younger class, younger than me. It's a group of young brothers and sisters younger than me that are just like, nah, I ain't fucking with that. I'm not. And then once you get the older people, myself, and maybe even a generation older than me, that's gonna say, hold on, wait a minute. Now I've been doing this shit my whole life and nothing tangible has come from it. Maybe I should sit this one out. And now we're getting a grassroots groups are now starting to say, fuck it, man. Let's just sit back. Man. Let's sit back. I get that, Becca. So, and I'll speak to this too. So, shout out to everybody in the chat. John, BBB, Robbie, Becca, Cotton. Shout out to y'all. But Becca said, I only voted on the Brexit thing, never voted for MP or PM. Got you. I don't know what MP is, but I know PM is Prime Minister. And I got you. And that's kind of the same thing they say in America, right? They'll say, well, nobody really cares about the general presidential election. You should vote locally. You should, but same thing applies. Only if people are talking about tangibles, right? Because you get in these little small towns and you'll have a Democrat, right? A Democrat that pulls at the heartstrings of the poor people, And then that Democrat will sit in office for sit in that same political chair for 30 years, and you'll look up in your small little community is fucking you're looking your small community and you be like, damn, this small community is the poorest that has ever been. Why you got this fat pork chop eating Negro that's been in this political seat for 30 years talking about, boy, you don't want you, boy, y'all better keep me here. You don't want these damn Republicans to take over. They're gonna kill everybody. Like, no, actually, they're not. Like, even y'all, you're gonna say that like these fucking Democrats ain't trying to kill everybody. You know what I'm saying? If that's the case, right wing, left wing, same bird, man. Let me play some more of this video.
Where they have absolutely no interest or at all in respecting your rights. We've got to let these people understand that they've got skin in this game, and we got to scare the hell out of them, because quite frankly, Nicole, they should be afraid that we're going to lose our democracy.
Yeah, but we're not. We're not. We're not afraid of losing our democracy. We are resilient people, guys. We are resilient people, man. We've been through everything, right? Don't get me started, right? But y'all know I could go on a rant and tell you everything that we specifically foundational Black Americans. I can go through a laundry list of everything that we survived, and we survived. We still here. You feel me? So we're here. So my thing is, don't let nobody try to scare you into doing something and tell you, man, you guys think it's bad now. When those Republicans get in, oh, it's gonna be 100 times worse. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not gonna be 100 times worse. It's not. You're gonna survive. So we gotta quit this notion of the big bad boogeyman is going to get you if you don't run down there and freely give your votes away. You know what I mean? Whoring. I think I used that before. You're just whoring out your vote. You're just going down there giving it away and with nothing. You don't expect any tangibles. You're not even hell. We can't even get an anti-black crime bill. White guy walks into a black grocery store, kills 11 black people, and we can't even get an anti-black crime bill. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is smiling with the Asians, talking about we just signed one of the most groundbreaking anti-Asian bills in world history, right? And we can't even get an anti-black crime bill. That's even for starters, right? Y'all know me, I'm on the reparations thing, but at least give, like I say, my auntie who's gonna run down there and vote regardless, at least give her an anti-black crime bill. At least make it where she's protected. To where we know if my auntie's in a grocery store and a motherfucker run in there and shoot the shit out of my auntie in a grocery store, then we need to know that that guy is going to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. The same way if you run in one of these Asian nail shops and smack the shit out of one of them, then you're going to jail and you're going to be charged with a hate crime, an anti-Asian hate crime. That's the least some of you people can do for us. But if you can't even do that, if you can't, man, look, I'm gonna even say this. Whether I agree or disagree on the George Floyd bill, right? Biden ran his presidential campaign on getting a George Floyd bill passed. And what happened? He shot that shit down the first chance he got. Yeah. As soon as he did all of that bullshit and everybody went out and voted because you were so afraid of Trump and Biden promised all this bullshit. As soon as he got in office, he said, well, you know what, guys? Gotcha. I got you niggas, didn't I? Yeah, exactly. He pulled a Houdini. He didn't give a fuck, man. So, man, no tangibles, no votes, man. And I've been beating this drum since fucking 2016, man. No tangibles, no votes. Sit it out. Don't let nobody scare you. That's the dumbest thing in the world for somebody to tell you. You guess what, family? We can scare these niggas into voting. That's all we got to do is just scare them. Scare them. Tell them that their fried chicken and collard green is going to be stripped away from them. I bet that'll make these Negroes vote. Nah, we're not falling for that shit no more. That shit is old, dusty, and decrepit, just like that raggedy ass president we got in office right now. Old, dusty, and decrepit. And these type of old dusty decrepit tactics ain't working. The shit ain't working no more. Cause you got black people in mass numbers saying, nah, we ain't really fucking with this. You know what I'm saying? Even like the street cats, right? The street cats who say, yeah, I've never voted in my life. Even they are starting to step up and say, yeah, I'm still not interested in voting. Why? Because nobody's talking about tangibles. It's all hypotheticals and fear-based and bullshit like that. We got to get off of that shit, fam. For real. It's too late in the game for us to run down there and support these people just because we're scared of what the opponent is going to do. Fuck that. We ain't doing that shit no more. And we can't. We can't do that. We can't continue to do that. For real. We're fucking, that's like being in quicksand. You're just in quicksand and nothing's going to happen. All right. So then again, I ask you guys, especially the guys in the chat, what are some ways, some suggestions, some things you can do to defeat a powerful entity? Or should you just not fight at all? Should you just say, well, you know what, man, that entity is too powerful. Fuck fighting. I'll sit on my ass and just not fight anymore because that entity, it can't be defeated. You know what I mean? That's like, it's, you know what it is? It's two people that's diagnosed with cancer. It's the person who gets diagnosed and say, fuck, oh, I got cancer, my life is over, I'm gonna die. So now I'm just here until I die. Or it's the person that's diagnosed with cancer that says, oh, okay, cool. Now let's go fight cancer. Let's go do whatever it takes to fight cancer and stay alive. Those are the two type of cancer patients. Which one are you? You have to ask yourself, which one are you? Are you laying down or are you fighting? That's it. And if you want to lay down over there. Over there. I'm done, bro. I'm done with lay down ass niggas, man. I can't take that no more. I can't. I can't. I can't. Let me see something. Let me show this. Oh, why is that so big? Pause. Pause. All right, let's see this. Ran across this today, y'all. Let me show you this. Because y'all know I was on this shit, right? Y'all know I talked at length about the Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Kyle Rittenhouse was the guy, went to like a fucking George Floyd rally, was running around threatening black people, pointing his gun at black people. I think some white people eventually saw him and was like, yo, fuck you, ran up on him, and make a long story short, he killed him, right? Got off, killed him. I even covered the trial on here. Y'all go back and look at it. I covered the trial and showed you how the judge was pandering to Kyle Rittenhouse, treating him like a grandfather. You know what I'm saying? The judge was like a grandfather figure to this guy. So long story short, he gets out. He gets out of jail, never goes to jail, whatever. Now this man's got a video game. Now do you see how white supremacy rewards people who kill for white supremacy? You will be rewarded. You know what I mean? You want to be George Zimmerman? You want to be Kyle Rittenhouse? You can do it. It's easy. So now they done gave him a fucking video game, right? He went from an innocent kid just standing his ground to now I'm just gonna all out be a white supremacist fucking, you know what I'm saying? Now that I beat the charge, I can really be who I want to be. This is fake news. We know those are like white supremacists code words for we don't I don't care about your facts or your history. I'll just call it fake news, and we're gonna shoot the turkeys down, the fake news turkeys. He's running around here shooting down fake turkeys in this fucking video games, and I'm sure white people are gonna buy it up in droves, in droves. But when I tell you that if you harm non-white people, you will be rewarded. They're not even gonna try to hide it. You will blatantly be rewarded, right? The gun that killed Trayvon Martin, that shit went went off in an auction for thousands and thousands of dollars. This guy goes to a fucking Black Lives Matter rally with an assault rifle, ends up murdering people, wins in court, and now he just letting his nuts hang. Now I can just do whatever. You feel me? I can just do whatever. So yeah. So yeah, man. And family, I got the link, man. Y'all hit the link. Somebody hit the link and come tell me good morning, man. Shit. I'm up, and I'm up. Oh, it's crazy. I'm up because I slept all day. So I slept the whole day and just like threw away the day. So now I'm up. I'm up. Ready to fucking cook some breakfast or something, man, and get the day started. Hold on, family. I thought I had another. Let's see. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button in the meantime, between time. Mm-hmm. Let me see. No, that ain't what I'm looking for. Y'all bear with me, family. Y'all bear with me. And it's crazy. Every time I start saying bear with me, then my computer wants to start going slow. Hold on. You know what I mean?
And I would say, like somebody mentioned in the comments, is that
Hold on. Let me play this. This is kind of crazy too. What up, Tash? What's up with you, sis? What up, on Cold Barber? What up? Hold on. Y'all know I spoke about the talk. I said the talk. And when I said the talk, now I had this conversation before about the talk. And then some of my Nigerian brothers said, oh, come on, boy, that's overdoing it. I spoke about the talk with some of my Somali brothers and sisters. They said, well, no, Born, come on, man. But now I'm starting to see more and more videos of my dear African brothers, they family members saying, hey, don't you go over there and fuck with them African Americans, man. They gonna show you prostitution and they gonna teach you how to be a drug dealer. I don't know. What's up, Becca? What's going on with you, Becca?
Bless up. You good, yeah?
Yeah, man. What do you think about that? Look, not this topic I'm about to talk about, but the topic I was talking about it first. What do you think about being scared into voting? Do you think? Or yeah. Talk to me about that.
No one should be scared of anything.
Mm-hmm.
And if someone's trying to scare you into doing something, that means they have you know what I mean, ulterior motives. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
So then, obviously, either you're gonna kill me or you're not in it. It's one of the two.
That's it. It can't get no worse than
Do
it
you
is.
know what I mean?
It can't, man.
What are you gonna
Can't.
do? What, kill me? That's it. That's all you can do.
That's it. And they're not gonna do that. And they, you know what I'm saying? And it's funny because, like, it's funny. Another thing about the Democrats, like gas right now is so fucking expensive. Nobody's even talking about trying to lower that. I think, listen, man, we are paying so much for gas right now. If anybody in politics got on TV right now and said, hey guys, I am going to try to lower the gas prices, that'll get you thousands of votes right there. Nobody's not even talking about that.
Because they know that's not realistic because of the way things are right now, and obviously.
And you know what's funny? But see, that's funny. You can't lie to the masses, but you can get on TV and just straight up lie to black people. You see what I'm saying? Like Joe Biden got on TV and was like, I am going to do everything I can to get this George Floyd act passed, and black people and the black Democrats was fucking cheering and throwing champagne parties and everything. And then as soon as Joe Biden got elected, he said, well, you guys know I can't really do that. You guys know I really can't pass no fucking George Floyd law for you guys. And now everybody's sitting back looking stupid. But so you can lie to black people, but you can't tell the general public, hey guys, I'm going to lower gas prices.
But why can't he do that? Did he give a reason why he couldn't do that, or he just said that
He
he
was
was?
just kind of saying it's more. He has other things to worry about. I have to kind of put that to the back right now. Of course, the
Oh
COVID,
yeah,
the COVID.
like, I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get to it, but just not
Yeah,
right now.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah, yeah,
world
yeah,
is in a
yeah.
pandemic right now, and
All that, yeah, all the excuses come up.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
that
yeah.
shit. And I have to get the Congress to agree to it, and Congress is giving me, man, shut up, shut up.
Yeah.
We don't want to hear none of that bullshit, man. Get it done, or get the fuck out of my face.
Innit?
And if
Like,
you
go
can't get
hard or
it,
go home, man. Fuck's
and if you
sake.
can't get it done, don't come back in November talking about, hey guys, I need you guys to come out and support. No, we're not supporting. We're not. Fuck that. We're not supporting. We're not supporting.
So
Um,
who do you reckon would have been better? Like Trump? Do you reckon Trump should have stayed,
and
or
that's the thing. No, I don't. I don't
you
even.
don't?
I don't think Trump. Now, if you're gonna say, because I'm gonna say both of them are racist. Now, I guess if
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna ask me, how do I like my races? Open. So I do like Trump for that. I do. I like my races
Mm,
open. You know what I'm
mm,
saying? I
mm-hmm.
like to be able to. I like for you to get on TV and say, "Yeah, I don't fuck with you niggas." Period. I don't. I never have. I never will. I'd rather have that one instead of get on here and say, "Hey guys, you're my friend. You're my friend." But no, I don't want you to live in my neighborhood. But you're still my friend. Yeah, no, I don't want that one. I don't, because that's the
Mm,
shit the Democrats would do. You know what I mean?
mm, mm,
Democrats
mm.
that say, "Hey, you're my friend. We're all in this together." And then when you try to move in their gated community, they're the ones that in the meeting saying, "Well, I vote no for him to move in my gated community." So yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't want that. I don't want that.
Mm.
I'd rather you put a sign in front of your gated community and say, "No blacks, no
You
dogs for
didn't have
Irish."
much choice that year, did you, for an election year of who it was who you wanted? You didn't have
No,
very many people, did you?
it was just them two. I mean, of course,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
you
That's
had
not
your
very much.
Bernie.
That's not much choice, you know.
So you had your Bernie Sanders, and some people came and
Which
went.
one do you want, the racist or the racist?
Yeah, exactly. Right. And then black people was like, and then I was even saying this. Listen, black people, you got this fucking Asian guy who's talking about giving black people, working people $1,000 extra a month. Let's get him in office, because it shit. At least we can get some money with him. And then
Innit?
the black people was like, no, if you go down there and vote for him, you're just wasting your vote. He's never going to win. And I'm just like,
Yeah, but the
why?
thing is if you don't start voting for other people, how do you expect other people to be
Exactly.
able to get to the levels where you can put them in power? See, this is what I mean. If you don't start voting for, like, I mean, I don't vote, but I'm just saying, if people that
Yeah,
want to vote, you should be voting for the people that you actually want to be representing you, because eventually, like, them people will come up because people are not voting for them. And that's why you guys only end up having two choices. It's the same thing over here. The only two really choices you really get over it is Labour and Conservative. It used to be Lib Dems. There used to be three main parties, but it's
yeah,
normally it's between Lib Dems. No, sorry, it's between Labour and Conservatives. That's
yeah.
not very much a choice. Do you know what I mean?
That's what they do it over here too. They say you can run. You can run as an independent.
Mm.
But then everybody's gonna get on social media and get on TV and tell you the independent has no chance. So that's just let you know you either gotta vote for this person or this person. Like you said, you only really have two choices. Now, an independent person can throw his name in put himself in the arena, but he's not gonna win. He's not gonna win because the
You don't
media
know though. This
propaganda,
is the
but
thing.
the media
That's how the media have got you guys thinking. If
exactly.
you don't vote for this, how do you know unless you actually put your vote to you test it? Put your vote to that person and see what happens.
hmm What's up, Robbie? Hey, Robbie, I dropped I got the link in the chat, bro. If you could come through for a minute. But yeah, man, I don't know, man. But that's what they do. It's fear. It's still fear.
Mm,
It's
mm.
that's never going to happen. And now, it's funny. I think people got that. I can't even just say Americans, right? Because I'll be on some of these UK platforms and I hear this a lot. Well, that's never going to happen. Well, how do you know if you don't try? You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like I get on here beating the drum of reparations, and the first thing somebody will say without even hearing me out is reparations. Oh man, that's never gonna happen. they'll just quickly tell you that. Oh, that's never gonna happen. It's like, what? Wait, what? Like, do you understand? Some people thought slavery was never going to end,
True say. True
right?
say. True. No, true
And
say.
Jim Crow, like some people really, when black people were saying, "Hold on, guys, hold on now, we don't want to keep going in the back of the fucking restaurant or riding on the back of the fucking bus." You know, you had some people say, "Hey guys, you know that's never going to happen. You're never going to be able to ride on the front of that bus or go in the front of this movie theater. You're always going to." So people will tell you that something is never going to happen, and then it happens. So I don't want to hear that never going to happen type of shit. I don't want to hear that shit. That never going to happen. Quit telling me about that. That's defeatist. That's a defeatist mentality. Like,
I think it depends, and I think me, I'm a more of a person that pick your battles. Do you know what I mean? You have
yeah.
to pick your battles. You can't be battling every fucking thing because it's just
Hmm.
not gonna work, is it? You need
Yeah.
to pick, you need to pick your battles, man. And
Yeah.
once you've picked your battle, stick to it.
Yeah. I'm more of a go big or go home. You know
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah. Go
I'm
hard or
more
go
like,
home. Yeah.
yeah. We got to go big. Like I'm saying, reparations. They, well, you know, guys, well, you know, it's a lot of black on black crime. Yeah, yeah. Let's deal with reparations and we'll figure out how to fix that next. Well, you know, before reparations, we probably need to get some our education system. Yeah, fuck all that. Let's just go for reparations. Like, let's go big or go home because we seen what happened when we leave education up to the American government.
Same here in England. The education system over here is just,
Yeah.
yeah,
And we've
mad.
seen how America deals with crime and its criminals and how it protects
Mhm.
certain criminals and heavily punishes other criminals. Like we see how that works. So yeah, I know it's a crime problem and I know it's an education problem, but let's just keep shooting for reparations. You know what I mean? Don't let none of these other little obstacles get it. No, we're focused on reparations. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, if you guys did concentrate on reparations and got it, then like you'd have the money, so to speak,
Yes.
to improve them aspects. Do you get
That's
what
what
I
I
mean?
said. That's what I say, Becca.
Mm,
Let us get the money because I say this: everybody's not going to go and buy Air Jordans and smoke
mm,
crack
mhm.
with the reparations money.
No, 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 no.
Everybody's not going to do that. Now, some I'm not going to be ignorant and say some people are not. You know what I'm saying? Some people are going to do that.
I mean, yeah,
Some
of
people
course. There's
crack it,
gonna be a handful of
crack is
people that are
going to
gonna go
be
out there and
sold.
be stupid. Yeah, come
Yeah,
on.
the reparations check come, crack is going to be sold. Some people are going to get higher than they've ever gotten in their entire life. Like I'm not gonna be foolish here. I know that's going to happen, but like I keep saying, builders are going to build.
Mhm.
I know some beautiful sisters that's doing homeschooling, and can you
Yeah, that shit.
imagine?
They could open their own daycare. They could even
Thank
open their
you,
own little school
thank you.
system.
Yeah, so like you said, for these daycares and these small
Mhm.
homeschooling groups, imagine what an extra $25,000 would do for them.
Yeah, yeah, of course, 100%.
So just
You
shit
guys
like
could even do things for you, like obviously, like you said, with the crime aspect. I know domestic abuse is a thing,
mhm,
so you could even do shelters
shelters,
for your
exactly,
women. Do you know what I mean? Like
exactly.
things like that. Like there is positive that could come out of it. 100%.
Yeah, but see, this defeatist mindset is well. That's never gonna happen. So
Mm.
in the meantime, you guys should get down here and vote for the Democrats because boy, you don't want to see what happened if you don't vote for them. You don't want to see what's gonna happen. It's like what? Nothing's gonna happen. I still gotta wake my ass up and go to work in the morning, no matter who's president.
And
Yeah.
fuck's sake,
Yeah,
man.
and it's beautiful when. Let me find this one. That's what I can play. Let me play this with Dan Juma because I was up. Like I told you, I got some good rest last night, so I've been up. Shout out to COE. I was up watching some old COE videos, and then I realized what were the people in Speaker's Corner saying about reparations. So I found a little conversation. It was kind of dope. Hold on, I found a little conversation. Shout out to COE. I miss old
Yeah,
Speaker's
COE
Corner
was
days.
yeah, man.
Yeah, I missed those Speaker's Corners days, man.
Yeah,
Let
man.
me
It
play
was
this
good.
real quick. Let me play this. Oh, I gotta stop sharing that screen. I'll come back to that. I'm gonna come back to that. I'm gonna come my Somali brothers and sisters and my Kenyan brothers and sisters. Y'all guys, you're gonna have to answer for this one when I come back to that video. We'll come back to that. We'll get back to that. But yeah, I'll just play the first part of this because this really caught my attention. All right, here we go.
Content of everything. Content of everything.
So you see, we're discussing in practical terms, trying to bring this down. And I like what Brother Leo, this last point he landed on, which is that how Raven and I turned around, right? We could have made that confrontational. Exactly. We could have, but we just said, come on in, speak your piece. Tell us how we can reverse the situation. Now, I think there are some people who will take longer than others. But if we claim to be the ones who are woke, we have to have more patience. We have to say, listen, this thing is going to take a long time. And as I said, coming back to the point we started with reparations, I think, because I will leave on that point, I think reparations is a good idea, but you don't give up your day job in pursuit of said reparations, because like the young brother here said, I don't think we're going to get it. Because first of all, the minute they wouldn't even give you a proper apology. And
I want to stop it right there because I love he made that point, right?
No, it's true.
You don't give up your day job in pursuit of reparations. All right. And that kind of shuts down that notion of you guys are just sitting around waiting on a handout. No, nobody's sitting around waiting on a handout. People are still being productive citizens in this society. Kids are still going to school. You know what I'm saying? People are still working their jobs. Businesses are still being ran. Everything is still happening, but the work is still being done on reparations, right? And also, you're going to get that, right? And I'm not at the point yet. I'm not at the point yet, Becca, but almost. I can kind of feel myself getting to the point where all these people who saying it's never going to happen, I'm almost tired of talking to them. I am, for real, because those are the same people. And I hate to use this, but I do have to use this analogy. When I was opening up my restaurant, it was so many people who were saying, man, I don't think you're going to be able to do that. To the point where I had to stop talking to those people. I had to tune those people out. Literally, I had to say, okay, you know what? Fuck those people who keep saying that it's never going to happen. I have to make it happen. So that's another talking point that I'm not quite tired of it yet, because there's still some people would tell me, long as it's not a bad faith argument, I'm willing to listen to why you think we'll never get reparations. And Dan Juma's on to something. Like, you're asking for reparations to people who won't even apologize for their transgressions. I understand.
Yeah, they won't even apologize properly. Yeah.
I understand. Let me play a little bit more of this.
I don't think I even want that, because you cannot draw me aside in 3 minutes to apologize for 300 years. It simply cannot be done. As Malcolm said, people's actions I believe in, not their words. That's what Brother Malcolm said. People's actions, I want to see real change in terms of how white supremacy deals with the rest of us, but in particular, my people, because within the rest of us, according to the book by the Professor Chinweisu, The West and the Rest of Us, within the wide net of the rest of us, we suffer from anti-blackness. So you even have other nations just only too recently freed themselves out of what we call being the developing South or the third world, and they are oppressing us. So it's as if their success is predicated on our diminution.
I don't know if y'all ready for this much Dan Juma in the morning, man. I don't know if y'all ready for this.
That man speaking facts, dude.
Yeah, it's early in the morning. I don't know if y'all ready for that, man.
This guy's too real, I swear.
For real. And I like what he said, that Malcolm quote is actions is louder than words, and that's what we get. And that, oh my gosh, that ties in the democratic conversation I was having is
Hmm.
tangibles, actions. We need to see
My
something.
mum was telling me that when I was a kid. Actions speak louder than words.
Mhm.
It's something everyone says, like, it's
Exactly. And I
true.
don't understand how we don't use that in every aspect of our life. It's like we'll use that in every aspect of our life except when it fucking comes to politics. We get dumb, conveniently dumb when it comes to politics. We do. That's why I gave the Apple analogy because I had people seriously telling me, well, I don't like Hillary and I don't like Trump, but you have to vote for the lesser of two evils. And I'm like, where in your real life would you ever do that?
Mm.
That's why I use the apple analogy. Okay, this apple's rotten, this apple's rotten. Damn, all these apples are rotten. I'm not buying apples today. That's what you would do in your real life.
You'd walk away. Yeah, of course you would.
You
You'd
wouldn't
walk
pick up
away.
this one and say, oh, well, it's the lesser of two rottens. I guess I'll take this one.
Yeah, no, no,
I
no,
have
no.
to buy an apple. Because that's what people telling me. People was telling me that you have to vote. You
You don't
know,
have to vote.
you
What's
don't
gonna
have to
happen to
vote.
you if you don't vote?
Nothing's gonna happen.
That's what I mean. What is that
Nothing.
like? It's ridiculous. Nothing's gonna happen to you if you don't vote. They're
That's
not
it.
coming on your door,
Yeah, that's it.
knocking on your door,
They're
going,
not going
"Yo,
to
like,
arrest
why
you.
didn't you vote?" Like,
Yeah. Can you imagine not voting and then going to work and then your boss says, well, you didn't vote, man. You no longer work here. Your services are no longer needed. Like none of that's gonna happen. Your,
no, that's
ch-
what I mean. It's
yeah.
madness. Nothing's
your,
gonna happen to you.
your children aren't going to walk in the house and say, Mom, I heard you didn't vote today. Fuck you, we're out. Like, no, that's not gonna happen, guys. No, nothing.
Nothing's
Nothing
gonna
is
happen.
gonna
The world's not going to end because you didn't vote. Do you know what I mean? Come on.
exactly. Exactly. But if I could get enough people to not vote and then we tell them exactly what we want, then maybe we'll have a voice.
Mm, mm,
That's
mm.
the thing. You don't want to use your vote as power. You use it for power. It's a negotiating tool.
Oh yeah.
It's a negotiating tool.
Like the
Because see,
reason I've never voted for any MP, which is like member of parliament or prime minister,
mhm,
purely because I don't like none of them. They're all
that's it.
fucking idiots.
And that's it. And that's it. That's the only. And then that's why I said politics makes people conveniently dumb, man. It does. It makes you where you'll pick the lesser of two evils. And then when I call you out and say, "Hey guys, do you see Joe Biden is fucking us? Like Joe Biden is fucking with us in real time. He's just telling us whatever, giving every other group of people money and not doing anything for us." Then people will cape for Joe Biden.
The
They'll
guy
say,
that
"Well,
can't even walk up a flight of stairs properly.
man, it can't. Oh my gosh, I hate him so much, man." What's funny? A lot of
When I
people,
saw that video, bruv, I died.
man, this guy just fucking fell off a bike, man. He just fell off his bicycle, man. Like, what the fuck? First of all, whose idea was that to get Joe Biden on a bicycle? That was stupid. Yes, I hate it
This
here, man. I
I
fucking hate it here.
s-
I hate it here, Becca. I do, man. I hate it here, man. For real. I,
don't you fucking feel sorry for us. We've got Boris fucking Johnson, mate.
yeah,
Fucking
man.
like mini Trump. We've got a mini Trump, bruv. Like fuck's sake.
Oh man, Becca. Oh gosh, Becca. This is the generational divide too, right? So
Mm.
what the fuck just happened? With the Queen. What just happened over there? The big
She had a
event.
jubilee.
Yeah, the Jubilee, right? So
Yeah.
look, so my aunt was over here, right? My aunt was over
Mm.
here, and she had put that on TV, right?
Yeah.
She said, "Oh, that's so beautiful." So I'm like,
Yeah, it costed
Auntie,
the
what?
taxpayers fucking millions and millions of pounds. It's
Auntie,
beautiful.
Auntie, what are you talking about? It's so beautiful. Just the Queen, and look at Meghan, and look at everybody. They're just so beautiful. It's royalty, and
Oh
I'm just
wow.
like, yeah, that's a generational divide because, like, my age and younger, we don't give a fuck about the Queen.
Mm.
But she told me, man, when I was younger, my mom loved the Queen, and they used to always put the Queen on our television, and I was just like, yeah, but we don't give a fuck about the Queen like that. That was
Yeah.
something that propaganda made y'all fall in love with when y'all were young. You know what I'm saying? But us, I just realized like I start thinking like, yeah, my generation, we don't really give a fuck about the queen. But then you ask a person 20 years older than me, and they like, oh, I love the queen. They're so beautiful. They're so elegant. It's royalty.
Do you know what it is? Is because they, like, obviously you got to think our generation of people. We've seen the old queen. We haven't. We didn't grow up with the young queen. We grew up
Oh,
with the
yeah,
old queen. Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
So we've seen the moody, fucking nasty woman that came and did the fucking speech on Diana when she. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah,
like
yeah,
we seen that
yeah.
queen. They grew up with the younger queen, so she traveled. Do you know what I mean? She visited the Commonwealth and she shook hands, and do you know what I mean? Like she did all these things. She went into Africa and met the tribal chiefs and all these sort of things. So they grew up with the young queen. So
Oh, I got you. The
do
young
you know what I mean?
Spanish
So they
queen.
like her
Yeah,
because probably because of them things there. Whereas we, like I said, we grew up with the old one. So we don't like her because obviously because of the Princess Diana situation.
yeah, yeah, that's me too. That's me too. I ain't gonna lie. I'm way in America. Like, yeah, fuck her, man. I like Diana, but I think my mom,
Yeah.
if I can remember, right, I think my mom liked Diana too. I don't really know too much about it, but I
Look,
think
a
my
lot of
mom,
people like
like,
Diana
yeah,
because you
I
know
think
what it is with Diana. She broke a lot of boundaries to the royal family in the respects of, you know, like even the queen, even though she shook hands with people, she always wears gloves. If you've ever noticed the queen, she's always wears gloves. She
yeah,
never not wears gloves. Whereas Diana, which she was meant to kind of follow suit, she didn't. She would pick up the orphan kids and hug these kids that have got HIV and
mm,
whatever else going through their system. Do you know what I mean? She
yeah,
broke
yeah,
those sort of boundaries down. That's why when the queen came on and was so cold, that's what turned people against her because she was so cold over it. Because we already knew that they didn't like her. They didn't like her.
yeah, 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 yeah. That's it. Her death was kind of crazy too, right? What
Mm,
you think about that?
I remember that. That was the year after my dad passed. 97. It was
Yeah,
mad.
yeah,
It was
yeah. I
mad.
remember that too. I wasn't into that type of shit, but I do remember Diana passing away.
Yeah, it was crazy. I remember watching it on the TV. It was mad. All the fucking the guy that was giving the telling were giving the announcements, like holding back tears and all sorts. It was crazy. Absolutely mental.
Mm. All right, I guess I can play this video now, man. Let's play it. Let's see what this is about. Here we go. Let me share my screen. Let's play it, man, because this is the talk. This damn talk conversation, man, is just seeming more and more apparent. So full screen that up. Let me mute my mic. Let's play it. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Hit the like button. You know, share it with your people. We out. We outside this morning.
And I would say, like somebody mentioned in the comments, is that even Kenyans themselves, ethnic Black Kenyans, just before I came to the US, one of my esteemed, somebody I looked up to, one of my professors, he pulled me aside. He was like, I know you're going to the United States to study, but you should be wary of African Americans. Don't hang out with them. This is somebody has come to the US many times, has come for conferences, he's done, teaching fellowships here. Pulled me aside and said, you know what? They would teach you how to sell drugs. And I was shocked because this is somebody I looked up to. This is somebody who had encouraged me to apply to come to study here because he had also done his PhD here. So that is something that really, it's not even the Somalis themselves, it's like even ethnic Kenyans contribute to this whole idea that coming to this country, you're the model ethnic minority. You work hard, you will beat the African Americans. They can't take advantage of just living in America. You know what it means to come and study here, to take advantages of all the opportunities that are available. But this is something that gets into your head because when you come here, then you realize the systemic and institutional racism in this country. I used to think when I was in Kenya that African Americans don't like to vote. I didn't know there's voter suppression. I didn't know there's gerrymandering in America. So these are things. When you live in Africa or you live in Kenya, you don't get to experience some of this. And you just imagine that, or you perpetuate this anti-Blackness, even from the ethnic Kenyans, ethnic Somalis, that African American people are lazy, they don't work hard, and all of this. This is something that shows you that we need to really decolonize our minds, you know?
Well said. Well said by that brother. Well said. Well said. And you know, that's something we're going to talk about, fam. We're about to get to the bottom of this. I guess I'll ask you, Becca. Not even know. Speaking of Africa or anything,
Mm.
why? I guess let me. How can I phrase this, Becca? Why? Why do people globally look at African Americans as lazy and criminals? Why?
I don't know. I don't think that they. I don't know because like how I was brought up, we wasn't brought up to think any way of anyone. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe it's programming, maybe TV shows and things like that. I don't know. Maybe they've got it from. I don't know because, like I said, that this whole when you brought it up the first time round, I was like, huh. Like,
Yeah.
'cause, like these conversations weren't being had in my house. Do you know what I mean? So like, I was like, huh?
Exactly, but,
Like,
but what I'm saying, Empress, is I keep hearing it more and more. I never knew it. I'll be honest, I never
mm,
knew it. I was speaking I was speaking on Jedi's panel the other day, and we was talking
mm,
about the progressions that people go through. Right, the progression I went through. You know, all black people need to stick together. You know, Pan African. We need to get our money right and move back to Africa, and we're all brothers and sisters in the fight. And now
mm,
I'm starting to see a lot more of these videos. Like once you really start talking to Africans from the continent, they'll tell you straight up, like, yeah, my parents told me don't come and fuck with African Americans because all they do is prostitution and crime and drug selling and shit like this. I even spoke to one African that said when he got to the US, they put a few of them in a small room and showed them a video of
wow.
people to stay away from. And there was a lot of like world star type videos of black people doing reckless shit, like scare. That's
Okay.
another thing we was talking about, fear, right? It was fear.
Mm.
It's like a scare tactic. So, hey guys, welcome to America. These are the people you don't want to be around. You know, of course, they're going to show their poor whites and the poor other people, and then they're going to show the
I
the
mean,
the black criminals. Go ahead.
the only thing I can think of, yeah, I went to Tenerife when I was a kid, yeah, with my mum. And obviously you have what they call like a holiday rep, yeah. And obviously
Mhm.
these people will tell you like, oh, don't go here because it can be but they would. I mean, I was only young, but obviously I don't know what exactly my mum and them spoke about. But obviously my mum told us obviously that we couldn't drink the water. There's certain things we couldn't. Do you know what I mean? We couldn't go to certain areas, and because it was dangerous for non-tourist people, like for
Yeah,
tourist people.
yeah.
Um, so maybe it was along them sort of lines. I don't know. I don't
But
know
my
where it's coming
okay, so
from.
my equation to this, and this is me addressing this comment. He said,
Mm.
skeptic said, no, they don't, born. They don't look at black Americans as criminals. They look at America as a whole as dumb. I hear that. I mean, it's cool. That's cool. That's cool that I hear that. But when I'm playing these videos, these people are specifically saying black Americans or African Americans or something like that. They never
Mm.
say, hey,
They don't
hey,
generalizing, not
yeah, they
generalizing.
never
Yeah.
say, hey, man, stay away from the white people. I never hear that when I'm watching these videos. Right?
Mm.
And all right, so I use this example. Becca, can you give me a crime ridden place where white people are just committing the most crime in America? A city, a state, anywhere?
Texas. I don't know.
Texas? Exactly. So you don't really know. Now, Becca, what do you know about Chicago?
Um, there's a lot of from the
Yeah, from what you've
programs I've
heard.
watched.
Yeah.
There's a lot of crime from what I know. A
Is it
lot of
white people doing
drugs.
those crimes?
No, it's not.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, right? You see what I'm saying? Like everybody
But like I
wants to.
said, but that my information from that is purely because of the TV, though.
Exactly, exactly. But I'm just saying, so you'll have people like skeptical say, no, they're telling us to stay away from everybody in America. America as a whole is dumb, right? Or
Yeah, I
America is
mean, obviously,
feminist.
that's a running joke between England and America. That
Yeah, I mean, I
obviously we
get
sit
that.
there and say, "All you American people are dumb, backwards thinking cousins." But that's just like a general sort of statement for everyone in America. Do you get
Yeah,
what I mean? Like,
no, I hear
I
that.
have never had anything specific. Oh, you need to stay away from these specific people. That's like I said, that will morely come from the TV, because obviously the stuff that they show us on the TV.
Yeah, that's a fact. I mean that's a fact, and that's what I'm saying. So when I'm playing these videos of our African brothers and sisters, right? Because
Mm,
like I said, I grew up on the Pan African shit, where it was saying, "Hey, we need to. The way to defeat white supremacy is all black people, all Africans globally, right? Need to unite." But then you start seeing these videos where it's like, well, the people on the continent are saying, "Go over there, keep your head down." Stay in your books, right? Of course. That's what every parent is going to say, right? If my parent was sending me to Becca used Texas, if my mom was sending me to university in Texas, she would tell me, hey, stay away from everybody, keep your nose in the books,
mm.
do the right. Of course, I hear all of that. I hear all of that. But then these people are specifically saying, stay away from black people in America. Because the first video I played, the sister said her parents told her, it was a woman. She said, stay away from black Americans because they're going to get you caught up in prostitution.
Wow.
And then the brother just came and said, his professor, he said his Kenyan professor has been to America many times and told him, hey, I heard you going to America. Stay away from African Americans. They're going to teach you how to sell drugs. Like, and I've already spoke on this before. Nobody's doing that, guys. It's
Mm.
not a Crip gang cartel that's waiting on Africans to get over here so we can teach them how to sell drugs.
I mean, if they're coming over to go to the universities or colleges, as you guys call them,
Mhm.
then would there be any would there really be people there doing that sort of thing? I don't know. I've never been university,
I
so I
mean,
would.
maybe it's college culture. So yeah, it's drugs there, but no, it's not going to
Mm,
be a cartel. I've never heard
that's
of a
what I mean. There's not gonna. It's not
yeah,
gonna be like the
yeah,
projects. Do you know what I mean?
no,
You're not gonna see a
no,
group of guys on the corner shotting.
no,
Do you know what I
no,
mean? Like
no.
it's not
Um,
like that. If you're going to America to
to
study,
study.
you'd be in the college. You'd be in the campus, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you will
So
be,
what?
and it's a
Then,
campus, right? It's a campus
yeah.
full of 18 to 22-year-olds. So
Mm,
yes, it's
mm.
gonna be drugs, it's
There's
gonna
gonna
be
be weed. There's
alcohol.
gonna be
Yeah,
ecstasy. Yeah,
yeah.
come on.
There you go.
Obvious. Yeah,
But
come
it's
on.
no cartels. It's not a college
Mm.
cartel, drug cartel that's
Well,
ever
that's what I
been
mean. So I
caught.
don't see why they would have to. And do you know what I mean? As long as you stay on the campus, like I'm sure, I don't know how it works. Do they have shops and things on the campus? Stuff where they could buy things. I don't
Every
know.
post, every if yeah, they have that on campus, and then I mean it right outside of campus too. You know what I mean? Like a college
Mm.
student doesn't have to travel far for anything.
Well, that's what I mean. So as long as
Yeah,
you stay within your area, like that's what I look. My parents would tell me straight, like just like me. I know, like I'm
yeah,
wary anyway.
yeah,
I would just stay in my little area. Do you know what I mean? Like, why
yeah.
am I venturing out anywhere else? I don't know the place. Do you know what I
Yeah, my
mean?
mom told me that too. My mom we used to party in like the downtown metropolitan area, and my mom used to always say, "I don't know why y'all think it's cool to go down there and party with the white folks." Like for real, she didn't mean it like that. She was
Yeah.
just, my mom was pretty much saying, in my time, we stayed away from that area. You know what I mean? Like we
Mm,
stayed away from that area because the white people were doing bullshit in that area. So she couldn't believe that me and my friends actually had clubs. It was clubs that we would go to in that area. And
yeah. Yeah.
she was really just saying that for my protection. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah. Yeah. Of
I
course.
lived in
Yeah.
the hood growing up. So my mom, yes, when me and my mom's riding through the neighborhood, she would point at the drug dealers on the corner and say, stay away from them. So I
Yeah.
do understand that. I
Mm,
do. but I just don't understand the generalization, the generalizing. You see what I'm saying? Like my mom would tell me, don't be like those guys standing on the corner, right? But then when we get home, I could go outside. You see what I'm saying? She
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
really keep me sheltered. She just did her job and told me who to
Because
stay away from.
ultimately, a child or a young adult, however you want to phrase it, they're going to do what they're going to do. You, as a parent, we can only advise them. We can tell them, look, don't do this, don't do that. But ultimately, it's gonna be when push comes up, it's gonna be their decision.
Yeah.
Do
So
you know
just
what I mean? We can only guide them. So at the end of the day, that's like my mum. Like at the end of the day, she'll tell me like, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, bruv. Do you know the amount of shit I've done without my mum even knowing what I was doing?
absolutely, I already
Do you
know.
know what I mean?
I already know. I already know.
Still to this
Everybody.
day, my mom doesn't know certain
Yeah.
shit I was doing.
Yeah. And I don't want to get too far off subject, but somebody said this on social media. Somebody said, now that we're adults, who all snuck out the window before? And it was like she had like 300 comments. And I was like, see, like people are going to do mischievous
Yeah,
things
this is the
regardless.
thing, and the thing is, it's like, look, you just need to just install your like. You don't have to say like, look, me personally, I don't think it's right to say a particular. Because look, there's bad and wrong in every single race. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's good, there's bad in everything. Like, just look, at the end of the day, you just say to them straight, like, don't get involved with certain people, like, you know, like that doing drugs or whatever it is you want to teach them. Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't like, especially if they're going off to college or whatnot to study, because you need ultimately they're gone there to study. They're not gone there to, do you know what I mean, get off their faces and whatnot. But I don't know where this whole things come from. I really don't.
Let me ask you this. Should Black Americans be offended when we watch videos like that?
Oh yeah, of course you should. I'd be offended.
Yeah.
I mean, I get offended when certain people say things about white people.
I
I
know.
get offended,
I
bruv,
know.
because I'm not that in it. Like, of course I'm
Yeah.
gonna be offended.
Yeah. I understand that.
So it's the
Yeah.
same thing. Like, yeah, I totally get why you guys would feel offended. I'd be pissed off if people were saying that about my people. Of course, 100%.
And we spoke about race consciousness before too, right? So a lot of our African brothers and sisters, don't really understand the race consciousness that's over here in America. It's like it's easy to sit in somewhere else, right, from far away and look at Black Americans and say, let's use they're lazy, right? They don't want to work. They don't want to work. Is But then I could bring up but now I could bring up some points of where Black people wasn't allowed to work in certain fields, in certain areas, in certain you understand what I'm saying? So I guess what I'm trying to say is it's not that like Black people don't want to work in these positions, in these spots. We just have a history of America not letting us work in these spots. So now
I'm
it
making it
becomes
difficult.
why
Yeah.
try? Why? But you
Mm.
know what I'm saying now. But then you have young fighters that's changing the boundaries. Of most of them are tokens, right? They're changing the balls and making history. Most of them are tokens, but then you still have a few people that's not complete sellouts that's getting these new positions. You know what I mean? You're having your first Black woman to own I don't know a TV station. You're getting little shits now. You're getting people are taking strides to break down those walls. But what I'm saying about those walls is because this brother used voting, right? He said, I always thought Black people didn't vote. But then he got to America and was like, oh, voting suppression is real. Like, it's certain spots where they'll give you the runaround to try to vote. You know what I mean? It's not as easy as just, hey, everybody go vote today. You may get to this place and they'll say, oh man, this is the only place you can vote. And whew, we're at capacity. We can't accept any more voters. It's like, wait, what? Or you may get up there and they'll say, hey, where's your driver's license? And you say, well, I only have an identification card. And they say, well, no, we need a driver's license. So, well, hold on. It never says if I don't drive, I can't vote. You know what I mean? It's weird. He's just realizing that when he gets over here, yeah, everybody's not selling crack and selling pussy. I mean, sorry, Becca. It's a set property. You know what I mean? So I don't know. What's up, Kingo? What are you saying, brother?
Good afternoon, people. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
What are you saying,
Good
Kingo?
afternoon, man. Yeah, no, I'm just here, man. I'm just listening. Listening in. I saw you cut. You was on like kind of really early, and I was like, right, it must be really early in the morning for you. So yeah, man. Kudos to yourself, man, for being consistent with your streams.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's early, man.
I've been hearing some cool conversations. I know it's a couple of little topics there floating around, but yeah, I think there's like you said, there's good and bad in all races, and then it's kind of you kind of moved on to voting, and then because when whilst I was loading in, I kind of lost track. I did
Yeah.
have something to say about
All right,
the
so
topic.
the main thing what I was saying. I just showed a video, right, King Gold. I don't know if you saw a previous video I saw where it was a woman, Nigerian woman that was coming to America to study, and her parents sat her down and was like, "Hey, when you get to America, don't you be around those African Americans because they're gonna teach you prostitution and shit like this." So the video I showed today was a Kenyan man. And he said his Kenyan professor told him, "Hey, since you're about to go to America, stay away from African Americans because they're going to teach you how to sell drugs." So I am asking, like, for that Kenyan professor to tell that young brother that, where does that come from? Where does that image come from of Black Americans?
Oh, where did it come from?
Yeah, like, why is it yeah, you guys should go to America and stay away from Black Americans? Why is that narrative? Is it some truth to it? Are you guys seeing something on television
Yeah.
that we're not seeing? Like,
I mean, personally, this isn't a diss or anything, but have you spoken to a lot of African people? Like, have you mixed with many African people, the cultures, what they think, and how they look at the world?
yeah, a few of them. I wouldn't say a lot. It's not going to be as many Africans in Tennessee than it is in New York. You understand what I'm saying, King Gold? So
Yeah.
it's not a big number, but I always tell this story. The African family that grew up on my block, their children didn't come out the yard and play with us, and we wasn't on the block selling drugs or anything. We was just being kids.
I would say the African culture, more structured. I'd say way more structured in their approach to the kids, schooling. But that's only natural because of the ghettos and stuff that have been created, and the Western world's mentality towards Black people. So obviously that's going to be natural. But that's quite a unique experience for Americans, isn't it? From them and like.
But don't white people sell drugs?
It's like racism, isn't it? It's almost like racism.
It is. Yeah, in a sense. In a sense,
a little bit,
because we know like white people sell drugs and they're the biggest dope dealers in the world. They're they make the most profits from prostitution than any other race in America.
They're very sensible people. The Africans are very sensible, so they won't want any big type of they want law-abiding children. Nothing.
So why won't they say stay away from white Americans? Stay away from those white Americans too.
I mean, for example, if an African, if an African child brought home a white, what we commonly know as a common white person from America, they would be livid. They wouldn't want that. So it's both ways, bro. It's definitely both ways. Trust me. Not just Black Americans. So if they're added into the equation, then that's what it is, man. That's what it is. That's how they're going on. That's how the Africans are going on, isn't it?
I would like to see. I'll be honest with you, King Gold. I would like to see more videos. I would like to see more videos of African brothers and sisters telling me that their parents told them that too. Right?
I'm telling you what you appreciate as well. The strictness, you appreciate that, man, because that is warmly, that's homely. That's the way life should be.
Yeah, absolutely. That's love. Yeah, that's love. And that's you as a parent telling your child, we have a goal. We have a goal to accomplish. Don't let anything. And that's what I'm saying. If we're going to say we have a goal and we're not going to let anything get in the way of that goal, then we should point out all people who could possibly get in the way of us accomplishing our goals. All right. I shouldn't say, hey baby, we have this goal in mind. If I was telling my daughter, we have a goal in mind that we have to get accomplished, but don't let those don't hang around those Black Americans, right? Because they're gonna make sure that you don't accomplish your goal. It's just kind of weird when you just point at one group of people, but then on the other side of the road, it's some more obstacles. It's a whole nother, you know what I'm saying, set of obstacles that'll stop us from accomplishing our goals. That's my thing. We just gotta keep it simple on both sides, right? And then shout out to God of Jacob. But when some of my people get on here, you get God of Jacob or Perry get on here and say, yeah, I think Black Americans just gotta, close the doors in a sense and not let anybody else in. It's hard for me to disagree with them when I keep seeing videos of everybody else saying don't fuck with Born Rich and his people.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to the Pan-African argument about well, Africans don't necessarily look at each other and don't see each other as the same. So how can you put them all in the same boat and speak for them like they should be united under one? It's like, it's a conversation. It's quite interesting because there's so many different like angles you can look at it from, So you just got to take everybody's view into consideration. But what was it? Yeah. I think I've got a question myself, man. But yeah, that one's an interesting one. I personally, I wouldn't really. It's always going to exist. And like you say, like there's always going to be something to fight over. Yeah, like no matter what, people say that, but that's the truth. That's the that's the inevitable truth, right? But there's a level. What I reckon that is, yeah. Sometimes we kind of shrug things off and don't deal with things because there's philosophy, there's like ideologies that just kind of just brush things over. But when you think about actually, yeah, we will always have something to fight over, but people won't always sadistically go and murder millions of people just because we've got this overwhelming fucking law that people are going to fight over something regardless. Okay, there's levels that you take it to. There's fucking psychopaths out there that killing millions of people, but it's because we're going to always have something to fight about. That all right, we're just going to have to accept that there's crazy people in this society and that we can't deal with anything. Yeah, we can actually. We can just put a strict African law down, or whatever law you want to call it, down on fucking people and stop all of this shit. You know what I mean? Like, and sort of bring an order to the world. You won't stop everything, but yeah, definitely order. There's a level of order, yeah, and that is very low at the moment. There's a low requirement, there's a low bar set, and the law allows for a lot of shit to happen. That's what I think. I think it should be more strict. But anyway, so I'm going away from the sort of American is it FEA and the
Foundation
descendants against against I don't really see that, bro. But if you want to expound on that, you can. I don't really see it too much, but oh yeah, brother. Listen, do you know one? So I mentioned to your friend here the other day, and he was. I think I don't know where he was, but yeah, big up, sis. Anyway, just Empress Sakina. I know you're there.
Bless up.
Yeah, if you want to say, but I was going to say, what was you lot speaking about the other day?
I think we spoke about code. I know code. We spoken about code was one of them.
And I brought it up.
I can't remember King Dog.
Yeah. All right, yeah. No, if you want to expound on the American, the F.
Okay, so what's going on right now? What's going on is.
Oh yeah, no. Quickly. You know who Pharaoh said that? You know Pharaoh said that.
I think I heard of
Chicago. OG.
Yeah. I think I heard of him before.
Yeah, I think he's got. Yeah, obviously he's got quite a big following, but he mentions quite a lot of distrust between Black Americans and Africans, and he goes in quite deep about how he feels like Africans don't really respect them to the point, and there's a deep distrust between them So he said like you're more likely to have black people call the police on you or do some shit to you first before the white. And like I don't know, he feels like it's a very very deep distrust.
Between, are you saying like
And
with
they don't respect,
internet?
and Africans don't respect them there on the turf, innit? And I think he had the same type of problems, concerns like that you've got.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I didn't think it was a good thing because I think the counter that what I hear from Africa when they're speaking on African Americans, I think is more good than bad, to be honest with you. So I think it's like
So what, like
that's like a
what? Give me some
small
example of some of the good you may hear,
a lot of
Kingo.
good. Well, during a lot of these, if you listen to African politics, and I was for a little while, for about 10 years, I was listening to certain like different type of outlets and me, just stuff African politics, and a lot of them were talking about African Americans, the diaspora, slavery, all the rest of it, loads of stuff, bro, loads of content, loads of articles, all from Africa, from a lot of Igbo people, from a lot of Ghanaians, especially with the Ghanaians telling people to come back home, etc. So there was a lot of stuff that was positive coming from Africans towards, but that like I said, is an individual experience when they're on the turf and they're having their actual interactions face to face. That's something I won't be able to even talk on really, because I don't even have family over there. Well, I do, but I don't. And I think my last one just died in the last 20 years. That was the eldest one in in my extended family. Yeah. But yeah,
What up? What up, Dr.
I
Jacob?
don't.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, Connor
What's
Jacob,
going
my bro.
on?
He took
Long
Connor
time.
Jacob. Well, you know what? I sometimes I think back in the streams and like, but I always think like when Connor Jacob was up here, it's always like epic. There was always a lot of shit happening and popping off. And yeah, man. I hope you're well, fella.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm good. How's everybody?
Yeah, we good, bro. I'm up early. I'm up early this morning,
I
man.
see. I thought you was. I
Yeah.
thought the Born Rich show shut down. That's why I'm like, boy.
Nah, I'm back. I'm back. I did a stream last Friday, got it, Jacob, and I got that itch. I got that itch back a little bit, man. You know what I'm saying? So I'm back, man. I am
Okay, I gotta look out for you now. I looked at the notifications. I said, boy, what the hell?
Yeah, yeah, and I got me some good rest last night too. So I was up like 2 o'clock this morning looking stupid. So I was like, you know what? I might as well just do a show real quick. Well, I guess I'll ask you, Gotta Jacob, what I've been asking. I'm sure I've asked you this before, but what is the cause of that disconnect between, I would say, African Americans and continental Africans?
Wow, man, it's so much, so much. Oh man, what is the disconnect? Culture, culture, man.
Is that what it is? It's simply a difference of culture that keeps us disconnected.
Yeah, culture, man. Our outlook. I'll put it like this: the way we see the white man and the way they see the white man is always gonna keep us divided. You get what I'm saying? Uh, they kind of more into the white man is a okay guy, but it's hard to sell us the white man is cool and everybody's equal. If you look at our historical narrative, we will never subscribe to that, and they will. They're more lenient. They're more giving that white man pretty much God worship. White worship,
Yeah.
and you know, and
So
to them,
that
the
could
white
be.
man is all good.
So that could
I
be the
don't know,
reason.
man.
Oh, go ahead, Kingo.
I would say that I would say that you could agree with that. I could agree with that in some ways because don't forget Black America and the history of the takeover and all the colonization. But I think Africa suffered the same sort of colonization. If you listen to the radical movements like IPOB, was it indigenous people of Biafra? They I'm not going to say but you can tell that they're not necessarily super pro West. Yeah, and I'm not going to try and label them some sort of rebellious group of any sort, but I'm just going to say that, they're always speaking out about injustice and oppressor. So you're definitely right in a way. You're definitely right in a way. I think Africa feel like their system has been hijacked by the white person, so they don't really. So like that's why there's so many Christians, so many Muslims in Nigeria, because they feel like that's pretty much their religion anyway. So that's the difference with America.
Yeah,
They're
it's
less. They're a bit like a less. They're less. You know what I mean?
no,
They're still
understand.
discovering themselves. I say, God.
I understand what you're saying, Kingo, because that's the thing. Now we do have different cultures, right? I think God Jacob always said, like, you can't. It's hard to put us under this uniform black, right? It's hard because we have different cultures. Now, I think where the disagreement comes in is when you try to say your culture is better and look at these niggas over there. You see what I'm saying? That's what really, I guess that's what makes that's where the offense comes in. That's what makes me offended by these conversations when I hear or these videos that I watch where people are like, "Hey, you're going to America to study. Make your family proud and stay away from them Negroes over there because they're gonna teach you prostitution and selling drugs, and that's just not our culture." That's it. When you say the culture is better. I think that's where the disconnect comes in.
I agree, man. And a lot of things, I say the same thing. A lot of people say, all we do is twerk and stuff like this.
Mhm.
Hollywood has presented us in a way that the continent has ate up. They they took it in, they
Yeah,
bought it, and to them that is Black Americans. And Rich, you're right, that is not our culture. I've been all over Africa, man. And I always tell people, what is African culture? So let's do a side by side comparison, and we can see the cultural differences. They never, as soon as I say what is African culture, silence.
yeah, and but the reason
Can
it's
I
silent,
can I ask
the
you a
reason
question?
it's silent, real quick. But the reason it's silent is because I'm privy to some of these conversations with, let's say, Somalis in Nigeria. So the thing is, there's no uniform African culture. You're gonna have a Somali. I mean, come on, God, Jacob. You already know, bro. It's so many countries. It's so too many
Exactly.
different countries or whatever
Well,
it
I'm going
is.
to jump off in a second. Yeah, I'm just going to quickly say this. Yeah, do you feel like I'm going to ask this towards Jacob and anybody else on the panel? Do you ever hear anything about sort of people from the diaspora, any diaspora here? I'm talking about here as well, saying this. Do you think any of them say anything like, okay, well, we were put into slavery anyway? And I know this sounds a little bit divisive, so I'm not trying to be divisive, but it's like an elephant in the room. But do you ever hear that? And you feel like that's possibly part of the disconnect as well? The fact that
What
the
sold?
Caribbean or the diaspora still hold that against Africans or try to use that as some sort of um
I missed the question,
you know.
Kingo. I
Okay,
missed the
so
question.
the fact that Africans may have quote unquote sold
Yeah, okay.
people into slavery is something that they use, and that something that could be used as why the disconnect could possibly be there. But that's what my
Yes, big
question
up
is.
panel.
What up, IC3?
I see three, my partner. What's going on, brother?
Yes, yeah, that's a good question, Kingo. The
Yeah.
solution here, if we just slow it down now, any issue with whether Africans sold other Africans into slavery or not is internal affairs. And then once the Africa and the African diaspora, the black people unite to deal with this problem of white supremacy, then we'll sort out internal issues. Because the white people say, well, we're not the only slave. No, 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 no. They're not involved in the discussion. That is a family business, and we'll sort it out internally. There's no discussion. We sort out reparations first to deal with those white supremacists.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But to answer your question, Kingo, that is that is part of the disconnect. But only because white people told us that, right? to the point where I'm sure. I think my research and history, my research has shown me, yes, Africans sold other Africans, right, to slave owners. Yes, that did happen. I just don't know if that's how every slave got over here. See what I'm saying? I don't know how big or how small that was. I don't. So it kind of goes back to where is I know you're going to America, but stay away from African Americans because they sell crack. Yes, some people sell crack. Like, yes, but that's not going to be the mass majority of black people, right? Some black people are going to twerk. It's just what black people are going to do. But everybody doesn't twerk. So when IC3 says white supremacy, it's it, because it's like what God of Jacob said. Hollywood. See, we can say all these words: Hollywood, media, all of that, but we know who controls that. So you can make the loud minority. You can amplify that, right? So if I have a camera in the news station and I see black girls twerking, I can run that on a loop and tell the world this is what black women do. When we know good and damn well that ain't what all that black women can do. So I don't know if that answers your question, Kingo, but hey, I gave it a shot, man. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, family. Hit the like button. Sister Tash, you there?
Yeah. I was just kind of making it was almost like a rhetorical question, really, man. I mean, it wasn't in trying to be like, I wasn't trying to be condescending.
I got you. And this is where I like listening to some of the black brothers. I mean, some of the African brothers that come on this panel and speak about their history with selling slaves. You see what I'm saying? I enjoy that. But I enjoy to hear those people talk about, well, what they've learned about their people selling slaves. And I mean, I get the same thing.
Well, I mean, I think what I think is they've done is they've taken it a step further and said, well, we don't even think that we're from Africa, so why would you even try and embrace Africans when you don't even know if you're from there? And that's the new narrative I've covered out. I think coming out of the. So I'm quite interested. We ain't even in the state, man. We don't even in the state, man.
Kingo, you've been on Clubhouse.
What?
Let me make a quick point.
Good, go on.
Yeah. Okay. So I was listening, and I've done the whole Clubhouse little experience for about a month now, and I think it's a bit deeper than that. I think what it is, right? The Black Americans' political agenda will be different to the Black African political agenda. If there's needs and wants and desires that the Black American has that the African or the Caribbean doesn't have, unfortunately, you're going to have to part ways. And I think what it is this experience has really opened up my eyes. There are Africans and Black Americans that may want to work together, but there are people that are very clear on, even myself being a Caribbean in the UK, I still have commitments to the Caribbean to a certain extent. Black Americans do not have a commitment to the Caribbean or Africa. They could have once they sort their shit out, excuse my language, once they better their communities and build up their institutes. But what I've noticed is they don't align on the political agenda. Forget culture. It's not even about culture, because you can eat the same foods, or we have the same kind of ingredients at times. We can share the same dishes to a certain extent. But do we have the same agenda of what we want for our people? And who are our people? And you know what? God of Jacob was right. What is African culture? There isn't one culture that Africa go by. There are many countries in Africa that have different cultures that we need to respect. Even in America, there's also the different states, the different spaces where you go to New York or you go to Mississippi, and they have completely different cultural needs, but they also have the same political agenda of what they want and what they see, because that's all they have, Black America. No disrespect, I wasn't saying that's all you have in terms of, I've got to be careful how I
That's all they need.
For real. You got to be careful.
That's all they need. Black America is good enough. All the Black Americans need is Black America.
if you want anybody from the Caribbean community to head some sort of uniting you know what I mean, I don't know, group get together, we can always get Reggie to do that. You know what I mean? Not Reggie. Who's
Who?
the other one who called the police on 9 Ether? He'd always be good. He loves Africans, doesn't he? Which one's that?
Who's that?
Ronnie, what's his name?
Now, are we
Oh,
now
Turek.
are
Turek.
we saying that it's
Turok. Yeah,
tribal?
Turok. Like he's a good example of what I'd say is what I hear rhetoric. I'm like, guys, man, don't do it. Just don't, please, man. And it's like, yeah, well, you sold us, and nah, black, they even trying to sound like us now, and all the rest of it. Like that sounds like victimhood, isn't it? It's really bad, but but I big up Turok, man. You know, I'm kind of throwing your name out there, but
No, look. I
you
just want to
know,
be
I'm
clear
sure
with
he
Turek.
probably listens.
I quite like Turek. I like Naifa. I like all their different views, right? The reality is I don't know what Turek is doing in terms of bettering the Caribbean, right? That's the whole point. Are we bettering the positions of our people groups? And I
Is there
think
a lot of them out?
many people probably aren't putting a shift in. That's the reality.
Is there a lot of is there a lot of Turoks out there? Like
Yeah,
I
there are.
mean, I'm not.
Yeah, 100%.
Is
There are.
there?
But there's a
Oh
lot of,
my
you
god,
know, there's a
we're
lot of
doomed.
chakras.
We're
There's a
doomed.
lot of
Uncle, we're
ladies.
doomed.
No, you know, this is the reality, and it's
No,
not a
we're
bad
doomed.
thing to love the people group that you're from, but some people see more of a long-term kind of working with Africa, and I think that's fine. I'm still not against that, but I think we need to deal with reality. We've got things that we need to do on the ground in the UK. I can't. Sorry, no disrespect to Born GOJ. I can't worry about American issues, Black American issues, because we've got issues on the ground in the UK with Black people. I've got to worry
Let
about that.
ADOS is good. Let the Americans sort their own stuff out and kick everybody else out of their identity. Clarify identity. If you don't clarify terms and identity, you can't organize anything. Just
Yeah.
running around like retards forever and
Yeah,
ever and ever.
I think I can't disagree with that. I think we have to really identify who we are, how we're bettering our people, and then later on we can all come together. But if we're dealing with politics and we need to better our people, we need to be focused, we need to be direct, and we can't afford to have people coming in and saying, you know, come and work with me. We're not even a fixed people. We need to clean up our own homes. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
All right, pick up yourself though, Paul.
I agree. But hello, Tash. Now, if you're gonna say that, then you shouldn't disagree with the brother that's telling his Kenyan student, hey, when you get to America, focus on the Kenyan, right? Focus on the Kenyan goal. Don't be around them niggas that's gonna teach you how to sell drugs. Stay away from African Americans because they're gonna teach you how to sell drugs, right? So if you're focused on your people, then you wouldn't disagree with that, right? What do you think about that, Tash?
They've got a bigger enemy in terms of oppression from that other group. So yeah, I mean, yeah, if they want to be ignorant and talk about their cultural, there's somebody that's going to possibly educate them. There's many Black Americans that have done incredibly well, right? And many Black Americans that don't. I know that. Born, it's a difficult one for me because even being around the clubhouse spaces, I've seen the ignorance now. It's stifling, and I thought it was more of an ADOS issue, but I've heard the other side, and it is pretty bad, to be honest with you. It is bad the way that they look at Black American culture, but then at the same time, they are so enthralled with it and they get involved in it and they take it and use it. But the reality is, I'm going to still say that these people are our brothers, and I know, God of Jacob, they are still our brothers. So for me, it's like with the Muslims, right? With any group, if you have issues and you're from a particular sect with each other, once you feel the oppression of somebody that's against the Quran, or everyone will group up and come together. And I think that's the same kind of thing that will happen with Black people. But do you know what I say? You know what? Strap up your boots in regards to ADOS and all the other groups that you know, the Black American groups, and just get to work. Just ignore all the stuff around you.
I say that too. I say that too. At the end of the day, man, it's time to get to
that's
work.
good. That's
You
good.
gotta
Yeah.
that's well said. Get to work, man. We gotta
That's
get
it.
to work.
Get to work. That's good.
No, that's good for real.
Yeah. So
Get to
stop.
work.
So Black Americans stop whinging about Africans and just do your thing.
Mm.
Whinging. Oh, the Africans are doing this. The Africans, look, just do your thing. Get power.
That's it. That's it. You got
Do you
to
know
stay
the
focused
difference
on the
between?
goal.
I feel like the experience. I feel like when you look at the experience, yeah, you've got aid workers going to Africa, like with toys, like taking pictures with the children and taking away the toys after, just for the media. You know what I mean? Like exposure. That I don't think that really happens anywhere in America, right? They're going more
Yeah, but
likely
this is
to
standard
hunt.
What?
stuff.
What?
King
Right?
Gold.
It does.
What?
It will. But it frequently happens in
What?
Africa.
Hey,
It
Yeah, but
frequently
Kingo,
happens.
stop,
It's
guys,
a
stop, guys.
known
Hey,
frequent thing.
Kingo, a tornado hit my home in 2020. A tornado came through. A tornado came through, man.
Oh yeah.
Destroyed this community. Do you know how many white people I took pictures with that week? No, we're not gonna do that. Do you know how
Oh yeah.
many
It's not an
white
argument. No,
camera
it's not an
crews?
argument. I mean,
Hold
this
on, do
isn't a
you know?
comparison,
Hold on,
brother. This isn't.
brother. Do you know how many white camera crews came with aid trucks? They was giving aid to the people
Yeah.
and then recording them and taking pictures.
What's
So
your
I
point?
don't understand what you
Yeah.
mean
What's your point?
that doesn't happen in America. It
I didn't
happens
say
in
that doesn't
America
happen.
all the
What
time.
are you talking about, brother? You just put a whole sentence that I never said in my mouth.
yeah, but King Gold. The point is, why are you talking about that? Why?
Okay, I'll
What?
tell
You
you
know,
why I'm
it's
talking
like,
about.
okay,
But
white people are doing naughty things in Africa. So what?
What? Wait. What do you mean? So what? Wait. What?
Yeah. So what?
Wait.
Explain.
What? Wait. What?
Yeah.
Are
No,
we talking
yes.
about
Yes.
things
I'm
that?
asking you. Explain. Why did you
Okay.
mention that?
So all right. So I'm mentioning that because we're talking about experiences, different experiences between Africans and African Americans and people from the diaspora. Uncle, are you listening? Because now what
I
I've
mean,
just
come
said
on.
is
Are we
no,
so? Do you
but
think
wait.
people are so
No,
thick here they don't realize that the
no,
problems in Africa are not the same as the problems in America? I mean, do you really need to spend 2 minutes to actually say that? What is the point?
no, wait.
Do you think that
For
people don't know that?
one, wait. Okay, I'll give you 3 points why it was important. Why I feel like
Yeah,
it
go
was,
on.
it was a good point because it only took 20 seconds. Actually, it wasn't 2 minutes. And the
Why
reason
waste
why I
20
say that
seconds?
is because I tell you what, because Americans are so wrapped up in their own world and bubble in a Western world as well
Yes.
that
Yeah.
they completely overlook complete inhumane injustices that they probably haven't even. It's not to the same level. Actually, Africans are getting treated way worse in Africa than African Americans are.
Wait a minute.
And
Let's
I'm
slow
going to tell
this
you this
down.
now.
Slow this down.
And then
Wait. Let's slow this down.
African Americans
Right. Let's slow this
walking
down.
around.
Let him
One
go.
Wait.
second.
Let's slow this
African
down.
Americans are
Yeah,
walking
Let him go.
around with jewelry all over their
Unbelievable.
neck, all dripping with
Wait.
Yeah,
drip, drip,
This is what
everywhere,
Kingo does.
Oh
everywhere,
dear.
dripping falling off all over
Let's.
everywhere.
All right.
we
Kingo.
got
Let's
political
break this down.
territory
This
here.
20 seconds.
Big up, Empress.
What you said.
Big up,
20
sis.
All right. Let's break down these 20 seconds. All right.
I'm glad he said and it wasn't me, you know, but carry on.
Right. You know, so that 20 seconds, right? Let me see if I understand you. You took 20 seconds to inform the panel that the Americans are too involved in their own business and they needed to be informed by you that white people are abusing African children in Africa.
Yes.
Is that
Why
what you
not?
spent that
Why
to?
not? Wait. Hold on a second, Uncle. Because you don't care and you don't give a shit. And every time you wake up, you've got the British flag above your bed, and you read newspaper, and your brain is completely intertwined with articles that are made by the Sun.
Oh,
One
shit.
second.
No, let's go there.
I'm
It's
literally
good.
sitting here
It's
eating
good. Let's
popcorn
go
right
there.
now.
Go on.
I've taken the time to add and subscribe myself to various outlets. I come from Africa.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Conscious communities in that black community. So that's
Beautiful.
the difference.
Good point.
That's
Good
why
point.
I would know
Okay.
that, and you don't, and
Good
that's why I
point.
need to bring it to your attention to bring some reality
Okay.
and overview.
You need. Okay.
An overview
All
of
right.
what we're talking about, and that was all.
Okay.
That was all.
So let's break
But,
this down. Let's break this down.
You
So you
obviously people
felt.
have agendas here, but it's fine.
Okay. So there's two things
Well,
here:
continue, man. Continue.
time wasting, whether it was time wasting or not, that 20 seconds,
All right, that was
and
stupid. All
two,
right, that was a time waste.
about
No problem.
assessment of care. Do you care? How do you prove
Do I care?
that people care? Oh, one second. No, no. This is the title. Yeah.
Okay.
How does one prove that you care? So, how do Americans prove that they care? And how do you, who is based in the UK, care? And do I care? So, this thing about care. Okay. So, let's talk about care. African care, American care, UK black care. Right. Now, what do you mean by care? What do you mean by care? King Gold, you brought it
See,
up.
no, that I think we all kind of just say stuff when we speak.
I know
If
we
you want
do.
to break down what we care, okay, so what would be the topic of the day? Something you care about, something you have that you feel like is valuable enough to speak about.
Sorry, guys.
Gold
Before
worth.
you go into
That
this,
has worth. No.
I think one of the main points that you made, Gold, was that Africans go through more in Africa than Black Americans do. But I wanted you to elaborate on that in terms of what Africans go through, what
It's
Black
not a fact,
Americans.
but it's an argument. It's an argument. It's a debate that could be had, and I would say that from what I've seen, yes, that's something. That's my opinion. And from what I've seen, they've got a little bit of a different experience, which is obvious. And if you want me to take the time, that's more of an obvious point out than what the information I gave before, which got screwed.
Yeah, I'm
screwed
not.
You said that's an obvious point.
Yeah,
That's an
I'd like
obvious
to
point.
hear the obvious point.
The obvious difference, like slight differences that their experiences they've got are kind of obvious. Like there's more white police killing black people in America than there's white police killing Africans in Africa, right? Am I right to say it? Obvious. There we go. So that's a different experience.
But you said Africans are going through more than Black Americans. I wanted to know what you just mentioned.
Yeah,
you basically kind of changed the mind there by saying that
they've got from the I mean, I think if we all like that was one example I just used. I would say also as well. Don't forget, there's a disconnect between them knowing exactly what tribe they're from. So I feel like that makes them more or less inclined to embrace their roots and more of a I'd say more westernized in that sense. You can
more
say that.
westernized, or it's just our root. I mean,
well, for one, they've got a surname which is.
See, that's another thing I don't really like, King Gold. But we have our roots. Like I did a show where I traced back my fifth time great grandparents.
Well,
so
it's the maths would tell you that I'm right there by saying that, right?
Say it again.
Wouldn't the maths that like make me right alone? Because the more people that know that less people that know their surname will result in more people not knowing where they're from originally. So come on. I mean, I don't have to. We don't have to go into that, do we? So it's like the experience is different. So should this be the 1 second?
Sorry, it can go. Hold on. Can you just bring clarity? Are you saying Black Americans go through more than Africans? Which I'm confused now because I thought you said Africans go through more.
I'd say I'd arguably say that Africans in the diaspora and outside of the diaspora have a harder time in America and in Africa, and the only people that have probably a more comfortable life would be the ones that have money coming from Africa, and that's less people that have money coming from Africa, I would say, over the past years because of the gap between the Western world and the bridge that is the wealth gap.
I'm a bit lost actually. To be
honest with you.
So the wealth gap.
You got a crackling sound, Tash. Hold on, Kingo. Yeah, Tash. If you could, you have a crackling sound.
Let me. I'm going to jump out for a bit and I'll jump back in.
Can I make this suggestion? I make this point here. Shifa, how you doing?
What up,
I'm good. I'm going to listen to your point, but I've been listening to you guys, and I got something to say, but I'm going to listen to IC3 first. Go on, IC.
Okay, I'm just going to make this statement and then see if you all agree. I think that this is part of the mental illness and retardedness that we're
You
under.
said
In
that
that,
twice. You said that twice now, mate.
yes,
Okay.
it's
All right,
just
fair
it's
enough. Okay, you
sickness
put me on the
because
back here. Okay.
when you think about time and why would you discuss who is getting the most oppression, whether it's Africans, are Africans suffering more than Americans, are Americans suffering more? What is the point of that discussion? What is the point of trying to guess at the analysis? You got no figures, and any figures you get from the white man anyway. So it's a stupid discussion on comparing suffering of black
Campaign.
people.
And
Yeah.
I'll say this. I'll say
What
Well,
this,
is the
you could say
point?
that. You could say that.
Explain to
You
me.
could say
Explain
that.
to me
All right,
why
you
you want
could
to
say that.
discuss that.
All right, it's a
and
fun
I'm
Explain
gonna
fact.
to
let me.
me.
I pointed out a fun fact, basically. Well, it's not even a fun fact.
What
Actually, the
fact?
reason why I
Where'd you
said
get
it,
the
okay, I'll
facts
tell you
from?
why. I'll tell you why. Okay, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I said it.
Hey, Shiffer,
Because
hit mute,
I tell
Shiffer.
you, I really will tell you why, yeah? Because I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of people in the Western world, black people in the Western world, have way more of a foot up for a number of reasons than Africans from the continent, even from ones that have been a generation or generational in the Western world that happen to bear African names and have the African fucking destiny to have to live out and name to uphold. Bro, there's so much more to this. Think deeper than your fucking bellies, yeah, than your own fucking bellies and your own fucking ego, and actually see that everybody's got their own little mental and historical demons that they're facing every day. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I mean,
And so
it's interesting. It's
so what?
interesting. It's really interesting to look at how people are looking at things. But you know, for when I mention something and it gets scrutinized to that degree, and actually because why I say that is because I know that I've got it easy here. I've got it easy here. I'm in the Western world. I'm a black person in the Western world, but because I'm African and I've got an African surname, I know that I've got it harder than the next person who's a Caribbean that has the same mentality and the same attitude and the same CV as me. So,
Yeah,
so
How
I
therefore,
do
don't
you
agree.
just
know that?
I don't agree.
How do you know that?
I know that for a fact, bro. Don't even ask me that
Where'd you
fucking
get the facts
question.
from?
How can you ask me that
Where'd you
question?
get the facts from?
What sort of fucking question is that, bro?
You
I
know
know it for a
that
fact,
for a
bro.
fact.
Yes, they're targeting particular
How?
tribes in Africa. If you haven't noticed, bro. If you haven't fucking noticed already. Yeah. If you
Facts.
haven't noticed already. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
and what use is that fact? So
And you
what?
got to be a shining star to make it out from my tribe. Trust me.
All right, guys,
Yeah,
can we not
trust
get
me.
into an argument? Because I'm listening to what you
Believe me,
lot are saying. Yeah.
you need to be a fucking saint, bro, to make it out here. Trust me.
Somebody
Can
help me.
Can I say something,
Yeah.
please?
Somebody help me. But you're more
something
British
important to
than
say.
any person I've ever met, ICT, bro. Because I don't know. Like that's probably why your back is so risen. That's what I'm going to say on that one.
1,000 legions will descend upon you.
No, but Gold, you know,
Um,
you be mixed race. I think your father's African. You
Oh, and
comparing
another
your
thing as well. I embrace the spirituality. One more thing. I embrace spirituality as well, and I see a lot of people in the Caribbean, people in African America, which a lot of them actually are very common conscious and becoming a bit more intelligent than retarded old mindset, and they're actually starting to become less inclined to embrace the European fucking British King James Bible and actually come back to the African way. So that's good. Kudos to you guys. Congratulations. It's few and far between, but there's
Yeah, I'm a bit
people
uncomfortable
waking
with
up
that
slowly every
retardation
day.
towards my community. But
can I
Well,
say?
I
Can
feel
I?
like
I'm gonna
it's
let you live
retarded
today
in
for that one,
the
King
bottomized
Gold.
type of thinking, but it's fine. It's people have started to think intelligently, coherently recently. So
Can I just say,
Can I
okay,
speak now?
maybe, yeah, go on, Shifa. But before you say anything, I know you saw the generations above us retarded because they relied on these religious groups or whatever have you, right? But they did a lot more work than some are doing in our generation in regards to our people and the liberation for our people. So I'm yeah, that's a bit of an insult for me. I know where you're going, But obviously, you know, me being religious, I'm gonna come from a different perspective. But yeah, I think like try to put a little bit of respect on us. You know, we did a lot. You know.
You see, when you say that though, Tash, yeah, we don't need no one to put no respect on us. And you see, when people say things like that,
I'll say to that.
you,
I'll say.
1 second. Oh God, can I finish my statement? Is that all right? I know you were excited. I know you got something to say. Go ahead. Go on, finish. Go on.
No, let Shiva speak. Go ahead, Shiva. Go ahead, Shiva, bro. You ain't saying nothing since you been on the panel. Go ahead, bro.
All right. Now, I appreciate Tash saying put some respect on our name, but you see, the thing is, yeah, we don't need no one to put no respect on our name, because respect is earned. It's not a given. Yeah. And I'm going to say this much, yeah. Kanye might be right. Yeah. Because let me show you something. Rape, murder, and war crimes is not slavery, cuz. Yeah. Slavery is what we live in now. Yeah. And let me explain something to you. Yeah. The man said slavery is but it's not a choice for everyone. Why it's not a choice to everyone for you now. So when you say that, you know, our West Indian, our grandparents and our forefathers were retarded. No, they weren't retarded. I'm gonna show you what retarded is. Retarded is putting yourself into slavery in another man's country under another man's government. That's retarded. Now let's get this shit correct. Yeah, rape, murder,
descendants. One second,
and destruction. Well, let me finish. Rape, murder, pillaging, yeah, bullying people and massacring people, and the most abhorrent crimes on the planet is not slavery. Slavery is what we're living right now, what we've agreed to, modern day slavery, where you go in the rat race every day, yeah, and you put in all of this work. But guess what? You see, if we wind the clocks back, yeah, they had to give you somewhere you could grow food. They don't have to give you that no more, because you're a slave, yeah. You can just buy their food and they tax you on it, as much as they're taxing you for your council tax, as much as they're taxing you for your water, as much as they're taxing you for every other rascal thing. So you're never coming out of this slave system, yeah? And some of us are putting ourselves into the slave system. Break that down for me. Make sense of it.
Are you talking about economic migrants? Are you talking about economic migrants here? Are you referring to economic migrants when you're saying people that voluntarily going into slavery? Is that what you're saying? Or
I'm saying to you, some of us, yeah, were already under their slave system. We didn't have a choice. Yeah, we was here already.
Look,
yeah, they already kidnapped. They already kidnapped us. They already kidnapped us. Murdered. They already kidnapped us. Murdered our ancestors, raped, pillaged, and brutalized us. Yeah, so their crimes have been committed, and now we're trying to get them to pay for their war crimes. But yeah, let me show you something. Slavery, we was already here. We was already in America. We was already in Europe. We was already in the Caribbean. Yeah, so we was already under their government. But for those who was not under their government, why are you choosing their slavery? Explain it, please.
Well, that's funny, you know. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not trying to take up the whole. Like, I'd love to have a personal chat with you, Shiv, because like I swear you're actually trying to avoid me somehow, bro. I swear I feel like you're silently trying to avoid me, like to have a 1v1.
What?
Just
me what? What? No. Do you know what, Kingo? No, like, this is a 1v1 right
I feel
now.
Like you're so interested in your Bible that you don't even care. That's what I'm saying. You're like, no, this is what it is.
Kingo.
Go on.
Nah, Kingo, you're my brother. Yeah, we're brethren, isn't it? But same time, I'm listening to what you're saying, and I heard what you said, and I heard it loud and clear, and I saw exactly where you was going. So I had to just adjust my thinking. I said, hold on, where's he going with this? I said, Raj, you know what? Kanye was saying something, yeah, that reflects on this situation. Hold on. He said slavery was a choice, but rape ain't a choice. Murder ain't a choice. Yeah, brutalization ain't a choice. Being treated like an animal ain't a choice, and it ain't slavery. Slavery, what we live in now.
Can I ask you a question? So people coming from Jamaica to England, you think that they're voluntarily going into slavery, or they're just
the people coming from Jamaica to England are already under a British government. It's too late for that.
Okay, so the Nigerians, that would like for Nigeria, that would be the same thing, or someone in Iraq, that would be the same thing. There would be, because don't forget
So
they've been
you're telling
colonized.
me, let me ask you a question. Jamaica is governed by Great Britain. Is that not sorry? Nigeria is governed by Great Britain. Is that what you're saying? It's got a British government governing it.
Yeah, here we go. Now it's indirect rule, but look, anyway, look, just
talk to me, brother.
Yeah, it's not
confused.
official, isn't it? It's not like it is. They put together the thingy, and then now federal. It's called now Federal Republic of Nigeria, and it's run by obviously the people who were in conglomerate with England when they originally took it, and so they have indirect rule because they're getting passive income from it, which is obviously how countries run from their currency and finances.
Does Nigeria have its own army? Does Nigeria have its own army?
Nigeria, it's Republic.
Can you come closer to your mic, Kingo, because I can't hear you very well. So what did you say about Nigeria? Sorry.
Yeah,
I was asking if it has its own army. Is its army run by? Is Nigeria's army? Is Nigeria's army run by the British government?
Yes. Well, look. See, now you're going technical. Does it? Wait. So you're look. That's anyway. Look. Okay. If you look, we're going too technical for the panel, bro. Just forget about it. Just forget about it. I know what you're saying.
Last question. Does Nigeria have royalty?
They don't have exclusivity, no. But
all right.
But Nigeria.
Do you know what? I'll change question then. Does Nigeria still have its indigenous language and way of life?
They don't have exclusive. No, yeah, obviously, yeah, they do. But what does that mean?
Argument done. Argument done.
Listen, how would that?
If they still got their indigenous language and way of life, my argument's done. I'm gonna let you guys discuss now.
See, that's how you get away from it, but you just talk over. So I forget. But go on, it's fine. You made a point, but yeah, go on. I don't know what you meant by that. But anyway, guys.
The point is that slavery was a choice for some people. Slavery was definitely a choice for some people because, listen, you didn't have to choose to come here into this slavery system. You didn't have to choose that. Some of us didn't have a choice. Some of us were in even worse slavery systems than the one here. Yeah? But run by the same government, run by the same people. Yeah, but we just realized they don't want to treat people the same on their soil as they will treat us when they're not on their home turf. Do you understand? So some of us might want to come here because we get treated better here for some reason. Yeah. But when you put it in perspective, Kingo, your argument can't make sense. How much Africans are choosing to go to Western countries, brother?
And you know what's the main thing out of all of this is that the fact that it's relevant is that we're speaking on a panel about just random topics, and actually no one here has any real close connection to these nations that we're talking about anyway. Yeah, so with people talking about reparations, they're not really super connected to their own thing that they're talking about. Like you might be talking about Hebrew Israelites, but I can guarantee you probably don't know any of the high up people. You're not speaking with them. Like even myself, I may speak about Nigeria, but I'm not necessarily super connected to these.
That's right.
People. So that's why.
That's right. And Kingo, you're right. You see on that point there, I totally agree with you because I don't know if you realize that enforces my point more. It makes it 100. Yeah. Because listen, we ain't got our indigenous language. We ain't got our connection to the past. They broke that when they broke us and raped and murdered and pillaged and brutalized us. Yeah. Now your connection might have been broken through generational gaps or through the fact that, one side of your family ain't Nigerian. But either way, it wasn't done in the way that it was done to us. So there's no excuse for it. With us, we definitely got an excuse, bro. 100%.
Yeah, but then you know what's interesting?
One second. Last word. We're definitely asking for reparations, which is for the wrong thing. We shouldn't be asking reparations for slavery. We need to be asking for reparation for war crimes.
All right, go on. There's someone else on the panel.
That's what we need to be asking for.
You know what? Honestly, when I think about it, yeah, like for anybody to be serious with their actual emotional outbursts, yeah, you got to think of it like in your lifetime, what have you actually experienced? Like rather than trying to get some sort of virtual signal from something that's happened to you because of your affiliation to them, what has actually happened in your life? What's happened? Where are you? What nation do you
I'm
actually
gonna show
truly
you.
go to?
Do you know, Gold?
I
You're
can
actually
show you that.
British.
I can answer
You're
that.
Gold,
English. You're English. You're
Let's
Londonish.
let the sister. Let's
Gold.
let
You
the
know,
sister speak.
I take offense to that, because I think some of your comments at times I feel like is a bit, you're kind of directing an attack towards the descendants of slaves, which I don't necessarily like that term, because I think when you mentioned about religion, you know, Africa have had these religions that you are not comfortable with, or you consider to be a form of retardation. They've had that, and I just think, you know, the whole English names, and it's like we have a history where we have really come up against
Hear that?
the beast, so to speak, right, of oppression. And
I
I feel
said
like
King James Bible. I said King James. I was particular, by the way. So
yeah, I mean, I just think some of your comments are a little bit I feel like it's a direct attack. Keep on getting triggered. I'm not
Yeah,
taking the
but Tash,
bullshit.
it is Tash. He wants to have a debate, so let's have a debate rather than getting uncomfortable. Let the man talk his things, because do you know what? Though people might not see a Kingo's tactic, a Kingo likes these conversations. He finds it juicy, and some other people do too. And I don't even think some of the things he's saying he necessarily 100% believes, but he wants to hear what other people think. So let's talk to him rather than getting our feelings. You see it? But at the same time, Kingo, with you bringing them controversies, you're gonna have to be able to accept the other controversies. Like I said, why would a man choose slavery? Now you say our ancestors are the people that went through what they went through. We ain't going through it. Hold on. I had to grow up. I had to grow up with parents and grandparents, yeah, who were a direct byproduct of abused people. Yeah. So we had mental health issues in the community that weren't due to us. Yeah. So that's another claim. War crimes, as well as mental anguish for how many years? Like we the only ones with an excuse, cuz don't get me wrong, Africa has been treated wrong, yeah. But you lot ain't had our the funfair ride that we've been on. You ain't had that one. You lot was on the bumper cars. We was on Nemesis, yeah. And Nemesis is 10, 20 times more scary. No, I don't even get on them funfair rides. What? So now I'm gonna let a king go. I'm gonna let him bring his argument back up.
No, but the thing is, I try not to compare like what we went through, you know, as a people group, in terms of like the UK Black community, our homogenous community. But I feel like there's just moments where I have to kind of take a stand and just respect the history that I've come from, and I can't really, like, you know, accept certain narratives thrown our way, you know, like retardation and stuff like that. You know, so I think we've come a long way, and I think also, you know, Africans to a certain extent have come a long way as well. You know, and big up to us all. But I think
Can I ask you a question, Tash? Real
yeah,
quick,
go on.
real quick question.
Yeah, go on.
If somebody raped you, murdered your parents, then whipped you every day and forced you to do work that you didn't want to do, as well as you know, made you watch your brothers kill each other, watch your sister, do you think that would turn you retarded or mad? One of the two.
Bit of a loaded question. I don't
You
think it would turn us.
Can I just
I think
can I
it
play
would
devil's
change.
advocate
listen.
quickly? Can I play devil?
No,
Can I
Go
play
on,
devil's advocate?
motion. You better not do devil's advocate. You know you're
No,
on
I'm
the
gonna play
Caribbean
devil's
page.
advocate because this comparing thing is fucking stupid. Like, and it's the reason why I'm gonna say this now, yeah, because I know for fact there are people in the Caribbean, in the Americas, in the South Americas,
Yeah,
that were never slaves.
Yeah, emotion. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I hear what you're
Do
saying.
you get
my
me?
brother,
From
right?
generation. No. Let me. You know why I say that? Because you got to remember, people were getting their freedom from slavery and all kinds of things. Yeah, from 1600s. This is why we have them documented traveling from America to Britain and all kinds of things like that. Yeah. So I'm gonna argue, if that was happening in the 1600s, yeah, can we argue that all people in Jamaica, all people in the Caribbean, all people in the Americas are all their people have gone from slavery, bro?
No, but
We can't say that. We can't say that
motion.
because
No, hold on, motion.
people
No,
left
hold
slavery
motion.
and went back to
But
Africa. People
motion,
left slavery and
you're
came to
taking
Europe.
it out of context now, because the Kingo
I'm not.
Gold was talking about him being a British Nigerian and, well, actually mixed race man who's got a Nigerian surname and having a difficult time over here compared to the Caribbean who have English surnames. That's where this conversation has derived from. Yes, okay, there are many that claim, or not claim, sorry, that their history is not necessarily, from slavery, right? But, we were kind of talking about the British experience, but feel free to go down that road if you want, but I'm not trying to attack those.
So I agree with him. And I think anybody that, I think if you're Caribbean and been in this country and have a European surname and have been afforded the opportunity to send a CV with a European name forward, as opposed to having to send one with flipping Olamide or something like that, bro, listen, or Yakubu or something. Like, I'm telling you, let's not play silly. Let's not be ignorant. Yes, we've experienced stuff, but on the surface, that name automatically, the same as they've talked about this for years. Addresses, regions that you live, names, these things were picked out. So if he's got a Nigerian surname and I've got an English surname, of course his fucking CV might get fucking put away before mine.
Motion.
Come on, man. Let's not be ignorant about it. I know what the brother says
Kingo
sometimes
Gold
is.
mixed
I know the
race.
No,
brothers
we're not.
cantankerous.
No, we're
No,
not
I
being
know the
ignorant.
brothers cantankerous.
Tash, wait,
I
wait,
know the
wait.
brothers
Gold is mixed
cantankerous.
race. He had a white
Listen, I
parent.
know the brothers cantankerous, man. I know the brothers cantankerous,
That's
but
not
what
the
he's
point.
saying is correct.
Listen to the
The
point,
fact is,
Tash. Wait a second.
African names.
Hear his point. Hear his point.
I struggle with this conversation because no disrespect, he's biracial mixed race, and yes, he does have an African surname, but they do have a privilege that we do not desire. We do not have.
Yeah,
Apologies.
I agree with you. But I'm saying on the surface, sending a CV forwards, yeah, CV forwards, yeah. If you and him was to send a CV and you had a European name, his name is going to be more likely to be dismissed than yours if you've got a European name. Now, however,
Point taken.
If that interview process if there's now an interview process that you both get through, then the odds of him getting the job over you potentially will be more likely. Yes, I agree with that too. But it swings in roundabout. He's still got to get past the barrier of his name. You've got to get past the barrier of your skin color. It's two separate barriers we cannot compare.
All right, can I say something, please? Because I
concede on that. But
I agree with 1 second. I agree with Motion's point. Yeah, I agree with Motion's point. But you see, the thing is, though, Tash, yeah, it doesn't defeat the objective. Now, what I'm saying, Motion, is, yeah, you're reinforcing the point again, yeah. And if you're saying that, this modern day slavery is something that's good for us as black people, I disagree personally. Yeah, I'd say this modern day slavery that we're living in, right now, where you work in this white man's system, yeah, and he accumulates the lion's share of everything, and you get a small chunk breaking off, yeah, and maybe a minority of us will ever see real wealth. We used to have real food, yeah, and I can tell you this fact, because you see my grandmother got on my case about this. She said, you know what, we got land, yeah, and you see, when I used to live in my house, we never used to go Sainsbury's and buy fruit and veg. We never used to go Sainsbury's and buy chicken. You see this one here, my nan don't even like it. She's gone off of food. She just started turning vegan, and then it's like she don't even like vegan because it's not even real vegetables. So it's like you're right, swings and roundabouts. But let me show you something. Yeah, really and truthfully, this modern day slavery, not only does it dictate to us and dictate the rules to us, it monopolizes everything, including the food, all of the resources, so that there's no way you can ever compete with it. And that is slavery, my brother. So I'm gonna come off the mic for a second and hear your point.
So in terms of that slavery, let me ask you a question. How many people on the continent of Africa, in comparison to the continent of Europe or the Americas, have what you class as real wealth?
I'll be honest, I couldn't answer that question factually for you because right now I'm trying to do my Pastor Jennings voice, and I only want to deal with the facts. So what I'm have to do is do some
All right,
research
cool.
on that and bring
All right,
it
so
back
if
to
we
you.
can, so if we could, I'm saying how many people in the continent of Africa, or let's take Africa out of it. Let's not use the continent. Let's go for example, a country like Uganda. Yeah, and I'll use Uganda because that's relevant to me and mine. Yeah, so boom, a country like Uganda. How many people in the country of Uganda, yeah, percentage wise, have amassed the said real wealth that you are talking about? Because to me, the people in Africa are in a rat race, in a globalist system. Yeah, it's not just a European system; it's a globalist system. So they're in a rat race. It's just a different type of rat race to you and I.
We would have
Can I be honest with you? Yeah, I think that's an unfair question. I think what you'd have to do is get
earning.
Born Rich. Can you get?
Do you know why I say?
Type that
Do you know why I say
question
this?
and put it on the screen.
Cool. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Do you know why I say this? Do you know why I say this, Shifa? And it's not an unfair question. You know why I say this? Because
No, but how am I supposed to know that without Googling something?
Let me finish, bro. Then Google. You got a computer, then Google. Because what I'm saying is,
no, I'm using my phone right now. I'm driving as well.
Okay, cool. So I gave you a question I gave you a question because, like I said to you, the question was relevant to me and mine. You know, my children is half Ugandan. So boom, you know the question. So you know, I know the history of people that have been in Uganda. I know people that are coming from Uganda. I know people that are going to Uganda. Do you understand me? I know people that lived in Uganda, so on and so forth. So again, my question to Bewood to you is if we can find out anybody who, what percentage of people in Uganda have amassed real wealth? Because to me, my ex-wife's mum was still part of the rat race. No,
I hear you, but you see
she was still part of a rat race where she had to travel to Kenya, South Africa, and other regions also to be able to feed. And do you understand what I'm trying to say to you?
Yeah, but whose rat race was she part of though? Was she part of the European rat race then, or was she part?
It's all. What's globalization, bruv? What's monopoly of all the money, bruv? What is that?
Talk to me.
What is that? Everybody that's in the rat race is playing your game, bro. When you control all the banking, who's playing your game? Everybody.
So Uganda doesn't have its own government then?
What do you mean doesn't have its? Of course it has its own government. Jamaica has its own government. It doesn't. But it's a British government.
All right, but Uganda doesn't.
It has to,
Bro.
Do you think having a government means that your country's not part of something? Not part of
I'd imagine, listen, I would imagine that India's got a government, yeah, and I'd imagine that India at the roots of its government has still got its own culture and own core values at the core of its government.
Who? Imran Khan?
Nah, whether that's a
Imran. Wait,
system still or not.
Wait. You see?
Can I just finish my point?
Oh, wait. You just. It might not be India. It might not be India. It might be Pakistan that he's from. Yeah, but I'm saying to you, you just said they have their own government, and I've just mentioned a leader of one country is Imran Khan, a former fucking cricketer. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Can I say
establishment? Why?
Cool.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, you can mention they have their own governments. These people's fucking kids. These people's kids go to fucking Oxford and Cambridge and these places to go and then become leaders in these countries. They're all in the rat race, my B. They're all in the rat race. I got you,
and I would say this to you, Motion. The point that I realize now you missed the point because I was trying to see where you was going with this. So I'm going to make it a bit more clearer for you. Now, you see, if you're Chinese and you live in China, yeah, you live under a Chinese system. Now, that system may be a slave system nonetheless, but listen, it's Chinese. And if it's going to favor anyone and you're Chinese, it's going to favor you. Yeah. Now, as a black man who's taken himself out of Africa to come to Europe to a system that they know never is going to favor them anyway, unless they must have some kind of link that they feel that the system's going to favor them. I don't know. All I know is this: you're coming out of your own system. Same as a Chinaman. When a Chinaman comes out of China and decides to migrate to England, you're coming out of your own system, your own indigenous system that you've had for generations. Yeah? To come and live in this and work in this slave system. So to me, you're a person who enjoys slavery. You're a person who, slavery is not an issue to you. You see, for me, like you see, for us West Indian people, bro, not being funny, Motion, yeah, we never created the government that's there. We never created the rules, bro. So you can't make the same judgment.
Who created the governments elsewhere?
I'm saying who created the government in the Caribbean. That's what I'm saying. We didn't.
Who created some of the governments in Africa and the Middle East?
Well, listen, not being funny, yeah. As far as I'm concerned, China made its own government.
Answer the question, bro. Who set up
China made its own.
Okay. Who?
China made its own government. Nigeria made its own. Because we're talking about Nigeria. We're not talking about Africa. So if you want to do the whole of Africa, then we can do that. But right now, we were just talking about Nigeria.
I said some African countries, Middle Eastern countries. Who set up these governments? Whose puppets are they? They're all part of a game, bro. Stop it, man. We've gone through this, man. We know this. We've been part of a game. That's why they say that they have puppets in Africa as leaders, bro. Why do they say that, bro? Because they're working for who? The West. So that means the people in the fucking country are working for who? The fucking West. What are we doing, bro? Because Kingo says something that you don't like, we start chatting shit, bruv. Stop this, man. We know the fucking West fucking dictates to these fucking governments, man. What are we doing? Africa, Caribbean, all come on, man.
All right, that's a good cop out, but it's still an excuse. You see me? I'm not gonna sit here and make excuses and cop out for no one, innit? I ain't African, innit? So I can't. But bro, I listened to you, bro. I listened to you, bro. Yeah, and if it's gonna be a listening thing, it's gotta go both ways, bro. It's gotta go, but the listening thing gotta go both ways, cause otherwise it's one-sided.
Motion. The difference is, like, for example, in the Caribbean, they are starting to refuse the royal family, right? They are starting. Certain islands are saying, we don't want you coming here. The UK can't do that. They're the difference in the way that we are. Sorry?
Are they doing that in Jamaica?
I think Jamaica did a massive protest, and I think they were supposed to come back.
Did they? No, they did a protest. Tash, they did a protest because the government spent money building a fucking road for the royal family to go there, yeah, when the people and kick off people off their market stall, yeah. Kick off people off their market stall for the Queen to come there and the royal family to come there.
My point is that there are different. We do have, even though we might be, there might be puppets that are political systems in the Caribbean and Africa, but there is a difference in the way that they can deal with things to the way that, you know, we get dealt with in the UK.
Again, but Tash, I'm sorry, I can't agree with you because again, I've got brethren, people, family members, yeah, that were fucking given guns during elections.
But Motion, you still didn't answer my question.
Wait, let me. By our governments, bro. By our governments, bro. Our governments, bro. By us, bruv. For us, bruv. Giving our people to get the vote and to get power. So what I'm saying to you is, it's all a rat race. I reiterate my point. Like, I hear what you're saying. Kingo says something, and I said this before. I conceded that. He's a cantankerous brother. He says fucking stuff.
How long ago was that, though? If you don't mind me asking, Motion. How long ago was that, though?
How long ago was what? How long ago was what?
The gun. How long ago was that?
What do you think it stopped? Do you think it stopped?
No, I think it's moving on, and I do have. Sorry, can I just say, I do have hope, and I feel the Caribbean, we have fantastic potential in terms of like moving away from this kind of shackle system that we're under. I'm sorry to say, I'm not gonna consistently look at this as some sort of global issue. We are pulling away from everybody else. Our people are not going to continue to be in this kind of shackled system that people keep on, you know, going on about.
I hear you, but how do we get out of that? Because what I'm seeing is people are trying not to do that. So
Motion.
Well, the guy needs to
just address the sister, bruv. Let me just address the sister.
And he said,
you ain't answer my question though.
The guy
I might accept that as a win.
Let me finish. The Guyanese Prime Minister said on Sky News he expects an apology. They've invited him back again in 2 months' time. So, well, it should be in the next few weeks, right? He is pushing for reparations. We are pushing to completely pull ourselves away from the UK. These are the discussions we're having now.
Yeah. No, I hear that, but what I'm saying to you is this. On the other side of that, so you're pulling yourself away from the UK in that sense, right? And you want reparations and so on and so forth. Fine. That's the government of Jamaica in one aspect that are also filing for reparations against the British government. That's the government doing it, not the people, the government, right? Number one. Number two, whether they get reparations or not, the money, the international money, the
you don't think it's going to go in the hands of the people?
No, what I'm saying, no, because what's going to happen is number one, they've already developed They've already developed trade in other places where they used to get from Jamaica. Now they're in Brazil and places like that with far greater
Grenada,
land
all the spice
yeah,
islands.
right.
It's all gone to
All,
Indonesia. We know
that's
this.
what I'm trying to say. So they're
Okay,
doing
but
all of that, right? So what I'm saying is that money then becomes dead money because the interest rates the country itself is paying back anyway on certain things, on loans and debts and so on and so forth. That money's just going to be eaten up. You feel what I'm saying?
But some of these debts are illegal, and we are pushing the Americans, South America, the Caribbean, and North America. They had their meeting just, I think, a week ago, where they had a big discussion. If you listen to the Belgian Prime Minister, they are putting their fist down. These debts and these loans and whatever, these things are illegal, and for some reason we get caught up in it. We have to stand and not be caught up in this slumber anymore. We don't have to consistently just take this bullshit all the time. This
it's not
has to
about
come to
taking
an end.
bullshit.
No,
It's
it
not
is
about taking the
that.
bullshit.
It's about people.
No, the point I was making is that whether you say, look, there's certain countries and governments standing up for certain things and pushing for certain things on the surface. On the other hand, just last year, because this is the point I was going to make, just last year we saw other people from other governments make a stand and say they're not going to co-sign this bullshit that they're making people do, and they end up dead. You feel what I'm saying to you?
Right.
So I get what you're saying. There are people making a stand. Do these countries see these countries that are making these little stands as powerful enough or with any significance or have anything that we even need to have to push them and force them to be in line? Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you?
I think if the African Union and the Caribbean islands that came together last year, September, and they had their first summit, that was a moment that we all have to say, you know what, they're trying to give themselves a bargain in hand to the rest of the world where they do want to come together on certain issues. And it's about time. I don't think we should consistently just say, okay, well, this is it. Our governments are corrupt. This is it. This is all we can have. We have to say, you know what, enough's enough.
No, I agree with you, but the point I'm saying to you was, it's not whether or not we have to say enough is enough. I agree with you on that. But the point I'm saying to you is this: at the moment and at present, there are a lot of puppets sitting in a lot of governments within the West Indies and Africa. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? And so that then leaves the people in those countries also living in a rat race, and it's the rat race that the globalists and the elite have set up. Do you understand me? We know that there are parts of certain governments within Africa and so on and so forth that go and take their children and put them into Oxford and Cambridge. And those people became. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
We know they take the best of Africa.
Do you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get
No,
it.
they don't take the best. No, they don't take the best. They don't take the best. I'm saying to you, certain leaders send their children. They don't take the best. The leaders send their children there.
Right.
You get me?
Look,
they send them there and then bring them back to lead.
That happens in China. But hold on, that happens in China. That happens in India. That's just.
That's right. Thank you, sis.
Exactly.
But we don't have to look at academia as the ball point in terms of, okay, we need to get into this elite space. We need to think about what our country possesses, what we can do for our people individually, and then come together.
Yeah, but sis, you're taking your foot off their neck, though, sis.
Starting to do now. We're not starting to think and have this group think mentality of all of the islands doing the same thing. I think we're now saying, okay, you possess this, you possess that, you're offering this, you're offering that. Let's really make this happen. I think there's a change, and I don't know if people are not looking into it.
Yeah, but sis, let's not. Go on.
All right, go on, do your thing. Anyway, you lot, I'm listening in. You lot don't need to go quiet. What's going on?
What I quickly say to that, yeah, I think, has anybody seen recently in the news where I think what it seems like is like really notable people from the Caribbean community have just.
Hold on, Kingo, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. No, Kingo, you can't do that. You can't change the subject. No, you can't.
I'm not changing it, bro. It's not. I'm literally.
Hold on, now my phone rang. My phone rang.
While it rang, he was talking. Let him
talk. You lot run, man. You lot run. You lot run.
No, jump back in straight after, man. But let him finish what he's saying, man.
This is good shit. Oh, look, they just released a statue for like the remembrance of Windrush, and like there's a lot of notable people in the character. Like literally, I just see something on, I think it was Twitter, trending Twitter tweet, and I think something on YouTube and Sky News about how so they've I don't know, just like recognition and there's like a day. I think you guys should look into it actually. So it sounds like
Why do I need to look
something
into
that
that?
All
you
right,
might
you
be
finished
interested
now,
in.
yeah?
No, because
So,
obviously,
King
look,
go.
do you know the reason why I say that? Let me tell you why I say that. I tell you
Hey,
why I
boy,
say
Rich,
it
you see what
because
they're doing, isn't it?
it's not. Look, I tell you what. Look, I'm not going to be honest. Yeah, I see it as this. Yeah, it's not a favorable
Go.
position for you to be out of pocket with the people who are in power, even if they're
You know,
easily non-conquered. So I'd say
Am I
you
going to
know,
get to
anything
make
to
my
do
point
with
anytime today?
you know,
Not being
peace and
funny.
negotiation, anything to do with the
you know,
peace and
the thing is,
negotiation is
Go.
yeah,
good.
but a King of God, I'd rather they compensate those that the lives that they mashed up during the Theresa May period. I would rather that takes place in the statue. I think it's an insult that they put, because I was reading that in the paper and I think to myself, okay, they're trying to do this cover-up thing, this good feel factor. That's nice. But some people went without during this period. People don't realize, yes, people had to go back. It was wrong. It's more a case of people went without. They lost their livelihood during that time with Theresa May when people got sent back. They went back to nothing.
I'm hearing that people are getting compensated, though, Tash, just for the sake of that argument. But can I just make this point here that I've been waiting to enforce on you guys, because you can't run from question. You see, when you run from question, and that's why I got my Pastor Jennings voice on today. When you run from question, what that means is that you can't answer the question, and it means you've either got something to hide or the question don't suit your agenda. So I'm gonna ask it one more time. Please
So just before you ask
explain
the
to me
question, sorry, Shifa, just
why
one,
Africa.
Shifa, just
Go
one
on.
moment. A King Go Gold, you know what? You know, I've always had respect for you. This is no, do you know what I mean? We're just having a conversation. I don't want you to take it to heart or like
Yeah.
you know, if you feel like I'm
Come
being
on, man.
insulted, I apologize. Yeah. So
Everyone's being respectful, and it's not that kind of. It's not an argument. It's not an argument. It's more of a debate. It's more of a debate, and this is why I think it's important that this question gets answered, because if you can't answer this question, then everything you said becomes irrelevant. Everything Motion said, unfortunately, also becomes
Ask the
irrelevant.
question, bro, man. You just chatting. Ask the question, man.
Why are Africans making so much effort to come to European countries, sometimes even extreme cases, going to racist European countries, even more extreme cases, getting on boats and, things, taking unsafe journeys to get there? Why are they so insistent on coming out of an African government to come into a European government?
I'd say for the same reasons that the Jamaicans risk their life getting to fucking Florida on boats. The same reasons Jamaicans come fucking here on planes and fucking skip off. The same reasons, bro.
yeah, but
That
Motion,
one,
I'm saying
No
that
buts.
can't be the answer.
No buts.
No,
No buts. The
wait.
same
Listen,
reasons.
I never said
The
but.
same
No one said
reasons,
but.
bro.
No one said but.
we're
One said
entitled
Tash.
to
Same
One said
reasons.
Tash.
The
One
same
sec.
reasons, man. The
Let
same
me address
fucking
Motion.
reasons.
Let me address him.
You thought
Let
your
me address
question
him.
was that pertinent, bro. You thought your
No, bro.
question was that
It
pertinent,
is.
bro.
It
When
is. It is
Jamaicans
that
are doing the
pertinent.
same fucking thing, bro.
It
How
is
many
that
Jamaicans are
pertinent.
constantly going to New York and fucking Florida? How many Jamaicans are coming to England, bro? Stop this.
Are you finished now?
Stop
All
this.
right.
The same
So now he's
reasons.
finished. Now he's
Tash,
finished. Tash, let me.
wait. Tash,
Go
understand this,
on.
you know.
He's not
It's not
gonna.
a slur
He's
against
not gonna
Jamaicans.
finish. He's not gonna finish.
Listen, it's not a slur against Jamaicans, you know. Understand this. It's just to show you, yeah, the fucking imbalance of certain people's conversation.
Let me address him, please, though, Tash.
Why are
Please.
Africans doing this? Why are Africans doing this? Well, it must be the same reason that Jamaicans have
Yeah,
been
go on.
doing it.
Yeah,
Must be.
Nope.
You feel me?
No. It's not the same reason, and I can prove it. Yeah, Jamaicans are already under a Western government. Yeah, so why are Africans coming out of an African government into a Western government? I didn't ask you why are they making an unsafe journey to another African government. I said why are they coming out of an African government to go to a British or European or French or whatever you want to call it, or what's the one that the Ukraine?
Bro.
Why? Explain that to me. I need to understand.
Bro, again, the same reasons Jamaicans are in England, Finland, Russia, Japan, China, You understand what I'm trying to say to you? The same reasons, bruv. Economic reasons, bruv, yeah? Listen, a lot of people go to these countries, make their money, bill up back home.
Yeah, but
Thank you. Thank you. Wait, Tash, let him finish. Because there's a point that I want to make, Tash. One second. Watch this. I'm going to kill it now. It's over. It's over.
Bill up back home. Yeah,
Go on.
a lot of
When you're
people
finished.
go to, brother, shut up then. Yeah, a lot of people bill up back home and go back home later in life. Leave things for their next generations. Land, etc. You feel what I'm saying to you? That is what a lot of people came here to do, still come here to do, and are still doing. Do you understand me? I don't know. Like, you might sit down there and want to typecast all Africans. Most Africans are coming here are not from fucking royalty that have this big say in life and da-da-da and so on and so forth. A lot of them are coming here as economic migrants to try and build something. Also, it's the same reasons.
Thank you. So therefore, a King Gold's point can't stand then, can it? Because at the end of the day, how are we so retarded? Yeah. When you're coming for the same reasons. Now, this is what I mean, motion. It's like you thought that you thought my point wasn't the ultimate point because you didn't realize the argument that was being had. You weren't here at the beginning. I realized, and that's why I realized. Bro. 1 second.
I've been in the chat listening, bro.
1 second. All right, go on. I'll let you go again.
I've been in the chat listening. And did you hear me say from beginning? I said, I hear a Kingo. He makes these foolish statements and he's cantankerous and da-da-da and so on and so forth. But what you mustn't do is start taking shots at Africans and da-da-da and so on and so forth and acting like we don't know certain things is Aguan also amongst that as combat.
I'll let you finish, so please let me finish.
It's not me that didn't get what the point. I said from early out. You just missed that bit. You missed that.
I'll let you finish.
Where I said that on multiple occations, bro.
I'll let you finish.
I said that to you.
Yeah, but I did let you finish. So can I finish now? Now, at the end of the day, end of the day, don't matter how many times you said it. I'm not making no assumptions. You made assumptions. I'm going to prove it now. 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 All right, listen. I know you're upset, but listen, we're both giving each other space to speak, I thought. So I'll let you speak. I'll let you speak, but you're calling people dickheads. That sounds upset. Maybe you're not upset. You're calling people bitches now. All right, cool. Whatever. Can I finish my statement also so that it's fair? Now, what I'm saying is this. My point. Yeah. My point was this. Yeah. You can't call West Indians retarded. Yeah. For doing exactly the same thing you're doing. And that's where I was leading a Kingo to. You thought the point was based on... No, sorry, I'm not finished. You've made a point of saying to me, you can't paint all Africans with the same brush. And that weren't nothing to do with my point. You added all of that stuff.
Bro, no, I didn't say you can't. I said that just a minute ago. From the initial onset, I said, and again, I reiterate, I said, Kingo is do you remember me saying it on more than one occasion? Kingo is cantankerous. He says stuff, yeah, to get to trigger people and so on and so forth. Yeah, I said that. Yeah, replay it and hear me say that.
Explain what shot. Explain the shot that I'm taking at Africans. Then explain the shots I'm taking at Africans because you said I was taking shots.
Understand?
Yeah,
I also said to Tash.
But he did say he's playing.
Did I not say don't bite to it? That's the point I'm trying to make. Don't start jumping and putting these fucking false comments and false things out there.
Fair point.
Yeah, because he's saying trigger words. That's the point I was making to you, and I've said that more than one time, more than 2 times.
Fair point.
Yeah?
But
where did you what you're saying is wrong about?
When did I take a shot at Africans? When did I take? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying what he's saying.
Yeah, but when did I take a shot at Africans though?
Bro, your whole fucking tirade, bro. Your whole tirade.
How?
This, willful
explain
that,
it.
This, willful that.
Explain
but I'm saying to you, bro. So again, you was acting as if Jamaicans, West Indians don't willfully come into this system also, or go into other systems.
Broski, no, I never said that. No one ever said that. What I said was, I said I said that Jamaicans and West Indians, first and foremost, are already under a Western government. Yeah, we already didn't have our indigenous language. We was already in that state of affairs. Now, I get your point in saying, you know what? Why would we go from one place to another for economic reasons? And I accept that. I'm not disputing that. That wasn't the dispute. The dispute is that this guy said that we're retarded, yeah, for being under these governments and being under these religions and being under. Now, I'm saying that don't make sense. Your people are doing the same thing. So if we're retarded, are all of us retarded?
Bruv, listen. And again, this is the thing, man. Kingo isn't talking from his African side when he says that. I don't know why you lot don't understand this. When Kingo says these things, he's talking from completely his Jewish side. That's it. That's Kingo's Jewish side talking. Not his African side. What? I don't know.
No, but we
you feel me? What's the matter with you lot, man? Sorry, Tasha, Mike is not hearing properly.
Hit the nail on the head. We must be honest with ourselves on this. That is exactly where he was coming from, and that's no disrespect to a Kingo Gold. It happens like that. That's the reality. That's what happened. I had to be clear that he is a mixed race man. It's not a West African man, full West African man that we're talking to. So yeah, no emotion. You were right in that regard, but I think like.
But that's the point, sis. We're all under oppression.
When you said that we were popping, did you mean me in that as well? Popping up at Africans, because that wasn't really my intention. So
no, I wasn't saying. No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying the way that the brother's speaking in response is kind of for me. Yeah. It's unnecessary because, like I said to you, I've got. Shut up, Kingo, because you're provocative. Yeah, I've got
emotions.
You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, I've got African children. Yeah, so obviously. Nobody can tell me that my children's forefathers and that came here and jumped into some slave system rare when I've sit down and I've told you my ex-wife's uncle spent 30 years in jail at the hands of Idi Amin, his own people. So when you see him in England, you can't be talking about, oh, you jumped out this system to come be some slave. The man was locked up for fucking saying, listen.
Right.
What are we talking about? Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? And
but motion.
Let me finish my point. Unless
you finish my point. You're finishing my point. Go on.
Unless you understand those dynamics within those countries, we can't allow Kingo to make us make the said kind of statements he's making. You feel what I'm saying?
Thank you. Yep, and your motion. That was actually the finisher to my point.
Mine was more of an observation, as less.
I got you.
As opposed to, and the only reason why I said retarded. Is because I believe that the way that Uncle was using the word retarded was a bit like deep, but I was saying it in the sense that if you're completely giving your whole life over to King James Bible, okay, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't.
Thank you.
I think that's retarded.
So therefore, one second, please. I beg you.
I've heard lots of people
listen. No, because you know what? I needed to get to the end of my point because now we're at that point. And I want to say this, like at the end of the day, regardless of whether you're coming from Africa or whether you're coming in from the Caribbean and you was already under a British system or a Europeanized system, regardless, you're coming here for financial reasons because you're under some kind of financial restraints, or you're coming here because you're under some kind of oppression, full stop, whether that's by your actual own government, your own people, whatever the reason is. So 9 times out of 10, we got the same reasons for coming here. And when you start saying things like rare King James Bible and all of this crap, Kingo, hold up. Let's get this straight, bro. Really and truthfully, that ain't got nothing to do with the system, bro. The system is not the King James Bible. So what we doing here, bro? And then you're talking about wait. Last point. And then you want to talk about reparations, like we shouldn't, like we don't deserve it. Hold on. Like I explained to you, we're not asking for reparations for slavery, really, you know. We're asking for reparations for war crimes. Slavery is what we're living now.
All right, so I wanted to say this, number one. I'm not gonna let anyone like IC3 or Kingo trigger me with their statements, and these are the 2 reasons why. And no disrespect to no man. Yeah, before I say this with respect. But you got one man who the system dictates to him whether he's fucking sane or not. Yeah. So like maybe reading that King James Bible might fucking put you somewhere in it, like, because it's peaking the dunya for you. Yeah, and then we got another man who relies on fucking carers and all that to go and wipe his ass and shit. Yeah, seen. And so they're both relying on the system in some way. You get me? Making these fucking inflammatory statements. Yeah, this is why you can't get triggered, because the fact of the reality is, we are in situations where we can actually remove ourselves from that system ourselves independently, yeah, through doing whatever in it. Like me, I went to a self-employed mode. Do you get me? Shifa, I know you did the said thing. You feel what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So we, like, in some ways, I'm gonna say it how it is. You pick and choose how much you pay that motherfucking tax, man. You feel me? Yeah. That's just it, in it. Simple. Yeah. So, like, you can do that in it. I'm saying I ain't gonna let no one tell me who's getting fucking JSA or whatever you call it, yeah, and all that PIP support payments and all that shit, yeah, like tell me that I'm fucking relying on something and that I'm retarded. Bro, retarded is not being able to do for you, bro. Not being able to pick up and do for you, bro. That's fucking retarded. Retarded is going through the same thing over and over and over and over again,
No,
and
I
nothing
don't
ain't
necessarily agree.
motherfucking changing. That's
I don't
motherfucking
necessarily agree.
retarded, bro.
I
That's
don't necessarily
retarded.
agree.
Spitting the same thing, bro. When listen,
No.
I ain't even seen a
You got
bomber clot
you
Isa. I ain't even seen a blood
you
clot
confused.
Isa with the IC3 on it, fam. Are you mad? I ain't even seen a scratch card with the IC3 on it yet, fam. You talking about no fucking crypto IC3 currency, nothing. But yet it's gonna tell me that I'm retarded and tell us that we must keep going for this bank thing, fam. Fuck off with your retarded blood. I told you the definition of retarded is your behavior, bruv. Black banking. Where's your bank, bruv? Allow it, man. Allow it, man. You ain't even got a platform, bruv. Stop it, man. Allow it.
No, but
walk
the
up
thing
and
is,
down,
Motion,
shout
it
up
doesn't
and
matter
down,
where it
call
comes.
people fucking retarded and all that. And the real retardedness is people that rely on the system for their fucking bread, fam.
No, but Motion, I recognise we need to be careful with, you know, in terms of where, when people speak to us, we need to work out, you know, who they are, what they are, and what have you, right? But I do have respect for a Kingo Gold, right? So him saying that, I felt was a bit of an ignorant moment for him, right? And then there needs to be a form of education, you know, in terms of ignorance. You know, we have to attempt that.
Is that the first time you've heard him say that kind of stuff?
Look,
What, man? I keep it within a reasonable.
I
You know what I mean?
him attacking the Caribbean, so to speak, right? I may have missed it. I don't know, yeah. But all I was saying is there's a moment of education, and I appreciate you coming on, Motion, because yeah, you did hear we mentioned the word trigger, and you know, I respect that. I think you were trying to protect
Yo,
that
Tash.
innocence to a certain extent. Yeah,
Yo,
go on.
Tash.
Go on. Yeah,
Don't
go on.
you think though, yeah? When like a Kingo, you see what you said, yeah. When you say, you know, that when you pointed the finger at West Indians and you said they're retarded, you spoke on reparations and you spoke on the King James Bible. All of those things that you spoke on, even if we're not going to go by the King James denomination, they condemn Africans too.
I didn't say anything about reparations, but no, that's cool. You
Other
know,
than
the
reparations,
statement
because reparations ain't got nothing to do with Africa, but you're condemning Africans too, and that was the point I was making. So when Motion came with the perception that we was taking shots at because I'm saying, hold up, no, if anyone's taking shots at Africans, it's a Kingo, because guess what? Africans are coming here for the same reasons, brother.
Yeah. Okay, so we've all established
I'm going back on mute, though.
And then if we're doing a point of finger at who was more disrespectful, I mean, no, come on. Now that is a waste of time. I would, you know, if you know, that's something I will agree with. If anybody says that.
Nah,
but,
no, I wouldn't say you were disrespectful. You weren't disrespectful, but your point, it condemns black people.
It's derogatory.
Yeah, you could say that, but it's what my boy. Well, okay, so wait, if someone tells me the worst thing to do in the world is to pray to your ancestors, your deity, that's just their belief. That's what they observe. That's what they believe. That's what they, you know, and they want to pass on to me. I feel and genuinely, especially like I heard a Hebrew Israelite brother, my mother's life. I swear to God, I'm going to say this, and even if it's got nothing to do with me, I'm just going to say it anyway. Say it, okay. Well, the first language passed down from God was Hebrew. When he said that, he's like Hebrew. So now what I've heard in the last however many years is Hebrew now is not the way to address the black people. If he was referring to black people as being the people of the book, you've got to refer to them as Israelites. So now it's like I'm hearing from Americans. So what is it? It's like the confusion is what is making me saying sometimes I think it's a bit retarded because I've got now brothers that have got 300,000 views in 2 months, and the main first thing I hear, and it's a Hebrew Israelite guy, is that the first language heard from the people that God spoke was Hebrew, and these are God's words, His first words that man heard from God, and that's meant to be the good words from the book. Now, if he's saying Hebrew, that means that who's confused, him or the so-called
All
conscious
right,
community?
Kingo, can I answer that?
So,
Can I
Is this
answer that,
going down a good
please,
Kingo?
yes.
If I'm gonna
Kingo,
jump
let me
on.
answer it. Let me answer this question, Kingo. Really, you shouldn't be asking this question because we already been through this information, and I'm now realizing that people
So
ain't
that guy's
taking
wrong
things
then,
in.
yeah?
Now, watch this. He has to be wrong because there wasn't no such thing as Hebrew
Come
in
on.
when the
So
first man was
so that's what
the
I'm
first
saying,
man.
bro. My
Listen,
point made.
One second. The first chapter of the Bible is not Hebrews, first and foremost. Yeah, and in the first chapter of the Bible, there are no Hebrews, second and foremost. Yeah, and really and if Hebrew was the first language that God spoke to man, then really and truthfully, Hebrew would have been the language of Adam. You wouldn't have Shemitic languages; you'd have Hebraic languages. Do you
Yeah,
understand? You
Shifa
wouldn't
and Gold.
have you.
Shifa, can you
It's
do this
it's
on
a
your
silly
channel?
point.
You lot,
No, but
King
it's a
of
silly
Gold.
point though. I'm
You
gonna
need
jump off
to
of that point now.
give you the link for your channel because that's your thing in it. So
No,
but
Shifa, you missed the
Yeah,
point. No,
man.
just
That's what I
quick.
said, yeah.
Shifa, you missed a bit
does
here. You missed a
Motion and
bit.
the
So,
King of Gold have your channel? Because if they
No,
don't,
it's true. It's a bit
no,
just send the link.
Shifa, you're not right there totally, brother. Remember, the world was
Oh
of one
boy,
language,
Braun.
of one
Right,
speech,
this is
yeah,
going down
of
a
one
route, man.
speech, and then, yeah, remember it was
Was that
after.
Hebrew though?
Let me finish, brother. Let me finish, my brother. No, on the language, I'm talking about the actual story itself. I don't get involved in which language comes first and all them foolishness there because for me, I don't know in it. And the documentation that they're using to age these things comes from sources for me that are only about confusion in it. So there'll always be confusion. There'll always be people arguing about what came first because these sources can't even get it right on their own. You get what I'm saying to you? Like, so I don't argue about that. What I was talking about, the point where you made about the breakup of the language, I get what you're saying about his point. I get you. But remember, the breakup of the languages of those people came after the flood. So it was Shem, Ham, etc., etc. And then obviously Shemitic came from that. Obviously, that's all I'm saying. That's just to show you that there was obviously one language because it was whose grandson was it? That's after Babel is when the thing is, and that was after the flood, in it. That's when the language started splitting. So again, I couldn't tell you which language was first, and I don't get involved in that argument, but there was a clear split after the flood from Canaan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but don't talk about
Braun,
shift.
can we
No
have a
disrespect though,
reset
yeah,
of the
brother.
room
Because I think you.
of the show
Go on.
because I think
I just wanted
we're
to make
gonna
sure
go
you're
down.
finished first. I just wanted to make sure he's finished first.
Oh gosh.
But if you listen, not being funny, yeah. Even if you Google this question, you're gonna find that Hebrew is not the first language. No matter where you go, if you go in a Bible, if you Google it, you're not gonna find Hebrew as the first language because the Hebrews
What does it
didn't
say it is,
exist
bro?
first.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
They say it's a language. They would say it's a language that will be closely related, but then when they say related, they'd probably say the same thing about languages like the Babylonian
Aramaic
or the
and
all right, they're
Akkadian
all
and Berber
related,
and
but related is not the same. Do you feel where I'm coming from? So it's
yeah.
it's a long question.
So let me ask you this then. Because like I said to you, I don't really, like I said to you, I gave you my points as why I don't really chase it up too much. You get me? But let me ask you, does it make sense that if they say to you that the first and the oldest fossils of people that they found came from Africa, from certain regions, does it make sense that they say that those languages came before obviously that language that those people would have spoken in Africa then?
No, that doesn't make sense.
Interesting, isn't it? Do you not find that's like a real interesting, pertinent question? Like for people to understand when they talk about languages that came first and stuff like that. When
even the Bible says that. Even the Bible says that. If we're gonna go by, if I pick up a Septuagint, the Bible says the Septuagint says that also. It says the Garden of Eden is in, not only does it say Garden of Eden is in Africa, it also will explain to you why Hebrew cannot be the first language of men. It can't be because we're not even the first men. Yeah, we are one strain of man. Yeah. So if we're a type of man, we're the Adamic man. Yeah, that's where we're coming from. That's the man we know today. But there were men made before Adam. So what are we doing here, Kingo? Talk to me.
No, but I think Kingo's trying to say the
Kingo
same
already
point.
knew that. Yeah, he already knew that because we had this conversation the other day.
Yeah, he's trying to use it as a
ahead.
reason to say these men, why he's saying these men are retarded, because he's making statements like Hebrew was the first language. So because of that, you understand me? He's trying to say that's why.
I don't want to use that word. I didn't use the word. Look, I was stupid for me to fall down to the word, using the word retarded, but it was used literally seconds before I used it.
No, but Kingo didn't actually say that. Kingo, you didn't actually say that, and you should have picked up on that. I'm going to tell you what you said. You said that the brother said Hebrew was the first language God spoke to man. And that's not even correct. Because
no,
God didn't speak
to the first
God didn't speak
language
to the Hebrew.
The first language that God spoke was Hebrew. That's what I said.
All right, thank you. So not the first language people spoke. Now, what I'm saying to you, is that it was perceived that we was talking about the first language people spoke. So I just wanted to clarify that. Now, when I say the first language God spoke to man in reference to the Bible, I made the reference to the Bible, Adam is the first man who God spoke to from our lineage. We don't even know if God spoke to the men before us, because we ain't got that part in the Bible. But I'd assume that some people like myself would assume that the book before the Bible is when you're dealing with what's the thing called, Gilgamesh, and then you're dealing with Anunnaki again. We're going right back into Sumerian stuff. So if that be the case, the men before us probably did have an interaction with God, more than likely, or the Most High, however we're going to depict it. Now, once we get that in perspective, there's no way that the first language God spoke to men was Hebrew. It's not possible.
Okay. All right, good. So you agree with that then? That it couldn't have been Hebrew.
It's not possible.
All right, good. So that means
I don't even need to
Hebrew
agree with it. We can prove it.
It's something, bro. Hebrew is something that you're not even going to acknowledge as actually something that's would represent your people. You're saying that that's something that's foreign from like
Noah Kingo. Okay. Listen, if you read a Bible properly, you're gonna come to a point where the languages get split. Tower of Babel.
Right.
And once we get to that point, now we have a point. We have an argument to say that something like Hebrew can now come along, because the languages have been split. So if those people who are the Most High's people were speaking Hebrew, then the Most High would have had to speak to them in their language, or they're not going to understand. Same way, if the Most High was going to speak to a Chinese person, he's going to speak in Chinese, otherwise they're not going to understand. So the point I'm making is, Kingo, like, go on.
I was gonna just say, bro, like we should have this. Like, I actually want to speak to you, like, personally, about what your thoughts are. But anyway, even if, like, on another time, on another channel or something, because I feel like we kind of just like took over his channel, bro, to talk about. I don't even know even if really is high level, because there's only certain levels you can get to when it comes to where the Bible's from and all the rest of it, all these other kind of unanswered questions. And what parts of the Bible belong to who, and etc. So I think that's it's a good conversation to have, but I think it's not really here, man, because obviously Tash has left and then not left, so it was like a full panel. But,
them lot have left because
I
you know what it is, Kingo. Right now, people don't want to hear me doing my Pastor Jennings voice. They don't want to hear my Pastor Jennings voice. They don't want me to start going into this Bible. Because you see, this Bible is life-changing, bro. Just like I tried to show you lot yesterday, I said, listen, you're going to see things on the planet that you can't explain. When I showed you the video with the spheres that are destroying meteorites, they can't explain it. What makes you think you could? None of us can. And I'm going to say this. Like, I'm not here to make believers out of you all. If you want to believe, that's on you. But you see, the truth is, the truth cannot be denied.
I'm not saying. You know what? No, if you want to chat about the Bible and all that, it's up to you. It's cool. I think the thing is the fact that there's not been that much engagement from for porn. I don't know if you've probably gone somewhere else, like you're doing something, but that's probably why people have kind
I'll
of
be
left.
honest, I find it funny.
But I'm
I
just
find it
saying.
funny because I
I
confuse.
didn't.
I
Sorry, but
sometimes
why
I
did it
even
seem like I
confuse
was trying to
people.
come and wind things up? I wasn't trying to what's it called? Use no. I'm just literally just come on because I just woken up. I was in a energetic mood, and I thought, I've got a lot of energy. Let me just come online and speak for a little bit. But no, that wasn't. I was only
Yeah.
asking questions, and then yeah, boy, I don't know what was it that set everybody off. I think it was I'd say
No, it was the
that
retarded. It was the
actually
retarded
Africans.
statement.
No, it was the
It was that.
Africans. It was the Africans. Arguably have just much or worse a time than African Americans. I was actually pointing out in that Africans and
Yeah.
Americans in America
Yeah, there was that. There was that
probably
too. There was that.
because they're in a Western world, they have all the convenience and what we would call
Yeah.
comfortability and all the rest of it that white people have. They actually
Yeah.
do. So when
100.
white people use that as
100.
a rebuttal, yeah, as oh well
Yeah.
you experience the same privilege, they kind of do have a point a
Yeah.
little bit, but like that's not like I'm not
Agree with that
agreeing with them in any
statement.
way,
I don't agree with the
but
statement. I don't agree with the statement, but I agree that it's what you said, and I agree that it was your line of talk when you were saying, that you were saying that people within basically westernized governments will have a better time than people living on the African continent and comparing pain. And I think that upset some people. And I think that the thing that I was more on the thing I was more interested in was the retarded statement, because that one never upset me because I didn't think that there was any proof to substantiate that. But as far as when you say someone's retarded, you don't necessarily need to have proof to make an opinion of someone and say someone's retarded or people are retarded. So I just wanted to point out that there's no way we can be retarded unless all of us are retarded. And if all of us are retarded, I'd find that very confusing because, not being funny, like Motion pointed out, a lot of people that's go into Europe, to European governments from Africa or from the Caribbean or from anywhere else in the world. They're coming out of mad, crazy situations where their life standard is not is a lot lower. Their life expectancy is a lot lower. So there would be an expectancy for them to want better. Now, to that degree, we don't really have an argument there. It was just more a point to say to you, it don't make sense calling people retarded for doing the same thing that we're all doing.
right.
Otherwise,
There's a lot
everyone's
of
retarded, isn't it?
Christians.
And if everyone,
There's a lot of
go
Christians
talk to me.
in There's a lot of Christians in Nigeria.
Go talk to me. Cause bare Christians, King James Bible,
Listen,
all of that.
listen,
You got Israelites. You got
listen.
Israelites in
I'm gonna be honest with
Nigeria
you, Shiv.
and Muslims.
You know what
Go.
when I see them the Nigerians talking about people bending down and from praying to Yah and put all the rest of it being like Israelites and Jews. Like I've heard so many people saying, "Are you guys stupid? Why are we following these people saying we're Jewish? We're not Jewish. Da 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 da. We've got our ancestral roots here." Yeah, so it's kind of interesting that not many people from Nigeria would say that they're Igbo or Israelite, but no, Igbos would say they're Israelite, but a lot of people would say, okay, well, if you're Igbo, you're Israelite. But yeah, man, I think a lot of them do say they're Christian. A lot of them are Christian, but like, not a lot of them say they're Israelite, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's the point I'm making. Is like, that's a little bit too far, bro. Like, you're gonna, all right. There's Christians. It's a way of life. They've got the Bibles. Everything's in place. Europeans taking it on, whatever. It's more of a universal thing. But this whole, the line of thing and that's especially the King James Bible. I can understand certain parts of the Israelite doctrine and the people, the way they think. I can kind of understand that, but when it comes to um yeah, that's too much, man. That's way too much. King James Bible, boom, Africans, that thing there, bruv. And trust me, bruv, like that's a dangerous road to go down. That's a very dangerous road to go down. Yeah. And then, like, I feel like anyway. Like, I'm not even gonna talk about it. It's not my place to. I don't really want to talk about that shit. Like, I've got. I prefer to be laughing and joking with people, and talking about lighter subjects, maybe possibly, that are more inclusive. But yeah, man, I don't really see the Christians in Nigeria really the same as any type of Hebrew Israelites from any type of set or place in the world. They're very unique when it comes to that. So that wasn't a shock, bruv. That was just like, yeah, man. Boy, everybody got upset about something. Everybody's kind of felt away like that was a. But yeah, these are just questions, man. These are just observations from individual people, man. You know, everybody can have their own point of view. But big up. Hey, where's everybody seems to have split or fallen off. I'm not trying to leave the panel like that. I feel like me being here, adding my little 5 pence is not a lot. I wait for my turn. I add my 5 pence, and that's literally it. I try not to be too directly disrespectful unless I'm obviously I receive that myself in some way or shape. I try to stay dignified as possible. But big up to the listeners, and if you're having a beautiful, I believe it's a Thursday or Friday, one of the two. Kudos, man, because that's the only way you should be thinking right now. Yeah, it's a great time. You know, sometimes when I come on these panels, you'd thought that the world was near end. You know, people were in a under the brink of extinction or destruction, imminent death and destruction. But you know, how far from the truth you could be, until your spine starts to fuse and you get a couple of heart palpitations and you get pneumonia to a very high extent, then you'll really know
Oh,
when
and the original venue stuff was
life will really hit you in the face.
What's up,
Yeah, I
Go?
was just
We
saying.
here with you.
Yo, what's up, guys? Yeah, just speaking, man. But yeah, no offense to any of the
I didn't even realize I was on. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no offense to any of the diasporas, man. These was just posed questions that were asked, but were posed, and I think because we're talking about it in a
Can
light,
anyone hear me?
just light set. Yeah, I can hear you, Tash. In a light, I'm
Yeah,
just
we
quickly
here.
say this: the light setting like this. I feel like
So
talking like this.
should we reset the room or no? What the topic is of your room? I didn't even really tackle that. It's born around.
Yeah, we're gonna reset the room. Can you hear me, Tash?
Yeah, yeah.
Tash, can you hear me?
Yeah, everybody. I can hear everybody.
No, Tash can't hear me. Tash can't hear me. Yeah, Tash can't hear me.
Harlem, you're part of, is it FBA or FDA? Something like that.
I'm definitely foundational.
Okay, but
Yeah,
Harlem,
I'm foundational black.
Haven't you got Caribbean ancestry?
Yeah,
Yo, Tash, can you hear me?
So I'm
Tash, can you hear
confused
me?
as to how.
Go, you can't hear. Go can't hear. I don't think Go can hear any of us. Go, can you hear us? No, I don't think he can hear any of us. But yeah, I'm definitely part FBA, part Caribbean. But I was raised predominantly amongst my FBA family, you know. But I got love for my Caribbean side too, you know. But I kind of ride a little harder for FBA.
So their acceptance of you having Caribbean, because I thought it was all about having Black American ancestry only.
Nah, I mean, if you consider FBA as long as you have one parent that's FBA, you're considered FBA, you know.
So how do you tackle like all the stuff on YouTube about Africans and versus Black Americans, Caribbeans versus Black Americans? How do you negotiate that, being a part of your group?
Well, you know, I'm gonna ride with what's more beneficial for me at the end of the day, and it's in my best interest to ride with FBA. If I don't have a problem with African people or Caribbean people or any of that, but if it's a situation where there's African being disrespectful toward foundational Black Americans and they're saying things like, "Oh, they're lazy Akatas," and this, that, and third, I'm gonna definitely ride with the FBA side with that. You know what I mean? I don't see it as a beef. I see it somewhat of like a family feud because we all family at the end of the day. But we're having a family discussion where um, there's some disagreements being going on.
And do you, if Black Americans are disrespectful to Africans or Caribbeans, is there a difference if they're disrespectful to Africans or if they're disrespectful to
I mean,
Caribbeans?
if somebody is going out of their way to be disrespectful toward Africans, I cringe at that.
But you wouldn't
That's very,
necessarily, okay. But
yeah, it's
because you're,
cringy, it's unnecessary. But for the most part, when you talk about foundational Black Americans, we've been pushing Africa for a long time. We've been pushing Pan-Africanism. We've been pushing the whole red, black, and green. You know what I mean? We've been very supportive of Africans, and a lot of our forefathers fought for African immigrants to have the opportunity to come over to America. You know what I mean? So I think the whole Pan-Africanism thing has been one-sided, to be honest with you. I don't really see that coming from the African side that much.
Oh, family, I tell you what, one thing I can see is that it's actually, it's for me, yeah, honestly, looking at it from the outside, it's very emotionally flipping fucking, there's like a lot of emotions running high in like the conversations, you know what I mean? I'm like, I never would have expected a lot of people to react the way they have. And I'm not saying here it's very cool as well. Like obviously, you've all witnessed before in the past. I'm sure you know the what's it called? Have you ever seen a pom pom quote? Very famous quote, obviously remembered on the panels. And it's like people have like really been emotionally, passionately fucking like 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 really engaged with these topics. And yeah, bro, I just like there's a lot of emotions running high in these things, and I just think that's a hurdle that needs to be gotten over. I think that's a major drawback to be honest with you. In my humble opinion.
Do you feel uncomfortable being mixed race at times with some of the discussions and the conversations that take place in regards to that?
No, not really. The only thing I feel uncomfortable is when I'm uninformed and I haven't done enough research. But, I think even a robot, if you teach it enough data, can relay back to you stuff about information you won't know. So don't matter really who's delivering the message, as long as it makes sense. And to be honest with you, you know what? The mixed race thing is not important. The main thing is that I've actually got African links, blood, family, money, and assets. So it's like all of the other things is unimportant. The fact I've got a white mum, regardless of how much I'm linked to her, how much I'm not. But I think that's what people try to always seem to highlight. And yeah, obviously it's a small drop in the ocean compared to all the problems that are currently what I'm actually bringing up. It's like what are we going to do about the system giving us prominent positions through, I don't know, work, through notoriety. So if someone said to you, "Oh, you've been so good working in the West, what you've done in the Western world, we want to put a statue up of you," would you say yes and agree with it and say, "Oh, thank you very much. I'm so happy to be addition in this society." Would you, are you a sellout for doing that? So there's so many questions that it's all emotionally led, and no one will be able to answer it. And I don't think anybody would be genuinely honest, because when it comes to money,
Can I just one more question, sorry, and then I'm gonna just quickly meet up. Sorry, to the American brother. You being mixed race, do you do you feel at times there's a privilege that you get, or do you, you've obviously got a black family, you've got a white family, you've got possibly cousins a similar age to you. Do you see a privilege that you receive more so than your black members? Do you see your white family members having more privilege?
No, I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say
Oh,
so. I would say if it is there, then it'd only be naturally because I'm more genetically closer to white people, so that they'd probably have some sort of innate acceptance for me over a black person. But that's literally it, and that's not going to do much for you, trust me.
but your white family
Only
members, do you see them having like more of their experience? Because obviously you get to be around two different families from two different groups. Do you see their problems or their issues? I don't know if your black family.
That's a very good point, sis. Fucking hell, that's why I like
It's
you.
just a question.
You'll never go be out of control of your question. The line of question is always going to be coherent. But I'm going to say, yeah, because don't forget, I would like there are times where if you're of a mixed race person, you're going to be with your white family in it, so they may have assets, yeah, and they most of the time probably going to be better off than the general sort of black family, yeah. So yeah, there is that thing, that way of looking at it as well, and I suppose, yeah, white mixed race people will have that additional privilege. So therefore, but I don't think that would shroud your judgment on political issues and social issues. So this is what my point is. Um, Even in regardless of my experience, I feel like um, if I've got like if someone can, do you know what I mean? So I know where you're going with your line of questioning. Like it's like I don't know. Oh, I don't really know where you're going with it, but if you're trying,
No,
I don't know. Yeah.
I was just wondering because you've had more of a kind of, you're in there, you get to see exactly what takes place, and how things go. But yeah, I know the American brother wanted to he had a few questions, so I'll let
I'll be
him.
honest with you.
Yeah.
You see, like if you're in a family, you're like any other family. In there would be someone who is not getting put in police stations a lot, someone who's getting really good positions in society in terms of employment, or you go into a position of line of work that makes you a lackey and makes you have to make oaths. That's not me. So in that sense, I'm more blacker or less desirable, or however you want to see it, than a lot of black people, because they are in there, if you want to put it that way. I'm not trying to be, sorry, the way I'm saying it, I sound a bit
No,
aggressive.
no,
So
that's fine because
like,
I prefer
I'm
honesty.
trying
No,
to
no, no. Be
emphasize the word
honest.
you're
Be
using.
honest. Be honest.
Yeah, so in there, it's something I would use for someone who's just law-abiding, who's willing to do any job, who's willing to take shit, get beaten up, not complain as much, not fight back, have all these ethos of being completely subservient, is someone who's more in there, because they're going to be more in there. They're going to be more
When you
respected.
obviously you're saying
Yeah,
more in there
but
is
someone who's a runaway slave is going to have whiplash all down their back. You understand? That's the difference between someone like, this is what I'm saying. That's why I can see past color for in terms
right.
of how someone looks and carries herself in the world. So they're going to sell out on a drop. Are they going to drop their people, your own family in it, for money, for example? Do they have any? What do they do? They call the police on their own mum at any given stage. Would their mum call the police? What sort of family values do you have? What sort of or what sort of racial um um allegiance do you have? That actually, I have respect for people like that, especially if their people are going through stress and struggle and they want to speak about it. So that's more important to me than if the person's, what mix they have. It's where their mind's at. It's where their mind's at. So that's why a lot of people around the world, like the person with the most views right now, Phil Valentine. Can you imagine that? There's a guy. Where is he from? He's mixed race, and I'm not trying to say, oh my god. This is like, yeah, because I think a lot of, when you become very conscious, you're just looking at think about, can someone make my neural pathways excited with learning something that is just completely not new to me. And if so, there's a light force from that I want to get more, and that's in new information, and that's deep type of thinking, and that's can't put a color to that,
I
man.
wanna I wanna
Can't put a
ask
color
you
to
I
that.
wanna ask you a quick question, and I want an honest answer from you. Being that you're African and Jewish, I consider you to be African because your father's African, just like I consider myself to be West Indian because my father's West Indian. My mom's FBA. I just ride with FBA, but I am West Indian because I believe that. That's my own personal thing. But if you had a choice to be accepted and or to be, let's say we lived in a perfect world where white people accepted their
Mm.
offspring as their own, regardless of them being mixed, and you had that choice, would you choose to be Jewish over black?
Love your questioning. Great question, guys. Now listen to this, yeah? The question he asked me was about desirable favoritism. Are you coming here and you're going to pick what you want? Are we going to be individuals and say what you prefer? Or are we going to be in this together and say, you know what? We're all doing a good job here. I don't prefer, I'm not going to favorite. I'm not going to give a favoritism to anything. But in a real world, we're going to favor something. We're going to have desire. And there's going to be someone who's going to left with a short stick, and there's going to be jealousy, and that's all there is to it. Me, I want to stay neutral, and then people, I've got to have respect for them because they're not being real. They're just not trying to go there, and I kind of respect that. And I don't really want to go there with that question, to be honest with you, brother. I like both of them, innit? I'm not really particularly. I've been before out of anger, said, "Ah, you fucking black," or "You this white," whatever. But in the truth, I don't want no one to feel awkward or racially awkward or out of place or lesser or you know what I mean. All of that shit. I think it's good in both sides. But obviously, I'm
I
just
think it's
super happy.
interesting.
I'm saying I'm super blessed. I'm saying now, let me quickly. I'm saying I'm super blessed and happy. I come from Igbo people, the African, great African people. Whoever built the pyramids, wherever, Igbo, Ugandan, Rwandan. I don't care who it. Just the fact I've got African black people that are very cultural, good at music, anything they do, I like the ethos. So I'm just happy that I've got that side of culture to me that I've been able to
What
explore in it. That's it.
what 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 don't you
I think
like about your African culture? Is there anything you don't like?
um stuff I
Sorry, oh
don't like. See
sorry,
now,
sorry,
you
no,
see,
oh, sorry,
it's good.
sorry, sorry. Harlem, let me let you go through. I didn't even mean to go on. Sorry, you are gonna ask a question.
Oh no, sis, go ahead. You go ahead. It's cool.
No, I was just gonna say what don't you like about the African culture or Africans
Uh,
in the way that you have been possibly dealt with as a mixed race man, or is there anything, or that you're fine with everything?
like,
You don't have to answer that actually if you don't want to. That's fine because I know
well,
that's
yeah, because
these are difficult questions.
it's very close to saying, oh, well, you've got an ego. You're speaking out of an ego when you talk about the stuff you do like about Africanness and about, but stuff you don't like about Africanness. No, there's not. I think the thing I don't like is that that's, the fact that they lost power to such a unforgiving, relentless, savage entity,
Mm,
and
okay.
it's going to be hard for me to forgive my ancestors for that. But sometimes things catch you off guard, and you know, when there's when you leave things unchecked, disease can form. And I'm not saying people are diseases. I'm just saying that's the overall analogy I'd use towards African nation. They become diseased through
So when you
colonization.
say so, what do you think when it comes
Mm.
to them having these diseases in terms of issues? What starts to spring to your actually before you even say that? What do you like about the Jewish side then? Out of interest.
Oh, what do I like about the Jewish side? The Jewish side, I think there's a lot to take from Jewish people. They're quite cool when you've got money. They tip you the most. Like if you're a trader, someone in trade. If you're doing a trade, if you're a because of the stick they've got, they tip the most now. So But they probably got the most tips saying that as well. So there you go. So it's either way. But I fair say when you're doing business with them, they're less likely to rip you off than an Indian man or an Englishman. Like or an American. American will take all your money. Englishman will do business, but they can be a bit, you know what I mean? Well, let's say, just to be honest, if you give them the rope, then they'll take it. But you got to kind of, you know what I mean, just know that you're watching them. Like with Jews, then most likely they're gonna do 100% good business with you. That's one thing that you can know about a Jew. You know,
Well, do you think they do good? Do you think they do good business with outside groups like
they,
English and
they're
Black
known for
African?
being the most. They stick to their contracts. That's why they're actually respected universally or internationally.
I mean, when you go into the
do you not feel
history,
they exploit? Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, obviously,
well,
they
I was
they're
gonna
most,
mention that.
but they're way less worse than the English. Have you seen the English? Have you
Well,
fucking seen
I was
the
gonna
English?
mention that because when you go into the American music business, which foundational Black Americans dominate, um, I noticed that, like, especially in the past, Jewish people, they robbed a lot of people, man. Like, they had some real unjust practices when it came to a lot of the artists. So do you acknowledge any of that? Because the way you're speaking, it seemed like
Yeah,
those
they're
people are
slithery when
angry.
it comes
Like they,
to business.
like
Yeah, but don't forget, you were talking about the time. When were you talking about the times when the Goths, the Ostrogoths, and all of these people, and the Jews, and the Visigoths, and they all left
I'm
from
specifically I'm
because obviously they
specifically
would have all
talking
been
about.
raiders. They would have all been raiders at that stage. You know what I
No,
mean?
I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the American music industry. Jews were known
yeah. But them
for
Jews,
robbing folks.
them Jews are sitting
Oh,
down
oh, it's them
with
Jews.
British,
Okay.
and yeah, they're sitting down with the orders. They're sitting down. Them Jews are sitting down with the old order and the Holy Roman Empire, and the games. They believe in Hollywood. That's them Jews, bro. That's them Jews. But generally, Jews, because of their past, they're gonna probably tip you the most. I'm not gonna lie, bro. They're gonna be wanting to be honest with their business, and I'm just talking from Africans I've heard here saying their experiences working for different people, and like and experiencing living amongst different races of people, and they say, yeah, Jews good for business. Asian man
When
might
you
call
say,
a police on you,
sorry,
every
when you
now and
use the
then.
term good, sorry, one minute. When you use the term good for business, I do agree because my first job I was working for I was working in a Jewish cafe actually. I was a waitress, and the tips were massive. It was in central London. It was my very first job as a teenager, and yeah, they've got good tips, but I don't think they would necessarily put me in a managerial position or have ownership. And when you
Oh
talk
yeah,
about doing good business with the Jews, they're very insular in terms of working, with their own group. But you are right. When they're ready, they do tip. How do you feel? What do you feel in regards to the relationship between Jews and Africans? How do you?
Yeah. How do you
I don't know.
feel about the situation going on in Israel today with them
Oh
targeting
yeah.
oh
Africans and
yeah.
wanting to kick them out?
You know what? Yeah, like the Jew, like working with I don't know if that's all the way around the fact that Jews are good for business. Obviously they've got their historical background with Jews and Africans. I think personally, personally, with the whole Jewish thing, have they usurped and stolen the legacy from Hebrew Israelites? I don't know, but they they out of all of it, the black Arab, pale Arab would have been stealing Africa, would have been the first pressure on Africa, right? And the ancestors, that would have been the first pressure put. The Jew we see today would would like look, we've got the English going to all different parts and ripened out Aborigines and Africans all over the place. We know who the biggest problem to Africans is right now and historically will ever be.
will be the English, yeah, to add the British, right, the conglomerate of these people, and then we've got the Arabs, the black, and then we could arguably say that, yeah, maybe the Jew could probably be calling for a close third. But yeah, they're not really too good. They're not really a good history, and obviously they're getting a bit cheeky because they're starting to get a bit more power when it comes to corporation. Yeah, so they are, and this thing with this whole religious thing, I think that's just a fucking stupid. It's a stupid thing. They're trying to they're trying to champion everything, but they haven't
You
created
don't think
anything.
you don't think you don't think the fact that they consider themselves to be the chosen people of God. You don't
Yeah,
think
they're
that
trying to
that has
champion it. They're
helped
trying to champion that
I'm just
fucking.
saying.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Mm.
You don't think that has preserved them and helped them get to the point where they're at right now? Them having that innate belief.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Maybe that's so like. I'll be taking such a shot of whether I was right or wrong, but I mean they've usurped the whole religion. Oh, if they
That's
converted, whether
difficult to
they
answer
converted
that.
or not. But it's stupid, isn't it? I think I don't like it. I don't like the way they've done it because now there's so many people in America saying, "Oh, well, they've stolen our history." Now, if someone's saying that about you, you're doing something wrong. No, can you not agree? Yeah, of course. That's retarded. That's dumb, and that's the only reason why they're doing that is because
But
they
my question
they
is,
they
does it benefit them? The fact that they was able to convince the whole world that they are the real Israelites. They are the chosen people of God. When everybody reads the Bible and they think about Jews, they think about them. Do you think that has any form of benefit toward that particular race of people?
Well, it took Americans 5 years to literally destroy any type of momentum that they had, making people believe that they were any type of link to that Bible. It's over. It's just dumb. It's
You
just
know
dumb
that
now.
Jewish
And
people,
the only reason why they had a chance of fooling people is because they're 1,000 years is quite a long time, so they had a
you
bit
know
of
that Jewish people who run
yeah.
New York City, right? You know it was Jewish people that helped out in the civil rights movement. I mean, look, 2 white Jews died alongside a foundational Black American. That's when the Jews decided to use their power and finally go down there and shut that shit down. They was able to shut that shit down overnight. So you don't believe that Jewish people are powerful
Yeah, they
based
are
off of all
powerful.
this
They
thing?
clearly are. They clearly are powerful. They are. And I think the fight and scramble was for Africa between the Germans and the racist Germans, and then you've got the neo-colonial sort of Angli, what's it called,
So once
Anglican.
again, I ask this question: do you think because you said that their religious beliefs are stupid, but do you think that the fact that the world believes that these are the chosen people of God, do you think that factored in to their power in any way, shape, or
No,
form?
nothing to do with it. Nothing to do. I tell you what has Hollywood. The only thing that's put anything to do with Jews in any sort of power in visually, this is right because we're not in Israel. We're not going to feel the impact of their power over there in their military because we're not there. Is anything Jews?
I told you they run New York City, the biggest city in the world. They run
It's
it.
their bank. Yeah, it's their money. It's
You might
their
as well
Hollywood
call
and
it
their
New
money.
York.
Yeah, so they but when it comes to religion, they might come on, bro. You know what's interesting is that they've got more power when it comes to the Kabbalah and Scientology. That's the only real sort of new concepts that the Europeans brought, and you look at that.
Some
That's like
people
they
would
call that less God.
some people would argue that when it comes to white people as a whole, the Jewish tribe is the one on the top. It's the Jewish tribe on the top. Some people would argue that.
The Jewish tribe. Yeah, I mean, look, look.
What I mean by that is like out of all look, when we talk about white people, we know that they're broke down into different tribes, just like we are as black people. So you have Germans, you have Spanish, you have Italians, you have Irish, Scottish. You know, they're broken down into different tribes. You got the Russians, you got Ukrainians, you got different groups of them. The Jewish tribe out of those whites, you do consider Jewish people to be white, right?
All right.
You don't
Okay.
think
So
they're
look,
white?
bro, I know what you're saying. I'm saying they are white, but look, no one place can rule the world. So there would be America, United Kingdom, America, the Jews wherever they live, and the funding that they get from Morocco and other
Well, who
buffering
runs
places.
America? Okay, who came up with the Federal Reserve here in America? It was Jewish people. It was people of Jewish.
The Federal Reserve.
Harlem, before you go down
What?
that road.
You talking about central banks?
Hold on. Before you go down that road, just a quick question, right? So I think you both come to the point where we do feel that the Jews are in a position of power to a certain extent, right? I just wanted to ask a quick question. Do you think, knowing that, have you ever used your privilege to support yourself? I know we haven't discussed the exploitation of other groups from the Jewish community, right? And I know I need to be a bit careful when I say this, but would you say you've ever used your privilege to support your group, which
you know what's interesting, yeah,
would possibly oppress another group?
Do you know what's interesting, yeah?
Sorry,
what's
Harlem, I just
interesting?
wanted to ask that quick question, please. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
No,
I was
it's all
gonna
right,
say,
sis.
yeah.
We just figured it.
Do you know what's interesting? Yeah, it's like, oh, someone's half Indian, so now they go into and okay, so I'm half. Okay, you know, Indians are more accepting. So I'm half Jewish. So you think I can now go into a Jewish place, and because I'm half Jewish, they would welcome me more? Do you think they would not be more?
You know why you can't.
Go.
Let me say this real quick. This is the thing.
Go on,
See, the problem with anybody that's black that mix with other people, you're always gonna have that black stigma. That's the problem. It's the look. You're in a position. Nobody will never consider you. Nobody would never consider you to be Jewish ever. You might have certain individuals like your mom or your uncle that'll say, "Yeah, you're a true Jew." But for the most part, from a world standpoint, you will never be considered a Jew because you're part Nigerian.
Hold on. Yeah, but hold on. I disagree. I disagree with that to a certain extent. If you were to go into a Jewish establishment and Okingo Gold was to go into a Jewish establishment, and he has a father. Sorry, it's your mother, isn't it? So you do have African surname. But if you were to discuss your roots, the reality is, Harlem, he would have the opportunity above you. There is a privilege there, right, that we can't ignore. Because sometimes he's not from the same place as yourself.
Stop.
Right?
Let me tell you something. That is absolute.
It's a privilege that I wouldn't care about because when you deal like me, for instance, right? I'm a believer that the real Israelites are the West Indians, foundational Black Americans, and the Latinos of Negro descent dispersed throughout the Americas. I believe the Israelites came over here, and I believe that the people that claim to be Jews, according to the Bible, are imposters. So I don't have an issue with that. You know what I mean? Like my culture, we getting to the point now as FBA where we're starting to gatekeep our culture. We understand how powerful we are and all the shit we created. His people on his mother's side exploited a lot of my people on my side, on my mother's side. They exploited a lot of them when it comes to the music industry, Hollywood, and a lot of different other things. You know?
Bro, the English have fucking absolutely bum raped Americans compared to Jews.
Now I'm not beefing with the Jews. I'm not beefing with you. I'm just stating facts.
I'm not beefing.
Because at the same time I can say that. At the same time I can say this. I can say that the Jewish people in America help foundational Black Americans, because when the other white tribes got crazy, the Jews was quick to put them in a place. Just like with that civil rights movement down there in Alabama, when they killed them 2 Jewish boys that was trying to bridge the gap between blacks and whites, and they was down there on some shit like, we don't give a fuck who you are. If you help black people, you a nigga. I noticed that the Jews had the power to change that narrative to a degree. And they went down there and shut
No,
that
but
shit down.
I'm gonna say this, bro. With plunder, yeah, like the thing is, yeah, Jews have had to work with nations, either been kicked out, yeah, or they've been stayed for a very amount of time. Whatever's happened. They tried to, but they're English. You won't see them coming. You'll die, get killed, handcuffed, whatever they want, and that's what they've been doing to nations. They just go in and take what they want. And America is just a representation of what England used to do, and they can't do it no more because what they've done is they chewed off too much now. So they've gone and played around with a nation of people, and now everything's come back, and the population's come back with these people. The new people are saying no.
I think us as black
Yeah.
folks, what we can learn from the Jews is the fact that they was able to get on code. The Jewish people, I don't consider them real Jews. I'm just saying the Jewish people. What they claim to be the people of the Bible. And I'm saying that the Bible is not a book of retardation. It's not a joke. If our people can get on code and the code is our leader, I think we could do greater things than the Jews. Like we could, than the Jewish people. I think their strength comes from the fact that they're on code.
We're not going to be able to get on a religious code because it's a race we're talking about, not a religious people group, because they're white, but they're a religious people group. But the thing is, what I wanted to say is I get the fact that you will, Kingo Gold, have the effects of being under the exploitation kind of experience that Jews do put on other groups, right? Being a man of color.
Yeah.
But do you not think that you have being half African, you kind of have a responsibility to a certain extent to make sure that when you are amongst your other, family members, your other people group, because we don't have that. That's the reality. Myself and Harlem Born, we don't have that. You've got that opportunity to go into those circles because you're from that group. Do you not think that there's possibly an opportunity to kind of make a difference? Or
do you know what? Very good
never
point.
a one-man job. But,
I like that. Can I answer your question?
Because sorry, one minute. Let me just quickly say something. Let me just quickly land. Because what I wanted to say, because I'm very adamant, right? I know that Harlem probably comes from a different kind of outlook on this. He probably sees mixed race people as just black people. Now, I see mixed race people as people of color, 100%. But I do take into consideration that there is a parent that is a non-black person, right? And that needs to be respected, and that needs to be understood to a certain extent. And I think the reason I do is because at times people like a Kingo Gold that are in these kind of predicaments, they can possibly make a change. Being being an insider, so to speak, in the Jewish community, having a mother who is Jewish.
No. See, one thing that you can't do is I don't know if you're an insider to the Asian community, but you're half Asian, innit? So it'd be unfair for me to make that assumption. That's all I don't really like, innit? It's like you don't know if I'm in that circle, how much. Like if I told you that my Jewish side of my family found out my mum was pregnant with a black child and they legged it, and then we haven't got no money from them or nothing like that. So I don't know any Jewish, and I don't know any Jewish people, or don't know any. So if I was to tell you that was the case, then
yeah,
you know what I mean. It's like that, and that's
no, but I'm
what
not,
the case is with a lot of people in the mixed race community.
Yeah, but the thing is, not every white member of every mixed race person in the UK, I know obviously I take into consideration your experience, right, that you were brought up under, possibly your African family. Would that be right? Would I be right in saying that?
Yeah, no, see, look, it's mad because look, none of us are African. We're English. We got African genes, but we're English. Yeah, so I haven't got no
Okay.
African family that's got. No, none of them do that. But now, all them ones have died off now because they didn't tell us about what food we
Yeah,
should
but
eat, or they just giving us
they're still
low grade
African in
food.
blood, though, aren't they?
Yeah,
In terms of
we've got to be
their line.
specific because if you say in there or in the circle, then that would indicate that I've got some sort of power within that actually, or I've got some they desire me more. No, actually, all they see is that my dad fucked their women. They don't like that shit. A lot of them. And the
Yeah,
only time
no
they will
doubt.
like it, the only time they will like it is if you're lackey for them. Do you understand that? That means that you're literally subservient, like in all ways, and you're going to work for them. It's voluntary, most likely, as well. Even though they actually give the best tips. Yeah, it's
So do
because
you
you're
not
black.
think the
That's
likes
it.
of hold on, let me ask you a question. Do you think like the likes of Drake, for example, do you think if he didn't have the Jewish ancestry that do you think if he was a black man he would have done what he had done in the
If he
music
was a black
industry?
man, then he
Having
would
a
have been
Jew.
selling out. He'd have been selling out, going to the extent that Jake's gone to. Because Jake went and got himself baptized, innit? Or whatever it is. He
Yeah,
went
but
for
what I'm
one of
saying,
these things.
the point I'm trying to make is Drake had a direct contact, which was one of his parents were
His mum,
Jewish,
yeah.
and the Jews run the industry, you know. And what I'm saying is he's kind of taken over, he's monopolized that whole industry. For me,
Yeah. But he embraced what he did is he saw his mum was fully Jewish. My mum's not. She's got Japanese in her. And also America is more run by Jews as well. So Drake probably wouldn't have had the same type of clout being half Jewish here than he would in America. Don't forget they're more powerful in America. And they got more power in the industry because there was just more opportunity for them to have power. They wouldn't have had it in England because all that was taken by the English already. So they've got more power in America, but here they still they're still doing good, Don't get me wrong. So I'm saying, yeah, I mean Drake is he went and got baptized.
I've seen Drake's production in his visuals. He's very clever, and the machine behind him is very clever, and I do believe it is the Jewish machine behind him. And
do you think that he would have?
he has been
this quickly before you go on, and hold the thought. Do you think he would have got the same reception if he'd have gone to his African side, or he'd have gone saying, "Oh, wait, well, I believe in Ogun now"? Because if he'd have started praying to Ogun,
he was African,
he wouldn't have got the same type of reception from the Jewish community. I'm sure I can tell that now. Nothing, yeah. Trust me. He wouldn't have had the same.
I think if he was African Caribbean, I don't think he would have had the same experience. I don't know what you guys think to that. I don't know, Harlan, what's your thoughts as well?
I mean, you gotta understand that Canada is a very close proximity to America, so Canada has access to us on levels that a lot of places in Africa don't. So yeah, they're gonna pick up on the sauce. They're gonna pick up on the swag. Our swag as FBA is just different. The culture, like American culture, is our culture. Like we invented that shit and dominated it.
Do you know why I mentioned Drake? Because he's the first person coming out of really New York, actually, your space, who's really kind of done a number on his competitors in America. I mean, he sells massive globally, and in America he's taken a massive chunk out of the market. And I know a lot of people don't like Drake in New York, but I think he's done that. I believe, and I know people may not agree. Yes, I do think he's kind of
when it comes to showbiz, when it comes to show business, they have a saying here in New York that if you could make it here, you could make it anywhere. If you could get it, it don't matter. It don't matter what you do.
you guys used to control artists like Drake. They weren't coming out of any other state barring New York, and Drake's got a very, for me, UK New York style about him, and he's basically
Well,
taking the money.
actually, I'm gonna be honest with you, sis. Drake came out of New Orleans. What he hooked up with Cash Money, Baby, and Lil Wayne. So that's what he came out of. You know, that's a different region from New York. New York is northeast. New Orleans is southeast. So
But
the
what
South is
go on.
the South is more heavily populated by foundational Black Americans. But go ahead, sis.
No, I was just saying that. Actually, I don't want to go too deep into this one because I don't want Boss Channel to be clipped.
I think you
No,
made
I
a
don't
good
want it to
point.
be clipped. So go a little bit deep into this, but
I
yeah,
think you
it's
made
not
a
for
good point
YouTube, really.
with Drake, you know. But with
the thing with Drake, what he did was extraordinary because he took a very northeast style. Canada is influenced by New York. I see what you're saying, sis. You know, Canada is more influenced by New York, which he comes from Canada. But what he did was he went way down south in America, and he picked up that style instead of being lazy and saying, "Let me just go to the New York hoods and mix that style with New York." With Canada. Now I'm gonna take it different. I'm gonna take a different approach. I'm gonna go down because the South. Let's be honest. The foundational Black Americans in the South have taken over hip hop. When New York was running hip hop, it was more friendly toward everybody that was just Black. But now the South got it. That's like FBA territory. But what Drake did was he took his style and he infused it, seeing that the South was going to be the future. He infused his Canada style with a hot down South style, and it was unique. And he was very unique in his approach. You know, the perception of the people was going to be, oh, he had a bit of New York, a bit of Canada, and a bit of the South. Like what he basically did really was just speak to the people. You know. And yeah, Drake is just like this brother right here. His mom was Jewish, and his father was well, this brother's father is not FBA, but Drake's father was FBA. But brother
Sorry, just a quick
Gold,
interruption.
his father is Nigerian.
Sorry, just hold that thought. Yeah, Jupiter, do you know what? After heavy reflection and thinking about your behavior online and the way that you operate, I find it interesting, that you big up Born. Born's channel is about white supremacy, but yet, it's always a case of the women bring up the issues and you just directly say you feel sorry for us. Please don't feel sorry for us. We're just having a discussion. Don't be fearful of the discussion, Jupiter.
Jude.
Don't be fearful of it. It's not anything. We're not trying to attack anybody. We're simply talking about the experience of a mixed race man. But no, Victor is still on the warpath, just struggling with the fact that we are different and we're just having a discussion. Goodness.
Yeah, we all different. We all family though. That's like me. I'm from New York. I'm from Harlem. I have family on my mother's side from North Carolina all the way down to Louisiana. So back in the days, New York was real violent, right? So my mom would send me to different relatives down south. Man, I had family like but we all family. So this is like when you talk about Africans, FBA, West Indians, we all family at the end of the day. We just having an in-house family discussion. That's all this shit is. Like, it ain't that serious. I don't think we need to take things so personal.
Oh yeah.
We
So,
just having a
bro,
nice
what's the
discussion.
my
That's
bro?
it.
What's the difference?
That's the outlook that I have. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, one moment. But that's the outlook I have, and I think the problem I think people have is people get fearful when you start talking about solutions, or you're talking about the different experiences that people go through. And it's good that we've got somebody that do you know what, Harlem? What you said in terms of being your parents being from I think your dad being from the Caribbean, but you are FDA and you are somebody because you live in America, even though that you are Caribbean, you experience issues on the land that you're on, and you have to
Yeah,
focus on that.
because look, the reason I say that, right, sis, is because of this. I believe I'm an Israelite. I'm an Israelite. The brother spoke about the Israelites earlier, but yeah, I'm an Israelite. So this is what I believe, right? I believe you are what your father is. So my father is West Indian from Antigua.
Right.
My mom is a foundational Black American from North Carolina.
Right.
I was born in New York City. They met in New York City.
Right.
So the way I look at it, from an Israelite standpoint, West Indians is the tribe of Benjamin. Foundational Black Americans is the tribe of Judah.
Okay.
Am I from the
You've gone
tribe of
down that
Judah?
route. Okay.
I'm not from the tribe of Judah. I'm from the tribe of Benjamin. Because going by that structure, which I go by, you are what your father is. So yeah, I would consider myself technically a West Indian, but I came up under Judah, FBA. You see what I'm saying? So I'm West Indian. I acknowledge the fact that I'm West Indian, but I ride with FBA. You know what I mean? Like I just agree
Right.
with FBA. And according to the Bible, all the tribes were supposed to fall up under Judah. King David was from the tribe of Judah. Jesus Christ is from the tribe of Judah. So, you know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Like, let's give FBA they flowers. Let's give FBA they props. Like, it is what it is. And yeah,
I'd like to hear a discussion.
And
I'd like
I'm
to hear a discussion
technically
one of these days between you and
if reparations was on the table, yeah, I'm gonna fight for reparations because reparations is due to me based on my mother's side. Now the thing is this: the fact that I'm part West Indian, I shouldn't be. I don't have a. I can't be the most prime. I shouldn't be the most prominent member in that argument. That should go to somebody that's full FBA. But at the same time, yeah, you know what I mean? Like I rock with foundational Black Americans, 100%. You know?
Wait, wouldn't they? Wait, what wasn't the wasn't they known originally as descendants of slaves? Yeah, it was underneath another name, wasn't it?
Well, you got ADOS,
Yeah,
which means American Descendants of Slaves. And both of these terms is just something that foundational Black Americans came up with.
Well, if there's
So
two
they,
different groups, yeah, fighting each other, and one's called ADOS and one's called FP,
no,
brother,
they're not,
seriously,
no,
I'm just gonna go
they're
to
not,
sleep for fucking the rest of my life, brother. Just quit thinking about American politics.
they're not fighting each other. It's
Are you
just.
sure? Hi. Are you sure?
Not to that,
So
not to
why
that
are
degree.
there two different? Why are there two different groups though? Because I get a bit.
It's true. I mean, it's. See, what I mean is this. This is what I want. Okay,
you know, I should love.
But go.
I
Can
love
I
my
say
brothers
this
and
real quick?
sisters, man. But shit,
Go.
when
Can
I
I
say
say this real quick? Go. Look, Go and Tash. Let me say this real quick. There's people that use FBA and ADOS interchangeably, as well as B1 and Freeman. So at the end of the day, we're all the same group to a degree. Now, when you talk about ADOS, there's two people that decided to make an organization out of it. And that's the problem. When you talk about FBA, We don't have a leader. Our code is the leader. The fact that we all consider ourselves to be foundational of this land, and we're black, and we're foundational of this land. We built this shit. Yeah, we understand that we um genetically we're African, but we haven't been in Africa in over 500, 600 years. We've been over here. You know what I mean? We built this shit. You know, we the beginning of America. We're the foundation of all this shit over here. And that's what we want to be acknowledged on. And right now we trying to fight for our reparations and all that. So we got to distinguish ourselves from other groups of black people because there be a lot of shady shit going on. So we just forming like Vote Trump, but every group is doing it the way they do it. Now y'all been doing that for years. Nobody had a problem with it.
So hold on. So foundational Black Americans, right? There's not a religious, because I'm wondering, because I know you guys have been around for longer than ADOS, and I'm wondering, I assumed ADOS was like an offshoot of your group. So there was something that they wanted to push for. I don't know if it's to do with the reparations.
It's not it's not even a group. It's a lineage. A foundational Black American, ADOS, it just means people that's from the Americas whose forefathers was brought over here as slaves. That's it. Who was here from the beginning of America, who went through the slavery and all that. Everybody don't fall under that category as black. So we are a distinguished group. That's all we're saying. Everybody that's black don't fall under that category. If you Jamaican, you went through things that we went through, same shit, similar shit, but it happened in Jamaica. So you gotta beef with the British government. You know what I mean? Like that's all we saying. We are our own distinguished group with our own distinguished culture, which is American.
So what are you trying to achieve? What's your main goals as
well right now right now we've been watching the midterm elections, and we're on some shit like we trying to get politicians to pass the reparation bill, and in order to do that we got to get on code. And we can't support Democrats right now. Right now, we got to get on code and not have no support for them because we've been supporting them over and over, getting them reelected because we're very powerful in this country. Even though we come up as 13% on the census, we go out and vote. We vote at a 90% clip. So that's damn near all of us voting for one party. So that's very powerful, you know what I mean? So they're just gonna have to respect that gangster and give us what we want. Right now, we want some tangibles as a whole group. You dig? And also,
go on.
Also we want protection policy.
Do you not think? Sorry, you want what? Sorry.
We want protection policies. Go ahead, though. Protection policy. Protection laws.
My concern with okay, all right, I get you. I hear you. Sorry. My concern is like all these kind of groups, these offshoot groups. I've heard that there's another one that's come forward now, another little kind of American group. It's begins with S. I don't know. I'm going to send the person a message, see if they can jump on. I was just my concern is right. I think for me, it sounds like you're going for you've got a similar goal to a certain extent. It's a bit political with ADOS, and I don't understand why there is two groups, why there can't be just one group, because I think heavier numbers may make a difference in this, in getting what you want.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It is one group. You have a lot of people. See, ADOS is an organization at this point under Yvette, Carnell, and this other dude, I forget his name, but they've turned it into like an organization. FBA is not an organization like that. It's not it hasn't been incorporated. None of that. This is a lineage. ADO West.
Ah,
If
okay.
you say
Okay,
I'm
okay.
ADO
I get you.
West, then you could possibly be somebody that's FBA too, or you could possibly be a part of that organization. That's all I'm saying. But we don't. Like me, I don't use the ADOS term. Like I'm FBA Foundation. I like the FBA term. I like the Freedmen term. You know what I mean? I'm not really with the ADOS term, but I don't have a beef with them. Like, if you consider yourself ADOS, that you might be somebody that agrees with Yvette, and that's cool. You agree with her, that's cool. That's what's up. But at the same time, you also consider yourself to be foundational Black American. So it's a lot of that, you know. It's not. That's why I say it's not like a real beef or nothing like that. It's really something between two people. You got Tariq Nasheed and you got Yvette Cornell, and they beefing, but they ain't got nothing to do with the movement or whatever. Like if you FBA, you just know that, you're a foundational Black American and you on that wave. And our code is deportation, reparations, and protections.
So your code is what? Deportation. So what did you say? Deportation.
Yeah, we not with the
Can you
whole.
hear me?
We think they need to they need to regulate immigration a little better here because we get a lot of immigrants
Okay.
from South America. We get a lot of immigrants from Europe. Like we got like a million Ukrainians coming over here, and they all racist. All them niggas is Nazis, and they sending a million of them to America, and we gonna have to deal with that as foundational Black Americans. They gonna send them to our neighborhoods, so that's gonna be a problem for us to
Okay.
deal with.
So, but you being half Caribbean, doesn't that completely go against how your parents kind of came together?
Nah, I wasn't like my father is Caribbean. I spent time with my father.
And he came here as a yeah.
Yeah, he came to America.
He came to America.
Probably as an illegal, and hooked up with my mother and had me and my other 4 siblings. No, my other 6 siblings. No, my other 4 siblings. I'm sorry, but because he got 2 other kids that's Dominican. But for the most part, my mom raised me. I grew up with my mother. My pops he lived in another country. He was there for me. He sent money. He was diligent about that. And I went to visit him a few times as a child. I went out to, at that time he was living in St. Croix. He had a nice big house on a hill out in St. Croix. So I went out there a few times, as a child. And he was always there every month. We got money from him. So my pops was there.
The point I'm trying to make, if you're going for an anti-immigration the bill act that they're looking at, I think ADOS, similar to what ADOS is looking at, that would go against how your family came together, how you were, that kind of goes against your line, so to speak. Oh, he's gone. Is Shakira here? Because I don't know if he's around. I wanted him to jump on. Is Born falling asleep? Probably has. Fawn, are you still around? Gold, are you about? Nope.
Yeah, that was interesting. So we've got a breakdown of sorry, I was speaking, man, but I didn't even know my mic was on. But the ADOS and FBA breakdown, now we know the difference. One's an organization, one is not. If no one knew that,
Yeah, I didn't know that. I thought they were both
you do know
like
that now.
organizations.
Yeah, I didn't really know the actual specific details. Yeah, but no, of course, interesting. Now that's something different, man. That's something different.
Sounds like ADOS is more a movement of the people, and FDA was kind of just being clear on the lineage side of things, and then ADOS decided to make their moves. I think that's what it sounds like.
I can listen to that and say, okay, that makes sense.
Shifa's here. Is Born here? Let me try and call Born. Hold on, 1 moment, Shifa.
Oh, you know what? Talk of Yah, and he appears. I was going to say, I'd rather listen to FDA when him say, "Oh, we come from Joshua, we come from this line," and then he's like, "Okay, well, we all come from that line," so it's like, okay, Judah. So it's like, see, now that's more of a. Now we're getting a bit mystical and stuff that we can't really prove. And
I really want to speak to Shakara actually, and I know he's here because I kind of buzzed him in as well. I think
I love hearing what my man's objections are against when it comes to his debates, man. He's very well.
I've got a few questions for Shakara, so I really wanna because he was in a clubhouse room that I was in, but I didn't feel it was appropriate at the time because it was when Kevin Samuels passed away. So I was just listening in. I usually go into that particular club a lot. Have you gone to Clubhouse yet, Gold?
Yeah, I'm part of Clubhouse. I like. Yeah,
it's interesting.
But so, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I don't really know the search options though, sis. Can you go on there and actually find black conversations and topics?
Oh, there's loads. Yeah, there's so many.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
You get completely just. I was in a room with about 1,000 people in it the other day, and there was about 6 of us on the stage. But I'm under a group called, it's a bit controversial, it's called the Black Brotherhood. So they're a bit of a controversial group, but that's my kind of group that I'm under. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're on Discord, Gold. I'll buzz you into some of our discussions. But yeah,
I am actually. I'll have to add you on there. Maybe if you I might leave my details. I'll put
put your details in the side chat.
Yeah, I'll put my details in the back. Yeah, definitely. And
yeah, well,
yeah, man, because you know what? Yeah, regardless of how we look at things, you know what I mean. I think everybody has a vested interest in world history, and we can't exclude and overlook the fact that Black history is such a big part of history when it comes, because they've intertwined their history into Black history. So it's like, yeah, man, I like listening to all these conversations of being part of these Black, these groups, because what they talk about is Black history. And lo and behold, we're always going to find something between, out of the Jewish doctrine and the Muslim doctrine, Islamic doctrine, you know what I mean? So we're going to find all of that there. So I like all of that, these conversations, regardless, you know what I mean? I would have been here even if I was a white person. You know what I mean?
The problem is we get bogged down on religion and beliefs, and this is an issue I think many of us are having. We don't tend to, because there's no way we're going to be able to all agree and say, yeah. Sorry, 1 moment. We're not. Oh, everybody's jumped on. Wicked. Oh, good. Shakar's here. I'd love God of Jacob, please. I really want you to jump on because I think this conversation will be really productive, and I think we can all be respectful adults, and have a good, productive conversation. Big up to yourself, Shakara. Peace, Shifa. If you guys can hear me.
Bless, sis. Bless.
Yeah, bless up to the panelists, man. Love, man.
Yeah, I want GOJ to come on because I've been listening to him a little bit on Clubhouse, and I really want him to come and have his say, have a discussion. Yeah, Shaka, what do you think to the point I just made in regards to, and also I'll shift the same thing, in regards to religion possibly being in the way of us actually, this is no disrespect, because obviously people know that my belief system, right? What do you think to kind of religion sometimes we get too bogged down in religion when we're discussing black betterment or black liberation? What do you guys think to that? Chakra, what's your response to that?
I think there's some truth to it. I think it's, but I also think it's just a necessary consequence of the processes that we've been through. You know, we grew up in a lot of heavily religious environments, and so religion has always been part of the discourse of black betterment and black liberation. And there have been many examples of us being able to, you know, organize whilst having religious differences. But sometimes I don't think it's religious debate in and of itself. It's the type of religious debate that we're having that is the hindrance. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, coming from the perspective of dealing with indigenous African spiritual systems, the primary issue is the extent to which put it this way, if a Christian or a Muslim is debating a Christian or a Muslim, it's different from when either of them are debating an African spiritualist, because we're dealing with one, our ancestral traditions, and two, our ancestral traditions that have been demonized and denigrated to a significant degree as a part of the process of colonization and enslavement. So obviously, when that happens, a lot of people are beginning or have begun from time ago to affirm those same systems as part of reversing that process, the process of colonization and demonization and so on and so forth. So and obviously in doing that, then the institutions and the belief systems that have been responsible for that, they are naturally going to come under critique. And that causes the whole next thing. Like, so if you notice, you like when you're talking to like myself or whatever, it's different to it's different to a debate about whether Jesus is the Son of God or not, or whether the Trinity, aligns with, I'm saying, the Bible or the Quran, or I'm saying, that the conversations are very, very different. So I would suggest that any conversation, and I'm including any African spiritualist in this who follows this kind of inclination, any inclination that seeks to lead us away from addressing material matters to focusing on almost exclusively or predominantly addressing ethereal matters, and matters of the other realms, so to speak, is one that I think is going to be non-productive in the long run.
I agree with Shaka on that as well, because I think at the end of the day, I don't think it's just religion that this conversation relies upon. I think it's about religion, it's about culture, it's about mindsets and lifestyles. And I think ultimately, the point I was trying to make to Akingo earlier kind of relates to this as well, in the sense of, you can't say that people are dumb for using something which they believe is going to better their life. You could make Shakara's argument in the sense of, how could one be better than the other? How could you say that Abrahamic faith is better for you than African spirituality? And I could accept that argument. But when you say we're dumb for trying to improve our lives, that's why I use the analogy of, when Africans leave Africa to come to Europe, and when West Indians leave, or a motion also pointed out, when West Indians leave the West Indies to come to Europe or to America, it's to better their life. So how is someone dumb for doing that? I don't know. But I would say this, as far as us, being able to negotiate better with each other and come together better as a community, I think it relies on a lot more than just religion. And I don't think religion plays the center stage in that.
I found a lot of the discussions, especially between, and I will say Shifa yourself and Shaka at times. I think sometimes religion does at times come to the forefront, and I hear what you're saying in regards to mindset, the mindset of the people, right? But in my belief system, when we are faced against oppression, we are supposed to make sure that we are able to work on those that are oppressed and support them. That doesn't mean that we damage another group, but it means we better the position of our tribe. Go on.
No, finish.
Yeah,
I
no,
think you're
what
right.
I was going to say, I feel sometimes we can't get any further in conversations in these spaces, because what tends to happen, and I have, experience to a certain extent in regards to the Asian community, for example, so the Sikhs, the Hindus, the Gujaratis, what have you, the Muslims, sorry, they don't start thinking about religion when it comes to being faced with oppression in the UK historically. Maybe possibly now things are becoming a little bit more different, but they put that to the side and recognize themselves in terms of their race. At times, especially in these discussions, we don't do that. We do not do that. We have this thing where we start to go to our groups and start to question the mindset of each other. And I understand what you guys are saying in regards to morals and standards, where we're going to get this from. But when you're faced with oppression and you need solutions for issues that you are facing, right? Sometimes you have to say to yourself, yes, we want to be from a particular kind of mindset, but we have to start to sort these issues out, knowing that people are going to be from different belief systems and we're going to have to work together. And sometimes I feel like that's not available to Shifa yourself and to Shakara, funny enough. So
Why do you feel that way?
on. No, because Shifa, you are very much you're very on to kind of having these theological discussions about this belief and that belief and what this one believes and what this one thinks. And I think what comes with that is the way that you live your life and how you think. So I don't think you're available to it. And I think with Shakara, he's very much on the African spiritualist system, right? Which I think that is a way of life to a certain extent, right?
You see, when you say that, sis, yeah, I think that's a bit of a false perception. I'm going to tell you that for this reason, yeah? Like I said, we as a community, building as a community, I don't see religion being the center of that, yeah? I see religion as a very personal thing. Now, as far as some other, denominations of so-called Abrahamic faiths, yeah, because I don't identify it that way, but that's what they identify themselves as. So I'm going to point it out like that, Maybe there's a point where these so-called religions can become oppressive. And maybe someone like Shakara points that out, and I don't disagree with him. Because you see, my religion is a personal thing for me. In fact, I won't even call it a religion. I'd call it a contract that I made with the Most High. It's a personal thing. Yeah. Now, I don't set out to demonize no African spirituality because I believe something different. And I wouldn't say that me being a Israelite makes me better than someone who's an African spiritualist. I don't think that makes sense. Yeah. There's even points where I've gone against things that's in my religion. I may have stolen. I may have broken the rules, X, Y, Z. So, religion don't make you perfect, innit? And I think that at the end of the day, you as a Muslim then, yeah, you'd have to adhere to that too. That some of the points Shakara makes, we have to for us to build as a community, we can't not agree with him. Do you understand? And I know Shakara knows his stuff because I've heard him. I watched his videos, yeah? So he knows his history, knows his stuff. Even like when we're going into, even if we're gonna go into like the stuff I like to go into, I like to go into Phoenician stuff, X, Y, Z. But you see, the reason I go into it, people get it twisted. They think I'm going into it because I'm trying to take myself out of Africa and make myself into something else. The way I see it is like this: Africa was that whole region. Yeah, they came and took from us. If you go and talk to the Ethiopians, they're gonna tell you that Middle Eastern region, all of it, and their region was all theirs. They were governing that. So that was black people. And now we've got these new usurpers coming in trying to steal our stories. So as far as I'm concerned, everything's African. All knowledge, all information, everything's African. So I can't have nothing against African spirituality, because even Christianity has its roots in African spirituality and takes bits and bobs and puts them together and puts them in a book and then calls it a Bible. So what we doing here? But I'm gonna be quiet because I'm talking for too long.
So I want to acknowledge that, like, when you're actually doing work, like, and I'm talking about, you know, active work that is taking place on the ground in communities, you know, through institutions like Saturday schools and things like that. Yeah. You know, you are going to come across brothers and sisters from various different faith traditions. And when in the process of that work, there are many occasions and over periods of time where religion is not a barrier to being able to work together. Yeah. I think that when you're dealing with discussion forums, because of the nature of the forums, and oftentimes discussion exchanges of ideas and exchanges of ideas that have differences, then it will highlight, you know, differences, because that's the nature of discourse, right? You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't always, what happens on YouTube or Clubhouse or whatever, doesn't always reflect the absolute reality. You know, there are many instances that I've worked with brothers and sisters who are Christian, brothers and sisters who are Muslims, and sometimes we debate, and when it's time to get on with stuff, we get on with stuff, we put down the debate, and sometimes we'll debate whilst doing the stuff we're doing. Yeah, it happens. I was at a memorial last month for an elder, yeah, who passed away in our community. What he passed away in Dominica was from, he's a Methodist, respected by Pan-African spirits, and he was very respectful, very open, embracing of African spiritualists also. And so, you know, those dynamics do exist, you know what I'm saying, but you see them in the midst of actual work that is taking place in communities, you know, more often than you're going to see on House or on YouTube, or, you know, that's one.
Is it me or is Shakira cutting out, or is my connection gone?
Yeah, Shakira, you are cutting out a bit still. I thought it was my thing, but yeah, go on.
Oh,
yeah, I couldn't get that last bit.
Just the last part.
Yeah, I think you completely went.
I'd start again, Shaka. I'll be honest, because I missed a lot.
You work with Muslims, and when it comes to it, you get the job done, and then it just went all crazy after that, unfortunately.
Sorry, I think I was saying that a couple weeks ago, I was at a memorial.
Yes.
Yeah, Reverend Andrew. Yeah, he's a Methodist minister and one of the most elders within the Pan-African community in the UK, and was very respectful and embracing of those of us who adhere to African spiritual systems. He used to run the Queen Mother Moore Saturday School in South London, and you know, was capable, regardless of what religious background they came from. And in fact, when he came, because he was advocating Black liberation theology in his church, and he came up against some contention in relation to the church authorities, and trying to, you know, basically in effect trying to shut down the school, yeah, the Saturday school that was burning out. And for a number of Sundays, yeah, you know, a lot of us who were not Christian went to church.
Sorry, Shakira, you're connected. I really want to hear what you're saying, and I'm getting bits of it, and
Well, I don't.
I definitely
My
want to hear what
connection
you're
is on.
saying.
My connection is on fully now. I don't know why I'm cutting out.
Are people hearing what? Is it me or is it
It's not as
Salaki's a
bad
bit
as it was before. It's got better, but
No,
it
it's
is a
better. It's
little bit
better.
in and
It's a
out
little
at
bit.
points.
It's a bit choppy. It's a bit choppy towards the end of what he was saying just now. But it was. I can hear it.
I heard most of it though. I only think about
I'm
2 or
getting
3
it, but
words was
I want to make
a
sure
bit
that I hear
flaky.
everything.
But it's definitely
Yeah.
going a little bit choppy. I don't know what that is. I think it was happening to Shipper earlier on as well. When he was speaking.
It might be born signal. I don't know.
Nah.
The point I'm making is,
Go on.
yeah, the point I'm making is that there are many instances of people being able to work together, but normally you're gonna find that, like when you're in the midst of doing some work. Obviously, when you're on Clubhouse or on YouTube, it's discussion based, and so discussions obviously are, will take into consideration differences, and differences will be debated. That's what it's there. Now, outside of that, we have to look at. So it's impossible for me. Well, I say impossible. It's very difficult for me, as a Pan-Africanist and an African spiritualist, to work with brothers and sisters, who are very anti-African, and because they have no interest in working with you, right? This is what I'm saying. Like for them, your recognition of your Africanness, and especially your Africanness in relation to a spiritual system and a way of life, is a deal breaker. And so, those dynamics exist. Then you have to look at situations, for example, where many of us are from the Caribbean, and there's been persecution, against groups, for example, like Rastafari, for an adherence to their religion, and so these are all dynamics that we've all inherited based upon our lineage and our history, that some of them are not resolved, right? So it just stands to reason that some of these things are going to factor in when we're trying to do things and work together, and it's to find creative ways of having those discussions, and putting the differences aside necessary, but centering differences and having discussions also where necessary. You know what I'm saying?
I kind of got bits of that. I'm not sure if can anyone hear Chaka, or has he finished?
Yeah, he
I did
finished,
hear
but
him. Yeah, I did
he
hear him.
the main point. I think the main
Can I
point I
just-
got from that was that. Go on, sis. Yeah, go on.
No, go on. What was the main point? Sorry, Gold. I
think he did mention something about what I was actually originally speaking about when I first came on, was the disconnect and the acknowledgement that there is a little bit of a disconnect between particular groups in the Black community when it comes to for certain examples, like if someone acknowledges the amount of Africanness or spiritual acknowledgement to their African spiritual side. People call that Afrocentrism. That's what they call that. So if you're someone who's aligned to that type of viewpoint and that way ideology, then it might go against you in certain parts of even the Black community, or in the world. So that's one thing I got.
I thought, but I can go. From my understanding, he was talking about people from different spiritual belief systems being able to work together within the community, and he did point out that a particular gentleman who was I can't remember, it was a pastor or something, was very accommodating to the youth from who had different belief systems, but it was the actual overall establishment that were trying to shut them down. And this is where I totally agree with Shakara, and that's why I said there are points where I have to concede that the religious establishment can be oppressive to our Black people and to our spiritual systems.
Hold on. This is where we're going to go down the road of no return. Can I just quickly make a point? So I heard, the deal breaker for Shakara, for yourself, is the anti-African sentiment, right? The issue I have, like Shakara, is obviously I know you come from Caribbean ancestry, and my concern is there is this big push for and I'm going to go into Pan-Africanism and what I know of it in a bit, but I think my problem is this. Yes, the anti-African sentiment is a bit backwards. I'm not gonna deny that, right? But I think my concern is with Pan-Africanism, the support that the Caribbean receive and the outlook that Africans have on the Caribbean, and the outlooks that Africans sometimes have on Caribbeans that are Pan-Africanists. I struggle with that, right? And I think somebody who has built in Africa, right? I have first-hand experience of the outlook that Africa, that particular part of Africa have, the Gambians have on myself and my group, because I will call them my group, because when I do go over there, yes, there are some people that will definitely say, yes, your home, this is your land and what have you. But there are people that recognize culturally, when we do get to know each other, we are very different. And I do pride myself on my parents that are both from Guyana, and my culture is very rich and is to be respected, because for me sometimes I think the buck stops when, yes, we should have a love for African ancestry. We should not just have a love for it. We should be honest with ourselves in regards to that. But we can't do it and then say, okay, we're just going to forget our Caribbean roots and we're just going to be blindsided and go to a continent where our culture is so different, right? That's I think that's my concern.
So yes, and this is one of the biggest misconceptions, yeah, about Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism doesn't require African people from the diaspora to discard the culture that we have evolved in the diaspora. For the most part, it would recognize the essence of those cultures as African, and so we bring that to the table. Yeah, we would have a decolonizing work to do as much as Africans on the continent. Yeah, Africans on the continent are not immune from having their cultures, you know, and how they've manifested and evolved, colonized either, right? So, so when we look at what Pan-African movements have done in the Caribbean, nobody is saying we should discard anything, yeah, that is of worth, and go anywhere. Yeah, the idea of Pan-Africanism is about people. Yeah, and so once one recognizes as an African, with other African people along shared interests.
Oh man, it's cutting out.
Well, I don't know, man.
Oh, cutting out. Really important discussion that I definitely need to hear this.
Yeah, you might have to jump out and jump back in, Shaka.
I want to hear it too, Tash, and the same thing's happening to me actually. I do actually want to catch.
It's born here because I don't know if he refreshes.
But at least today it's like it's actual sentiment within the community by real life people living it. And I like them conversations, you know, like what your actual personal opinion is, as opposed to what you objectively think is factual, or, you know.
Yeah, because I do have a concern, you know, in regards to not the movement itself, because I can't argue with some of the things that are taking place, right? But I am concerned about, you know, forgetting the people of the Caribbean, and if they don't align with what you not
Can I ask a question?
but yeah, go on.
Can I ask a question? How familiar are you with Walter Rodney?
Oh boy, not as familiar as you. Go on.
The only reason why I'm asking this yeah, is because he's one of the most celebrated Pan-Africanists in history.
Yeah.
He writes a book called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa.
Yeah.
He wrote the book while he was living in,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
I'm just saying
I
this
know
for
who
those who are
he is.
listening,
But
yeah. No, but
yeah,
hear
I'll be
what I'm
honest with
saying.
you. I've got a book. I've got a book and I've never read it. It's bad, isn't it? I've had my grandma spoken about him.
Right, but it's not terrible, yeah, because
I put my hands up to him.
no, but
Go
I'm not asking you to catch you out. I'm only asking you because he obviously he comes from where you come from, but I'm saying he's one of the most celebrated Africanists in history, right? And so he's done work on the African continent and in the African diaspora. When Walter Rodney was assassinated as a Pan-Africanist, he wasn't assassinated for work that he was doing in Africa. He was assassinated for work that he was doing in Guyana, right? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. When he was banned from Jamaica.
It's funny. It's interesting that you title him as a Pan-African. That's not what my grand titled him as. But yeah, I'm gonna go on. I want to hear.
Yeah, no, but he 100% was a Pan-Africanist. Yeah, 100%. To the extent that he was living in Tanzania for a while teaching and took part in Pan-African conference in Tanzania. But when he was living in Jamaica, his work was no less Pan-African than he was living in Tanzania, and he was banned from Jamaica because of the work that he was doing among Africans in Jamaica to organize and build, united formations and them kind of things there, right? So when we look, I'm only saying that to say a lot of the perceptions about Africans from the Caribbean who champion Pan-Africanism are not born of what the Pan-Africanists themselves are saying or doing. It's a misconception normally promoted by people who are anti-Pan-Africanism and or lack an understanding of its history and its development and so on and so forth. Yeah, that's the only fact.
I hear what you're saying, but I feel like it's still. I'm gonna. What I was told is because my grand still was from a position of where it was about the betterment of the Guyanese and the betterment of the Caribbean.
Yes,
she felt that he did make his mark in terms of connecting us to our ancestors to a certain extent. But the work that he did for the Guyanese people was for the Guyanese people, like you just said. And I think sometimes, I mean, I don't know what the movement's like in the Caribbean at the moment, whether it is making those moves at the moment. But I think I've spoken to you before about, I'm not a nationalist, so to speak, but I do think that we have to be very, very careful when we go down this route of at times missing and completely, and I'm talking about the British Caribbeans over here, where we say to ourselves, you know what, we need to direct ourselves to the continent before going back to the Caribbean and looking out for those people. That's a concern for me.
But no Pan-Africanists would say that though. I've been in Pan-African community all of my life, and I've never heard anybody ever say we need to go to the continent before looking at the people of the Caribbean. The idea is that because Pan-Africanism is not just about the African continent; it's about African people wherever we are. So a key component is the fact of recognizing that we are a global diaspora. And from a Pan-African perspective, what unifies us is our African identity. Yeah. So I don't need to have been born in Ghana or Congo or South Africa or Somalia to be an African. Yeah. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the fact that we are a majority population in the Caribbean has always made the Caribbean a central focus for Pan-Africanists. So even prior to the coining of the terminology Pan-Africanism, when Africans in the United States of America, for example, who had that inclination, were talking about, and some did, migrate to places like Haiti and Brazil and Jamaica, yeah, because they were concerned about being in a majority and being able to develop the ideals among a population in which we are the majority. That was no less Black nationalist Pan-Africanism, right? That's what I'm saying. Like it didn't, you know, it can manifest itself in different ways. The importance of the continent, however, is strategic in the sense of the fact that the majority of us are there, and this the wealthy landmass is our home, and this is the wealthy landmass, right? So look at the colonization.
Oh, you're cutting out again. Shit. Oh my gosh. He's cutting out again. Did anyone hear?
I know it only just started cutting out though. Go again, Shaka. It only just started a second ago.
I got Virgin Wi-Fi where I am, and it's on full bars.
Man said they got fiber optic.
He's dealing with the Babylonian Wi-Fi.
It was only the last sentence that we didn't catch. It was only the last sentence.
Sorry, I'm saying
the Babylonian Wi-Fi is not feeling what you're saying, Shaka.
For real. Yeah. So all I'm saying is that the importance of Mama Africa is that it's our ancestral homeland. Our colonization as African people begins with Africa. Yeah, that's a fact, and our trafficking from there. And the what's the word? To a significant degree, our domination and the hegemony of Western imperialism is based upon its control of African land and resources. Right. So it's organizing our global community, and the what's it called? The logic is that once when we're organized enough to form a significant power base anywhere we are, but particularly on the African continent, that power base will be sufficient to protect us and defend our interests anywhere we are in the world. Yeah, this is the logic. So this idea of everybody must go back to Africa, that's never been.
Yeah, I never heard that neither. I've never heard that. So I think that was a bit of a misconception.
I'm not going to say who I heard that from, but it is from a YouTuber who's Pan-African. I won't say the name.
But can I say one thing though, Tash, real quick? When you're done.
Sorry.
You will hear people say that.
Say quickly.
You see what Shakara said, yeah?
Go
on, Tash. Go first.
I was going to say quickly. I suppose my only concern is, you want to pull away from imperialism and the stranglehold that the colonizers have over Africa. Do you think that's attainable in terms of those that are in power in these African nations that are currently empowering these African nations? Do you think that the setup, that they have over there and the issues that countries have amongst each other in sub-Saharan Africa, let's cut the other part off for a moment in this discussion, right? Do you think it's attainable, realistically, to see this in you?
It is attainable, but it's only attainable if we remove those governments. And again, that situation is not just on the continent; it's also in the Caribbean. Our leaders in the Caribbean are no less neo-colonial than our leaders on the continent, right? So this is why when you look at Pan-Africanist work in the Caribbean, they're challenging the governments of the country, right? Just what I'm saying, i.e. Walter Rodney, i.e. Morris Bishop, what's it called, i.e. Rastafari, in general. Yeah, the fight often begins with Rastafari is a particularly significant example because it begins under colonial rule, and continues under independence. So but both under colonial rule and so-called independence, the government attacked the Rastafari movement. Why? Because
the government what, sir?
He said they attacked the Rastafari movement.
Yeah, under independence and under colonialism. Why? Because the Rastafari government is chanting down the government. You know what I'm saying? That's the
100.
it goes.
100.
Right. So
And the thing,
so
go on, Shaka, go on.
last 2 sentences.
Go on,
So with
Shakira.
a key tool of analysis within a Pan-African context is this idea of neo-colonialism and what it is. Yeah, colonialism is where the colonizer removes his flag from the nation, yeah, and gives you what you call independence, but continues to dominate your economy. Domination of your economy, the colonizer controls the political philosophy. Yeah, and so when you study the works of Kwame Nkrumah and Walter Rodney in particular, you're going to see a lot of focus on that issue. So the idea is that our governments are neo-colonial, and as a part of our liberation and betterment process, we have to revolutionize the government. We have to change them. We have to get rid of them, yeah, to some degree. And that's the same for the continent and also for the Caribbean.
See, I totally agree with what Shakara says there, yeah? And I still got my Pastor Jennings voice on because you know what? I got a sore throat, so bear with me. But I'm going to say this, yeah? Like, as well as with the governments, you know, as well as dealing with the governments that are colonialist governments or colonialist controlled governments, yeah? We have to deal with our own inner community where it's like within this slavery, we create industries within industries. I'll give you an example. Michael Jordan, Air Jordans, but we don't retain those industries. Someone else owns them. Someone else eats the lion's share, whether it be hip hop, R&B, whatever it may be. And you know, it's like an example I gave you yesterday on my show when I was talking about Snow. Remember Snow in Farmer? I don't even know what the hell he said, but that's supposed to be patois. Yeah, that he learned from us and won Guinness World Records from us. But what has he invested in our community? Do you know, like that? So we have to be a bit more like that's why to some extent I have to agree with what Shakara is saying. You know, we have to be more collective and we have to be more internalizing our power and our resources and the things that make us wealthy. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? As well as, you know, fighting against these colonialist governments.
See, my thing is, I can't see the process in which people that are so, if you look at the GDP amongst some of the sub-Saharan African countries, it is getting so bad for some countries that a revolution of the people, and I don't know what Pan-African numbers are like in Africa, actually on the ground in the continent. I'm not talking about those that are outside.
Hold on, wait, pause. I thought Pan-Africanism was about the people outside of Africa. I didn't think it was mainly focused on the people of the continent like that. But Chakara can clarify that for us, if that's all right.
No, actually, yeah. I think, okay, go on. I didn't think that, but go on.
No, I would say it's both. It's both.
On,
it's both.
Sorry,
no, it's both. It's very simple. Yeah, it's both. So continue that.
But does it? So 1 second before you continue. Does it seek to change the mindset of the people on the continent or just the governments?
No, both. In as much as mentalities, changing of mindsets lead to organized action, the mindset of the people needs to change. So yeah, both. The only way to change the government is to change the mindset.
All right, now that's clarified. Fire away, Tash, because I just wanted to make sure we clear before we move forward. Otherwise,
I was just going to say
that
I've had this discussion on my Discord, where, from what I understand, they want to change the first language that they want to use is Swahili for I think sub-Saharan Africans. I think many countries have agreed with that, right? And I think this has been a Pan-African kind of move. The people behind it have been Pan-Africans. Maybe Shakra, you can put some more light on it for me. But my thing is, I think for economical reasons, that's fine. But the problem is that, for example, on my Discord, right, I've got people on the ground in these countries. They don't agree with each other, Shakara. They disagree all the time. Even on the basic element, which I think is fundamental, which I think is from Pan-Africanism. People will say maybe it's from other groups, right? In terms of economics, they're very there's a nationalist feel.
Hold on, how does that differ from Europeans
That
though? How does that differ from what we're seeing on
no,
the
but
continent we're living on now?
yeah, we're pushed. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But I don't think Pan Africanism is about that. And what I'm trying to establish with Chakra is,
No, but if
can
Europeans can
we
come up with a
see this?
United Nations and come up with unions and come up with ways of working together, and they're in no different a situation to what we're in, then there's no reason we can't. And that's why I'm kind of not understanding
No,
the question.
they've got the African Union there. I don't know. To be honest with you, no disrespect, but I think it doesn't serve the purpose, to be perfectly
No, but
frank.
if you
But
think European
I think
languages are all Latinized, innit? Most of them are stemming from Latin, innit? So there is a common denominator in the language. So if he says, if Pan Africans are saying, you know what, maybe we need to make a move towards having, a one language from that is more what's the word? It
no,
makes
but
people more
Shifa,
accessible.
one thing about Africans, right? They're very prideful people in terms of their culture and their languages, right? And we have to kind of respect them to a certain extent, right? If they are saying they do not want to, maneuver from their language, they feel historically this has been a big issue for them when
But
people kind of
again, Tash,
impose.
Tash, this is the point, yeah. If
Okay.
anybody who studied a Pan-African discourse on developing a common language will not make the argument, because nobody has ever argued for doing away with anybody's language.
Exactly, Shakara.
This is a false perception, right? So for example, like I've got in my mind Sheikh Anta Diop, yeah, who is from Senegal, yeah, and he was talking about developing common languages, but he was also he spoke about it in stages, yeah. So from an initial point of view, the children should be educated within their own within their first language, yeah, and then taught the common language as a secondary language.
Yeah. Ain't that what they done in Italy, Shakara? Because if anyone's ever been to Italy, every different region in Italy, when I went to Italy, everywhere spoke a different language, but there's one common language for all the people. So how is that any different?
They do it in Britain, yeah.
Yeah, but Italy's a country, Africa's a continent. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Italy's a country,
but Tash,
Africa's a continent.
Tash. First of all, Kiswahili, which is the language you mentioned earlier, yeah, is the first language for very few people. Yeah, it's a second language for many. All right, does that make sense? Yeah. So it's already a quote unquote lingua franca across many different countries.
Yeah.
So this is why this is probably the main reason why it has been suggested as a Pan-African language or a common language, because it's already spoken by many groups of African people that speak it as a second language. Yeah, it's the most widest spoken language on the continent. All right, that's one of the reasons why.
What's the benefits of one language being spoken? We're in a technology age. This is what concerns me. We're in a technology age now where we can translate.
Can I correct
For me,
you?
it pulls away. Hold on one moment, folks. Yeah, hold on, folks. Hold on one moment. I think it's it's so imperative that people are able to hold on to their line and their language. Really,
But that's not happening
their
now.
culture.
But that's not happening now. There are no countries on the African continent in which an African language is the primary language of instruction, is the primary language of politics, and is the primary language of law. None. Yeah. So when this is said in relation to adopting African languages, the people that say it are failing to address the fact that when they go to school and when they go to court and when they engage politics, they all do it primarily in a foreign language, in an alien language that is not African at all. Yeah. So if we're not concerned about it, it strikes me as contradictory that if you're not concerned about it in relation to English, why then are you concerned about it in relation to Swahili? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. If you're not concerned about it in relation to French, why are you suddenly concerned about it in relation to Yoruba? It makes no sense. But the point is that nobody has ever
But isn't that just a replacement of what?
Because again,
obviously it's not a replacement.
Nobody who's argued this, like literally from a Pan-African point of view, has ever argued the getting rid of any languages. Yeah, as I just said, I've given you an example of certain people who have looked at this issue and tried to devise ways of instituting it. Common languages are important, and again, so you mentioned the issue of translation. Yeah, translate. There are people that are promoting a common language that are advocating for the translation of different texts and so on and so forth into different languages for the sake of developing commonalities among the peoples, as well as the fact that when you're dealing with a lot of languages, the designations that colonizers have developed for those languages are often inaccurate. So the colonizer identified a number of different languages among people groups here that actually, when you look at it, the languages of these groups of people are actually shared. Yeah, they have a shared origin. Yeah, and so the linguists are saying, well, as a part of colonialism, we have begun to see ourselves as separate and distinct peoples because of the colonial designations of our different languages, and that have been embedded over time. When we actually study our languages, however, we can highlight the commonalities. Yeah, we can highlight the shared origins. And so when you're going through that process, one group doesn't feel like they're losing their language to another group because they understand that this is their shared heritage, right? So it's not an event; it's a process. Yeah, and I'm citing I'm not to talk about sentiments of people online. I'm citing actual work of Pan-Africanists in that field who are doing that work or have done that work, because some of them are past.
All right. So I would have to know the demographic space in terms of when you talk about a shared language, because my outlook is this. My concern is when it comes to language, culture, and religion, if you go down the road, if I know you said that there's a shared language, but it's not the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. I think it's more. I think that the thing we should be looking into is taking those languages that were lost and bringing that to the forefront and allowing nations to have their own personal languages and cultures and to be able to dialogue and pull away the colonial language, right? I'm not against that, but to wash this one language, it starts to put in anyone's minds that have any pride and respect for their own language and culture. And I know you said it's a second language. It puts that kind of feeling, well, you're trying to kind of, I don't want to use the word dilute, but pull us away from who we are. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do understand what you're saying, and I'm saying to you that the people them are being pulled away from who they are anyway, right? So there's a contradiction here.
That's in a colonial.
No, it's today. It's today again. There are maybe two. Look, again, there are no African nations whereby an African language is the primary language of instruction, law, or politics. None. Yeah. So there are no nations today on the African continent where you will not have to learn a European language in order to study science and mathematics. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
That's a fact today.
Yeah.
Now, the Pan-Africanists said, no, we should be teaching these subjects in our own languages. That is the first step. Yeah. The first step is not let's do away with all the languages and teach all of these subjects in one language. The first step is we should be teaching these things in our own language, right? And I'll give you an example that relates to even just creative writing. There's an author, Pan-Africanist, by the name of Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Yeah, he's from Kenya. Yeah, and he some years ago he wrote a book called Decolonizing the Mind. Yeah, and it's the last book that he ever wrote in English, and the book is a justification for why his further novels will be written exclusively in Kikuyu, which is his indigenous language. Yeah, and then after being written in Kikuyu, he will translate it into other languages. Yeah, there's a good actual exploration of this online. When he was he appeared on BBC Hard Talk. Yeah, So if
Okay.
and they address this issue now on Kikuyu is a language that is almost exclusively spoken by people in Kenya. Yeah, but that position,
Right. Yeah.
and there were debates among other authors like Chinua Achebe from Nigeria and Ikwema from Ghana. They all debated this subject, right? But it's considered to be a Pan-African principle that literature should be authenticated within the language of the people, wherever that language is. The importance of a common language, not one language, but a common language, or there are some that even says a common language, but common languages. Yeah. So basically, regions have their common languages, and education across the continent and diaspora will be catered towards children being able to communicate sufficiently in these common languages, right? That's what I'm saying, as well as whatever their indigenous.
And that then and what's and okay, so that happening benefits what? Is that kind of for the economic side standpoint, or
Economics,
for them
politics,
to be able to
yeah,
speak with the common language?
Yeah, economics, politics, and cultural integration. So there are others who are saying, well, and not only do we need to do that, but we need to translate the cultural production of one language into other African languages. Translation from African languages almost exclusively focuses on translation into European languages. Why can't we translate something from Yoruba into Zulu, and from Zulu into Kikongo? Yeah, and so on and so forth. Those are all Pan-African ideals.
And everyone can be able to communicate effectively.
Yeah, but the point is that the point is that us being able to communicate shouldn't be reliant upon speaking a European language. That's the point.
British, French, or Spanish. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, I agree, but I agree, but I think there's so much technology out there now for that to change. But fair dues. I mean, if that's one of the, if that's something that people feel is a necessity, then that's fine. I wanted to move on to British and Black Americans and Caribbeans going down the Pan-African route. Now, I think the concern for like a lot of people in the UK and probably Black America to a certain extent is Pan-African prevents us from doing work around the people and the issues that we have. So the two of us being Black Caribbean people, we know we've experienced something over here where there's changes that have been made, but there's still institutes like, you've mentioned it, the imperialistic way, right? So knowing that, I think the problem is a lot of people feel like, okay, the first thing to do is to direct yourself to your African roots, even though you're under these institutes in the UK and not much work is being done on the ground in the UK in regards to our Black boys, these institutes that we need to fight on the ground in the UK and America. Sorry, go on.
No, I'm not interrupting you. Go.
Oh, I thought I heard you say something. Okay,
No.
So yeah, I think the issue, I think the concern is people are like feeling like they're being driven over to the continent, and we're forgetting what's taking place for the people on the ground here. What are we doing? Because we've got some extreme issues over here that needs solutions. And does the Pan-African movement have the solutions for people on the ground in the UK? Black America?
The biggest issue here with what you're saying here, again, I've been a Pan-Africanist all my life, and all of the Pan-Africanists that I know in this country, the majority of their work is in this country. Yeah, Pan-Africanists in the UK are not running Saturday schools for children.
Shippers in the back.
Sorry. Yeah, I was saying Pan-Africanists in the UK are not running Saturday schools for children in Ghana and Congo.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, and
the thing is, I'm from. Yeah. Go on.
As far as the Black Saturday School movement is
No, I'm just
concerned,
gonna.
go on.
Yeah. No, historically, the Black Saturday School movement was when the Caribbeans came here, and they needed a space where we could not only discuss about Pan-Africanism, but we could also kind of collectively work on things that we needed to do. And for some reason, that disappeared second generation down. And I think that's probably a lot to do with assimilation and fighting for.
But Cash, a lot of those Saturday schools.
I know the one that I went to went. I know, and many of us that were looking.
No, a lot of them did disappear.
There's less than there were.
A lot of them did disappear.
Say that again.
A lot of them did disappear. Yeah. Right. I'm saying that they still exist, didn't it?
And that's
right. But Tash,
yeah, and that's a lot due to assimilation of our community where we've assimilated.
Exactly. So the point I'm making is that a significant number of those Saturday schools were developed by Pan-Africanists. You know what I'm saying? So their Pan-Africanism didn't stop. Like, it was the impetus for addressing the local issues in the community and organizing in the community. And Saturday schools was one aspect of that. Yeah. A number of the Black Saturday schools that were existent in this country in the 1980s and 70s, 70s, 80s, right, and 90s, were developed by Pan-Africanist organizations. Yeah, my father.
Yeah, but it also had Black national. Yeah, go on.
My father was make the point that you're going to make.
Yeah. No, do you know what? Our fathers have met, by the way, Shakara, but I won't go into that on this platform. But yeah, our people have met each other. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's beef, yeah.
But
see, I don't know who your dad is, so I can't even.
Yeah. One day we'll have that conversation. Like, we've got a little organization in Ladbroke Grove, but yeah, your group were involved in that. Your father. Yeah. So I wanted to quickly sorry, Born, Schiffer's in the back. Is Born up? Sorry, let me try and hold on. Schiffer's in the back, Born. Can't be sleeping at this time. No, I was going to say, when you say the Pan-African movement were kind of behind the Saturday schools, I don't consider all Rastas, and I know you would probably consider that to be the case, to be directly, they did have the Pan-African feel, but I think, do you know what it is? Do you know what's happened? Obviously, at that time, it was very clear there was that one movement, and I think that it's all kind of speared off now into different kind of groups, different Pan-African groups that believe different things. I don't know if that's your experience.
Yes,
so that's
yes,
what
and
I
no.
see.
But either way, yes and no. But the point I'm simply making at the moment in relation to the point that you made prior is just that no Pan-Africanist living in Britain. Put it this way: the work of Pan-Africanists living in Britain is mostly got to be among Africans living in Britain. Yeah, that's just the nature of things. All Pan-Africanist groups and organizations of worth begin where they are. They're not beginning even in the Caribbean. They're starting with the Africans in the locations that they reside right now, which is the UK. As far as the UK is concerned.
Okay. My other concern is we do talk about we do kind of head the Pan-African movement as Caribbean people to a certain extent.
I disagree with that.
Would you say in the UK and outside of the continent, I think that I don't know many African Pan-Africans in the UK, to be fair, right? And I think, growing up, I always found that the Caribbean really, I think due to the fact that they researched, especially Guyana, when we had race politics, we definitely had no choice but to go down that route. And I think with Africans, they have had an opportunity and a choice not to have to go down necessarily a Pan-African route at times. But I know you can possibly argue that case. But I was going to say, do you think with the Pan-African movements, right, and having certain codes in terms of, like, for example, dating like a non-African, because I don't think you go by black, I
do go
do you
about
think
that.
that was partly responsible? Oh, okay, great, good. Okay. Do you think that's partly responsible for that's partly responsible for like the assimilation of Caribbeans falling into the homes of white people? I know these are
Ask the question again. I think I missed something. Ask the question again.
I think because Pan-Africanism comes with certain codes and comes with certain rules and regulations. And at the time, because we were fighting for equality, sometimes I think what takes place, and it happened in Holland and other spaces, we start to assimilate into the group because of the fight for equality. And then we've got the Pan-African movement on the other side. So there's no middle space to say, okay, we kind of need to be a little bit available to those that are possibly having to work amongst, you know, a group that are non-blacks. Do you feel that the Pan-African movement are partly responsible for people pushing away? Or
I guess there's contradictions in any movement that will cause people to push away from it. And there's also attacks on movements that make it very difficult for people to function in those movements. And some are not as committed as others. And it's easier to assimilate than it is to revolutionize, right? So we have to factor that in as well. Like, it's just the most people are going to travel the road most traveled, if that makes sense. Yeah. So yeah, I think all of those things are yeah. But there is a lot of middle ground. I mean, there are some Pan-Africanists who advocate, you know, for involvement in political processes in the nation that we are part, and some that only advocate it under certain circumstances, and some that advocate complete, you know, withdrawal from political. There are variations even among Pan-Africanists on those issues.
Because I think the problem is, because you said earlier on there has to be an African centered approach, or there has to be,
yes,
that's kind of where it stops for you.
I'm a little bit confused though, Tash, because from what I've heard and from what my perception was before listening to this conversation, like when I first heard Pan-Africanism, my only criticism was the name. But when I've got to learn more about, you know, what it actually entails, I see that as the bridge. I see that as the thing that's building the bridges between the different communities, between the different cultures, X, Y, Z. So once I can identify it as a bridge between our cultures and between, you know, the dynamics of what we're calling black, then I can't see it as a bad thing.
Schiffer's correct, yeah, and
no, it's not a question of it's not a question of it being a bad thing. It's a question of our Caribbean group, we used to be, I think, 550,000. We are now 350,000, right? There's a chunk of us that have gone into the mixed race space, right? There was an article in the Independent saying we are on our way to being extinct in the UK, and I need to, for myself, look into the reasons as behind, you know, as to why this has taken place, right? So I was asking Shakara simply, does he feel that possibly the iron fist of like a movement like the Pan-African movement, possibly, you know, being in a country like the UK, was it partly responsible of, you know, for people to kind of push away, saying, okay, these codes are very rigid and stringent?
I don't know how you address the challenges that we have to address without rules that are stringent, if that makes sense to some degree. The rules of the state in which we live are stringent, yeah. And they govern us, and they exercise power over us in very stringent ways, yeah. And so, in order to defeat such a system, then we have to adhere to certain codes, yeah, that are stringent, that are non-negotiable, yeah. and through which people can be held to account if they break the code. That's just the reality of the situation. So yeah, a lot of people don't want to abide by an organizational structure or movement that has those kind of codes, especially, like I said, when the society in which you live makes it easier for you to abide by their codes than the codes that are designed to better and liberate you and break the chains of neocolonialism. That's just is really good. You know what I'm saying? So there is no real way around that. People have to be self-motivated and self-dedicated.
But do you not think that because of kind of our homogenous group in the Black UK and, you know, the family in Black America, do you not think we should have been a little bit more kind of microscopic when it came to our issues that we have on the ground in these spaces? And I know you mentioned the Saturday schools for our children and our families, you know, and I put respect on that, because that definitely was leadership and direction for our group, right? But I think my concern is I think it's becoming a bit of a foreign concept when our group has had to fight very, very hard to have equality amongst the people group that were opposed to us. So I suppose my thing is, do you not think there could have been another way of kind of bringing us together as a people group, where we worked in the space on the globe that we are in terms of working with directly with the Caribbeans and directly with Black America?
I guess
not forgetting Africa. When I'm not saying that.
But the issue is,
sorry, go on.
That, so there's two things in what you're saying, right? We either want to be a free and self-determining people, or we want to be assimilated into the institutions and societies of the people that are infringing upon our freedom and self-determination. The Pan-African point of view is that, or I say the Pan-African because there isn't just one, but let's say the radical, the revolutionary Pan-African point of view is that we have to attain enough power to defend the rights of ourselves, not through the goodwill of others, but from the basis of our own power. Yeah. So the other element of that is that we recognize ourselves as a distinct racial and cultural group with variations within that group. So the idea of assimilation is on the one hand political and on the other hand cultural. The cultural element is that we lose our identity and absorb our identity in the identity of the colonial nation state. The political element is that we don't seek to be free and self-determining. We only seek to be made a part of the colonial nation state. Yeah. Now, to a significant degree, especially when it comes to the politics of that situation, those positions are irreconcilable. The only question is, when you fight for your rights, yes, within a nation state, and all groups of people, wherever their nationality and so on and so forth, have the right to fight for a certain level of human rights under whatever government they exist within, whether they're a citizen of that country or not. There's a certain level of human rights that they have a right to fight for. But does that fight, is that fight geared towards freedom and self-determination, or is it geared towards assimilation? Is it geared towards, we want to be seen as British, or is it geared towards we are Africans living in Britain, or even Africans from the Caribbean living in Britain? Yeah, and we want our rights.
Well, that's the thing I was gonna say. Well, that's what I was gonna say.
What?
I was gonna say the fact that I think you just initially said Africans and then said and African Caribbeans. I think the problem is, and why we as a Caribbean community, yes, we had the history. I think the problem is we haven't identified our own cultural needs that we've had for many years that our ancestors put on the ground in the Caribbean. And I think with the Pan-African movement, it directs straight back to Africa, which I use the word foreign, is foreign to many Caribbeans. Now,
it's actually not. That's the point. That's perception. It's not reality. and it's
But
foreign
that's
to me.
well, it would be foreign.
If you look at it,
Go on.
what makes Africa foreign to many Caribbeans is the colonial process. Yeah, it's colonization. If you look at the Caribbean and how African people in the Caribbean have developed and evolved, yes, right, you will find Africanness there.
Yeah.
The more colonized we are, yes, the less we are able to identify with our Africanness. So it's not that Caribbeans, what's it called, have an issue, are disconnected from Africa and Africanness. It's that many Caribbeans have been brought through a colonial process that necessitates their disconnection from Africa and their association with the colonizer. That's it. You know what I'm saying? So
all right, hold on. Okay, all right, hold on. African influences, there's no doubt it's embedded, right, in Caribbean culture. I think my concern is this. At times what I've found, that our culture, the Caribbean culture, right, and I'm not talking about the promiscuity, I'm not talking about even faith, right? I'm talking about our culture is dismissed, right, with this particular group, right? And I think my concern is, you consider it to be a colonized culture, right, if it's not African, right? But 100%. I feel that we have had our this is where my issue's gonna come. I don't feel that the other side of it is colonized culture. It is our culture, the Caribbean. We are not the same as the British in the Caribbean. You will not find the Caribbean culturally, their whole way of life, just the relaxed kind of, as a people group, they are that's not considered for me. I don't consider it to be close to the British
Yo, Tash,
culture.
can I pause you 1 second?
Sorry, Shifa, one moment. I don't consider that to be a colonized influence, right? I consider it to be an influence that we have put together, like other nations in Africa who are newly developed in terms of their tribes. When the Europeans made Nigeria and everything else, they have put themselves together and put their culture forward. We don't say that they're them being called Nigerians, right?
Yes, we do. Nigeria is a colonial designation. Nigerian is one. Even the concept of Nigeria is colonial. that's definitely said by Pan-African.
But hold.
But the idea, Tash. Let me just say this here.
Right, okay.
I want to use an obvious example.
Haven't been affected by that.
I'm going to use an obvious example, Tash. Yeah, Rastafari. Yeah, is reggae music Caribbean?
Yes, I would say so.
Are Rastafari Pan-African?
It's got influences.
Hold on. Are Rastafari Pan-African?
Yeah, they have. They have connections to Pan-Africans.
All right, that's a good answer. Has any group in from the Caribbean popularized an affirmation of African identity more than Rastafari?
I can't think of one personally.
Sorry, one moment. The Haitians have what do you call it? Oh my God, I can't think of the name. Oh.
What, the music?
They've done something. No. They've got something, some cultural
uniqueness.
Oh, I have to get back to you.
No, listen. I'm not denying the affirmations of Africans of any other group. I'm saying, has any group from the Caribbean popularized an affirmation of African identity more than Rastafari?
I'll look into it. I'll have to get back to you. I don't want to say yes or no at this stage. I don't.
Can we agree? Can we agree that Rastafari have been among the
From what I know, I've got okay. All right. Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah.
Right, Rastafari have been at the forefront
of African
identity, among Africans in the Caribbean. All right, so in developing African identity, yeah, reggae music becomes one of, if not the primary vehicle for Rastafari promoting its ideals. Reggae music is developed among Africans in the Caribbean. Yeah. The same can be said for soca and calypso in the various different islands. It becomes a vehicle for channeling activist, revolutionary, and Pan-Africanist ideals.
Messages.
Messages.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So when you listen to Black Starling, and Chalk Dust, and Monday, these are open Pan-Africanists, soca monarchs. You know what I'm saying? Right. So the idea, so from a Pan-African point of view, our culture in the Caribbean is African. Yeah, it's a part of who we are as African people. We don't have to separate it from African from Africanness in order to identify it as a unique expression that we develop as African people in the Caribbean. It's not necessary. When I say
hold on,
when I say it's colonial, what I'm saying is, if we are understanding ourselves and our culture properly, what makes us differentiate or uncomfortable or not relating to Africans on the continent in terms of culture is not our culture from the Caribbean. It's the colonial experience that we've had that has taught us to be ashamed of being African and to separate it from it. We don't even have to go to Africa for that to take place.
Hold on, Shekwa. You have in Jamaica, they have some of the most prominent Pan-Africans you will find around the world.
Of course.
And there's no fear of Africa being, but that's not going to also suggest that they have the same cultural experience as a Nigerian that is on the continent.
A Nigerian doesn't have the same cultural experience necessarily as a Congolese. Yeah, a Jamaican doesn't necessarily have the same cultural experience as a Trinidad.
Correct.
Right.
But
so that's the point. That's no Pan-Africanist in the Caribbean is saying, you know what? Me nah listen to reggae music. Strictly Afrobeat me I listen to. It's never gonna happen.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Me nah name no rice and peas. Only jollof me one yeah. That's not gonna.
Can I just quickly?
Mr. Njara, the Njara me want.
Can I just quickly add on to that? And it might be, I hope it doesn't divert it, but it's around the same topic. It's do you think like the differences, them slight differences between tribes and different denominations within a particular region, right? So like how can I explain this? If you've got people that are saying that they're Caribbean, but they're like, because like I've heard a lot of, so say from the like ADOS, yeah, you've got these people that are like, well, African, they've got a sentiment towards Africans to see come over here, they don't respect us. There's certain things that look down on us, and they won't want their daughter to marry one of us because we are from, you know what I mean, we're not African, and there's some of them say that we're synonymous with crime and etc. Yeah, you know but do we see this as, because I see that as that like them trying to detach themselves from Africans because I think because of the historical past, and when it comes to ADOS and reparations, they feel like, all right, if an African comes and tries to claim ADOS, then is that fair? Do we want these people from the outside who seem very like jobs worthy? Some of them in the Western world.
Okay,
you know.
The other dynamic that we have to factor in here is the element of class here, and how classes factor into the colonial process and the neo-colonial process. Because you touched on something that touched on earlier. When we look at the Africans that came over to this country, bearing in mind that a lot of the Africans that came over to this country came from nations that had significant populations that were advocating Pan-Africanist ideals, but while at the same time there was a neo-colonial project on trade, and so the colonizer related differently to Africans on the continent and in the diaspora during that time, and that is evident in the fact of why most of us came over here. So a lot of Africans from the Caribbean came over to do manual labor after World War II. Yes, a lot of Africans from the continent came over to the country to study, yeah, and become part of the colonial administration or the neo-colonial administration. And so there was a definitive class distinction, yeah, not African, right?
Yeah.
Not absolute, but significant in relation to Africans who came over to the country.
But shit, hey, 1 second, my brother, yeah? And I'm not asking you this, big Shakara, because I respect your opinion on the overview of the African story, yeah, as a whole, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm kind of like asking you this question, because I feel like I listen to African brothers in a diaspora who've got respect, who've got following, they're OGs, you know, they're you could call them sort of like street scholars, but they're, you know, brothers that are kind of respected, and they have this thing where, like, okay, during the whole and I don't know if you heard the buzzword the reawakening of Kemet. Now we see this, I see this as sort of like a spiritual enlightenment that's happened over the last 10 years, 15 years. But with that being said, yeah, I feel like that was a time when all of that could have been put aside, and I feel like that was a topic of discussion because there was a pushback against the conglomerate. I think that was certain people in certain powerful places in the influential world in America that didn't specifically put up that barrier, talking about how Africans don't, you know, the friction between black people, because that was the time for them to put away these cliche differences, which are notable and are real, but they didn't want to. So there was a pushback between particular groups that didn't want to side, and they wanted their own particular, you know, independent sort of sovereignty, for if you know what I mean. They didn't really want to associate themselves with Africans, and I think that was I feel like did anybody see that as like a strategical move? And that was it was almost like in-house thinking. It's almost like in-house, but that was a pushback I saw, and I don't know if that was just me, but yeah, I thought I'd just say that, and I think it's very divisive. It's a very divisive and manipulative and a strategic way of emphasizing it at such a time when people needed to get together. Somehow this topic was like a hot topic. Oh, Africans, and oh, should we be siding up with Africans, or should we? Or I don't really think I heard it so much from Africans towards African Americans, but obviously the media we're getting fed is most predominantly probably going to be American then African. But from what I do listen to African channels now and then, and I didn't really, they're more based on their particular regional politics as opposed to looking into America, if that makes sense. So
yeah, I'm just gonna say that. Let's be fair. Let's put some.
Yeah. So I know that Americans
I'll be
touch
honest
on
with you. I'm shocked in what I'm seeing on the social media spaces in you know, in the African spaces, in regards to the outlook on Black Americans and Caribbeans. And I thought I'm not going to name the part of Africa that I thought were really at the forefront of speaking and having this kind of rhetoric in regards to disrespecting those of us that were descendants of slaves. I don't know if you like that term, Shaka. I apologize if you don't. But
I'm a descendant of enslaved Africans.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's
All right.
Can I explain that, please?
Yeah, go on.
Yes, very quickly. From within Pan-African movements here, we've challenged the designation of referring to our ancestors blanketly as slaves because it's derogatory. Yeah, our ancestors were human beings, right? That had identities and so on and so forth. And to refer to somebody as a slave is dehumanizing. So we when we say enslaved, we're referring to a condition. We're not using it as a noun. It's enslaved is descriptive of the condition that the human being was subject to, rather than a noun used to refer to the human being themselves.
And I'll clarify. I'll clarify the ADOS. ADOS is American Descendants of Slavery, so it's the system of slavery, not so much slaves is the actual people, but slavery, the people. It's kind of similar to what Shaka Ra was saying, actually. we're descendants of slavery. The
Oh,
people that were
apologies.
enslaved.
No, I was going to say, but this this anti kind of, I don't know if you've watched it, because I think Bourne's shown a few clips in the past about, you know, Africans kind of having this disdain kind of for the Caribbean, mainly Black Americans, kind of looking at the culture, at being, you know, at what we've kind of put together in these spaces in the West. And we're not talking about white American ways, we're talking about Black cultural ways. What do you think to that?
Sis, I have. Oh, I'll let you finish, but I'm gonna just say now, just before you move on, and possibly, I don't agree with that. I believe, I don't believe that there's disdain from. I think that's a very harsh word to use.
No, Bourne's shown a few.
Because sis, one more thing. Sorry, what I was going to say, sis, what I was going to say is, I see that a lot of American Africans that go to America are wearing and singing the songs as sound American. They're not gonna. They like a lot of people. Even like you see this Azalea Banks or whatever, Iggy Azalea, whatever her name is.
Right,
she's from. It's the same thing. She's from Australia, and she sounds now American. So that's exactly what the Africans are doing. They got their FUBU hat on, busting low bottoms with grills in their mouth. They're not trying to look.
Yeah, I'm not.
There's no African sort of look. Yeah, okay. They're gonna.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they don't assimilate to a certain extent. I'm saying when we have direct conversations and discussions at times, there is this kind of outlook as to us being this kind of lower subdivision. Now, I'm not saying Black Americans don't do it, because I know you made that point earlier on, but I just wanted to know what Shakara's opinion on that was, and how we can change that opinion when it comes to those on the continent. Because
say that again, please. Say that again, please.
And I never said all Africans. If I did, I apologize. There has been a group of Africans, right? And not from any particular country on the continent, that have been anti-us, right? Anti-us in the West. And I'm wondering how we can change that. And they're not a Pan-African group. No. They are people that look down and see us as some sort of sub-group. Our culture is degenerate and what have you. Now, I'm not saying there isn't degenerate moments of our culture, but you know, I'll speak for the Caribbean. We've definitely, I think, worked hard at times to be very conscious, especially on the Caribbean, in the Caribbean, so to speak. And we've got our history is sorry, go on.
The same way we would do it for any other place and any other region. I'm not one of those people that particularizes self-hate among any group of African people. Self-hate in relation to Africans from the continent, directing it towards Africans from the diaspora, is still self-hate. Yeah, it's not any better or worse than what takes place from Africans in the diaspora to Africans on the continent. What we have to be clear about, though, is that it's all anti-African. It's no less anti-African if somebody from the continent says it about somebody from Jamaica. Like, just what I'm saying. Like, and when it comes to Pan-African ideals, yeah, the issue is for us to be able to highlight and emphasize our connections and our linkages, and discard the colonial mentality, yeah, the mental slavery, yeah, that has been imposed upon us. Africans on the continent have been put through mental slavery as well. Let's not get it twisted, yeah. And so that I don't particularize it any more than I would any other form of anti-African self-hatred. What we have to be clear about, though, however, is that a lot of these discords among us, yeah, have been facilitated by lack of wanting to identify with ourselves and each other as Africans. So even on the continent, you find people that have these whatever. When you check it, I was even on a conversation on Triluminati Live yesterday, and when you got to the crux of it, Brethren just basically didn't want to be identified with so-called Bantus, yeah. That's what that is.
Right.
And we have to, but also I do
That's
think
it.
I do think it's important for us to recognize that a lot of us in the diaspora, felt that we had a safe haven from being identified with Africa because we were one step removed from the landmass. So it was the idea that Jamaica or being Caribbean offered you some prestige over being African. Or being American offered you some prestige over being African. One second, I've got to get the door. One second.
Okay.
And this is a very important point, Tash. And you know what is
Yeah,
important?
I know you guys. This is
No. I tell you what. I've read a book. I've read a book about laws.
No, because you guys love to say the Caribbean consider themselves as some sort of prestige group, and I know
sis, it's not them. It's not the Caribbean are the closest ally humanity's got, I reckon. But I'm saying the way the Western world did it is that they said that all right, you can go over our women if you're a high class Negro, but you're not. If you're low class, there's no way you can touch our low class white women, and you won't ever be able to touch the high class women unless you're a multi-millionaire. That's what it was. And I think just like basically, I don't necessarily know the exact what tier it is. It sounds like a tier level or something, but and I can imagine that's what it was. That sounds like sort of Willie Lynch system. But I know that I know Africans are at the bottom, right? And actually there's a tier system between the Africans from the outlook and viewpoint of Europeans and how they grade them for what particular job or how they can use them, how they can you know what I mean, how can they how they can what's it called, just take advantage of them. So yeah, there's levels of it, but it's interesting. I think what would be is interesting is when you look at people's testaments, and I think Shaka's got a lot of quotes and dates and times and people's testimonies and stuff. So that's why it's
the
quite
thing is.
On that.
The thing is, where Shaka and I, this is where Shaka and I we will draw the line here. I know that some of the ignorant Caribbean sentiment, right? And this is not. I don't feel that the Caribbean or even the Caribbean people are responsible for this sentiment that they had in regards to the Caribbean being some sort of upper class, black group compared to the Africans, right? Because it was, and the Black Americans may disagree, but I feel that there was a kind of conditioning of our within slavery that Africa was a non-entity, it was a non-factor. You can't, to look at yourself as African, to be considered as that. But I think I'm moving on from that. I'm talking about those today that are saying that Africans at times are talking about our line. There has been issues in especially Black America where the mindset and the thinking of the melanated man and woman is different. The Black American is different to the African. What they want and what they want to achieve is different.
Called divide and conquer.
Well, yeah, but I mean, for me, I think we need to really look at like today's kind of reality. I know where Shaka was going because I know I'm from that community, and I've heard the little, I've seen a friend of mine, her gran said, don't come back, with an African man. I know those families did exist, and they would say that before saying don't come back with a white man. So I know what he's talking about. It does exist. I'm not going to pretend to lie.
Yeah.
But why do you think that is though? Why do you think that is though, Tash?
Well, can I answer that quickly, Tash? Can I quickly say?
Yeah, go on.
And you tell me if you believe this is the reason, Tash, as well. Yeah. The divide between why they put Caribbeans over Africans is because they want to like do you think it's a it's a bad thing. That
Are you answering the question or are you asking the question?
Sorry, so what was the question? Go on, just you answer the question. Answer the question because I had a.
I was gonna add on to what you're saying. I think it's a case of that we separated ourselves from each other due to illustrations and doctrine. So for instance, look, I mean, bro, I'm not gonna lie, yeah. When you think that you're in England, yeah, and all these other places, you think already that you're above somebody else. Do you know what I mean? Like, just because you're in England, you think, yeah, we're better than these guys, we're better than that guys, we're better than these guys, we're better than that guy. So we're already pitted against each other because of what we're being taught here.
Oh no, okay. Regardless of talk though, what we're taught, I think it's cultural. I think cultural differences. That's what I was going to say. Cultural differences may have something to play. So if you look at it like they're brought onto the island and they've been given this particular European culture mixed infused with Irish and Indian, arguably, and whatever South American, then that's what it is. They're going to have a different. So when they look at Africans. And their little bit, that little difference, they're gonna see a difference. They're gonna actually probably have more common with certain Europeans than they will have naturally, you know.
Cool. Well, so, during colonization in the Africas and also in the Caribbeans, you know, like people who had locks in their hair, that's where they got the word dread, because they said the dreadlocks look dreaded, awful, and everything like that. So they used to cut the people's hair. Yeah. Now, in St. Vincent, where my nan and granddad and them were from, yeah, when people had locks, they were looking at them Rasta man as if they were filthy, dirty, and unclean, and you're not going to get a job and all this.
Yeah,
type
they
of
would
stuff.
call them dirty Rasta. They would say
right.
they're not clean. They're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now the same thing I got told about in Africa as well was like, I don't know if it's like Uganda or somewhere like that, but they're saying like if they see people with locks, it's like you're some devil, man. But that was told because when the French and the Belgian man wanted to come over and they were like, oh, look at these people with their long hair and look how they got. Oh, we can't have this. Let's cut off their hair. Let's absolutely, you know what I mean? Like imagine someone coming along and just taking away your beauty, so to speak. You know what I mean? A part of what you are, and saying that we don't like that, and then your next generation adopting that, and then you know what I mean, bro? It's gonna be one big mix.
And I think it's easy.
Yeah.
I think it would
down generation to generation.
Sorry, can I just say this here? So the thing is, we don't have to even leave the Caribbean for these dynamics to find themselves to discover these dynamics here. I think Natty just gave an example of locks here, but the same dynamic exists where you've got like the relationship of the church to what is referred to as so-called Obia men and women. Yeah.
Yes.
In relation to the church to any indigenous.
Yes, that's right.
Of like to voodoo, for example. Yeah, and these kinds of things. Right. So there's a spectrum of civilization, and the bottom of that spectrum, the savage and the barbaric, is seen as anything that is African. Right. High society and culture and refinement is seen as that which is closer to the European. Yeah?
Right. So Shaka, I brought up the hair. Right. I brought up the hair.
That even factored into our phenotype. Yeah. So it was you were considered more beautiful, the lighter skin than the thinner nose and the thinner lips that you had. And that it's just in many countries that was
that's right.
In terms of social mobility. So the Africans on the continent were seen as even the far end of that spectrum. Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? Many of us who know nothing about what was going on the African continent and so on and so forth, basically wanted to reject all of that because we were busy trying to reject manifestations among us in Jamaica and in Barbados and in Trinidad and in Guyana and St. Lucia and Haiti and all kind of different things.
But the spirit is strong though. But the spirit is strong though because they always like to tell stories in, especially sorry Born, I wanted to ask you something as well, especially in America. They always want to talk about how they gave back our freedom. Well, that may be so on paper, but when the people started realizing the spirit was coming back and they were fighting back or not, and realized it was all foreign to them and started getting that feeling coming through, the slave owners were starting to get worried, because now these barbarians and these Negroes and everything aren't following the ways of the Bible.
Natty, you've gone. Natty, you've gone. Can anyone hear Natty, or is it just me?
No, Natty just cut out. But it was a brief shortcut just to say big up, man. Uncle IC3, man. I know you. Hopefully you're holding tight and you're catching a little vibe of this, man. But bless yourself up, man. Forget about earlier on, but just minor differences of opinion, my bro. But.
No, I was going to say, definitely this is where no disrespect, Shakwa, this is the good feel factor of Pan-Africanism that is good for empowering our people, right? And recognizing that these possibly could be the reasons as to why, British black people Caribbeans have faltered, right? And we did have these kind of sentiments regarding African culture, so to speak, right? But at the same time, I can't go into the religion thing. Obviously, I won't be going into that. But I will say this: I don't think that's the reason for this new up and coming generation saying the mindset of the African and the mindset of the Black American, for example, is very, very different, and the intentions and the wants and needs and desires to build for the people is very, very different. The process is different. And I think, with Pan-African, it's straight away you think, okay, every African that comes over to Black America is in support of Pan-Africanism because they're from the continent, right? That's what many that don't know about Pan-Africanism is going to feel. But to be honest with you, they're not. Many of them. They come over to Black America and they're trying to build for their families back home and where they are.
No Pan-Africanists.
All right,
yeah. No Pan-Africanists. Yeah. Like
now, hold on one moment, Shakwa. Just one moment, Shakwa.
Yeah.
So when it comes to like the Black Americans or the Black UKs, when they're surrounded by those kind of Africans, it's very difficult to channel Pan-Africanism and to channel the conscious mindset of bettering yourself as a Black person and going back to the roots when you have these kind of we need to come and make sure we look after our people. Sorry.
It's not any more difficult than when I meet somebody from Jamaica or Antigua who does the same thing, right? You see what I'm saying? No actual Pan-Africanist believes that just because somebody comes from the continent, they're going to be on a Pan-African thing. It was Africans from the continent, who betrayed Pan-Africanists on the continent, right? Just like Africans from the diaspora betrayed Pan-Africanists in the diaspora. So we have sellouts and turncoats and people that are in line with Western imperialism everywhere. What's happening now, as it stands, though, is that there are Africans from the continent who hold negative viewpoints about Africans from the diaspora, as well as there are Africans from the diaspora who hold negative viewpoints about Africans from the continent. Yeah. Now, when we talk to the broader context of this comes in the context of a colonial regime that promoted anti-Africanness. That's where that comes from. So when you look at Africans from the continent who are anti-African from the diaspora, they're not projecting anything different than what the Africans from the continent, the Caribbean or the Americas are when they project negativism on Africans from the continent. The issue that we have at the moment, however, is that we have some brothers and sisters who already had preconceived negative ideals and perceptions about Africans from the continent and are justifying that negativism through this group of Africans from the continent on social media who are making these derogatory, destructive, self-hating, anti-African statements about Africans from the diaspora and are projecting those Africans who are making these negative statements as the African point of view. Yeah? Which is false, right? There's no justification for it except for the fact that, so for example, if I come across a brother or a sister who a decade ago was talking about stinky, dirty, nasty Africans and we're not Africans and so on and so forth, right? And then a decade later, they're online complaining about what an African from the continent said about an African from America or the Caribbean. I know that they're just using an instance to justify their thing. It's not coming from sincerity, right? We have to just factor that into the situation.
Yeah, because there may be in the mix-up like bias that are definitely going to always have that sort of narrative against Africans. So that you know, and I don't think they're contingent. Go on.
Yeah, sorry, but hold on. I'm not talking about the feel factor of how they see themselves as as a black person, whether they see themselves as black Caribbean, black American, and so forth. I think what I'm looking at is we know economically we're at the bottom globally, right? So in our different spaces around the world, we are seeing things that our people are going through in front of us, right? So the point is, you're going to find the African that comes over to the Caribbean, to the UK, right? And for example, I feel, and I know Leary, I hope you're not listening. I feel that some Africans have gone against the political, have gone into political parties that are historically against us, right? And I think I don't see many Caribbean MPs going down that route. Do you understand what I'm saying, Shaka? And I know obviously you're bun the system man, but I just want to be clear on that. So when that happens, that kind of gets your nose out of joint, and you feel like,
Tash,
yeah,
have you ever heard of Tony Stewart?
Go on, sorry, say that again.
Oh, no.
Have you ever heard of Tony Stewart?
Yes, Tony Stewart.
Tony Stewart is a long-standing Uncle Tom, yeah, right? Established.
Yes, I know. I've got his book.
Right, firm in the Uncle Tomism. Which book, by the way? Which book?
Tash?
You're on mute, Tash.
I've got to go downstairs. I'm going downstairs to look for the book. But yeah, go on.
Is it the Black Boys in Education one?
No, it's not.
Okay, right, but yeah, and to be fair to the brother, he actually got some useful books, right? But politically, he's an outright sellout. Yeah, 100%, one of the most longest standing in this country. Yeah, there is no dichotomy.
What's his name, Shaka? Real quick, what's his name?
Tony Sewell.
What's his name?
Tony Sewell.
Tony Sewell.
Yeah, long standing. But the point I'm making is there is no dichotomy along Africans from the Caribbean and Africans from the continent in terms of the Conservative Party. Like,
so Shaka, what I was basically trying to show you know, like what happened in Haiti with the uprising. You know what happened in Cuba with the uprising. What happened in Jamaica with the uprising? What happened in the Dominican Republic? What basically shattered all the way through was that spirituality, or obia, or whatever they wanted to call it. That is what broke through. Do you know what I mean, Bridget? That's what, for me, was so much evidence. They can lie, say about, oh yeah, you know, we wanted to give their freedom. No. It's not. That's not what I've been hearing about. When you've been hearing about, you know, when they were singing the songs, you know, about down by the river and how to get across and to get to the freedom land and all this type of stuff here, bro, is like, that is the spirituality. You know what I mean? That is the roots, and that is the roots that broke the chains. Because we decided to go back, and we decided to follow our roots and follow a tradition and follow something that's in us, DNA. Like everything what you said, all the singing and everything like that, the words is inspiration. You know what I'm saying? And just like just like that, man. And when they're talking about like the biggest uprising, let's just say for the slaves in America, it's because they had enough. because you know what you start to realize that even just like in the days of Moses, if you wanna defeat the entity, you need to start working for the entity. If that's the title for your show, that's what I wanted to say for your title of the show. If you want to defeat it, you need to see how what feeds it. Do you know what I mean? What gives it its energy? Now, if you're bringing people halfway across the world to dig for you and take up your second name for you and take up everything like that for you, then obviously these people are very special. You know what I'm saying? So obviously you're gonna have a hate. You know what I mean? An animal is useful, man. You know what I mean, Shaka? So when you're caging them, it's because they could be dangerous also too.
Certainly.
So yeah, man, that's what I was saying. Like even with the juju and obeah, I think in Jamaica they just legalized it again or something like that 2 years ago, a year ago. That is
No,
all right.
no, they haven't. There was a campaign to decriminalize the thing, and but the law still exists on the books. It was still criminalized.
Wow. And you know, like when you think about it, man, in even in the Americas, the very first book that you know that they were allowed to read was the Bible, man. Do you know what I mean? The very first book that you're allowed to read. So, bro, I just think, you know what, it's case closed, man. Look, you have to just forgive ourselves, but just look back into the past and look where the mistakes are, man. Like what's foreign to us. You know what I mean? Like snow. Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize. It was black masculinity in boys. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah. No, and that's
I'm going to put the link in the Discord. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go on. What was your point in regards to being a sellout?
I don't know if
sorry.
Born Rich or God of Drake, or if you know, but in the Americas, like the biggest that was the wake up call for them to start making us believe that we can have our freedom. Do you know what I mean? That's the integration stage now, where you know what, doesn't matter how many you breed or how many things, they're still gonna realize that I'm different. So that's why I believe they had to start changing it. Otherwise, they were gonna have a war in their own ground, like, and it's gonna get ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you have slaves deciding that they no longer want to be a slave? Like, who gave them the right for that? Where's the books for that? Because after when you put down them books and you start fighting back for your freedom, you know what I mean? That's the slave masters only got one choice. You know what I mean? To fight you, or to give you another option. Oh, let's give them their freedom back. Still slaves, because the person who's giving you freedom, there's terms.
Yeah, what does that's a good question. What does Born and God or Jacob think regarding conditioning of from white supremacy? Any thoughts on that, as to why possibly groups like ADOS have come to the forefront now? Because Shaka was talking about old sentiments that we had in regards to Africa. We definitely had it in our community. Natty's already explained it, but I don't know what you guys think. Born, God of Jacob.
I would just say this, for you to say, ADOS, come to the forefront, FBA, whatever group you want to use right now. For one, there had to be an opportunity for such groups to come, right, and plant themselves and get their message out. So if ADOS, or what do you want to call it, a movement, we look at it as a lineage or whatever, or historical timeline that we were atroced by. But if they came to the forefront, like you said, there was a time, or there was a period, there was a gap where they were able to come through and get their message out like it did, and it gained traction. Why? Because those established groups, or those groups that was in the forefront, since we came to the forefront, there had to be groups in the forefront. Those groups that were in the lead, if you will, didn't resonate with the people, right? So you have have something had to fail or was lacking in for ADOS to garner such traction and such a following, whereby we are talking about ADOS. Is it bad or is it good or is it anti-hate or hate yourselves? All these type of narratives is going around. So something failed or something became stagnant or something wasn't producing. You get what I'm saying? So to say ADOS came to the forefront, I think our grandparents of yesteryear died, right? And that love that they once had for said other groups died with them. Now you have a new generation on the field who has their own minds and who sees things differently, and they going about what they perceive to be what's best in their interest. They going about it that way. So, ADO's coming to the forefront. That means somebody dropped the ball.
Right. What do you say to that, Shakara? I've been wanting to have this conversation for such a long time.
So again, there's contradictions and flaws in every movement. Yeah. The idea that somebody else dropped the ball and simply saying that is, and by the way, my previous statements were not even about ADOS. We were talking about Africa and the Caribbean, but what's it called?
I was just responding to somebody said ADOS, and I responded to that.
That's cool. I'm just contextualizing my comments. But the idea that it's because somebody else dropped the ball is also to negate the idea that there wasn't a direct attack, against certain movements from the state, and the infiltration and the violence and the propaganda that was committed against Black nationalists, Pan-Africanists, and activists of all kinds. So it's a fact that a generation was raised on anti-Black nationalists, Black power, and Pan-Africanist ideals. It was indoctrinated into a certain kind of propaganda. The anti-African sentiment has always existed, among African peoples since the enslavement and colonization process. And that goes to Africans on the continent as well as Africans in the diaspora. So even among the generations that formed significant and historical Pan-African and Black nationalist movements, oftentimes they did so whilst challenging the anti-African sentiment that existed. There's been no generation that universally, just embraced their Africanness, right? You know what I'm saying? And was fighting and embracing Africans from the continent. It's a fallacy. The Africans from like Rastafari were disowned by their mothers and their fathers, and so on and so forth, for embracing African identity, and the tradition of Rastafari. And then so this isn't even just among Africans from the Caribbean, and I know the same goes for Africans in America. No, you had anybody that came to a position of pride in their Africanness would have to deal with members of their own group who projected shame and degradation and the barbarity and the savagery and so on and so forth and so on and so forth. And that even goes for Africans on the continent. So we have to factor in the fact that the American state, the British state, the French state considers the unification of African people, a recognition of African identity, and a dedication, a commitment to the betterment of African peoples around the world as a threat to its interest and its global hegemony. And that's what it is. And so they've attacked those movements using all the machineries of the state, from the army to the FBI to the MI5 to the CIA to the MI6 and the equivalents in France and so on and so forth, domestically and globally, to attack these various different movements and affect their capacity to grow. And we have to factor that into the analysis as well.
Hold up! You guys get this wrong!
Yeah, but I agree. I agree with Shaka. You feel me? I agree. Even if he's saying anti-African, it's still anti-African, anti-Black, whatever. Whenever you have a large number of Black people trying to unite up under whatever the cause is, then the antennas of white people go up. You know what I mean? They're going to do whatever to destroy it. So I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with the stuff he said. You know, it was good. You know, and pretty much stated the known, the stated the obvious. But you know, just to go back in time in this conversation, you know, I grew up in the '80s, and towards the '90s, Black Americans, man, we were all over Africa. We had our African bees, our African fits,
Yeah.
everything. And Rich, you a little younger than me. I don't know if you remember, but we was on that Africa shit. You hear me?
I remember.
We was on it.
I mean, like I said,
Everything was Africa. But then what happened? We started meeting more and more of them, right? And this just come from my perspective. Y'all can disagree. I lived my own experience. Everybody didn't live GOJ's experience. But then we start encountering in the streets, in the workplace, in various places. And guess what? We found out that the way we ballyhooed Africa, they didn't, right? Politically, we weren't aligned. You get what I'm saying? They didn't ingratiate themselves into us, right? I mean, we can laugh. We can do it. I'm speaking of GOJ. You may say other words, right? Cool. You can tell me why I'm wrong, how you know about my historical lifeline afterwards. But I'm just saying, to this day, politically, we just don't align with each other, right? And that's just the bottom line. People are scared to address that real sentiment that politically and culturally we just don't align. And why try to play like that doesn't exist? Yes, we may have melanated skin, kinky hair, but when you get down to the crux of thing, we are not the same, right?
Can I just say something now in relation to that? Now, is it more important to see the differences and the way people don't align in the face of overwhelming flipping defeat? And I say defeat like it's a game, but there is a winner and a loser in this game of life. And I think what my point, what I was making earlier on, actually, is it kind of goes well with this, yeah, because I was saying that when, like, even though like this whole thing that I've heard about, oh, the slight differences and the unique differences, and that's why, you know, it's never going to work because whatever. It's just like it's almost like it's like what do they call it? Oh, not is it a red herring? Yeah, it's like a red herring. It's like a I don't know, man. It's like a decoy. So I mean,
Here's the problem with you. The minute we disagree with the concept of blackness, and when it's coming from a so-called ADOS or FBA, you know, perspective, it's a red herring. It's a we hate ourselves. It's never. Hold on. It's never.
How can you put them two together?
Explain yourself, and when I
I
explain
wouldn't say
mine,
hate
and I
yourself,
use myself
that's
solo
complete
dolo.
different contrast. That's a
Why
contrast.
do you perceive such things? Why do you say the things you say? And when I say this, I get laughter. Like that can't be true. We are all black.
This is why I clarified what I was saying before, yeah, in terms of I was talking about Africans from the Caribbean, right? Because this all is about whenever we ADOS, I wasn't saying nothing about ADOS before. The same dynamics exist among Africans from the Caribbean, and burn it up same way. It doesn't matter where it comes from. If it comes from Africans in the continent, and burn it up same way. But the reality is that again, the anti-Africanness, yeah, and the hatred of Africa and the attempt to disconnect from Africa has existed among African people from since the colonial and the enslavement process. Yeah, so there has never been a generation again that in which that's since that time where that sentiment did not exist. So even with the pride of the Rastafari movement, for example, in Jamaica, there were still many Jamaicans who are very ashamed of being African and never identified with being African and would deny their Africanness and even their African ancestry and identify as being Scottish and Irish and so on and so forth. The presence
That's right.
Yeah, the presence of Rastafari didn't mean that those other people did not exist. Yeah. And so I don't know why the impression is attempted to be given at the moment that that dynamic did not exist in Black America. And we know, I mean, yeah, it's like the whole of Black America was just singing praises. And even if that were the case, I don't need, if I meet an African from the continent, yeah, who doesn't relate to me well as a fellow African, it has no bearing upon my own identification as an African. Yeah? Just like if I meet an African from Jamaica who was born in Jamaica, yeah, and I'm born in the UK, right, but who relates negatively to me, right, because I'm born in the UK and not born in Jamaica, it doesn't affect my identification with my Jamaican heritage. Yeah, it doesn't do that. All right, the same can be said for Antigua, my mom's town you come from. Yeah, so I'm an African because I'm an African. I'm not an African because brothers and sisters from the continent do or don't relate to me well. Right? You know what I'm saying? So like this idea that anti-Africanness among Black people stems from meeting brothers and sisters on the continent. It's nonsense. Yeah, and again, people are gonna find excuses. Yeah, for these things. We were colonized by Britain. It didn't stop many of us from identifying as British. We were enslaved by people who identified as Scottish and Irish, and many of us, because of that process, we began to celebrate our Scottish and Irish ancestry, the rape of our mothers, yeah, to that degree, because it gave us a safe haven from identifying as African. And that's what we're talking about. We didn't need to meet no brothers and sisters from the continent and they called us some derogatory name for that sensibility to kick in. That was indoctrinated into us. And I don't know why we can't just be honest about the fact that that sensibility was indoctrinated into I and I. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's just honesty in it. Yeah.
Yeah, but Shakra, like and I think the problem that we have, right, is Scholar Jacob mentioned culture. He mentioned it earlier, and I think it's the wrong route for him to take. To be honest with you, I think the main disposition is political assertion in terms of what we personally want for our people group politically, and this, unfortunately, is where it kind of collapses to a certain extent. Now, we'll take Guyana, for example. They've just come into oil. They've got the fastest GDP globally at the moment, right? We've got an Indian Prime Minister called Ali, who came to the UK and demanded that the British apologise on Sky News. He's coming back in a few months' time because he wants a discussion on a number of things, but reparations is one that's on the bill. Now, the thing is, right, if I go down the Pan-African route now, obviously being Guyanese, now don't get me wrong, we have an issue as Black Guyanese, right? Because we have now a situation in Guyana where Guyana has now got massive potential to do extremely well with this new development of oil. We know the Americans, the Canadians, even the Chinese are coming forward, but we also know as Guyanese people, we need to look into making sure our country doesn't, get gentrified and we're replaced. So we have to work hard to look into our own country. And I think what tends to happen sometimes with the Pan-African disposition is at times and we also have to align ourselves with the likes of Ali, our Prime Minister at the moment, right? We have to put ourselves in a position of where we have discussions with him to a certain extent. And obviously the government that he has, yes, a number of them are Indians. And as Black Guyanese, we have to work alongside them. I think from your position, you would see that as a no-go. Do not work and align yourself with them. Now, I'm just assuming, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You would also probably see it as, and I think this is where you would also probably expect us to all make sure we have our own place in Guyana and not, work with the other groups that are there at the moment. And you'd also expect us to make sure we have ties with Africa, which I agree with. I would like Guyana to definitely, if we are going up, we need to tie with Africa. But I don't agree with probably some of the stuff that you probably are going to put forward in regards to what the route in which Black Guyanese people should take in terms of possibly not working to make sure that we have what we are entitled to on the land that many of our ancestors were enslaved on before the indentured Indians came along. I think you would be more encouraged to make sure that our African roots were looked upon. Would I be wrong
So
in saying that?
there's a difference between looking at African roots and no, there's not a difference between, but we shouldn't conflate Pan-Africanism with just looking at African roots, yeah, and affirming African roots, and separate that from the political and economic objectives, yeah. To deal with one of your points in terms of connecting with Africa, Pan-Africanists in the Caribbean, first port of call is to connect with Africans in the Caribbean. So it would be Africans from Guyana need to connect with Africans in Jamaica and St. Lucia and Haiti, right?
Right.
That's Pan-Africanism, because these are African people, yeah, right? So that's the point. Now, there are different shades of Pan-Africanism. We've already mentioned Walter Rodney. Walter Rodney advocated for coalitions between Africans and Indians in Guyana.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. On the base, but he was a Pan-Africanist, and there were Pan-Africanists in and outside of Guyana who disagreed with him on
That's
the
why
basis.
my grandma doesn't consider him to be a Pan-African. So when
Why?
you use that title, because obviously he wants to do coalitions with other groups, he wouldn't consider him.
But coalitions with other groups is not necessarily anti-Pan-African. They may be, depending on the nature of the coalition. Yeah, the Black nationalist Pan-Africanist viewpoint would be that we don't form any coalitions with anybody from a position of weakness in this organization.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She called him a socialist Pan-African. Sorry.
He is a socialist Pan-Africanist.
Yeah. That's what she called him.
Right. And so his socialism informed his workers' inclination, whereas the Black nationalist Pan-Africanist comes from a race-first position that says we have to organize ourselves as a biocultural entity first. So because the Indians are a biocultural entity,
right,
in Guyana, in Trinidad, and anywhere else where they're there, they operate as a biocultural entity. So we don't work with a biocultural entity on the basis of being workers. We establish our biocultural entity, and then we relate to them as a biocultural entity, and we form a coalition or solidarity based upon our mutual interests as biocultural entities. That is a difference.
And I'd say from an economic standpoint, that'd be the best, probably be one of the best ways to network with people, right? Through that particular, yeah.
But the issue is this year, as far as Caribbean politics is concerned, that Caribbean politics is dominated by neocolonizers. Yeah, you mentioned the Americans, you mentioned the Chinese, you mentioned the British. I guarantee you, the people who are going to earn the most of the Chinese oil are going to be Western corporations. Yeah. Second to that, Chinese corporations.
Well, there's a push. There's a push to nationalize our oil. I'm quite surprised that he's
right, because that seems to be one of the ways to defend the interest of the people of Guyana in relation to ensuring that the nation itself makes the most off of the oil. Yeah. Now, one of the Pan-African ideals in terms of the Caribbean has been the Caribbean Federation, which is the fact that what makes us weak is that we negotiate with big nations like America, yeah, and economic bastions like France and Britain, as Guyana, separate and distinct from Jamaica, separate and distinct from Haiti, separate and distinct from Barbados, separate and distinct from St. Lucia, separate and distinct from Grenada, and so on and so forth. Yeah. Right. Whereas these people, yeah, have relationships whereby there's mutual benefit between them when they make these deals. Their corporations are multinational.
Right.
right? But because we operate from a position of just being the nation state and securing the interest of the Guyanese people, we're at a disadvantage where we're going up against a multinational corporation that has interest in various different Western countries. The Pan-Africanist says, well, actually, we need to federate ourselves so that we operate as an economic bloc when the colonizer comes. So we operate in our mutual interest as African people. What's it called? In relation to these multinational corporations and so on and so forth. That is the position from looking at it from an identity as well as economic and political point of view.
Right. This is part of Pan-African that I'm with, right? But I don't want for us to lose our cultural identities, because the islands are very different culturally, and to kind of become this one space. It's a case of everybody being Jamaican, everyone knowing the Caribbean. Oh, you're Jamaican? No, I'm from the Caribbean. There's many islands in the Caribbean. So I think my concern is for us to actually keep our roots and the history that we've gone through, because we have a Pacific history in Guyana that I don't want to, and Jamaica has their own history and so forth. So I really would like that to not be lost. And I feel sometimes with Pan-African, it's kind of there's this kind of thing of where they want to smudge history to a certain extent. And I think if I'm honest with you, I think ADOS is trying to do the same thing.
To be fair, sis, the people that I have come across, who know Caribbean history best and most and intricately have been Pan-African. Without a doubt. Studying the history of the various different cultural expressions, spiritual retentions, develop of music styles and so on and so forth. That study and that intricate study, not just from the basis of me come from Jamaica, so I know about reggae music, or me come from Trinidad, so I know about soca and calypso. Talking about looking at it from across the region, so to speak. The people that are most in depth with the knowledge of the development of Black people in the region are Pan-Africanists. Right. So the idea that we recognize our relationship doesn't mean that reggae music did not begin in Jamaica.
This is the thing.
Carnival did not begin in or have a significant beginning in Trinidad. That crop over, did not begin in Barbados. Right? That jab is not something that was developed and popularized in Grenada. It just means that when we look at these various different expressions, we identify them within our Africanness as something that that we celebrate collectively as a people. We celebrate what the Trinidadian expression of Africanness. We celebrate the Jamaican expression of Africanness. We celebrate the Guyanese expression of that Africanness. And we don't allow our differences to become hindrances to our operational unity. That's all that means. So me as an African that loves soca music, my lineage is from Jamaica and Antigua. It don't mean that I don't honor, the brothers and sisters from Trinidad. Right? And the reality is, you know the other reality is, Tash?
Yeah.
When it comes to our lineage, as far as slavery and colonialism is concerned, Africans in the Caribbean have been migrating to different parts of the Caribbean forever. So my grandfather was born in Cuba, for example.
Right.
So I've got ancestors from Cuba. Why? Because economically speaking, Africans from Jamaica migrated to places like Panama and Cuba and Costa Rica in the early to mid 1900s.
That's right.
Right. So now, if I say, well, part of my lineage is Cuban, or and me God do a salsa. Right? You know what I'm saying? What's that? Is that a thing? Yeah. But so all of us will have ancestry, for the majority of us anyway. Wherever our immediate parents come from, somewhere down the line, we've got people that came from another part of the Caribbean.
Right.
Because that's just the nature of the Caribbean. People will be migrating and also Africans who were enslaved were being sold from one island to the next. yeah, for the entirety of the process. So some of
Yeah.
those ancestors, if you look at, for example, Calypso, yeah,
Yeah.
it centered in Trinidad, but there are
Yeah.
Africans that would have contributed to the development of Calypso that came from
Yeah.
Jamaica and Grenada and Barbados, but were
Yeah.
also enslaved in Trinidad.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
all it is.
No, it's an interesting one. I think Calypso, there's a genre of music that's from a particular tribe in the Congo that is very similar to Calypso. The influences are just, it's like you can't even, when you listen to the beats and the way the music is played, I know this is haram, everybody, I know, but it's so similar, you can't even tell the difference. It's just the language that's on it, right? So we celebrate
I just
that.
got what you were saying in terms of it being haram. It took me a while to compute that. But yeah.
No, it's just just to the audience, just in case. But what I was gonna say.
Sorry, on that point though, you know that music is not haram in according to every interpretation, right?
We won't go into that one.
All right, okay.
Leave that one for another day. But yeah,
I think
I've had
you might insult Uncle Dan Juma.
Do you know what? Anyway, no, let me not go down that road. I know Bourne's had a bit way his way. But yeah, I was gonna actually make a point about the Jamaicans. Actually, it's interesting. I was looking at the 100 meters, right, and the history of the 100 meters, the Olympians that have won the 100 meters, and I go back into Carl Lewis, and I think Carl Lewis is a Black American, possibly, right? But you look at Ben Johnson. Yes, I think he took some form of drug. Jamaican, Canadian. Donovan Bailey, Clifford Christie, all Jamaicans, and obviously Bolt and other Caribbean men that have won this, right? And you look at that small little island, and you say to yourself, obviously they picked those slaves for a reason, and we know the reason as to why these guys do have this speed, but it's something that you sometimes just, it goes to the back of your mind, and that's my thing. I want that island to be celebrated for that accomplishment. I don't like some of the stuff that's come out of Jamaica, but a lot of it comes out of it, and sometimes we ignore it. Like you mentioned, the music, the liberation, the revolution, and how the music supported that. And we sometimes it doesn't get the respect that it's that's due, right? But then we also think about Black American conscious rappers. God, do you know what? My mind's just gone blank, and that's really I know quite a few of them. It's just gone completely blank. And we look at Public Enemy and those kind of groups where they kind of really fought for the people. And we recognise that there were moments of Pan-African in. I'm really glad I had this conversation with you, because I think this is kind of the only thing I would say is, I think when it comes to what God of Jacob was talking about earlier on with ADOS, and the feeling that things weren't getting done, so something had to happen that kind of spurred on these movements. I wanted to ask you what you thought of that, because I do see ADOS and the Pan-African movements kind of going head to head at times. And do you think that possibly enough wasn't done? Or do you
From a Pan-African point of view?
Yeah, Pan-African point of view. For the Black American.
Enough is not done until the goal has been achieved, yeah, which is freedom and liberation, right? But again, as I've said, it's not a matter of enough not being done. When you're dealing with Pan-African ideals, especially from a revolutionary perspective, you're dealing with a state of warfare, yeah, on all levels, from psychological to military,
right?
All right, and so we're dealing with colonizers who have what's the word? Unlimited resources, so to speak, yeah,
right,
to effectuate their agenda. Yeah, they are in the power position in the world as it stands at the moment. But what we have to factor in is that a significant amount of the maintenance of their power is a significant number of us as Black people being dedicated to the maintenance of their power over and above our own self-determination, if that makes sense. Yeah. So we're more concerned with more of us are goal orientated around becoming the best of what it means to be British than developing a sense of African nationhood.
But do you think what we're going through, right, in regards to, for example, I know it's very cliche, and I know some people may disagree. For example, in Black America, with the white officers shooting innocent Black boys, right? I don't know, Stanley. We had a good discussion about this the other day. So yeah, what's going on in terms of Black boys and what Black girls being strip searched? That's a
Sorry,
new
I'm
one
listening,
that's
guys. Yeah, it's
developed.
been a nice conversation, guys. I'm listening. So, catch you later, Born. See you later, Shags. Bye, Tash. Nice
All
one.
right, bud.
Oh, big up yourself. Sorry.
Nice one, guys.
So yeah, big up yourself, King. These issues that are taking place on the ground that need looking into are communities that need direct responses. I heard what you said in regards to like an African-centered approach, or an African what's the word I'm looking for? A conscious African feel, and going back to our roots. Do you think that trumps the direct, or do you think that is in support of the direct issues that we have on the ground? And do you think that's done enough to try
So there's not a dichotomy between recognition of Africanness is designed to provide an organizational foundation for work. Yeah. So when you establish an identity, you're trying to appeal to the people who come under that identity to behave and act in particular ways. Yeah. I would argue that what is affecting our ability to deal with our current issues on the ground right now, wherever we are, is not a recognition or an affirmation of African identities, but an affirmation or a desire to be affirmed as British, a desire to be affirmed as French, a desire to be affirmed as American, etc., etc., etc. The people that identified as radically African were organized in the Black community against police brutality. Were organized in the Black community to challenge the miseducation that we were receiving in the education system.
Right.
Were organized in the Black community. One of the untold stories of Black UK, for example, is the organizations of Black social workers, yeah, in the 1980s that were able to get a law on the books for same race placement adoption for Black children who were being abused by white families. Yeah, this was an agenda that was pushed significantly by Pan-Africanists, more specifically Pan-Africanist women. Yeah, a lot of that generation went into social work, right? And I don't say that to say all of them were exclusively Pan-Africanists. I'm saying that a significant amount of that drive was Pan-Africanists who were working in those institutions. What's it called? So there is no work that has been done on behalf of Black people in this country that you can extricate from the work of Pan-Africanists in various different fields of British society and in various different communities of Black people. Pan-Africanists organize African people wherever they are, not just on the continent of Africa, and we are not just organizing to transport people to Africa. This is a misconception.
Good. I'm glad that that's been cleared up. I wanted to because this is where I think, do you know what it is? It's so difficult because at times there's so many spokesmen and women for the Pan-African movement, and this is my concern. I think 3 generations up, there was more of a solid one kind of Pan-African approach. Now people have kind of sprouted out, and they've all got their different kind of outlooks on codes of what should be done and how things should happen. When you say there have been, I would agree. I can't disagree with you, and I think even, would you say a lot of the Black American movements have been spurred on by Pan-African kind of
100%. Some of
Yeah.
those movements are denied
unknowingly or knowingly.
100%. A lot of the biggest and most well-known Black activists and movements from the USA were Pan-African.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. And not all of them were, right? But many of them were.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were always trying to tell us to get back to our African culture. You know, I mean, everybody from the Nation of Islam to the Black Panthers to everybody was saying, you know, we have to get back to our African roots. So yeah, I can say that. I'll agree with that. I will.
Right.
I agree with that. To the point, because God Jacob even said it. So those groups I'm naming is in the 50s and 60s and 70s. And then you also have, like God Jacob said, in the 90s, you know, the talking points were still pretty much the same. You know, we still have to look at Africa, learn our African history, and get back to our African roots.
The reason why I laughed, though, I meant to come back to this when God Jacob was saying what he was saying, is because he's saying that he's talking from his own experience, but he's spoken before about his own experience in terms of being a Hebrew Israelite, and the particular set of Hebrew Israelite that he comes from were vehemently anti-African. These were the men that when YouTube first kicked off, you would see on the street corner chatting about stinky, dirty, nasty Africans. Yeah. So it is evident that yes, there was a strong African pride push in the 80s and the 90s. There's no doubt about that. But that anti-African element still existed, and they were challenging the African pride push. They were telling Black people, no, you're not African. Africans are stinky, dirty, and nasty, and you shouldn't be identified as African. You are a Hebrew and you're an Israelite. So both of those sensibilities existed. It just so happened that at that time, the African pride instinct, and the African pride instinct is not necessarily politically Pan-African, if that makes sense, right? If it's not necessarily politically Pan-African, but it just so happened that the African pride instinct carried more weight, yeah, at that time during those periods.
Yeah, I don't want to go down the religious sentiment of kind of.
No, I'm not. It's not. I wasn't making a religious argument. Yeah, I'm not making a religious argument. I'm just identifying the fact that even via the brother's own experience, he knows via his first-hand experience that there was a strong anti-African sentiment existing among certain segments of the Black community in America. Like, it wasn't universally, yeah, let's all celebrate Africa. That's a false impression. Yeah,
Yeah, I think Natty and I, we put our hands up to the fact that we definitely, you know, experienced or seen friends, you know, maybe one or two generations up that have been clear. We don't want none of that here, you know, regarding the African kind of celebration or celebrating ourselves, right? In that respect. But I just wanted to ask you, because I wanted to go a bit more into. Sorry, I don't even know. Born, am I taking?
Hold on, what you say, Tash? I missed it. I was talking in the background. What you say?
No, I don't want to be. I know, obviously, this is your show. I'm trying to just be asking loads of questions. Like, message me if you know I'm going on too long or whatever.
No, hell no, Tash. Hell no, I'm enjoying it. I mean, I keep telling you, I missed y'all, man. Go ahead, you doing good.
Yeah. It's been a long time coming because I've wanted to discuss, have a talk with Shaka. So, you know, when you with Shaka, when you talk about the anti-sentiment of because we talk about getting things done, we were talking about and organizing as being Black-centered approach, and that can collectivize the people. But then this is where I think we have an issue when we go down the political realm. Right, having people in positions of power that can make changes what's your position on that? And I'm going to talk about the late Bernie Grant. He's one of us. He's one of the Guyanese. Big up Bernie. And obviously he did marry outside. Yeah, I don't know what your outlook is on that, because I think sometimes what I found is people have kind of diminished some of the stuff that he has done. And I know people for our community, because for me, he's one of the best politicians we've ever had in this country.
I think that's probably the position of most Black people, Pan-African included. That Bernie Grant was among the better ones. But as far as Black politicians in the UK go, that's a pretty low bar. So.
Well, all right, okay. Well, okay. I'm just talking about in regards to being in the UK, what we've kind of churned out so far. For me, he was, I remember that day in Parliament when he was very firm about reparations and what should take place.
Okay. So I happen to know something about that. Yeah.
Okay, go on. Don't break my heart, please, Shakara.
No. I'm absolutely not going to break your heart. I'm just going to demonstrate kind of the question that I think you're answering by using the scenario that you brought up in terms of Bernie Grant reparations. Now, first of all, yeah, Bernie Grant in 1986, when the first Black MPs were elected for the Labour Party in the UK, turned up in the Houses of Parliament in full Agbada.
That's right.
Which is West African clothing.
What is that? Hold on. What is that, Shaka Rock? You got
is a robe, let's say, which is worn by, is mostly associated with Yoruba people or people in Nigeria. Yeah. But it's a three-piece garment here. So you've got a bottoms, a top, and then you've got a robe that goes over that, right? So it's a traditional African attire. Yeah.
Okay.
And caused consternation in Britain. Yeah, because in the words of one MP, you're supposed to come to Parliament dressed properly.
That's right. That's right.
But that was his affirmation of his pride in terms of himself. Yeah, and when he did that, he wasn't affirming Africans on the continent. He was affirming his own Africanness. Yeah, let's make that clear.
Okay.
Right? No, yeah, because he wasn't saying, Nigerians are one of you. He was saying, I recognize my own Africanness. When we say we're African, we're not appealing to Africans on the continent.
As a continent, yeah, right.
Yeah, we're appealing to our own sense of self, right?
Yeah.
So, what happens is, Tottenham, is one of the hubs for Pan-African organization in the 1980s. I don't know where you live, but
not far from there. Go on.
On West Green Road, I believe it was number 25 West Green Road.
Mm-hmm.
There was a bookshop, that only closed a few years ago called Head Start.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Closed. Yeah.
So Head Start, was one of the hubs for the Pan-African community. It was run by a Pan-Africanist organization called the Pan-African Congress Movement. And every Sunday, they used to have Sunday meeting, which was that political education. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right, at Head Start Bookstore. Now, obviously, Bernie Grant is the MP for where?
Right.
So the Pan-African community was aware of him, and he was aware of the Pan-African community. And one of the reasons why he represents the issue of reparations in Parliament is because of his connection with certain Pan-Africanists.
Right.
He's educated through that. Now, I'm not saying, I don't know if I regard Bernie Grant to be a Pan-Africanist, but he had Pan-African proclivities. Yeah. And so there was a reparations conference held in Abuja in Nigeria in 1993.
Mm-hmm.
And a delegation from the UK went to that conference.
Mm-hmm.
Bernie Grant was a part of that of the delegation. Yeah. Some of that delegation was Pan-Africanists who burn up British politics. Yeah.
Ah,
Some
okay.
of that delegation was Pan-Africanists who, you know, were a bit more lenient when it comes to British politics. The long and short of it is that when Bernie Grant comes back, he's representing the issue of reparations in Parliament.
Mm.
But that doesn't take place without his relationship to and the work that was already being done by Pan-African organizations in this country.
This is something I haven't come across in regards to his history. Now, okay, so for example, you said you had certain Pan-Africans that were on the whole ban out the political system, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you not think that has been one of the detriments of Black America and Black Caribbean
No,
politics?
because it's
The
not.
contrast.
When we say ban the political system, yeah, Pan-Africanists have always advocated for the rights and the betterment of Black people in the UK, as far as the UK is concerned, yeah.
Right.
But didn't necessarily believe that seeking office was a way towards empowerment. But we're not necessarily against working with Black people who were in office. The issue for some Pan-Africanists is the fact that we go for office as individuals, not as community. So the individuals in our community decide that they want to get into office, and we try to appeal to them from that perspective. Other communities in this country have people in their community that they put up for office. Yeah? And they have a clear goal in mind when they're doing it. So the issue from an African perspective is not just working with Babylon, it's more the fact that we do so from a lack of community organization, development, and power.
Right.
Yeah. So there are strategic benefits to be gained, yeah, from having Black people in certain strategic positions. But we look at the position as the goal and not the community organization as the goal. That is the point. That is the area of contention.
So you look at the position as the goal, not the community collective work as the goal.
No, I'm saying that Black people tend to look at having Black people in office as the goal, rather than building community and making the people in office serve that community as the goal.
But do you not think the system that we're in, that I know it's a burnout situation for you guys, right?
Leah's a earthquake, lightning, and thunder.
But we can't get out of it at this stage, right?
And so therefore we should be working to get out of it. This is the point, right? So in ultimately, British politics is not going to facilitate liberation and self-determination for African people, for Black people. American politics is not going to facilitate self-determination and liberation for Black people. No, French politics the same, and so on and so forth. So this depends on what your goals are. Yeah. But if your goals are freedom and liberation and self-determination, then you cannot ultimately pursue that through British Parliament any more than the British are going to pursue their own sovereignty through the Chinese political system.
Do you look at I'm not 100% confident in that, in what you've just said there. I think people that and it's unfortunate that Lammy's gone down the road, another Ghanai's gone down the road of no return, but he's taken a position, you know, since the oil's come in with the Guyanese, and we'll see how we go there. But hopefully we can get back the old school Lammy, but we'll see. I think having people in position.
The old school Lammy got rid of June Sarpong. I can't trust
That's
him.
right.
When you separate from June Sarpong like that, I can't.
And you take on what he's taken on. It's a bit of it's a fail.
Oh, who's he with now?
Sorry?
I don't know who he's taking on now.
You don't want to know. You don't want to know, especially don't.
But mind you, I have heard rumors still in that, but I've never heard him.
I bet you have. I bet you have.
Yeah,
let's have, yeah.
I've never put that on the brother because you don't know it, so let's leave it.
Look, I mean, my thing on interracial dating, just to be very clear to everybody, because I don't have an issue, but as long as we stay, I know we could probably tackle that one in a minute, but I want to more, I want to more go down this political route.
Now go ahead, sis.
Because do you know what I'm trying to do? And I don't know if I can do it. I'm trying to bridge the gap between the groups like ADOS and the Pan-African movement, right? In saying that there are people with a conscious mindset to a certain extent. And I know they've got their anti-immigration thing. Let's not go there. Let's stay with Britain for a minute. But I wanted to say, having people in positions of political power, right? There is going to be some form of, it gives Africa and it gives the Caribbean an opportunity for somebody to be in the ear of the elite, somebody to be in the ear of possibly guiding us into not necessarily liberation, but to better the position of our people. I think we, as British Caribbean in particular, we haven't taken politics seriously enough. In places where we are dominating spaces in London, and we have people that are representing us that don't look like us, is very, very strange to me. Very strange to me.
I would disagree with you, but my only point is that comes from a lack of community organization and cohesion.
But you say, go on.
So having black politicians in office is only going to benefit us from a position of community organization and cohesion. Yeah, that's the only thing. So if we're going to have black politicians, then they need to be from the community and put up by the community. Just having people in positions of power is an act of representation. It's vanity. Yeah, it's not facilitating anything but the illusion of inclusion.
But isn't the community crying out? There's heavy numbers of people. For example, in Islington, they had the Somali mayor, and she took issue with Labour, and she felt that there was a racist kind of, I don't know what experience that she had.
All right, Tash, let me put something to you, Tash. Yeah? What if black people in Britain said we are going to develop an independent party, yes, to represent our issues in local politics? Forget state politics for now. Yeah, we want to affect our communities on the local level, but we're not going to represent Labour, and we're not going to represent Conservative. We're not even going to represent Green. We're going to put up our own independent candidates.
Right.
Yeah, we're going to have our own independent party and put up our own candidates. What's wrong with that?
I'm not against that.
Right.
But historically, we had Abbott, we had Grant, we had Boateng, and they were under the umbrella of Labour. And I think that was a time when we really pushed, and we really
did. And the fact that the Labour Party is an institution.
But you're saying going solo, though, aren't you? You're talking about.
All right. Let me give you an example from my own personal experience. Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
My dad is significant in people advocacy in London. Yeah. East London predominantly, but London in general, right? That's his advocating for the needs of black peoples in this country. Yeah. Secondary school, primary school, so on and so forth. Diane Abbott, MP for Hackney, used to run a thing called the Hackney Schools and the Black Child Conference. Yeah. My father and those who he was working with, South Africans, were quite key to the organization and the development of that conference.
Right.
Working with Diane Abbott on that issue. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah.
That conference becomes the London Schools and the Black Child Conference. Yeah. My father was instrumental in that. Well, at least for the first couple of years, right?
Right.
For a while, they got funding from the London Mayor. When Ken Livingstone was London Mayor, they received some sponsorship from the Mayor's office. So, you got because obviously it's Diane Abbott that was fronting it, right? So
yeah,
a good friend. right? So they got some sponsorship there. So the London Schools and the Black Child Conference was not a Pan-African conference, yeah, but it had involvement from Pan-Africans. Yeah, so we've always done that. We've always interfaced with brothers and sisters who are in office at various different elements of British society, and so forth. What I'm talking about is the ultimate goal. So for a Black nationalist Pan-Africanist, the ultimate goal is not just ensuring that Black children are achieving in British schools. It is developing Black schools for Black children.
Right.
That and having the fruits of that Black education forwarded towards community development and nation building for Black people. But having that ultimate goal doesn't mean that we don't work on the issue right now of Black children underachieving in schools. We do that. But our ultimate goal will never be, no matter how much Black children achieve in the British education system, our ultimate goal cannot be limited to Black children achieving in the British education system. That is the issue.
Yes, we're under. But the thing is, I think I personally don't think that is an issue. I think that can be. I think the likes of Dawn Butler, even though she's not necessarily on code all the time, I think she's shown tenacity, and she's shown a way where she can really put awareness.
Here's the issue, right? That a lot of the time, so where the rub meets the road, for a Black nationalist Pan-Africanist, like one who's on a revolutionary tip, and even a social Pan-Africanist to various different degrees, is the extent to which we are simply churning out more agents of Western imperialism. So if Black children are more successful in British schools just to become part of the British establishment, then that's not a goal that we consider to be positive to the interests of Black people in general. So we're not trying to churn out more Black people who are going to build British military bases on the African continent and in the African and in the Caribbean. We are not trying to churn out more Black people who are going to contribute to foreign policy in Britain that is going to incentivize the IMF and the World Bank to destroy the economies of Africa and the Caribbean. Not trying to churn out more military personnel for Britain to send to Africa and the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense. I think the only concern, because and I've had this dispute with another Pan-African that I've spoken to on my Discord. My issue is, I think there's a way of being conscious and having those Pan-African sentiments and getting through the political system to get to a position of where you can play a certain side and then get down into that position.
You're not wrong.
And make changes. And I think, sorry, one moment. Sorry. I think that's where some Pan-Africans have missed. And I'm not going to name some of their names because I don't want to disrespect them, because I think they have done things. But I think that they could have pushed a bit further and been a little bit more ambitious politically to really go down the route of getting a bit further up the ladder and try to...
That depends how you look at it, right? That depends how you look at it. The reality is that...
Because politics to me is key for inner London issues at the moment that we're facing with our children, like you mentioned.
That issue, though, is not just a Pan-African issue. It's a Black community issue in general, whether you're Pan-Africanist or not. And so the reality is that for Black people, if we're looking to get more out of the society in which we live, we need to be more organized to do it. The issue is that many of us want to be organized by the Labour Party and not by the Black community. That is the problem. Right? And so we're more inclined to join the Labour Party as an individual and seek to adhere to its dictates rather than build within the Black community and develop systems of accountability within the Black community. That is the issue. The
Yeah.
other thing, though, Tasha,
Go on,
is
go on,
that
go
from
on,
an African point of view, we see politics in the macro and the micro. Most people have an idea of politics. Put it this way: how they teach politics in Eton and Harrow, which are top secondary schools in British society, is different to how they teach politics in working class area school.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Inner city area schools.
Yeah.
People that discuss politics often discuss politics within the confines of the nation state in which they live. Yeah. But the people that are running the society understand politics in its international perspective. So it's not confined to Labour versus Conservative. Yeah. The Prime Minister of this country never considers politics as just what takes place in the Houses of Parliament and the Houses of Lords.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right. So politics is about power acquisition. Yes, in its broader context, is about power acquisition. Yes, nation building and nation governance.
Right.
That's what it's about. Yeah.
But what about the international? When you say the international kind of perspective, like you mentioned, what being taught in certain elite institutes, right?
Of course, because they're in those elite institutions, they are churning out. They're trying to create adults who are going to manage and govern nations and economies. We want to turn out. We want to develop adults who are going to vote for political parties.
But just remember, we've got the likes of John Major, who slipped through the net. I think he went to a school in Brixton. Who didn't have that to a certain extent, if I remember correctly. Correct. I mean, I could be wrong.
Sorry. I'm sure John Major went to Eton. I'm 90% sure of that.
I'm not sure he got there. I don't know. We'll have to have a look.
I'm willing to accept that I could be wrong on that, but
I think secondary school, he was definitely in a school in Brixton. He started.
I know he was born in Brixton, but being born in Brixton, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're not part of the elite. Like
But let's be clear about the times we were in when he was born in Brixton and what Brixton was. It wasn't gentrified at that time. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, of course, I'm not suggesting that, and I mean, John Major was born in the 1940s, yeah. So, like that's prior to the massive black influx.
Right. That's true.
Brixton may not have been what it was in the 70s when he was born, right?
Right.
But I don't know if you went to Eton or not. I
shouldn't. Do you know what? I shouldn't have even brought him up. The man is a non-black. I just wanted to make. I suppose I was trying to give an example of where possibly we can break through the net.
I'm saying wherever we break through is going to be built upon the organized power of the black community. Yeah, that's what it's going to be built upon. But there's two different issues here, because from a Pan-African perspective, having more black MPs is not an ultimate goal. Being more assimilated into British society is not an ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is self-determination and nationhood for black people, based on our own cultural sensibilities and political and economic interests. Yeah. So ultimately, we have to have a self-determined base of power, even for those who exist in British society. Just like the Chinese then will live here, and the Indian then will live here, and the Pakistani will live here. They're ultimate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Self-determination
and
it's self-determination.
100%.
Even the Jews, yeah, they're not more loyal to Britain than they are to Israel.
Oh yeah, no. 100%.
And the Jews will partake in British politics. In fact, there are areas that in this city whereby the Jewish vote swings the MP. Yeah, like in Barnet. Yeah, when a couple years ago when everybody was vexed with the whole of them was vexed with Corbyn. Barnet is a sure Labour seat, yeah.
Yeah, we're
based
Labour now.
upon,
Yep.
based upon the Jewish vote, they lost the seat because of the fact that they didn't feel like Corbyn was addressing anti-Semitism in the Labour Party enough. Yeah, they voted against their interest to get rid of a perceived anti-Semite.
We've gone red now, though, Barnett.
It's gone back now, yeah, because Keir Starmer has been singing from the right hymn sheet. Yeah, these are dyed in the wool Labourites who didn't vote for their own party because they perceived, yes, the head of that party to not be taking their racial interests seriously enough.
Well, it's religious, and that's what, and I go back to that. We have to be very careful when we delve into religion when we're dealing with race. I think this is one of the major issues that we have in regards to self-determination and collectivizing, because that's a position of when people are ready, they are put in a position of make your choice, Christian or the non-Christian, black, Muslim, and so forth. So we need to.
As far as just a quick one, yeah. As far as the United States is concerned, I'm not going to go into it, but check out the name Chokwe Lumumba. Yeah, Chokwe Lumumba Senior, because he has a son by the same name. But I'm talking about the father. He's passed away now.
Could you put that name in the back for me, please? So,
yeah.
Chakwa, I need to find a way of contacting you. There's great discussions that I need to pin you in on. I think you're on Clubhouse. But are you on there often, or are you more on Discord?
No, I'm on most social media. Shakara speaks in it, so.
Yeah, I think I sent you a message. I sent you a little message on. Have you got an email connected to your thing, or?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go down that route. I'll go down that route. I think you're connected to Rachel's community group on Clubhouse. Yeah. Because I wanna do a talk with Malcolm. You know Malcolm Cass.
Are you on Facebook?
No, I've come off of that. It's too much. Got into a dispute. I'm not going to say why. Everyone can start calling me a nationalist. So, yeah, I came off of it. But yeah, no, I know Rachel does a big Facebook group, and I know that's her thing, and a lot of people have come from that. But yeah, no, I'll catch you anyway.
Yes, so this is the ultimate thing, right? Because we consider whatever we need to fight for in terms of rights in this country. Ultimately, Britain is an imperialist nation. Yeah, it is an imperialist. Yeah, and so at some point we're gonna have to fight British imperialism. That's just what it is. The same goes for the French. The same goes for the Americans. The same goes for the whole of them. And so, from a Pan-African point of view, we do not pledge our allegiance to imperialist nation states.
Right.
Yeah, we will fight for our rights. Yeah, and utilize the machineries of the states to secure those rights. But our ultimate goal means that we cannot find ourselves accepting assimilation in the name of progress, whilst becoming agents of the imperialism of Western nations.
See, I think that's the chink in the armor, because that will prevent you from going down the political route, and I think it does.
No, it will prevent us from going down the political route to a certain extent. But by the same token, going down the political route in British society will prevent us from going down our own political route in terms of nationhood and self-determination.
But you say that though. But there's
why is going down the political route in Britain preferable than establishing our own politics and our own political institutions?
Because it's a very that's a very big
it is. Yes.
And I think we're running out of time, I think. And I think at this stage we need to have a more conscious.
It depends on what your goal is, right? So if your goal, yeah, you're right, we're running out of time. Therefore, from a black nationalist, Pan-Africanist point of view, we need to spend the most of our energy pursuing independence of politics and institutions and economics and so on and so forth. Not assimilation, into colonial societies, because our goal is to relinquish the power of these societies and these governments and their institutions in relation to African people.
But if we do have what Abbott, what Grant, what they did when they were under the umbrella of the Labour Party, if we were to attempt that, and I think this is what I kind of, that irritates me a little bit, because if we do have numbers of Pan-Africans, that should have been repeated at different points during our history when we've had riots. That should have been a response.
It was.
We need to get
You have
things
to
done.
understand this, that part of the goal of assimilation into British society is to negatively affect agendas of self-determination. So because we see progress in British society as preferable or more important or higher up on the agenda than independence and self-determination, what they do is, in order to while they did the same thing in the United States, they did the same thing in the Caribbean, what they do is they destroy the radical movement. They attack the radical movement, and on one end, and then on the other end, they give you a black politician, and the black politician is supposed to be indicative of your progress within the society. So the energy now is taken away from the radical element, right, towards the assimilation element, which is more acceptable and palatable to the society, and through which they try to secure your allegiance so that you're less likely to riot, and pursue self-determination, pursue liberation, and ultimately pursue revolution.
Right.
Somebody got to be a revolutionary. Somebody has to say, "Chart down Babylon, burn down everything."
All right, hold on. I lost faith in Diane Abbott when she did the whole school thing that she did, right, that you mentioned earlier on, and then she put a child in a private school, and I was like, we have a problem here, okay, because you're not living by what you are sending out, and if you haven't done enough work for every black child to be in that position, I had a little issue with that at that time, right? Now, when this girl was stripped down in the public school by the police officer, this black girl, I do know behind the scenes Diane Abbott was working very hard to put more awareness on this and to make sure, in particularly, the police officers that were involved paid, right? So she came back. She came back to us, and she's had moments where she's come back to us. I know those that respect her. I'm not trying to disrespect the woman, but there's been moments where I think she could have said she could have said some stuff that she didn't turn out. So
here's the thing.
I get what you mean about radicalizing, but I think the fact that if this had happened in a borough where it was led by a white person and it's black populated, would we have got the support to make the awareness campaign so prominent in the minds of black people?
But here,
and that's why. Let me one moment. Let me just finish. And that's why I'm concerned about this movement. Us possibly saying at this stage, you know what? Sorry, Robbie, come back. I didn't even give him an opportunity. I know he probably wanted to ask a question. Yeah, sorry. I've lost my train of thoughts now. Go on, Sheffield. Sorry, God, David. Let me
I was just going to say that when you look at the politics of these things even when Diane Abbott was doing Hackney schools and London schools and Black Child, it was difficult to organize the black community around it, even as an MP. Does that make sense? Yeah. So everybody wasn't running to the black politician to help. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And organize an agenda to address the underachievement of black children in education.
Right.
Yeah. Again, The issue is not having politicians in power. The issue is the self-determined organization of black people at
Of
whatever
the
level,
people on the
whatever
ground.
place. Yeah.
Yes, I think, yeah, the people making a noise is important. But I think a leader or somebody in a position of where there's changes being made could ideally just make the changes. I think it's very, very important for us to have people in positions of power.
I think it's very important for us to have to empower ourselves. Yeah.
I'm not disputing that, and I think there is a lot of work that needs to be done. Right, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and like I said, you know, especially our community, we have assimilated.
For example, yeah, let's say, yeah, like let's say the oil in Guyana, yeah. Let's say we want to develop 100 engineers, yeah, black people from this country to be able to go and build and develop an oil refinery, yeah, in Guyana. All right, to be able to ensure that the oil of Guyana benefits the people of Guyana and the Caribbean, yeah, and that to ensure that the oil is not profiting foreign multinational corporations more than it's profiting
right
of Guyana and so on and so forth. Yeah,
Mm.
that is an agenda that we have to organize and effect some level of self-determination to be able to action. Yeah, it may require us to integrate the British education system at some point. Yeah,
yeah,
it will require us to build outside of the British education system and beyond it to ensure that the benefits of the education are not serving Britain, but are serving Guyana and the Caribbean. Yeah, and so the best way to do that would be to develop independent educational institutions, whether they be full-time schools, supplementary schools, engineering programs, or even just funding cooperatives that is able to fund the education of the young people then, to go to university or whatever until we are able to build our own university. My only point is that we're not organized around those agendas. We're just organized around putting more black politicians into parliament. And we're not even organized around it. That's what we discuss. Yeah. And so our agenda is about assimilation. It's not about self-determination. It's not about freedom and independence. Yeah. And when we do that from a radical or revolutionary point of view, all we are doing is creating more and more children that are going to contribute to the neocolonialism of our black home nations.
Yo, back. Been listening, and a couple key things. A lot of people think politics is just, you know, focused on the institutional houses like Senate and Congress, but politics and being politically engaged, it goes way past just the houses we see where laws are passed, this, that, and the third. I hear a lot of people talking about, you know, self-determination, you know, but we doing so in whiteness, in white societies, not of our homelands. Like I hear about, you know, military people. Like I have on a military suit. Shakara has a military suit. I guess we both served. But my whole thing is this, you know, to be in whiteness, you are part of the destruction of said nations, i.e., politics has a tax system involved in it. And whether you unconsciously know it or not, I should say we are responsible for the destabilization of so-called Caribbean countries and African countries. We are strategically planning in whiteness and saying be self-determined in whiteness. Well, guess what? That ain't gonna happen. You can't sit in another nation and ballyhoo self-determination. That ain't gonna work. I've never seen that happen. You get what I'm saying? So we all, you know, the verbiage, it's good. It sounds good. But I think the messenger is flawed because you can't sit in a good whiteness or good, you know, a good quality of life and ballyhoo self-determination. I heard Natty Dread say that we have to quit buying into the system and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And here this man is on YouTube, going to work every morning, getting that check and paying his taxes. So, you know, I get it. I get the sentiments, but the action is so flawed.
So what the difference between sentiment and action is based upon the willingness of the person who's making the assessment to act. And action is certainly based upon the stage of development that you're at the moment. So we live in a society that is based upon that whereby in order to work, in order to sustain the basics of life, we may have to get a job and work and so on and so forth. That is understood as a consequence of the context in which we were born. That doesn't mean that we are cannot at the same time work towards another goal. So the idea that I must accept British imperialism because I live in a British imperialist state is a defeatist attitude. It's quite possible for me to understand the context that I'm in whilst working to build something different, whilst also meeting the challenges that are necessary right now to feed my son, right, and my daughter, and so on and so forth. We don't accept British imperialism because we don't have the power base right now to fully challenge it and overthrow it. We work to overthrow it, and hopefully we hand down the baton to another generation that is in a better position or further along on the road than we are to achieving those goals.
I agree. Okay,
I have to pay tax right about now. I don't accept the tax system and British imperialism just because I'm in a position where right about now whereby I cannot avoid paying tax to an imperialist state. I don't teach my children that is an acceptable reality. That is an acceptable condition to be in. And I don't act like the state is not imperialist and oppressive because I'm unable to overthrow it right about now. No, I continue to teach that the state is imperialist and oppressive, and continue to challenge it in whatever way I can right about now. If all I can do is try a rock, then I try a rock.
I agree with everything you said. You continue to teach, you do all that while paying taxes. You're going to remember to do that, and guess what you're going to teach your kids? To pay taxes. You get what I'm saying? So I agree with you. I hear what you say, that you are against it,
that is forced,
but you are for not going to jail.
So for example,
you have a decision to make. And go ahead, brother. You got the floor again.
If I had to go to school, but I was taught by parents who taught me, well, actually, we don't actually want to send our children to school. We want to build our own schools. And they instilled that in me. But they have broken away from this. It's a process, right? So the idea that because I'm unable to not pay taxes right about now through whether it's VAT or out of my paycheck and whatever else like that I shouldn't teach my children actually the tax system isn't part of the imperialist agenda and so on and so forth and and we do what we can.
I agree with everything you said. It's you teach your kids it's bad. It's this, that, and the third. But you pay it. And you pay it because you don't want to give up quality of life. That's all I'm saying, brother. We agree.
At whatever stage of development that we are at, we do what we can and what is necessary to bring ourselves to the next stage of development. And so because there are those who are allegiant to Western imperialism, they try to impose a logic upon those of us who are challenging it right about now, based upon the fact that Western imperialism has the power position at the moment. So that we are going to have to compromise some of our higher ideals, just like Africans on the plantation did.
Compromise, good. Allegiance.
When that Turner was planning the rebellion, he still went to work, on the plantation. All right. And so some Negro on the plantation said to him, well, how are you going to plan a rebellion while you're still picking the cotton? Right? You see what I'm saying? That's what's taking place at the moment. And so there are some Africans who understand, we're going to have to pick cotton in certain way, shape, or form based upon the stage of organization and development that we are at.
But here's the thing. They didn't enjoy picking cotton. Some people enjoy picking cotton where they're at. That we have to take that into consideration. That's all I'm saying. Yes, it sounds good. Yes, you're teaching your kids the tax brackets, and it's an unfair system in whiteness. We are in whiteness, and they making us pay. Now, I don't like it, son or daughter, but pay so we can stay in whiteness and be comfortable. I'm saying that if you really, if hold on, if you're really going to be ready to sharpen that rock and put it in that slingshot, you got to do better than that, man. Be a real rebel and don't pay taxes. Go to Parliament and say, I ain't paying shit.
Well, who told? Well, anyway, in relation to the because that's all sentimentalism. You know? Me as an individual, I'm gonna go to Parliament and say I ain't paying shit. That's not how liberation movements work. Yeah, that's the first thing. The second thing is that we don't just stay comfortable in society. It's possible to work to overthrow, and it is also possible to do what you can to live outside it as much as possible within the context of that you're in at the moment. Yeah, to subvert the dictates, if it's even intellectually, to subvert the dictates.
Sorry, I had a phone call. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not, but if y'all can
hear
bad.
You, right? What's it called? But yeah, to subvert the dictates, yeah, of the imperial society as much as possible. So we don't teach complacency. We don't teach because you're unable to completely get out of it right now, be complacent, go along, yeah, and so on and so forth. No, we teach to organize as much as possible, yes, within the confines of within the context that you're in at the moment, yeah, and hand down to the next generation a better context from which to organize, and it may ensure that they're further along the road. So if we don't have our own schools now, try and ensure that the next generation either has their own schools or has the tools to build their own schools right about now, for example.
Do you feel that, again, I'll go back to the UK, do you feel that there's been a historical line of where we have made drastic improvements? Because I think we've got a Jacob, he wants it tomorrow, next month. And I think probably the issue is the change. He wants to change in the position of Black people in America. You know, where everybody
change is a very vague word, isn't it? Yeah, and so when we look at the actual goals, yeah, of a thing. So when I say I'm not looking for change. I'm talking about self-determination, yes, and liberation for Black people. And to me, that looks like an independent, self-determination state that is representing the political, the natural and well-informed political and economic interests of African people. And so anything else that I'm doing is geared towards that goal, yes, that ultimate goal. All right. And within the context that I'm living in, I do what I can to secure food, clothing, and shelter as much as possible. But I'm ready and willing to give up creature comforts in order to achieve another stage of the goal when that becomes apparent and necessary. And in fact, it happens now. We make sacrifices every day.
Okay, when you say that you're prepared to give up creature comforts,
yes,
when you have to, when that needs to happen, what kind of thing, what are you talking about in terms of
whatever it is? So, for example, there are certain jobs that I would never take on, even if I'm qualified for it.
Right,
yeah?
right.
There are certain places I don't go. There are certain, you know what I'm saying? Like
sorry, Born, God of Jacob's in the back.
People won't know, innit, the numbers of the sacrifices and the types of sacrifices that people that speak like myself make on a daily basis to do the work that they do, right? You know what I'm saying? To be able to do prison work with young Black men and women.
No, yeah. No,
right? I think like people don't know the sacrifices that I made.
No,
so
I think you've got a CV. I'm aware of your CV.
Yeah? No, but no, the only point I'm making is that attempting to use the current context here, which we understand is one where these people have an inordinate and disproportionate power position, to suggest that, well, man can't be real because if man was real, then man would go to Parliament with a bomb on his chest, for example. Yeah, it's nonsense, because me doing that is not going to. It's just a vanity. Yeah.
Sorry, one moment, Shakwa. Born, God of Jacob is backstage. Born. Okay, let me message him on Discord. Okay. Sorry, go on, Shakwa.
Yeah, so it's just an excuse that it, like if put it this way, if an individual, yeah, is not willing to challenge the society, yeah, is because of the fact of his own creature comforts, then speak for manself, innit? Don't challenge my willingness to do so because you don't want to do so out of your own need to secure your bag. Yeah, like I'm prepared to sacrifice my bag, yeah, for the sake of speaking and saying what it is I'm saying and advocating for the liberation and independence of African people and challenging the corrupt colonial Western imperialism of Britain and America and so on and so forth. And no amount of tax money and paycheck, yeah, is gonna stop me. You know what I'm saying? From speaking on those realities. You get me?
I can't hear anything. Sorry.
The rascal.
Yeah, I feel
Hello?
you. It sounds good. I'm with you. I understand
Hello?
the power
Yeah,
behind your
Dash, you
words.
got it,
Okay, I
Jacob.
think I've...
Can anybody hear me?
I hear you, got it, Jacob. I don't think Tash can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead, got it, Jacob. Finish
No,
your
I
point,
was
brother.
just saying, I understand that, no amount of tax paying. I just brought up a simple point where, we have, these real black leaders with voices, they ballyhooing, self-determination, throwing rocks and be liberated, but they doing it, in quality of life inside of whiteness. You get what I'm saying? And that, that gets me. And a lot of people use parables of back then they had to pick cotton and this, that, and the third. Yeah, that sounds good for the masses. But when you get down to the task bracks of things, you are in whiteness, paying taxes, paying for the destruction or funding the destruction of those countries and lands you love. That's willful.
Outside of whiteness?
You get what I'm saying? Outside of whiteness?
Yeah, where's outside of whiteness?
Outside of what? Pan-Africanism. Don't you want to be inside of Pan-Africanism?
Pan-Africanism is not a place, my brother. So where are we going? Yeah, that's going to be outside of whiteness, right? But we say we're doing it inside
Africa,
of
Mama Africa.
So by your designation, Africa.
Hold on, let me finish my spiel before you get into your cross-examination. All I want to say is
Africa exists outside of whiteness.
I don't know.
It does
tell
not.
me.
It does not, and you do know. You in fact, you would have.
Are you my national spokesperson now? I just said I don't know in the context of your question. In the context of your question, I do not know.
Okay. Well, I do know, and I can
then
tell you.
Enlighten me.
Yeah, I will. I can tell you that nowhere in the black world at the moment exists outside of whiteness. Nowhere.
Noted. Now let me get back to what I was saying. That's noted, brother. I got you.
If it did, we would not have the IMF and the World Bank. We would not
the
have
CIA, the FBI, the IMF, the whole spill, right?
We would not have AFRICOM, yeah.
All these, I got it.
Right, and all kind of different things. We wouldn't have it.
Right. Now I just want to get back to the self-liberation from the UK. That's my problem here. I get your message. I just don't think you are the person to pitch it. Not while sheltering in place. That's just my perspective. Not in whiteness, not paying taxes in whiteness. I love your message. I just think you should give your message back to somebody else who's actually not paying taxes, living the liberation ideology and X, Y, and Z. But I do subscribe to your message. I just don't subscribe to you as the carrier of the message you are pushing. And you have the flow, brother.
Yeah, that's some low level reasoning. We're not making it personal to me as an individual. We're talking about principles and movement building. And so no African can live outside of, who's fighting for African liberation anyway, can live beyond and outside of the conditions of Africa.
I'll check with y'all in a minute. It was good talking to you, Shako, as usual. We both got on our military attire. We put in that work. And keep your uniform pressed. We might have to put that shit back on. I'm out of here.
Well, Steph, when the commander in chief sends the American army, you know what I'm saying?
What are you doing, Shaka?
At the same time, yeah. At the same time, it's necessary to note, right?
Like a drive
No revolutionary is under any illusions about the process of what a revolution is. Yeah, no individual revolutionary can live beyond the overall conditions of the people that he or she is fighting on behalf of. You see what I'm saying? So it would be vain to think I myself can liberate myself could pursue African liberation just based upon my own personal, you know what I'm saying, whatever. And we all do it. Like, even you don't have to be Pan-Africanist to subvert some of the institutions of the society. All of us would work on paying less tax or no tax, for example, if we could. And so there are brothers and sisters who are in Pan-African movements who do that as an aspect of their activism. That's a reality too, right? But I'm not going to come on Ball and Rich and spark that right about now. That's not even the point. The point is the principle, yeah. And so I cannot be ridiculed by people who fail or are not willing to even stand on the principle to recognize America and Britain and France as the colonial imperialist nations that they are.
Oh yeah.
And many even suggest the idea that we should probably go about the business of relinquishing ourselves from being affected and infected by their power. That's the just to be able to say, well, you know what, this is the reality of the situation. And then so, like, if one wants to assimilate and absorb themselves into those imperialist nations, they can do so. But they're in no position to tell anybody else how and what level of activism and when they should say and what they shouldn't say at whatever particular point in time.
Yeah. I mean, maybe, I think, playing devil's advocate to a certain extent, I mean, maybe that he feels there's an infringement on what he believes to be the
Of course, a man is allegiant to the American empire. To any African starting self-determination and black power and bond on America and chant down Babylon, of course it's going to infringed upon and affected by that. That makes sense.
He said he was about the black beads at one point, I think, with all the African, I don't know what that means, but yeah.
Brother Bishop was never about Africa and them things there. He said this himself, yeah, on previous occasions. He tried to think. Yeah, he comes from a school of thought that is very anti-African. Yeah, I'm not putting that. They said they put this forward themselves. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, I've experienced moments.
Yeah, them man, that's what they deal with. That's what they've been on. It's not.
I'll say something in his defense. I think, the fact that he is on the reparations march, I know it's coming with a few questionable issues surrounding can I call them no, I can't call them non-Black Americans, Africans and Caribbeans that are in America.
The issue,
but when it comes to reparations, those ideologies don't really have nothing to do with it. You see what I'm saying? When it comes to this courtroom and this paperwork and really getting what you're demanding, it doesn't come down to that. It doesn't come down to your ideology. The ideology is what are you willing to do to support the reparations movement, whether that be giving a vote, whether that be signing a petition or anything. If I ask my people to let's make sure this bill gets pushed through office, I don't give a damn what your ideology is. You see what I'm saying? Reparations is the ultimate goal. So I don't want to put reparations in that talk with with any religious talk, or people was raised on religious beliefs. I don't want to get those two mixed up because those are two totally different things. You see what I'm saying? Tush.
What do you think to that, Shakara?
I don't have a problem with it in principle. And in fact, that is one of the reasons why there were many Black nationalists, Pan-Africanists in the reparations movement who created organizations that were able to appeal to even those brothers and sisters who were more assimilationist, because they believed that reparations was an issue that went beyond just your political ideology.
Yes.
Yeah. And so that happened. The issue there is that you know, the work of those Black nationalists and Pan-Africanists is being denied today, which is unfortunate. But that's what they did, literally.
Yeah, but it was stagnant though. So man, you've had this conversation, bro. So like, if we really want to speak about like in Cobra, like I'm just saying in America on a national level, in Cobra was kind of stagnant, bro. Like it was. I didn't even know about it. I didn't even know about. I found out about the UK reparations march that you guys have before I ever even heard of it in Cobra.
I don't think it's fair to judge the stagnation or lack thereof of Cobra based upon what you personally knew. Yeah. I think there are many things that go on in the world that we don't know about, but that doesn't mean that they weren't doing anything and that they were stagnant. And I would also suggest that having a social media presence is not a marker of activity. So even a lot of what is taking place in as far as the Senate and the House of Representatives at the moment is actually to a significant degree built upon the work of organizations like Cobra, but not Cobra exclusively. So if one is going to say that Cobra was stagnant, but all the things that are taking place, yeah, you know, they have a hand in, then, and I'm not even saying that from a position of necessarily agreeing with everything that Cobra says or does. It's just a fact, yeah, that a lot of what is on the table right about now, it, you know, was facilitated by members of Cobra. That's just the reality.
Could be, brother. I would never deny that. Could be, but I would say this now. All of a sudden, that reparations it has become one of the main focuses, and you have to give it up for groups like not even groups, but the ADOS talking points or the Foundational Black Americans. Like that shit is pushing that. Maybe it's all timing. It could be a coincidence, Shaka Rock, but we can't act like it's not happening, you know, more than it's ever been happening in my entire life. You see what I'm saying? At first it was, now it's like, let's really set up committees, even if it goes nowhere, right? Let's set up committees and let's discuss first and foremost who should get the reparations. Let's start ground zero. What are you getting them for, and who's eligible? That's a conversation that maybe you're a little older than me, Shaka, but that's a conversation that I've never heard happening, even on a state level.
You know why? Because it was never really in question. Like it was never really in question. This was a question that was manufactured in order to suit certain pre-existing sensibilities. The people that manufactured that sensibility were not on the reparations, and some of them were even against reparations when they were still promoting this kind of politics, right? But it's never been a big contentious issue, simply because the narrative that supports that being a major concern is not a real one. The idea that that migrants from the Caribbean, who are usually economic migrants, are in there trying to get a piece of the Black American reparations is false, right? It's not a significant dynamic, and also.
I don't get caught up. I don't. Just for the record, though, I don't really get caught up in that. I've said that.
No,
I don't get caught. Reparations is the goal. I have on blinders when it comes to all of that shit. I'm not in the business of telling people what. But I'm gonna tell you what I do agree with. I do agree with Black Americans, right? That suffered through slavery in America. Yes, I do believe that we should get in our group and handle this business. I'm not with the disparaging remarks or disparaging talking points, but I am laser focused on getting it for my people, because I feel like in my 30 plus years on this earth, I feel like I have a good grasp on how to deal with the government. You know what I'm saying? I'm watching that the government is making it a big pot. So that's how you confuse the people, where you say, well, everybody gets it. And then down the line, they can say, well, who's eligible? So I definitely agree with, okay, look, these are the people that's eligible.
Yeah, to whatever degree that may become, that may have become necessary, whatever. At the same time, it once one forwards a reparation ideal that would seemingly be in line with and supportive of America as a nation state, and how and fails to and critiques, for example, migration, yeah, whilst failing to critique what creates the migration crises in the first place, especially as it relates to the Western Hemisphere, the Americas, then expect to be critiqued for that, right?
Absolutely. I agree. I agree. If you're gonna shoot shots, people are gonna shoot shots back.
I'm not even talking about shooting shots. I'm just saying that, like, for example, because to me, talking about, for example, America's role in Haiti is not shooting a shot, yeah, at Black Americans. It's condemning the American government, yeah, for its policies in Haiti. The only Black Americans who are going to see that as a shot against Black Americans are Black Americans who are allegiant to the American government.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
I
No, I
follow
see
the
that.
American
Okay, I feel you. I feel you on that. Now, what I would say is, I don't have any allegiance to the American government, right? I am in support of this lawsuit against the American government. But the thing about Haiti is like, I feel like that's for the Haitian brothers and sisters to get the ball rolling on that. You see what I'm saying? If the Haitian brothers and sisters want to get if they have a separate lawsuit against the American government that they want to get the ball rolling on, I'm willing to do whatever I can to help.
Well, that's good, my brother.
Yeah, I am. I would never disparage it. And yes, Shaka, yes, I be in these places where I hear a lot of disparaging remarks, and I would, you know what I'm saying, I would hear people say I would never support that. I'm different in that aspect, because I would support that. Talk to me, Haitians. What do y'all need? What do y'all need from us? As long as it don't get in the way of this lawsuit that we have going on, you got my full support.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, just a quick point. I think I've mentioned this to you before, Shakwa. I think direct questioning in regards to reparations from specific countries is a necessity at this stage, and I think sorry, one moment, I've got
You good. But yeah, that's my thing, and I don't even want to be. I don't think it's divisive for me to have that mentality. Now, maybe I don't have this. Of course, I want Black people globally to succeed, but I know when you're dealing with these governments, man, you have to be real specific, or it's gonna be stagnant. You see what I'm saying?
Well, not everybody sees reparations as a petition, as only a petition to government, right? And this is the point. A particular narrative has been put forward about what reparations is. Yeah, as though it's specific to the confines of a particular nation state. The reality is, reparations comes into existence and is informed by nation states in relation to international law. Yeah, because it's things like what's the word? The Holocaust. Yeah, and World War II. Yeah, and them kind of things there that makes, which are international events, and the development of international institutions like the UN, that makes reparations a consideration for nation states in the first place.
I get you.
The only way to achieve reparations is basically through the petitioning or being a citizen of a country and recognizing yourself as a citizen of the country. It doesn't make any sense, because reparations has been paid from one nation to another, right? So the point is that a particular narrative has been put out there about reparations that confines it.
What? Hold on, Shaka. I feel you, Shaka. But what nation were the Jews? From you said they were. You know, we know it was reparations.
They were Jews. That's the point. They recognize themselves as a nation of Jews. They just didn't have a state, and so as an act of reparations, a state was created for them. But they already had a national identity. That is the point, right? But they never had to identify as German.
Black Americans have I think Black Americans have a nice little state. I mean, Shaka, maybe not you, but all of these UK panels and the people I speak to, there's not a Black American refer to me as a Black American. So,
and I'm saying America is a state. There's no Black American state. Yeah, just like there's no black British state. America is the state.
You said the Jews didn't have a state at first, right? So what makes you think that we can't?
No, but the Jews are a nation. He said the Jews are a nation, bro. I don't know if you was listening.
They recognize themselves as a nation. Yeah, right. So the state was developed to house their national identity. They already recognize themselves as a nation.
I hear you. I just don't see why we can't. Well, we recognize our people as a people who are the descendants of an atrocity, right? Of not only one but many atrocities. So we are the descendants of those people. I don't understand why we can't build a reparations case on the backs of that, right? If we agree that it's a debt to be owed, we first and foremost we agree that an atrocity happened, right? If we just want to stick on strictly slavery, right? We can agree that an atrocity happened, and then we can agree that that atrocity kept on happening, and then we can agree that it's a debt owed for that free labor.
Yeah, no, nobody is against reparations for Africans in America. That's never been the point.
Yeah, I don't think you are, Shaka. I don't think so.
Yeah,
if I give you an overview, like the broad look on what you're saying, Shaka, what I think, and tell me if I'm wrong. I think that you're saying of course you don't disagree with black, quote unquote, black Americans getting reparations, of course. But you would rather that we continue the fight of all black people, right?
I don't see reparations for Africans in America as a conflict with the fight for all black people. What becomes the conflict is when that movement is put forward in allegiance with the American state, and in opposition to other black people. I am not. So, for example, I am not as a descendant of Africans who were enslaved and colonized by Britain. I am not pursuant of reparations from Britain out of an allegiance to Britain and an exclusion because of my allegiance to Britain and exclusion to other black people. My allegiance is to black people. Yeah, it's not to Britain. It's not to America. It's not to France. But also, my ultimate objective goes beyond receiving a check. Yeah, from Britain as a nation state. If reparations in the form of a check, and reparations is bigger than money, that's what a lot of people don't seem to understand. But what's it called? If let's say, for example, everybody in Jamaica gets a check from Britain tomorrow, my job is still not. Yeah, my work is still not finished because I am about liberation and self.
Well, I said that. Okay, hold on, Shaka. I said that too because that's another that's a misconception. That's a misconception that I have to speak to people about. Reparations for foundational Black Americans is not a check to stop racism, white supremacy, or colonization. I want y'all to get that understood. Like it's a debt. It's a debt, right? And that's why I keep going back to this. An atrocity happened. We agreed that those people should be compensated for that. So now
Can I say something, please?
Entitlement.
Hold on.
Born. It's an
Say it
entitlement.
again?
It's an entitlement.
Yeah, exactly. So we are the people. Yes, we are entitled. We are entitled to that debt. And now we are the descendants of those people who some were promised compensation for those atrocities. We can't forget about that.
Yeah,
it's been countless reparations movements in America. I'm gonna do a show on those too. But it's been countless, and we are the descendants of those people. And we're here to say, look, this debt still hasn't been paid, so this debt has to be paid. We're entitled.
I born rich.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, bro. What you're saying actually makes Shaka all right. And it makes me right too, and every other Israelite. Because check this one out. What the man said. The man said, you can't get reparations from a country as a participant of that country. That don't make no sense. And I agree with him. Because how are you going to get reparations from the country that you're enforcing, that you're part of? You are one of them.
Let me ask
You're
you
gonna
this.
let me finish.
You just made a point. You just made you really asked the question. You should have said this question is hypothetical because you said how can you get reparations from a country that you're a part
Now
of,
the
right?
question is a two-part question, but go on.
Yeah. Let me jump in. Now, I guess I want to ask you a question. Will reparations be paid? Will you have to go through the court systems to get reparations?
Not necessarily.
Well, give me the alternative, brother, and then let me get my notepad out. What are the alternatives?
I'll be honest with you, yeah. I'm not going to sit here and claim to know the exact process, the exact whether you go through the court, the government, whoever you go through to get your reparations. But as Shakara clearly depicted, Jewish people got reparations, but Jewish people, even when they're within another nation, still recognize themselves as one nation, which is Jewish. Yeah, whatever nation they're within. Now, like you said, the only thing missing from them was that they didn't have a state, so that they helped them to create a state of Jerusalem. Now, the problem with us as black people in America is we got, for instance, you guys, ADOS, yeah, who really, you shouldn't be called ADOS. You should be called NADOS or USADOS. Because guess what? It doesn't encompass the whole of America, does it? You're only dealing with North America. So
Yeah, but
in
hold
that
on, listen,
in that sense,
no,
one
I have to stop you.
second.
Shiffer, I'm gonna tell you the
Go
reason
on.
I have to stop you, brother. The only
Go
reason
on.
is because we can't get away from the notion that we are dealing with the American government. They don't
Cool.
they don't
Fair enough.
differentiate North America, South America. So for you saying
Fair
us to
enough.
us changing our name is what's getting us in this mess now. No
Fair enough.
offense to no
Fair
offense
enough.
to Africans
But
and paying
born rich.
Hold
You've
on,
made it very clear. You've
Oh
made
my
it very
God.
clear that your reparations claim is only for North American people, black ones. Yeah, you're not dealing with the Caribbean. You're not dealing with Haitians. You're not dealing with Brazilian reparations. You're not dealing with that. Is that fair? Is that a fair statement?
It's not that we're not dealing with it, but no, not in this case. Not in this lawsuit.
Thank
Call
you.
it a lawsuit.
So now,
Call it a
all
lawsuit.
right.
In this
Now
lawsuit,
we've agreed that. Now we've agreed that we can move on. Now what I'm saying to you is, yeah, the problem that we're gonna face, yeah, as black people on the continent of America, regardless whether that be North America, the Caribbean, Brazil, wherever they may be, Mexico, yeah. What I'm gonna say to you is this. You see the same way you said about the Africans, yeah, not identifying with each other's cultures. We got the same problem. But you see, if we all identified under one culture like the Israeli people did, yeah, it'll be a lot easier. It will be a much easier case. Because now you can't make the excuse of we're not going to pay reparations to a nation that is us. Yeah, because we ain't you. We're something different. We're a different nation. Now you could say Nation of Islam tried to do that, but Islam is not a nation; it's a religion.
I know, but listen to this. Now we have a lawsuit against the U.S. government. The U.S. government has been calling black people Americans, U.S. citizens, ever since the end of slavery, Shifra. So if we're gonna play in their courtrooms, we have to play by their rules. And their rules is, I know you say, hey, maybe you guys shouldn't call yourselves American, but bro, this U.S. government has been calling us Americans ever since my ancestors were free. See what I'm saying? So if we're
Yeah, but
dealing,
if all black Americans, regardless of where they are, decided, you know what, we're not going to identify as black anymore, and we're not going to identify as American. We're going to identify as Taino. We're going to identify as Aboriginal. We're going to identify as, something else that is a complete different nation, whether it be Israel, whether it be Navajo. Yeah, what you have to understand. You are a complete separate nation to those people you're living amongst. And now your argument only becomes stronger, according to what Shakara said, if he's right. And I'm not saying that to antagonize. I'm saying that because I'm listening to the conversation. I'm just trying to move it forward, because like that.
I got you, Chef. For my bad. There was some people going on in the background. People going in, coming in and out, man. I hear you, Shifra. Caleb, what's going on, Caleb? What you guys?
Hey, what's up, bro?
On the
And
How
I
you
topic?
guys
think
doing?
even if we identified as one nation and kept our religious practices, kept our spiritualities, kept our different cultures, but just identified as one nation, it puts us in a much stronger position, in my opinion, from what Shakara said. But yeah, go ahead, brother. To 2022.
Yeah, big up, FIFA. I'm just listening.
Big up, big up.
Yeah,
You
just a
said
quick
one
point on.
nation. If we put ourselves in one nation, you said FIFA, right?
Yeah, if we all decided that instead of being the nations they depict us as and the ones that the Europeans carved out, we went under one banner, one name. Yeah, i.e., you know what? You could be for instance, like you've got like you've got Nigerians, you've got Igbos and Yorubas or whatever. Yeah, that's more tribal. Yeah. So although they're Nigerian, they still identify as their indigenous thing. Yeah. And that separates them a little bit. You know what I'm saying? If we said, you know what, we're gonna go back to something more tribal as a people and we're all gonna identify under that one banner, you can still keep your American, whatever part you're from, you can still keep your Jamaican, you can still keep your Guyanese or whatever, but you still need to identify with the rest of your people under one banner. And this is an issue, a major issue we have.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
But like,
I
what
give
would
you that. I
the
give you
name
that,
be?
Shifra. Now, I will say this though, Shifra, is now these boundaries and these borders that we know we did not create, they've been created. And not only were those borders and were created, it was governments put in place to control these borders. So now that we know that that's happened, if we want to play ball with these governments, we're going to have to use their terms. You see what I'm saying? I can't have a lawsuit against a French government and I go in there and I don't know how to speak French. You understand what I'm saying? We have to play ball in their courts. We have to play ball the way
I
way
agree. I agree.
they want us to play ball. I mean, I have to be honest, bro. It's never gonna work. So that's why we're gonna have to use the labels like American. Do you think I got
I
trust
agree.
and faith in this fucking American government? I don't, Schiffer, but I know how this American government works. I can't run in there saying, "Hey, we are the niggers for reparations." They're gonna say no, no. So I'm gonna play ball like they play ball. We are Americans. When I go in this courtroom, I'm gonna say we are Americans. You can't say we're not Americans because you guys have been identifying us as Americans since the late 1800s. So now you're not going to look up a
But
couple
boy, you
hundred
know,
years later and say you're not American. No, we're going to take that word, that label that you put on us. Yes, we know it's not the real label, but it's the label that you have given us. Now we're using that label. Now we're using that label because this is the label you gave us. So we are Americans. We fall up under this American government. And and you guys have even admitted in the past that an atrocity took place and a debt should be paid. We're the descendants of those Americans, and we want our money, flat out.
Yeah. So FIFA, what would you suggest as a name for this banner that the all inclusive? If I'm not mistaken, you're suggesting creating a tribe, right, FIFA? Like a all uniting umbrella for all melanated people, right? So if that is the case, what would you call the name of this new tribe or nation?
so just before you answer that, Shifa, I just want to make a quick point, right? I think, Shifa, you have to be pragmatic, right? You have to think about the fact that there is a necessity, there's an entitlement that we are owed, right, as Caribbean people. And we have to actually take on what Bourne is saying. Now, I don't necessarily, the whole American, African American, whatever, that's not my concern. But he asked the question, how do we get reparations if we don't go to the government? How do we play ball? How do we get into a position of where they can listen to us? We can only do that by going into the system and taking out what we are owed. And we need to take this seriously. Well, there is no movement. And this is what I wanted to move on with Shaka on, because I wanted to have that discussion in regards to Black America are pushing forward now. They are on the road to getting, this bill. I think. I know people probably don't agree with that, right? Why haven't we done that? Do you understand? We have to say to ourselves now, we should have never been offered £10 million, our taxes paid. Jamaica got a prison for £10 million from our taxes. Our taxes that we put. Listen, we need to wake up. We need to say to ourselves, no more. We need to put ourselves in a position of when they're not doing whatever they want to do to us because they're in positions of power. Sorry.
Yes, no, that's real. I mean, that's real. If that's the route we're going, for real. I mean, even I had to say, look, I don't really fuck with politics like that. I don't fuck with politics. But I know in order to help this lawsuit, it's beneficial for us to have people that's beating the same drum in politics. It is.
Yeah, but Born Rich, do you not realize now, yeah? Yo, Born, can you hear me?
I hear you, Shiffer. Go ahead.
Do you not realize though, yeah, to some extent, yeah, from what Shaka's argument, from the argument presented by Shaka Ra previously, yeah, if what he's saying is right, it wouldn't make sense for us to make a reparations argument unless done in that particular way. So maybe the time isn't right, or some people don't believe the time is right, why they haven't moved so quickly on it. Yeah, and obviously maybe they're waiting to see what happens with the American situation first. But I would also say this, Born Rich, from listening to Brother Shaka Ra, yeah, because like I said this earlier, my only ever discrepancy I ever had with Pan-Africanism was the name Pan, the Pan part of the name. I never understood that. Yeah, but at the end of the day, the ideology, I can't be against it, because think about it. Without Pan-Africanism, there is no bridge between our different cultures as Black people. There's no bridge. So, you got people like myself who are Israelites, yeah, and I rely on people like Shaka Ra, who are Pan-Africanists, to help me to be able to better communicate with my brothers who are Islamic or of African spirituality, or even my American brothers who are ADOS. Yeah. We all rely on these brothers, and I think that to some extent that's why it's important for us to even if we're not going to take his argument fully for granted, take it into consideration, because I'd be silly as a man whose dad is a Rasta man, if Rasta is in my heart, Pan-Africanism is in my heart, innit? I'd be going against myself to go against Pan-Africanism. And you as a Black man, as an ADOS man, who's striving for the betterment of Black people, to some extent, you're going to have to interact with us as a Black man with other Black people. So
let me say this though, Shiva. I came up under the Pan-African, bandana. Really, it went from.
But this is why.
I know, but
this is why we should listen to them.
I'm not against Shaka. I'm not. I promise I'm not, Shiva. I am saying this lawsuit that we have against the American government is really specific. You know why I can't really, I can take Shaka's advice, but you know why I can't make him let me tell you this. I could never make Shaka the spokesperson for this lawsuit that we have. You know why? Because his ancestors did not suffer, his ancestors were not enslaved inside the walls of the quote unquote United States. That's how
America is not. The United States don't have wars. It has borders. You mean the borders?
Well, I call them walls. You call them borders, I call them walls, right? Because it's hard to get in and it's hard to leave this motherfucker. So I call them walls. I always call them walls, bro. I've been calling them walls since the early 2000s. It's not as easy as you think. For real. It's not as easy as you think to leave, and it's not as easy as you think to get in. So it's walls,
I hear you.
Why though, Born? What is Born? What's the disadvantage of including them into this lawsuit? What is the disadvantage?
The disadvantage is what happens is we're playing courtroom games with the American government. The American government, they will take any little thing that you say and twist it up, and then it'll be a diversion. It's a diversion, right? Because you have to think, even the reparations movements in the 60s, the governments were saying, oh, reparations, that shit is far-fetched. Who would get them? Would Africans get them? Would the African government be responsible because they sold slaves, right? They always send us on this mission. Where would the money come from? You know, who's responsible? Well, we wasn't the only ones who did slavery. The British government funded the slavery, and you know what I'm saying? So instead of letting it be mixed up, then the advantage for us, I wouldn't even say disadvantage, the advantage for us is making it based around specific things that happen before other people arrive.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. I agree.
Specific, right? If you called yourself officially the American government, the 4th of July is coming up, guys, in America. The 4th of July, America says July 4th, 1776, we got our independence from the British government. So now in our lawsuit, that makes the British government, now you can't point the finger at the British government because now we're only dealing from this date, July 4th, 1776. All right. And we know slavery was going on at that time. So that's what I'm saying. You have to be specific, Caleb, or they'll like why can't the American government throw in the British government? You know what I'm saying? If we went to the courtroom, the American government could say, well, you guys don't want reparations from us. You guys want reparations from the British government. And no. So now we're going to cut the British out because we're going to start at July 4, 1776. Well, who's going to get reparations? I think you guys could give the Asians and the Jamaicans and everybody reparations. We say, well, if we know historically those people wasn't even here until, I don't know, somewhere in the 1800s or whatever, then see, we can start closing these timelines.
No, that's inaccurate. That's inaccurate. And you see one there, yeah?
But Schiffer, listen, maybe the dates is wrong, but what we really
No, not like that. Not like that. Not like that. Yo, Born, let me explain it to you, yeah? A lot of indigenous Americans who were there when the first enslavements was happening, yeah? They fled to the Caribbean, fled to the flipping, to Haiti, and fled to places. So some of those people are still in that same argument, which makes it a bit flipping complicated. It's more complex than what you're thinking.
Let me tell you why. See, this is why we use descendants, right? You know, one of the words in ADOS is descendants. So now when we box it in, Schiffer, now what did those people, now if those people fled, they created a family in Jamaica.
Not that word fled.
They fled, right? Schiffer, if they fled, well, not even fled, I mean, they fled, they left.
Yeah, but if they fled, it don't know about born. It doesn't mean they wasn't enslaved before they fled. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm not saying they wasn't, but they built their legacy somewhere else. I am descendant. See, you see what I'm saying? Now those people are in Jamaica now. You may be the descendants of those people. I'm not. You see what I'm saying? My descendants who was enslaved in America, they whether they were lazy or they just didn't get the chance to, they were here. They were enslaved here. I am the descendants of those people. If those people fled slavery and went to Jamaica, then you guys would.
Yeah, but born rich. What you just did was an oxymoron. You see what you just did right there? That's an oxymoron. Listen to what I said again. Yeah. You're going to have some people who were enslaved there in America, just like you, yeah, that fled, you know, and ran away from while it was happening, yeah. So they've escaped and run away and gone to certain places, like Caribbean, I mean, Haiti,
I don't think you can substantiate
all over.
That, like,
well, there are some. There are some documented cases. There are. In fact, there's many documented cases of people fleeing. Yeah, and this is why. Well, you know what I'll do. This is what I'll do. Yeah, you see, because I'm not at home. I'm not by my computer in it, and I'm out on road in it doing stuff. But I'll say this to you: I will get the information, and boom, when you do the next show, I'll present it for you, and then we can go into that. But for now,
right? But
I've said what I said.
I hear you, but right now I told you this is a lawsuit against the United States government, right? So now what we've done, right? Because we know the United States government likes specifics. especially when you start dealing with courtroom shit, right? When you get in that courtroom, they want specifics. So now what specifics are is we'll start with the 1870 census, right? Most Americans, I'm not going to say all, but most Americans filled out the 1870 census. Now, if that person who left and went to Jamaica is not represented on that 1870 census, that's kind of one of the criteria, bro. You see what I'm saying?
Let me ask you one question, Born. One more question, Born. One quick one. Born Rich. Born Rich. From the perspective that I spoke on before, I'm gonna leave that one where it is. But I'm gonna say there's another dynamic to the argument I was making, in the sense of slave owners. If they didn't like one of the slaves, or one of the slaves kept trying to run away or was making trouble, they would sell the slaves onto somewhere else, wouldn't they? Yeah. Now with a percentage,
not only
with
sell them. Hold
a
on. Let's get into it. Shifter. Not only sell them, sometimes they would send them to the Caribbean islands to be.
Thank you.
Broken, right?
Thank you. So then, when you say that, some of them return, but not all. All right, but listen, not all of them. So now, can you understand that my argument stands? There's going to be a percentage of those people in the Caribbean that are indigenous American descendants of slaves. So what are we going to do about that?
I give you that. Well, if they can't meet the criteria, right? If they can't meet the criteria, then they're just not going to be eligible. And I'm sorry,
so
but
we have a conundrum.
It happens like that, though.
We have a conundrum then. Thank you. But I've proven my point now, yeah? We don't have to. I don't have to bring no. Come on,
You didn't really prove it, because these reparations movements that we're creating here in America are very specific. Yes, it's harsh. Nobody likes it harsh. Is it harsh? Yes, it's harsh. But it's specific. Some people are going to get them, and some people aren't. Some people aren't going to get reparations just from the sheer fact they can't find their people. Listen to me, Shiffer. Some people aren't going to get reparations, and this is fucked up. But they're not going to get reparations on the sheer fact that their ancestor didn't put their name on the 1870 census. And I hate to say it, and I'm sorry, and I pray for them brothers.
Wow. I didn't know that.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's going to be criteria, but you have to understand, Tash, it's going to be criteria that has to be met. And I have to say, Tash, everybody's not going to meet that criteria. It's going to be something.
I agree.
I'm not comfortable with that.
No, do you know what, Tash? I agree with him, because now,
slavery.
Tash, you see what he just did? Listen to what he just did. What he just did is he just made Shakara's argument. So he just certified his argument, because that really and truthfully, the reparations argument from a Pan-Africanist standpoint can't be put forward in the way you're putting it forward, because it's got to represent all of us. Now, your argument's only representing you, but you're forgetting that some of you ain't even there. So now you're not even really representing yourself properly. But then, what you're saying is that, only the Caribbean and XYZ can't be included, but indirectly, they're already included. It's too late, because remember, some of those Caribbeans would have directly come from America and been traded and transported as slaves who were to be broken.
I know. Well, listen, I don't know what was going on in the Caribbeans in 1870, but do they have a census?
Yeah.
Can they be proven? Is it paperwork, right? Because we know the courtroom is about paperwork, bro.
Yeah, there's paperwork. Yes, there's paperwork, bro. There's paperwork.
Now, was Jamaica a part of the United States in 1870?
It was never a part of the United States.
So then they don't. Why they don't have a lawsuit against the United States government? It's not a part.
No, but those people. Brother. No, but those people who are indigenous American descendants of slaves who have been moved off of their lands and had their lands taken and had their wealth and their families destroyed, they are definitely entitled by your standard.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. Now, you said they were moved. They were moved off their land and sent somewhere.
That's right.
They were sent somewhere that's not in the United States of America.
That's right.
I called it walls earlier, right? So once they leave those walls, I hate to say it, brother, but they have a whole nother lawsuit, brother. It's not this lawsuit. They left the walls, right? That's why you the walls of America.
No. They never left. No, leaving No, but look, Born Rich, leaving is something you do on your own pretenses. Yeah,
but they was
being
sent.
kidnapped, being kidnapped and brought somewhere else, not of your own free will, against your will, is not the same thing, bro. So you can't just say they left. Don't work like that. And you can't say they don't still own rights and retain rights to the land that is originally indigenously theirs.
But that's a
That don't make
separate
sense.
lawsuit. So let me tell you about that separate lawsuit. I think that the slaves, I guess the enslaved Africans or enslaved Americans that was taken out of the walls of America and sent to these Caribbean islands, that's a different lawsuit. That's their
How?
lawsuit. They should
How is it
be
a different lawsuit? Explain.
because they were gone. They wasn't there.
Are they
Remember
American? But
why?
Are they
Were they
indigenously
free? Were
American?
they free? Okay, so now and then it's a two-part of this lawsuit, right? Because then we have the argument that we were free, but still treated as 3/5 of a human being. We were free, quote unquote, freed, but still treated inside the walls of America as less than Americans, right? Now
Okay.
that's going to be part of the criteria that those brothers and sisters that's in Jamaica, they don't fit that criteria, Schiffer. We have to see
Yeah, they
what.
do.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
we
no, no.
do. Of course we do.
How? Let's talk about it.
How can you say? How can you say we don't? No, I'll tell you what. Before I tell you how we do, I want you to explain to me what gave you the perception we don't. Please explain, because I'm now mad confused. Talk to me.
Yeah, because you're not in that lawsuit. You don't. You're
No,
not
not
in that
because we're not
lawsuit.
in a lawsuit. No, you said that black people in America were being treated as 3/5 of a human being. So are you
Absolutely.
suggesting that in the Caribbean they wasn't, broski? Talk to me.
Were they being treated by the the American government as 3/5 of a human being?
By all Western governments, they were
I'm
being
asking
treated as
specifically.
3/5
See,
of a
that's what I'm
human
saying.
being.
See, Schiffer, there you go, generalizing again, brother. We're not talking about
Don't
all.
worry,
What do
You
you
have to
we're gonna
mean?
get our
remember this
paperwork
lawsuit.
together.
Hold on.
We're gonna get our paperwork together, Born. We're gonna sort
Yeah.
ourselves out. It looks
There
like
we go. That's it. But I'm saying, Tash, like
All
this
right, Born
shit has
Rich,
to
let me
be
answer
really
your question.
specific. This shit has to be
Born,
really
let me answer your
specific.
question specific.
Don't
Born
worry, you're waking
Rich,
us
yeah?
up. You're waking us up.
The Americans did treat us as 3/5 of a human being. In fact, even less, because guess what? We're not even American citizens, so we're entitled to less than what you was entitled to. Now what?
Well, that is, I think all of my Jamaican brothers and sisters that fit that criteria, you guys should organize and start that lawsuit, because it sounds like you guys were treated more horrendous than we were. So I think you guys should
To
start
an
that
extent, yeah.
movement.
But
Yeah,
I
you
don't want to
guys should
compare.
start that
I don't want
movement.
to
I would
compare
agree.
pain in it. I think
Yeah,
we
I don't
was
either. Yeah, I don't either. But
both
I would
treated as
support that
horrendous as each
movement.
other. Yeah,
Yeah,
in cases there were people who were treated worse than others on both sides. But I will say this: it doesn't. You may not understand where I'm coming from when I say to you, Born Rich. It doesn't matter if you think that your case don't involve us. It matters what the court thinks. And I would imagine that if you look at this and they say, okay, do you know what? We're going to pay anyone who is an indigenous American, yeah, that's family was enslaved, yeah. Unfortunately, it encompasses a lot of the Caribs too. It encompasses a lot of Haitian people
that would
too.
be lovely.
Unfortunately, there's no way out of it. There's no way out of it for them, bro. Because all them people is going to do is they're going to say, okay, well, my paperwork says we were shipped here. Show
I get you. I hear you, brother.
once was that, you know what, they say that the Caribbean wasn't it wasn't populated by us. They say they brought us there. So once we can show that, how was they bringing us there? Did they bring us straight from Africa? No. Most of us were brought from Africa, if anything, to America and then to the Caribbean. So it's in America first. Same. So either way, you know, I want you to win your case, because if you win your case, we all win, guys.
There we
There's
go.
no way we
That's
don't.
what I wanted to get to. And I fuck with that. And I've always said, listen, bro, I've always said, let this reparations be inspirational to everybody. It should be. It should be, right? Because this will teach you how to play with these people. And this will teach you how to play with these governments, man, and let them know, okay, you guys want specifics. Here are the specifics. Well, what about this? Well, no, we're not going to worry about that right now. Let's be specific. You guys like specifics. Let's stick to the specifics. And I think my Caribbean brothers can say, oh, shit, we don't want reparations for just slavery and cruel treatment on this island. We want to go back to how did we get to this island? See, that's one thing that the ADOS or Foundation of Black American lawsuit is not doing. We're not going that deep into it. We're being very specific. But if any other group of people want to go back to the history of it, I support that. But we don't have the
respect
time
that.
or the
Respect to that.
luxury. Yeah, we don't have the time or the luxury over here to do that, right? Because we've already done that, and this government and this court system spit in our face and said, you guys got to come back and be more specific. So you got to think it's reparations movements that was going on in the 1800s. And the white people said, well, y'all ain't got y'all shit together. Come back later. And then in the 1900s, we start coming back. And it was like, well, no, that's not really specific enough. So now that only mutates to 2022. And we like, look, bro, I don't know if it gets more
Born Rich.
than this.
Born Rich, if the ADOS movement gets rejected, yeah, and you don't get a payout, yeah, do you think it's time for us to unite as one nation at that point?
If that's part of the right, it's like anything where you lose, right? If you take a football team and that football team goes out and plays a hard match and loses, then they go back to the drawing board, right? So real suggestions and even
But
some.
don't they also rebuild the team? Don't they also conscript new players?
So
They conscript new players and new avenues of playing the game. So in that case, that's what I'm saying to you.
Absolutely.
All right.
If we get rejected when we go back to the drawing board, everything is on the table, right? We lost. So everything is on the table. We're willing to listen to all the suggestions so we can come back and get the victory next time. Absolutely. If you know what I'm saying? And who knows that maybe that won't happen. Who knows? Maybe they will say, fuck y'all, go regroup, and then we regroup and say, okay, maybe this global black reparations movement is the move. We don't know what the future holds. But now,
do you not think though, Bourne, do you not think that you may have severed some ties? You know, if you don't get it, do you not think it's been detrimental? Because people may say, okay, well, you know, we're going to go solo. We're going to go for the British Empire, the French, the Spanish Empire.
I would never hate
and
on
leave
that.
the Americans to themselves.
No, we would fucking draw inspiration from that, Tush.
Okay.
We would be, you know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna lie, of course, people love to take credit. Of course, some Black Americans would take credit for that. They would say, oh shit, look what they're doing to the British government. You know, we set the blueprint for that. And then you have other Americans, for real, I ain't gonna lie, because you do have some egomaniacs that'll say that. But then you have other Americans who would say, damn, we failed, but look what they're doing. Oh shit, we can incorporate what they did into our shit. So next time we go back in front of these people, then we'll have our shit together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I do think you've got one of the strongest claims because you're on the land itself. So I think you've got a strong claim. But I definitely think we've got a fair claim as well. And I think that because our government has already made a payment, he never put it under the terms of reparations, but that was the discussion at the time. I think we can probably push along for those that are in the Caribbean, those that are British, that are Caribbean descendants. We need to think about whether we're going to be available to that. I mean, when we were talking to Raheem was saying he doesn't want his taxes to go further up in order to pay back. And I got what he meant. I got what he was saying. And I think that's an issue for a lot of Caribbean people in regards to reparations. Will they put our taxes up to make these reparation costs? And I think if they do, I'm prepared to pay. I think we should pay. You know, I think it will be beneficial. What about, where does the money come from in regards to reparations? It comes from taxes born in America.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so
absolutely. We're paying these Indian reservations monthly checks through our taxpaying dollars. We've paid the Ukrainians. That's how America can give the Ukrainians billions of dollars and give the Afghanistanians billions of dollars, to come over here. Like, yes, that's paid through taxpayers. Yes.
But what if they say we have to put up the taxes in your states, in the most poverty, or in the states that are black, and it's
And I
just
tell you
like
this,
a
Tash,
little
they're gonna
ring around.
raise, man, they raise taxes regardless, Tash. They're gonna build a brand new, y'all call it football, we call it soccer. They're about to build a brand new soccer stadium here in my local town. You think I can't pay those taxes? I still have to pay those taxes. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna have to pay a tax raise is a tax raise. Now we can get out in the streets and protest that tax raise, but white supremacy has shown me that what white supremacy wants, white supremacy gets.
Right.
That's what I've been shown.
The thing is,
You see what
Vaughn,
I'm
you
saying?
knowing that white supremacy has kind of led the way at times, and it doesn't really give you breathing space. This reparations bill has to be very tight knitted. It has to be bulletproof. So I get why,
to
to a
even have
certain
a
extent, you guys have gone solo.
argument. To even have an argument, it has to be bulletproof. It's a lawsuit, man. I can't just walk in. Listen, contrary to popular belief, I can't just walk in a courtroom in America and say I want to sue Tash Jeffs because her apple tree is growing over into my lawn. No, I have to get recorded evidence, documents. I'm gonna have to get property lines measured. You see what I'm saying, Tash? Do you understand all the shit that I would have to go through?
Yeah,
I would have to show them 3 or 4 times where you've been warned by the state to cut that apple tree. Like, I have to go in there. That shit has to be tight knit, man. Or they're gonna laugh you out the courtroom.
I can't see with the indigenous, the Indians and that. If they have received what they're entitled to, I can't see why you guys shouldn't. That's why I believe it will happen. I know some people are saying no, it's not going to happen. They're joking. The people that have oppressed them are not going to give back.
I Tash. Do you know why? Can I be honest with you? Why? From what Shakara said, I don't think it's going to go through. Yeah, and I hope it does, but I don't think you can win this argument for this reason. Your words as well, Bournemouth. You said you've tried this before. The argument weren't specific enough. Now you see when we get to the Indians, you start talking about Indians. It's very specific, yeah, because they've identified these Indians. They've identified these Indians not only as a tribal people, but an indigenous tribal people of the region who are separate nation within a nation who identify as Indians, yeah, or Navajos or whatever they identify as. Nah, because
they're not.
listen. Let me finish. Regardless of whether they accept the term Indian, they still accept the tribal aspects of what these people are talking about. So, if we are not accepting some kind of tribal, it's not specific enough. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. But the American government had to specifically name 5 or 6 tribes that were even eligible, right? So when that happened, you did not have tribes of indigenous Americans saying, hey, you guys sent us to this faraway island, and now we want to come back and get some of these reparations. No, that didn't happen. You know why? Because the U.S. government said, listen, we're only giving reparations to these 5 main tribes. That's it. They kept it. But Shifa, like I know, it was hundreds of indigenous American tribes that was taken over and colonized, right? Right, Shifa? It wasn't just 5 tribes, but only 5 tribes got reparations, right? You don't think black Americans looked at that and said, oh shit, they chopped that 100 plus tribe down reparations claim into 5 tribes. So we see shit like that and say, oh my gosh, we can't walk in that courtroom.
Yeah, but who are the rest of the tribes?
Every black person globally needs to get reparations. No, we watch what they did to the indigenous.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right in that aspect. In that aspect, you're right, Born Rich. But what I'm saying to you is, who are the rest of those tribes that didn't get paid? And does that encompass what we're calling Black American or Black Caribbean or Black Taino?
But let me tell you this.
Come on.
I'm gonna tell you what this is right now. This is why you go back to the census, and this may hurt those tribal members, right? Now, those tribal members were legally just called Negroes. Right, Schiffer? You've heard this story, right? Of indigenous Americans being swept up and colonized and being
Yeah,
reclassified
yeah.
as Negro, right? So if those tribes were if
And
those
being
people,
called Negroes. Yep. Yep.
yes, if
Yep.
those people in those tribes were reclassified as Negroes, then they may can get a little bit over here, because that's one of the criteria is the 1870 census. Did the government label you as Negro or Black? Now that's how they could get in. Now, right, Schiffer? Because we know they were reclassified. Reclassification happened. It was.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
What Schiffer saying is right, y'all. It was fucking indigenous people who came and got swept up in colonization and reclassified as Negroes. Now, if those people can draw that history back, especially to the 1870 census, where they specifically said man, woman, name, address, Negro or white or whatever the classifications were, then yeah, they can fit into that. But the ones
But what about documents? But boom, what about documents that have been lost? What about documents that have been lost that possibly are not there anymore?
What
What about those people? They don't get anything.
I hate to say it, but they don't. But we have programs. But listen, but we have resources to help those people figure out if we can find those missing documents, right? A lot of times you can find those missing documents, but if you can't, then I'm sorry.
What do you think about? I was on a Clubhouse. I was listening into something the other night.
Mm-hmm.
There was a guy who said, "Okay, once we get it from the American government, we're going to go to the Africans that benefited from selling us. We're coming to you next."
I don't get caught up in that.
And also, Born Rich. What if you haven't got the documents? But what if you ain't got the documents, but you've got a common ancestor with someone who does have the documents? Now what?
Wow, great question, Schiffer. Great question. Great question, Schiffer. Seems so simple, but that is a great question, and maybe God or Jacob can't answer that. I'll be honest, Schiffer. I don't know. You wanted me to give my personal opinion?
What ain't that proof? Because you said you gotta have proof, and that's a bit of proof, isn't it?
I say you should get it. I give you that.
Do you feel me? So then if we done the DNA and the genetics of, say like for instance, yeah, we identified some black people from indigenous tribes and we did their genetics and found that, you know, the rest of the black Americans, majority of them, and the black Caribbeans and the rest of, you know, the Brazilians, they all got the same genetics. Yeah, there's all a common ancestor. Then technically we're all entitled, isn't it? And that wouldn't be hard to do with it. If everyone believes in genetics, everyone believes in what is it? You know, when they do the DNA test, they will believe that stuff, don't they? So shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you, baby.
Oh.
All right, so yeah, man. I mean, that's a good question, Schiffer, and I'll be honest, I don't have the answer to that question.
Sorry, Born Rich, I'm still here, yeah, but I'm trying to find my car keys. I'm in the car and I've lost the keys in the car. I don't know where they are. No, I found it. I was having a madness there. But I think that's definitely an avenue that we'd have to go down then, isn't it?
All right, let's do this. Let's see what God of Jacob said. So God of Jacob said, common ancestry is not in play. One will have to identify as an American descendant of slavery. Again, that angle has been addressed in California.
Yeah, but if that common ancestor was a slave, then that would make you a descendant. So argument done then, yeah?
Well, he said you have to. No, listen. He's saying part of the criteria is, hold on, he's saying, but listen, Shiva, I know you're laughing, brother, but he's saying the part of the part, like, listen, you would have to identify as an American descendant of slavery. You understand what I'm saying? You will have to identify that. So you can't. This is what God of Jacob is saying. God of Jacob is saying, listen, man, you can't live in Jamaica and say, I'm Jamaican, 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 Jamaican. And then when we say, hey, us Black Americans have a lawsuit against the US government, now you can't just pop back on the scene and say, hey, no, hold on, man.
I get you, but I can live in England. Yeah, but I can live in England and say I'm Jamaican, 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 though, right? So what
But
you're
have you
saying
been
technically,
identifying
it doesn't make sense.
Hold on, Schiffer. Now I got to ask you, right? So let's just say hypothetically, job applications. When they ask you what's your race, are you saying, do they give you Jamaican as an option?
Yeah, Caribbean or Jamaican.
There
Yeah.
we go. So you've been checking that box for 30 plus years, right? Now, if they say, and now if we say you
100.
exactly, so it goes the same here. You've been checking that Jamaican box for 30 plus years. You can't come over here to America and say, hold on, guys, I fit in this lawsuit because I identify as indigenous and my people were sent to Jamaica. It's like, no, we've been checking this box for 30 plus years. I've been checking this black African American box for 35 years, bro. So I've been identifying myself, and not only have I been identifying myself, you have been identifying me as a Black American. So this lawsuit is for Black Americans. So that's what God of Jacob means when he says identify. You have to identify yourself. You know what I mean? But go ahead, Kushti. What's up with you, sis?
Bless up, Shifa. Bless up, Born. Nice to see you live.
Bless up, Kush.
Yeah.
Bless up. I ain't seen you subscribe to my channel yet, Kush, but big up. Don't know.
You know what? You're right. You're about to see it. Do you know what I mean? I've got to support a brother, so don't worry, you'll see it. Okay.
Thanks, sis. Appreciate you.
I appreciate your level of conversation going on right now, brother Shifa.
He's repping for the Caribbean.
Why you say that? Talk to me. What was it you like? Tell me.
I don't want to hold my breath. I know it might be coming, but I'm just saying. For now, I'm enjoying it. I'm just leaving it there.
I appreciate you, sis. I appreciate you, man.
Always love, man.
Schiffer, good shit though. Good shit, Schiffer. Because
I'm bored. I see you. You're just like the dictionary of ADOS now, man. What's one? You've been studying.
I'm just well learned.
You're very learned. You're a very learned brother.
I am, and it's not. But like I said, I don't want to be divisive. I really fuck with this lawsuit, man, and I think this is where we maybe we have something. Maybe we don't. You know what I'm saying?
No,
maybe,
you have
maybe
to
I'm
try,
delusional.
Man.
Maybe I'm delusional. But I think this is a great try for us now.
Yeah,
Kushti, of course, I know you can get on YouTube, Clubhouse, Twitter Spaces. I know you can get on here and hear people saying, fuck the Jamaican, fuck the Africans. I don't get involved in all of that. I don't. I stay away from that because this lawsuit is the most important thing to me.
Exactly.
This is something that I fuck with. And there's not a lot of things that I fuck with. You feel me? Especially when it comes to shit I've learned from YouTube, right? I'll be real. I fuck with Dr. Sabi. Right, the shit that he was talking about, I fucks with that. I fucked with a lot of the Pan-African shit. I ain't gonna lie, I fucked with the Pan-African shit. I do.
Yeah.
I still have those morals, inside of me.
I know it's deep down inside you. I don't think it's that deep. Just scratch the surface and you come out with the fist in the air screaming Black Power. We know the
Absolutely.
truth.
I fuck with that. I still fuck with that. And this is another thing. This reparations is something that I've always been passionate about, but I was wondering what were the obstacles in our way, right? Especially when I do my research and know that my ancestors in the late 1800s, as soon as freedom was over, our ancestors said, yo, we got to be compensated for those last 200, 300, 400 years, man.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? And that motivated me more.
It's true, because when you talk about it like that, it wasn't like it's only now that Black Americans have fought like this, because initially, straight when they got their freedom, they were supposed to be promised like 40 acres and a mule. So that already shows the mindset straight out of slavery. They weren't just like, oh, okay. They were like, no. Now we've got that, this is what we're owed straight in there. So what you're doing is just picking up the mantelpiece from your ancestors what would have fight. I don't knock the ADOS. I want you to win. I know you lot will win, and I do agree with you that once you cut out all of the other rubbish and all the other rhetoric, there is grounds for you be able to achieve this. The Japanese achieved it. I think I'm looking into something about the Irish got some sort of thing as well. So it's not like reparations has never not happened. The Jewish, we know it's happened. So throughout the years it's happened. You just need to get organized and let it and make it do what it needs to do. I've got a question anyway, because I thought it was hard for me to write it in the chat. So my question is it because there isn't a land like what the Jewish did with Israel? Is it because there's not a land that Black Americans all feel that they can go to and have a right of their own, that they can say is theirs, why they're pushing this so much? And if there was a land, like, I know we're going in hypothetical land, but if there was, do you think that there'd be it wouldn't be such a pull to stay in America? Because a lot of the American rhetoric is, that how we built it up, and which they did. You know what I mean? And they just like how the Caribbean, when the World War II was over, effectively Windrush generation and those who came on build up that country. So I understand that kind of, I've built all of this up, why should I let it go? I understand that, but is it because there isn't another land space, if that makes sense? Is it because you can't do another Israel? Or if you had the opportunity to do that, and I know people are going to talk about, what was the place in Africa that they went to?
Kayla was from there, man.
Libya,
Sierra
Liberia.
Leone and Liberia. Sierra Leone and Liberia.
So I know that people might take that on the tape, but I don't think that was necessarily the Black Americans' choice. I think that was kind of forced on and given to them as the only option. What if there was a place that, like the Jewish, they chose a land and you were all happy to go there? Do you think it would still be so much of you could still go for reparations, of course, but do you think there'll be so much of a pull to just keep that American identity, to stay in America, to have that ownership of this is my land? And
great
that was
question.
my question.
Great question. Now you're gonna find two. Well, I'm not probably more than two, but at least two different ideologies on that. Right now, me personally, I'm gone. I'm out of here. Like me personally, I'm out of here. Right? Can't speak for God or Jacob, but I know some people would say, no, fuck that. I don't run. I don't run. I'm never going to run. Give me my shit. I'm gonna stay here. This is all I know is America. My people built this fucking country. You know what I'm saying? Some people are gonna say that. Me personally, I'm out of here. You show me that black state where people are going, especially now that I have these relationships with you guys, black people in the UK. If you guys say, "Hey, man, we're leaving the UK in mass numbers and going to this country,"
big exodus,
and
Israel,
then I'm saying my Black American people saying, "Hey, boy, I don't know what you're about to do, but we're leaving a mass exodus to this big country." Man, I'm gonna say, "Hey, man, shit, how much it costs?" Okay, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. But I can't knock people who's gonna stay, right? But let me say this, because the reason I can't knock those people who's gonna stay is because you have to understand this is all we know, and that hypothetical country doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
I wish it did, but
no, I understand that. I was just wondering, is it just the affiliation to a land? But I guess that is so much of a big puzzle that you can't just ignore that. You need to have that kind of affiliation to land, because even when, like, from our history, when we think of after World War II, when we really delve into the history, like the NHS, the transport, getting people moving, the buildings, the buildings we invested in, built, the cultures, so much things, even laws that we did in the NHS that changed, which were good for everyone now, but you don't really see that affiliation to this land. We want respect on our name for what we've built and what we've contributed, but we don't have that affiliation to that land, considering, and of course you've been there a lot longer. When you check the history, right, it's it's the 1800s, right? But then a part of me kind of thinks that is that because, again, like what you're saying, we still have Jamaica, or we still have, we still have the Caribbean, or we still have the African continent to go back to.
And let me say this though, Cushy, real quick. Let me say this though, and it's not even a shot, but the more I talk to Caribbeans that's in the UK, I'm starting to hear a lot of them saying I don't even have any plans on ever going back. I'm not sending my children back. Like these generations become, you see what I'm saying? Who's to say in 20 years it's gonna be Black Caribbean saying, hey man, we need our voice heard here. Fuck what's going on in Jamaica. We need our voices heard here because this is our home. This is our new home. We've been here for so long. This is our home. I guess that's what Black Americans saying. That's where you said the time difference comes
Yeah, it
in,
is
right?
definitely.
So
Yeah.
that's why I said I can't blame Black Americans for saying, "Yo, hold up now." I can trace my lineage back to the fucking 1870s, and it's
Yeah.
2022. We've been here a long fucking time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We've been here a long time, so I just think I don't know, man. Some people get caught up in that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But me personally, like I said, and that's the Pan-African in me, right? You
Yeah.
speaking about this country that allows diaspora and Africans to come back and live good. I'm still looking for that deep down inside, Kushti. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I'm
I
still
know.
looking at Africa like, hey,
You'll
where's
be
it
in the
at?
same plane as us, I know.
Yeah. It's like, where is it at, man? Y'all saying I can bring hot chicken? Y'all saying I can open up a hot chicken restaurant in Africa? Man, invite me, but we're just not seeing that right now, man. For real. I like what God Jacob said. Now, God Jacob said Brazil. I always say South America. I don't know how the UK people feel about South America, but I always said if I had a one-way ticket out of America, I'm going. I always say South America, but Brazil is the country that I have in mind. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I'm not really familiar with Cameroon, and my only affiliation with Brazil is the research that I've done. And I had a homegirl who lived in Brazil, and
Oh.
she's like, "Yeah, I would definitely." She ended up coming back, but she's like, "Yeah, my life goal is to get my ass back to Brazil." So I like South America, but of course, I would love to be in Africa somewhere, but I don't know, man. I don't know. But you're right, though, Kushti. We don't have that state to back
Yeah.
us. We don't, and that's
Yeah, the
why
more I
we have
think
to
about it,
use.
yeah, I think that's what people who are
Yeah,
not Black Americans need to have a conscience about. Like, it needs to be
right.
in the forefront of talking because you don't necessarily understand the advantage of knowing that. Because even when you look at what we've done in this country, you'd now you might, but you find it very hard pressed for someone to, even when you were saying like, okay, in 20 years' time, you might have a community here that's just like, yeah, I'm so detached from the continent
Yep,
or the
yep,
Caribbean that it's not
yep.
my business. We're not the same. And that for me is a scary concept. And if you said this to me about 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. But I think the more people that are not going back home, the more people who are not keeping up the ties that we could have sat back and our morals when we were younger, know that, oh, our parents are handling it, or they're sending off a drum of clothes, or they're sending off the birthday cards or happy birthday cards. They're taking care of the phone calls. When those generations die off and you're not keeping up that tradition,
Yes,
we
thank
might
you.
be in that situation.
Thank you. It's kind of happening here right now. I know Shaka and Shifa and all my, my Pan African brothers and sisters would say, "Hey, never forget you're from Africa." But
Yeah.
man, there's people here that's so disconnected from that. Me, I listen to a lot of people talk and do a lot of research, but I am still physically really detached from Africa.
Yeah.
I am to the
Yeah.
point where sometimes it's scary. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to
Yeah.
go to Africa, but sometimes I would be a little afraid because I know number one is going to be a culture shock.
Shock.
You know what I mean?
And then all
And
the programming that you've had since you're a child about
thank
Africa.
you, thank you. So
Yeah.
I want to know, is this acceptance real? Because I see, if I'm honest, we're in the visual age, right? So I
Yeah.
see videos of some Black Americans are embraced in Africa, some
Yeah.
Black Americans are not. You know what I'm saying? Me
Mm.
coming from the hood, I don't really worry about that though, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm in
Yeah, but you
Tennessee.
just don't want to make your life
Yeah,
harder. You
I'm
don't want
in
to go into a
Tennessee.
hostage
Yeah,
environment
I'm in
or anything
Nashville.
like
I
that.
can leave the north side and go to the west side and not be welcomed. I'm not worried about really being, not being welcome.
Liked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. I can find where the love at anywhere. That's how I feel. I feel you take
Yeah.
me to a place, I can find the love. And I know how to get the fuck away from the hate.
Yeah, but I feel sometimes when we talk about back home, right, the Caribbean or the continent, we act like it's different than where we are. Like you're gonna get some black people who sell out, some people are not. You're gonna get some people that would rob their own mum. You'd get some that won't. You know, it's just the same down there. You know, it's no different. There's
It's
not
just
all
different
what good
cultures.
people or bad people. Do you understand?
Yeah,
You're
we
just gonna
spoke
get
about that.
people.
So, Kushti, we spoke about that earlier. About it's just
Oh,
different
okay.
cultures, right? It's not a uniform. It's not a uniform black. That's
Yeah.
the one thing we have in common, but we still have different cultures. I mean, you could even look at Africa. Africa has different tribes, and they're
Exactly.
all considered black. So we know it's different cultures. My problem with different cultures is when one black culture looks at another black culture and say we're
I'm
better.
better than you.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
I don't like
And
that.
I think the only way that you're gonna see what it is for real is when you go. And when you go, that will be
Yeah,
such an exciting live stream because I already know what you're gonna say.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
booking my next ticket back because you're gonna just see love. Like when you touch
Yeah,
there, it's
yeah,
just
that's
love.
what I want. That's what I want to see. I do.
Yeah,
I do.
it's
I do.
definitely love
And I
when you go
believe it's
down
there.
there,
I do
especially with
believe
your
it's
accent. So
there. Yeah, I believe it's there. I do believe the love is there. And like I said, some people may think that's the Pan-Africanism
in
kicking
you.
in, but maybe it is. Maybe it is. But I
Or
do.
maybe it's just your consciousness. Do you know what I mean? Maybe we're just
Yeah,
designed to
yeah,
be a
yeah,
people that think like that, and you're more in tune to your own consciousness and
yeah.
not
I'm like
just
that. I
look at
know.
other people who
Yeah,
look
yeah.
like you as the enemy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, especially from like my internet experience, right, and my real life experience, to where I even go to. I've never left the country, right, but I've been to different states, right. So when I go to different parts of America, it's like, oh, we don't have the same accent, but
Yeah.
oh shit, you smoke? All right, roll a
Yeah.
spliff. Oh shit, you like music? Turn some music on, like, and let's dance. Like, you're not
Yeah.
just any culture, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You give me
There's
that.
things that transcend cultures.
Thank you. Things that transcend
Absolutely.
culture. And you guys like to eat? Shit, I like to eat
I
too.
like to eat
What do
too.
you guys eat?
Exactly.
What do you guys eat? They like, shit, you in Miami, man. We eat conch salad. I'm like, oh God, that sounds horrible, but I
Yeah.
want to try it. You know what I'm saying? I want to try
Yeah.
it. Fuck it. Everybody else is vibing, smoking spliffs, eating conch salad. I want to try it. You know what I'm saying? This shit was horrible, but shout out to my Florida brothers. That shit was horrible, but shout out to y'all. Like, I tried it. You know what I'm saying? So anywhere I go in this world, you know what I'm saying? I want to be around, and I honestly believe I can find that love anywhere I go.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But when it comes
Agreed.
to this reparations and this reparations lawsuit, none of that has anything to do with this. But I'm able to.
You went straight to business real quick.
Yeah,
You're like, yeah, I got the love, I
but
got
what
the
I'm
love.
saying,
But when it
Christy,
comes to reparations,
but
you
what
ain't
I'm
got
saying,
nothing to do
Christy,
with it.
is I'm smart enough to
Separate it.
separate the
Yeah,
two.
exactly.
Yeah, I'm smart enough to separate the two. This is a mission that we're on, and we're on this mission. Let's don't let anything get away from this mission. But if we talk about like long term, who's to say I won't get this check and move to this
Well,
country
this is
that
it.
you're talking about? You know what I'm saying? I'll
Yeah.
be the first one to get the fuck out of here.
Well, this is it.
I'll be the first one to get out of here. You know what I'm saying? If I'm off it, come on, man. Come on. But no, man. It's crazy,
No,
bro.
man. I think if it's not like it's never been done before, and it could be done. Like if there's anything that Black American has proven to the world is what they put their mind to against all odds. No matter how many times people say you can't do something, they come out triumphant.
Yeah,
So
you do it.
I
You
don't
do it.
even
You
question
do
that.
it.
Do you know
I
what I
always
mean?
use the slavery analogy, right? So when people say you guys are never going to get reparations, I say, well, do you notice people that said you guys are never going to be free from slavery?
Exactly.
Like, it was people that was really saying that. And then same thing with Jim Crow, right? When we had to go in the back of those movie theaters, or we could only sit in the back of the bus, it was people saying you guys are going to
It'd be
sit
like this
in the back
forever.
of that bus forever.
Yeah. Even blacks, even fellow
Hell
black
yeah,
people are saying
even
it as well.
blacks. Hell yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I ain't gonna say mostly, but a lot of blacks. A lot of blacks just go along to get along. I'll tell this, man. I'll tell you this story. I asked my mom. I never forget it. I asked my mom. I said, Mom, we started learning about the sit-ins and the protests that happened in the 1960s. I asked my mom, did you go downtown and participate in those marches and protests and sit-ins and all of that? My mom said no. Her mom told her, you don't go down there fucking with them white people.
That's real life.
You don't go down there. Look what's happening on the news. They're beating those black
beating the
people
kids.
up.
Yeah, you can
They're
imagine
beating
being
them
a
up.
parent seeing that. This is what I'm
You see
saying.
what
It's
I'm
real
saying?
life.
So people are going. And I love my grandmother, but my grandmother was probably just like, fuck it. Like, we building our own community over here. Don't go down there fucking with them people. I wish I could ask my grandmother what was her thinking, but my mom didn't get to participate in that type of shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just different. Some people just want to go along to get along, and some people are fighters.
Yeah, but you see what? I don't even think that's a fair
Go ahead.
thing to put together, because that was blatantly done out of fear. Like you said, she would have been watching the news, would have been on the news, you would have seen the kids getting beaten. Whole of the society at this point is saying that they're a bunch of unruly ends, at that time. That's out of fear. But if you're just coming up to someone who's asking for as a black person saying that they want to do reparations, and all you can do is sit there and say what's bad about it, I just don't know. I think there's two different.
I mean, but people find something bad about it though, because
I hear you.
People tell you it's a long time ago. Oh, white people will tell you quick. I didn't own any slaves.
Yeah. Oh, that's the new one.
Yeah, but you benefited from it.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
what I mean? You benefited from it, right? We built this fucking country, and you benefit from this government. This government, and I always try to tell people like this: this government got over. I'll lowball it and say 200 years. This government got 200 years of free labor. Do you know what I could do, Kushti? Do you know how many restaurants I could open with 200 years of free labor, Kushti?
You see, this is what I'm saying. When you say it like that, it makes you really 200 years of free labor.
Right. Do you know my great grandkids, my great grandkids will be so wealthy if I could get 200 years of free labor? That's like me getting a person right now.
Mad.
That's like me getting a person right now to work for me, getting him and his wife to work for me, and every child, grandchild, and great grandchild they have to work for me for free.
Just profit, just putting profit in your business.
I would have a hot chicken restaurant in Peckham.
Everyone would know your name.
Right? Like, I'm a hustler, man. Give me 200 years of free labor, man. I'm gonna have Fanny's hot chicken everywhere.
Every corner, trust me.
Everywhere, man. So I want people to understand when we speak like this. People have to, they have to understand how serious this shit is, man.
No, it is. And I think people get that. And I think when you hear it talked about in this way, instead of, oh, it's all the immigrant, all the other blacks' fault, then you can get it. Like, when you talk about it like that, and maybe it's necessary for that kind of language and those kind of stories and examples of brought to facing to people, because it's true. Like, even like all the Uncle Ben's, all of those old school brands, they all have history that's dirty and muddied and around those times anyway. So like you said, many of these businesses that are just trillion, forever wealth, not rich but wealthy, they're fine. They've stemmed from them times.
Yeah,
they've benefited through that labor.
Thank you. They benefited from it.
Exactly.
Yeah, these banks.
That's why they're like this. Lloyd started on the back of this. Like, this is why when people talk about it, you like, I really don't think they're really thinking about what they're saying. Because when they say it's a long time ago, we just stopped paying slave owners from our taxes in 2013 or 14 or some stupidness like that. Not even probably that far long ago. So when you was taking bits out of our taxes, it wasn't a long time ago then, right? No one said, oh, you know what, we should stop paying back these slave owners because it was a long time ago. They were taking the money then. These businesses that have profited, no one mentions that. But then when it's time for you to be like, oh, hold on, you owe me. Now it's a long time ago. No, later with all of that. It don't make no sense at all. I don't think from us, you get us really pushing back on it. I think it's more just the negative rhetoric that's when I start just clowning back and just jumping in with the clownery. but
Yeah, I know. Of course, man. Nobody wants to hear that, right?
Yeah, you know we're
Nobody
not
wants
gonna
to hear
down.
the shot.
Yeah, I'm gonna come in. So,
Hey, but
but
Cushy, I'm the same way, Cushy. Of course, you know what I'm saying. If you notice my pattern, when you
Right.
start saying negative shit about Black Americans and born riches in the area, I'm pulling up. If I
he's
feel
gonna
like,
bite. Do you know what I
yeah, I'm
mean? You
pulling
wanted
up.
this, you're gonna get it.
Same way here.
Yeah,
Same way here. I can
Uh-oh.
behave. I can behave until I read something in the chat or hear something.
Yeah, I'm pulling up.
Right,
Yeah, I'm
where's my
pulling
delete
up.
button?
Yeah, I'm pulling up with the smoke. I'm on smoke, man. As soon as I hear something like that, I'm on smoke. So I ain't tripping on that.
Yeah.
I understand. But I'll tell you, me personally, that's not my thing. And God of Jacob, you know, I've been saying from day one, that's not my thing. Now, I'll tell you what I do. I will show you if I run across some information that a non-Black American that's Black said some crazy shit about Black Americans. Yes, I am
Right.
going to bring that to the forefront. But
Yeah,
my platform is not to get on here and say, you know, F the Jamaicans, F the Africans. We got to do this shit by ourselves and let's keep moving. I'm never going to do that. I'm never going to. But
I'm on that vibe when it's called for.
mm,
Only when I hear
hey,
some slick shit, then I got to get at you. We got to have that talk. I love getting at these WWE characters who talk all this fight the power shit. And I asked them where you at, and they talking about, you know, well, you know,
that's
this,
got
that, and the third. And what had happened was I hate it now, but I'm gonna pay it. Like, stop it, man. Be a real guy. Be a real revolutionary guy. You get what I'm saying? That'd be my whole. So when I take time, I take my little shots at a few people. And going back to my business. But you know,
yeah.
these
We love you for it.
Yeah,
We love you
for real, God Jacob. We know you and Shaka Ra never gonna agree, but we love the conversations.
Yeah, you
We
know it's
love
gonna be
the
a good convo.
conversations. Never gonna agree. You said never gonna agree, but fuck it. I love the conversations, man.
For real.
We need
Same.
these conversations. And
Definitely.
my thing is, we're not trying to be divisive, man. Ain't nobody trying
You
to.
might not be, but your whole party,
I
you
see,
can't talk
and
for
that's a
them.
problem. See, you in what I need to call it the scummy side.
The
You on the
scummy
scummy
side.
side of the internet,
Oh,
cause I know you probably be on Clubhouse and Twitter Spaces. It's rough. It get rough over there.
I'm trying to
hey,
duck, but
Clubhouse
it's
is
like every
serious.
time
You
I
got to
duck, I
come with it
can't
on
get back
Clubhouse.
up.
Yeah, Clubhouse funny, man. Clubhouse is funny. I be tapping.
Clubhouse really be wanting me to shoot people. I'm like, man, I wish I was in front of this nigga. Like, I would go ahead and do this nigga right quick. Like, he out of here. Be getting me all out of character.
Wait, but I'm a bit confused, Brother Jacob. So are you saying, or was this just Bourne's point of view? But are you saying that Black Americans should join the white man's government and work with the white man government while being in the white man's country, while fighting for reparations?
Exactly. My whole
Oh,
thing is a
hold
lot. Hold
on.
on.
But was he
Hold
just
on.
getting a brother Shakara about the taxes?
But I'm not building myself up as this goddamn great liberator and revolutionary and he-man. I'm gonna call it like it is. Yes, I am in America, but I know how to navigate it better than him. You see, he's preaching liberation in whiteness, quality of life, hot water coming out of his pipes. You get what I'm saying? Like, shut up. Like, I like the message, but you ain't the messenger. That's my problem. Be quiet. Write the script, be a script writer, and give it to somebody who's actually living what you ain't living, what you ain't preaching. You get what I'm saying? That'd be my whole thing. Other than that, shut up. Yeah, I'm out here advocating, I'm doing this. And just because, when you call him up on his bullshit, it's always, well, just because I'm here doesn't mean I'm like, man, shut up. You ain't no real revolutionary. You're not that guy. That's just my opinion. Y'all might think other words. I'm just saying. Like, I done seen some real niggas live off the grid and be about that work per se. You ain't it. That's all my problem is. Nothing, it may sound contentious, but I just gotta call people on their bullshit sometimes.
Can we all just get along?
I love
Innit?
Shakira. I love his work, but he's not a revolutionary guy. That's all I'm saying. Outside
Yeah,
of
but
that,
that's
man,
just
that brother good.
personal. But that's just personal because your argument's flawed there. I
Yeah.
know you don't believe in that
It's not
argument.
flawed at all.
But then, where got me started? What Black person and where will this Black person reside that can talk truth to power then? Because everywhere you go is a white nurse. You're gonna be a hypocrite just by living here. The whole point of being aware and consciousness is that you're aware of it. It's not you're walking it and you think you're conscious of the hypocrisy, but you want to do something about it. So where am I
Then
supposed to go on
do
the island to
something.
talk about the wrongs doing that I see then, God of Jacob? Am I not allowed to talk about anything that I see because I turn on my hot pipe and I have a hot bubble bath? So I'm not allowed to talk about the injustice. What happened with the poor brother George Floyd? What about all the people protesting? Were they not allowed to protest because they were allowed to go on the streets at time? You can't do that to people. That's what I know. You don't believe in that argument.
I believe I wholeheartedly believe in that argument. My
All right,
thing
talk to me
is,
then. So let me
my
know
thing
what country can I be in to talk truth to power?
my thing is this: go to your research. Go be boots on the ground in your own rhetoric. I.e., if you're going to ballyhoo Africa to me, log on from Africa and do that. If you're going,
But to him, we're all Pan-Africanism. We are all.
I hear that. I hear it. I just don't believe it.
Right.
You
So
get what I'm
that's what
saying?
it boils down to. So there's not. You see what I mean? It's personal.
Every time I hear him lecturing, it's always from a cozy spot in his apartment.
The brother can't
in
do
UK.
right for doing wrong. Did he not stream
I'm
when he was in
just saying.
Ghana? Well, did not
Oh
everyone
my
just see him
God!
in
He went to
Ghana?
some tourist spot and got on and bought a couple drums, and now he Africa. Man, stop playing with me. I got a whole bunch of drums.
God of Jacob.
You know what I'm saying?
Shakara, where you at? Where you at, Shakara?
I mean, I love the brother,
Shit.
but stop it. Like, his message is spot on, but he is off.
Yeah, because it's a personal thing, but the message is right. So I can give you props for admitting that. You know what I mean? If it was another person spitting the same thing, you'd agree. So it's a personal thing. It's calm.
And you saying live off the grid. And this and people don't understand. Nature Boy was living off the grid.
Oh, board is on fire.
That's a revolutionary guy. Fucked up as he may be, he's still living his rhetoric.
He's in jail.
Yeah, right. Hold on, Cushy. Let me say it, because I always like to say this. Nature Boy had the right idea. Maybe wrong messenger, but Cushy, come on now. The premise of what Nature Boy was trying to do, build a self-sufficient Black community outside of the walls of America, and showing regular Black men and Black women that they can make this transition is dope, right, Cushy? Right? I know you don't want to give her props. Can you give her props for that?
You need to be my hype guy. Anytime I'm going into something that's like public, you need to be that guy for me. How you spun that, I don't know.
What was his original idea? See, we look at Nature Boy now in 2022, but what was
Hey, how we got to Nature Boy, bro? Why are you so fascinated? Why are you so obsessed with Nature Boy? And secondly, yeah, like, you know what? I born rich. I've come to realize, yeah, that you ADOS, man, yeah. You know what we need to do, yeah. This is what we need to do, cuz, yeah. Not me and you, but like the rest of me and my Caribbean brothers, yeah, and the ones that ain't included in ADOS, yeah. Maybe we need to have our own DOS. We're gonna be ODOS. Yeah, we're gonna be Olmekian descendants of slavery. We see who gets paid first.
It's not a competition, Shiffer. See, that's no, hold on.
Yeah, we're gonna be ODOS.
Nah,
Because we need to get paid too. We
tell you
gotta
why
get
that's
paid too,
dangerous.
though.
Shiffer, but let me tell you why that's dangerous. Hold on, Tash, let me say this.
If we get paid first, we'll break you off, though. We'll break you off if we get paid first.
We ain't tripping, Shiffer. I'll take whatever I can get. But let me tell you why that's dangerous, though. Because now you're making it a race or competition type of
No, not like that. Not like a competition. I just mean in the sense of, obviously, we're not involved in it, so we ain't got a claim in it. Yeah, people who are indigenous Americans that are outside of America. So, you know, we have to show our claim in a different way, which is that, you know, we are descendants of Olmecs. We are Olmecian descendants of slavery, and you enslaved our people, took our land. We want our land back. In fact, we want to come back as governors. We want to come. We want to come back as governors and as senators, as senators. You know, like that. Come on,
Shiffer, I understand exactly what y'all saying. Now, let me tell you the difference, right? I don't think that if you guys started that movement, I don't think you would have Black Americans coming over to your movement saying that's bullshit. You guys should call yourself the original Africans. I don't think you have people coming to those spots saying
come on,
that's
board.
never going. I'm just saying. I'm being honest.
There's a special kind of haters that's a Black American.
Come on, man. What is this? A Me Too movement, bro? Is this Me Too?
Shout out to Shakara. Shout out to Shakara. I think Shakara would be one of your main detractors if you started Odos. I'm being honest. Am I tripping? I think
No, he
Shaka
wouldn't. No. Do you know what?
Yeah, you're
Technically,
gonna have to
no,
explain that
no.
one. Why would you
No,
say
you
that?
are
Is it
tripping. He's tripping because he
Nah,
can't
he
be.
wouldn't.
Remember
Yeah.
what I said earlier. Born Rich, and this is the reason why. Even like I've said at times, there's certain things, that Shakara may agree with that I may not agree with, or there may be certain, even spiritually, we may not have the same standpoints. But the thing that I have to agree with him on is that Pan-Africanism is building the bridge between our different people groups within what we call blackness, and without them there ain't no bridge. So
exactly?
they're an essential component.
That's right, Shifa.
You can't, bro. What are you gonna
Shifa.
do? What are you gonna do? And if you take out that essential component, then what are we gonna be at each other's throats? How is that productive for the black community?
You know what, Shifa? I agree with that. I don't even think that if the Pan-African spirit is dead in a lot of Black Americans. I don't. Now maybe a few, but I don't think it's dead like that in American. And if you even look at this lawsuit, it's a lot of shit that the ADOS grabbed from Pan-African movements. It's a lot of shit that they grab. You know what I'm saying? They
Yeah, a
grab
lot of
it.
inspiration.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Schiffer, what is your channel so I can give it a thumbs down?
Oh, my channel is called Jokes and Banter, man. Jokes and Banter. Go and give me a thumbs down if you really feel like you need to, because I want honest criticism, honesty.
Oh.
Let's pull up Shifa, because I know you on your cell. You still on your cell phone, Shifa?
Yeah, I'm on the phone still. I'm literally just going into a shop to buy something quickly. I'm in the store.
Are you good, brother? Let me see if I can find your channel. I'll drop it in the chat, y'all. This is Shifa's channel. Y'all let me know if y'all want to promote y'all channel. It ain't that many of us in here, but I'll promote it. This is Shifa's channel, y'all. The YouTube link, man. Y'all go over there, fuck with Shifa, man. Give him a thumbs up, and I'll be honest.
Appreciate you, bro.
Give him a thumbs up or a thumbs down. He don't care. Just watch it and subscribe. Fuck it. Ain't that right?
Come on, man. My haters are my biggest fans. My haters are my biggest fans.
As a content creator, I don't give a fuck if you thumbs up it or thumbs down it. Just tap in. I mean, go ahead, Tash. You got something to say?
No, I was gonna say, Shifa, just promote your channel and your avatar. In your picture, you should put your the motif like for your channel.
You're right, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest that. Sorry, yeah, I'll let you not continue.
There you go, Tash.
Busy.
There you go.
Right.
You see, the beauty
You're
of
right.
sister.
You're right. I'm gonna change it.
Just always helping out the brother. Just always helping. Just there, just the back.
Big upstairs, thank you.
But you know what? You see, most of my friends are women, and the sisters, like, you've been my best friends forever. And I've got 11 sisters too. So I was used to being around your energy. And that's why I tried to, do this togetherness thing. We need to work together, not against each other. And the sisters got that right. Trust me.
And he said the sisters got that right. Well, Shifa, do you plan on marrying a black sister?
I'm out of here.
All right, I quit. Shifa, I quit.
God, you're no good,
I quit. All right, I quit, man. But
oh no, who did that?
Somebody put me out. Oh, that was
Shout out to Shifa though. Shout out to Shifa, but you sat with Shaka Rock. Got to thumbs you down just for one show.
Now Shaka Rock was good, man. Shaka Rock was good on the panel today, man.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan was pretty good today. Hulk Hogan was pretty good. He regained the title.
I know God and Jacob going to shoot back, but we had the good conversation that we wanted to have, though.
He was excellent.
But I understand.
Big
I know
up
what
that,
Shaka.
man.
I know what
big
Shaka's
up brother
gonna say.
Shakara, man.
Yeah, I know, and I know what Shaka's gonna say. Shaka's like,
big
yo,
up, Shaka.
we should have a united front when we're dealing with white supremacy. That's it, really. In a nutshell, Shaka is saying we should have a united African front when we're dealing with these white supremacists.
And you can't
can you hear me now? Yeah?
I can't deny that.
Who could disagree with that?
I cannot disagree with that. I agree with that. But I also agree that if we're dealing with white supremacy in these white supremacist court systems, then you're gonna have to be very specific, detailed.
Oh no, of course.
All the I's are gonna have to be dotted. All the T's are gonna have to be crossed. Period.
I born rich.
Go ahead,
I born
brother.
rich. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
I
sir.
was saying, the sisters are so good at, creating a solidarity that there's times like when I honestly believe in fact, I'm saying times, you know what, maybe there's a point of saying just straight up, maybe the sisters need to be running the community certain time, man. Like to a certain effect. Maybe the man them need to be policing the community ourselves, and the women need to be running it because they seem to be able to, to stick together better than us at times, man. And like there's less of an argument among the sisters, in that, togetherness department. How do you feel about that one, Boone?
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say what are you talking? I don't know. Are you talking about YouTube, real life? Like I don't know.
I'm talking in real life. I'm talking in real life.
Arguing. Even in my real life, I see a lot of messy people, a lot of mess. I'll just say it like that. I see sisters arguing.
Yeah, but that's because they round each other. Do you see the difference now? Man, they ain't even around each other to argue. Like that. And when they are around each other, the argument just don't stop. So it's like maybe the sisters need to run things, man. They need to be the heads of the community, man. Because we'd all be together.
There was a saying that would there have been as much wars as there had there been women leaders in control?
I don't think so. I think there would be less wars. 100%. That's my personal opinion. I can't guarantee it. Like factually.
So what y'all saying? Hillary Clinton. If Hillary Clinton would have became the American president, y'all think it'd have been less wars?
See, I hear you. I'm not saying.
Hey, what are we saying, Chipper? What are we saying?
But Hillary is not necessarily a woman. Hillary ain't necessarily a woman, man. Hillary's manhood is definitely in question, but she definitely ain't a woman. She ain't a woman.
Yeah, buddy.
No, you can't say that. Come on, you people are bad.
I'm really playing, man.
Hey, I'm really making a joke, but what about Jamaica? Has Jamaica ever had a woman leader as a leader?
Yeah, Portia.
Nope.
Yeah,
what, as a president?
Yeah. Portia was their prime minister. Not great. I won't
Of
go into
Jamaica?
that. Yeah, Portia. I'm sure Portia was the Jamaican prime minister. Let me Google her. Hold on.
Yeah, please Google that, man. What y'all saying? I'm actually just asking this out of curiosity. I don't know. I don't know. This is horrible, but I would think Jamaicans probably would put a woman in power. I don't know. I don't know why I think that, but that's just
you think they would or wouldn't? Sorry,
I said would not. They would not.
Oh, okay. Why?
I don't know why. I don't know why I think that because I don't know, man. Rasta I fuck with my brother.
Rasta man love women. What are you talking about?
They love them, but it's like you still know your place, though, woman. Yeah, I don't know.
Nah, man. You're
I live with a Rasta man.
No,
I ain't gonna be like that, cushy. I live with a Rasta man for 2 years. Like I'm in the South, so I always ate pork until I lived with that Rasta man and his wife for 2 years. That's when I stopped eating pork and all of that shit. So I lived with a Rasta man, and it was still like, yeah, he went out and worked and provided, cooked. He did a lot of shit, but that his wife's, it was still like a code that they have, man, where like I used to watch them get into arguments and his wife would argue to a certain point and then be quiet.
And just let it go.
Yeah, because he would give her that look or he would say something and it was like it could get dangerous for you if you keep talking. I don't know, man. I'm not saying that. The Rasta brother, shout out to my brother 60. My brother 60 never hit his beautiful wife, man.
Yeah.
But they
Just to
had
clarify.
some type of code that I could not crack where that lady would be mad as fuck, but she would shut up.
Well, I mean, I hope you're the worst. I'm the worst person to tell that story to because when you're on your black women, I'm going to remind you of this story. You know that, don't you?
Right.
What story?
Well, how you're just demonstrating the story of where you witnessed a black woman who let her man lead. Right? She knew her place.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You saw it for 2 years straight, so it wasn't like a fluke, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The submission born. Yeah, do you remember born? It wasn't too long ago.
We got you now.
Why is Paul gone quiet? What's going on?
Hold on, what are y'all saying? Break it down. Break it down. My bad. Y'all can hear my door opening
No,
and
you
closing.
know, you were on the whole submission of the black woman, and you just given us an example of one. And yeah, Christy's gonna remind you. I'm gonna remind you.
What was the example? What example did I give?
Are you winding me up? It's a joke. Hold on.
The good black wife that was with the Rasta man and you was living with him for 2 years, and she demonstrated restraint and obedience and submission and respect.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. Well, we're just saying, that's just good to know.
Yeah, I mean, y'all can write that down. But yeah,
I've already written it down.
Yeah,
I've
seen submission. I've witnessed submission. I always say that about my parents, though. I say the same thing about my parents. Like my father still had that, but my father would verbalize it. Like, man, bro, you know what's funny? Damn, I got sisters on the panel, and I'm saying, bro, I'm sorry, but you guys people in my family who really close to me in my family. When my father said enough is enough to my mom, she would stop. I mean, she would go blah 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 blah, and then my father would say, "Hey, enough is enough," and then my mom would stop. She would say, "Well, I'm just saying." Then she would start saying that. Well, I'm just saying, and then now it's like I don't know. It's like now I don't want to have a conversation because you took it so far. So yeah, I've witnessed submission. That's why I'm an advocate for submission.
Let me not set you off.
Yeah. I'm an advocate for submission, man. I love it when the women submit. I love it, man.
Did you get the Jamaican female leader?
The Jamaican female what?
Did you? She's got to go and cook. Are you still there?
Yeah. Portia.
Oh, I saw the message. I went.
Yeah, Portia Simpson Miller. Yeah, Prime Minister 2007. How's Schiffer's something else? I got
listen, I am not saying nothing wrong about Schiffer today on this panel.
Yeah, Schiffer's
must be a good day, boy. I tell you, it's the sun. When these brothers get a bit of that sun back, they're like, oh yeah. I remember themselves.
I've been on his channel. He's all right though,
Do you know what I mean, Vaughan? It gets cold out here, Vaughan, man.
Yeah, so when the sun,
winter's coming, Vaughan. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Nah, I feel you. The sun makes everybody say, you know what, man, life is too short for this bullshit.
They come back home, man. The rays.
Hey, that's what the sun do for real, man.
Trust me.
For real.
It's like remembering who they are again. Welcome back, brother, man. Stay.
I ain't gonna lie. Like, man, for real, this Black Manosphere shit was popping all winter. Now it's the sun, that shit. People seeing these sundressing and these beautiful black women. That shit is out the door.
They're not so bad. You know what I mean? They're not too bad.
That shit is out the door, Tash. Ain't no more manosphere, man. When the sun is out, you don't want to be around a bunch of niggas, man. You want to be around women and females and skin and sun and come on, man. Yeah, man. I know what you mean, so that's the worst thing I can do is be around a group of men and the sun shining like this.
You guys make me laugh.
Oh my God. For real. That's the last thing I want to be around. Where are the pool parties where the women is at? You feel me? That's what I'm trying to do with it in this sun. You know what I mean? And shout out to my UK people, man. I know y'all don't get sun like that, man.
No, we don't.
Enjoy it, man.
Good vibes.
Enjoy it.
But listen, bro, I love to coming on and I love the fact that you've had this show, man. I feel like it's been ages. So thank you. But I can see my little mans are coming through the door. They're going to be doing a bunch of ruckus. So I'm going to be back in the chat, all right?
Salute.
Bless up, family, man. It was so nice. Seriously, it was nice. Just, you know what I mean? Bless up, Lady Spade, Melanie. It's just nice, you know what I mean? The old bunch.
Yeah.
So thanks for that, Vaughan. And bless up, sis Tash. All right.
Yeah, big up yourself, sis.
All right, bless up, family.
It's all good, sis. And I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna speak
That's
on
the
that,
real
man.
one.
I really miss y'all, man. And when I say I miss y'all, I did. I miss these vibes, man.
Why have you disappeared off the face of the earth? Like, what's happening?
I don't know, man. Like I said, I was really working on this. I was doing more I wanted to do more kind of like a Sarah Garvey type of deal. You know what I
Oh
mean?
shit!
I know that's a
I've
crazy
seen him.
example,
I spoke to
but
him on
but
Clubhouse.
that's yeah, it's a crazy example, but that's the example that I kind of want to use, right? Because that's the guy, he's in his he got a nice setup. He's recording his shit, editing it, and then putting it out. So I'm actually going to that, Tash. I don't know if you was here earlier, but me and my partner, we're gonna do a podcast maybe like 2 times a month where we just locked in a beautiful space. So we're gonna do that, and that'll give me more live content to discuss too. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna,
It does. It will creep
yeah.
into the lives. That's exciting, Born.
Yeah. So I want to really make it. I want to put it this way. This year, I want to put some money into it, right? And that's why I was kind of neglecting the live stream. But now that I've come back to the live stream, now the light bulb went off, Tash, and I'm like, oh shit, I need both of them. You know what I mean?
We need these lives, man.
Yeah, I still need this live stream, and I'm also going to need the other, the other lane that I'm trying to do. So I miss it. But I was saying, look, I'm not gonna do a live stream until I can get this shit in order. Which I can admit now was probably the wrong thing to do. Because I know the internet likes consistency. So live streams is something I can be consistent in, man. And plus I missed y'all. These is dope conversations. Conversation shit. I left for like 2.5, 3 hours. I fell asleep in some more shit, and the conversation was still running. I like all of that. I do. I missed it.
It was good. Definitely today as well. I mean, Shakara passed through. It was definitely insightful. But the only thing I would have liked to have been a bit more organized with questions, because I had quite a few questions for him. But I wanted to. Yeah, I'll have to catch up with him.
Yeah, but Shakara comes through, man. I just have to be available, man. I you know what I'm saying? We have to realize Shakara comes through. So
yeah, he does.
If you do want to get your questions off, keep you a list of questions, because Shakara will come through, man. Shout out to Shakara. Shout out to everybody who came through today. Like, you guys make this shit possible, man.
It's been. I don't know why everyone's kind of lost their home. Schiffer's got a nice little thing running, but certain group of
he got to get it going. Yeah, he got to get it going. Some people ain't gonna fuck with him, but Schiffer can get it going, man.
He's doing really well, and it's very relaxed on that. But I'm quite surprised. I've been on there a few times. I lost it with somebody, but barring that, it's been
you're gonna lose it sometimes, Tash. But you're a dope. You're a dope panelist, though. I tell you that all the time. You're a great panelist, and salute. You held it down when I fell asleep. I fell asleep. I woke up, had to take the kids to summer camp and all type of shit. And Tash was just holding it down. So shout out, man. Shout out to all of you.
Man, I couldn't
come through, man. Y'all make it possible. I wouldn't do it, right? I wouldn't open up this store if I knew you guys wasn't gonna come in and support the store. So shout out to you, man. For real. That's dope. It's dope.
I made a little mistake with Robbie, because I was gonna ask you to bring him back in, because he was sitting there for quite a while and then he kind of left. But maybe he had something to do, but he was there for quite a while. But because I was talking to Shakara, I kind of I forgot to bring him in.
You was asking good questions. Get off those Pan-African questions, man. A lot of people have them. A lot of people have them. Like Shakara even brought it up. Shakara was like, I was on Jedi Stream, and some of the sisters had questions, because people have questions, man. People have questions with this Pan-Africanism stuff. Y'all know what's funny? When I'm not talking about foundational Black Americans, I agree with everything Shakara says. Everything. For real. If you ever see me on another panel with Shakara, I'm probably caping for him. You know what I mean? I'm definitely on his side. We're running it out. You know what I'm saying? I hate to say it, especially like with the religious people who shit on African spirituality. I'm gonna take Shakara's side on that. I'm just
It's the same with me. That's just not in this time. It's not a case of I'll take that idea, but there's times where I have to take his side when he makes certain points. I can't shake on it. And there's times where I agree with the other side, and I can't, like the politics side. This is where we kind of kind of like, yeah, but what we doing now? How we gonna make those changes right now? And that's when I think it
that's a
becomes a little bit
question you can
shaky.
always ask Pan Africans.
Yeah,
People who
yeah.
practice Pan Africanism.
Because
Another good question. Let me hear this because I was in and out. What did Shaka say about Pan Africanism on the continent of Africa? I remember you asking him that, but then I had stepped.
yeah, he said
What did he
there's
say?
he said they're there. I would have liked to have gone more into that because we went more down the route of the UK kind of Caribbean, but I did want to. I wanted to touch on the north of Africa as well. I wanted to go into that space as
You
well.
didn't say that earlier. I was peeping you. You said
Sub-Saharan.
You said I don't want to get into which part of Africa. You said it earlier.
Yeah, I thought, you know what? Because do you know what though he said to me?
What?
He does go by the term black, so that was clever because I think he has to a certain extent. I think sometimes when they say they don't go for the term black, that's when they get caught. But yeah, I thought, you know what, North Africa, that's a big one. So I thought I'd tackle that another day. But yeah, it was good, man. I need to just make sure I've got more. I've got, more better questions when it comes to the whole African side of it.
Yeah, Pan Africanism, right? Because you always say like, I don't agree with Pan Africanism. So now you got to have the right questions. Any questions you want to ask, it's time to get them to ask because that's what people are doing though. And that's why I fuck with Shaka Rock because Shaka Rock and my brother Kale. Shout out to Kale. I wish Kale would have been here today. Yes, those my Pan
But
African brothers.
the thing is, I noticed difference actually with him, and I wasn't expecting it. Is that he did take in the different cultural groups. Even when we spoke about Swahili, he was very, let's get rid of the European language and let's bring Swahili into sub-Saharan Africa as the go-to language.
Yeah, the main language. Yeah, you asked him that.
Yeah. He was, and I think he is about kind of, countries holding on to their cultures and different groups, not having this kind of one Africa kind of. I kind of got it a little bit more now. Listening to him, I understand it a little bit more. I get it. I get where he's coming from. More so, because before it was kind of like, yeah, this one Africa, we have to lose, our identity. We don't want to come in as the Guyanese or Black Americans come into Africa and completely lose, what we have been brought up under. But the only thing I'd say is when we discuss the influences that Africa has brought to the table, and I know you guys are going to probably, that's a discussion you guys definitely need to have with him in regards to like the music and all kinds of stuff. When we talked about the other influences, that's when it comes into that colonial influence, which I don't like. I don't like that feel when they talk about, the culture that we have
is a Western white European culture.
Colonial, yeah. I kind of feel like, that's kind of, I want to delve into that a little bit more.
It kind of is the backdrop, though, man. It is like we still like I'm a Black American, but it's American culture seasoned. It's a mixed culture.
Yeah,
like we still have our shit. I still have my certain
but we
shit
still have an
I
identity.
can get on a hold on, listen. I still have my certain shit that my mom and grandmother did, and I do that I can get on here and speak to Black people, and they can say, "Oh shit, yeah, we were doing that in Africa." So we still have it, but then I also have my shit that I can say, "Hey guys, I do this," and everybody say, "Oh boy, that's some European shit, boy," and it's like, well, maybe, but I've been doing it my whole life. So maybe, you know what I'm saying? And so I do understand that. I do understand. I do understand. We could do a show.
I'd have to talk to him another time.
And I give you that too. I don't like that either, Tash. When I say, my people do this, and then somebody say, well, that's just European shit. I'm like, well, here in America, Europeans don't really do this. Maybe we learned it from Europeans. But Europeans don't do this anymore.
Yeah. It's kind of like when they clump it irritates me. It's like they're able to have their different groups, their different cultural groups, but when it comes to even the Caribbean, we've got our own way of doing things. We've got our own, and it's like anyway. And let me not even go too deep. I see you put something up, but yeah.
Yeah, you going hard on the African. Chill out, sis.
Well, how come hold on,
Chill out,
Claude.
sis. But let me
You
say this though.
bypass the questions about Africans benefiting from slavery?
Oh, I don't like that. But all right, let me tell you though. Let me stop sharing my screen. But this is what I'm showing in the background, y'all. These are 15 countries that benefited from slavery, American slavery, and these are like insurance companies. And you know what I mean. You go to the next page. Hold on, my computer's taking slow. But yeah, you got J.P. Morgan, the bank. All of this type of shit, and a lot of these companies apologize. You got the New York Life Insurance Company. It's a lot of, just a lot of different companies.
So hold on. Are you going for? I thought it was like the taxpayer was going to pay for this reparations bill. Are you going for individual
They're gonna have
corporations?
to. No, they're gonna have to. No, we're going for at the government. But
Right.
yes, it's probably going to be taxpayers. Yes, but a lot of these taxpayers support these companies.
Yeah.
Right? And these
Yeah.
companies, if we don't like how the companies pay taxes, then that's another lawsuit. But yeah, it's the taxpayers. These taxes. Period. Companies pay taxes too.
Yeah, that's the argument. Should we be going
Yeah.
for the taxpayers who I think it was
No, we're not going for the taxpayers. We're going for the American government. I don't care how the American government pays this debt. They are responsible for this debt, Tash. Now, if the taxpayers don't want to pay the debt, then that's their argument with the United States government. You understand what I'm saying?
So I'm just reading
I don't
Kushni's
care about
comments
the
there.
taxpayers, right? Because the taxpayers don't raise hell when they have to pay for
The
the
military
Native Indians,
and
the Native Indians, or the Jews. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I've never been to a protest where people saying, "Man, we're not spending our tax dollars on these Indian reservations."
Yeah.
I've never
Yeah,
been.
I like your approach because you can just get rid of the fluff. I think you've been watching Clubhouse a lot there. It's the kind of there has to be a discipline when it comes to this. You can't even allow people to make excuses and say, "Oh, we don't want to pay. It's going to be a burden on us." But yeah, we're burdened with other things. So this is just something that needs to be a part of.
No, it's a fact though, Kushti and Tasha. I can get into that bag a lot, right? Because I can even bring it more recent. Let's bring it more recent, right? Y'all know Ukrainian refugees came to America. America brought Ukrainian refugees over here. They're about to give them a couple $1 billion.
Shit.
And it's no protest. Nobody's protesting. Now, people are online saying, "Oh, I don't think the American government should give them that money. We're already in debt." And you know what people say. But nobody's protesting that. You know what they're doing? If gas goes up a little bit, they're going to pay it. Food has went up. People are paying it. Taxes go up. People are still going to pay it. So
They're not going to even
when it
question
comes to reparations for foundational Black Americans, pay it. If the United States government say, "Hey, we have these billions and trillions of dollars that we're about to give out," the average American is just gonna pay it.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest. I have to pay it. You have to pay it.
And what's good, it will be a slow feed because it's going to be many, many years where they're going to have to take their time to pay it, but it's going to be there and it's going to be in legislation and law. And I think that will, I can't see the government getting out of this, to be honest with you. If it's done in the way that even though I wasn't really happy to hear if your name's not down, you're not getting anything.
You was happy, unhappy to hear what?
If your name's not down, if we can't find your details.
Yeah, I know, and that's the dark side of it, Tash. It's like everybody's not gonna be included. But I know you've heard this song, this saying that says everybody can't go with us, right? Everybody can't go where we're going. And I'm sorry for the people who's not going where we're going, but it has to be like that.
Yeah.
It has to be like that, Tash, for
Yeah.
real. I hate it. I'm one of the people who's happy I got my ass in there. I ain't gonna lie. I'm happy I'm happy that I can trace my family back to the 1870 census, because that's a long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's good for you, Born, but I feel for those that possibly, live in a life where the gap of the economic gap is even, they're further down than yourself, and they haven't got anything out of this. That's
Man, it's gonna be paperwork involved. They're not just gonna randomly start sending out checks. Tasha, it's gonna be some people.
Yeah.
It's gonna be some people who qualify who never go down there and put their name on a piece of paper for their reparations.
Right.
Do we feel sorry for them too?
No, you're right.
Like, some people's gonna miss out.
Oh man.
I hate to say it. Some people are gonna miss out, man. But that's life. That's
I think
life.
then
Some
that
people
could
just
cause
miss
a real
out.
problem, though. Born, if you thought
Yeah.
about that, you thought about people that don't, and that could cause another issue. But
People that don't get it,
yeah,
I think
Stanley,
that'll be
jump on.
I think that'll be such a small number, man, because those documents out there, Tash. That's it. All it takes is a little. No, I'm gonna tell you how easy it is. Man, when I went on my shit, one of my family members had already done it. Go on ancestry.com or some shit. One of my family members already had done it. All I had to do was correlate the information I was looking at, that one of my families way down the line from me, and we share like the same. I think we shared like the same great grandfather.
Right.
He had already set up his family tree and the names, and then they have documents, right? So the names and the birth certificates and the census, all of that shit correlates together. Man, that shit is way easier than you think. I did all of that shit in one day and did a show about it.
Right.
I woke up one Saturday and said, you know what? Let me try this ancestry.com shit and see what my lineage is. And 6 hours later, I was live on YouTube breaking it all down.
Right.
Fucked me up. It was that, and in them 6 hours, I had called aunties and everybody. You know what I mean? I had made phone calls and just making Facebook. I'm making Facebook phone calls. I don't even know. I never make that. I'm calling people on Facebook like, yo, is your great grandmother name this? And they like, yeah, that's my great grandmother's name. I'm like, bam, that's all I need to know. You know what I mean? That's all I needed to know. You're right. Your great grandmother did marry my great grandfather. Cool. Now we can work. Now that's another piece to the family tree, man. This shit ain't hard, man. And I think us as Black Americans, we're definitely going to set up resources, right? You got to think, Black Americans fight hard for everybody in this country. Everybody.
Right.
The fucking Hispanics, the Asians, the whites, the LGBTQ, the Jews. Black people fight harder than any other group of people in my mind. So we're gonna fight for everybody. So we're gonna fight to see if our own people qualify for reparations.
Right.
There's gonna be so many resource centers and so many, man. Come on, man. My auntie comes over here every week and tell me about the school I can go to and get some free food.
Yeah.
So my auntie is up on all the resources, any resource I need. If I tell my auntie, oh shit, I'm late on my electric, she'll say, boy, I don't know why you ain't went up the street and dealt with this little program who helps poor people pay their electric. It's like, oh shit, auntie. Okay, auntie. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Imagine if it's a check involved. Imagine how many people my auntie is gonna go make sure that they get the check. You see what I'm saying?
She's gonna spread the word.
Yeah, like those people are not gonna lay and die by the wayside. Somebody's gonna help them.
Yeah. You guys have got that. This is the thing, and I think this is why I get why Shaka is so. He is important to a certain extent because we have a community kind of spirit about us, but Yeah, well, I suppose we do have that. I'm not gonna down the British. I'm not gonna down the
I
British.
think y'all got that. I do. I think y'all got that.
I was gonna
think,
ask you
and
a quick
just from
question
the
though,
outside
Bull.
looking in, like I see people on YouTube linking up, having barbecues and getting together and shit like that. So I do think y'all have that. But go ahead, Tash.
I was gonna ask you though. You see with the biracials, right? So if
Mhm.
they've got one parent, they will get
They
a bonus.
qualify. Yeah, they qualify.
If they've got, for example, the
Mhm.
slave master, or they're, they've, if it's, how can I put it?
Right.
If they've had, where they've gone into the house and I don't know, we called it high color. Is that what you call it? The slaves that were taken into the home. If the slave
You
master,
call them what?
I know it's bad.
Yeah, that's it.
Why are you laughing?
Now this has to be a horrible word for
I know,
somebody
terrible.
who's mixed race. Y'all call them what?
High color. High. Why are you laughing?
High color.
You're
I
too out of
know you
order.
funny. I
You're
know.
too out of order.
But it's better.
Like,
So they told me I can't call them mulatto. I say mulatto.
oh yeah.
We
That's
don't really say mulatto like that. We're just gonna say
But
mixed. We
isn't
say
that word
mixed.
something to do with a dog or something?
Yeah, it's a mule. It's a mule. So it's
Yeah,
horrible for me to
that's
say.
no
So,
good.
so I apologize to any of my mixed race people. I don't know. I don't like using that word, but I just learned about the etymology of that word, guys. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah.
We
I know
always should,
Americans use that.
but mulatto is not really what we call them. Like we're gonna say mixed. Y'all might say mixed race.
Yeah,
We
we say
say
mixed race.
mixed. We're just gonna say mixed. Like that's the word I remember using growing up. He's mixed. Oh, she's mixed. Yeah,
Right.
Leslie. You talking about the mixed girl, Leslie? Yeah. I'm talking about okay, yeah. So we're gonna say mixed. We always said mixed.
You don't
But
say
I have heard
biracial
of
over there anymore?
half caste and mulatto. I've heard these words before, but we don't really use them.
Yeah. So if that happened and then they've married white, so they're quite,
They
I don't like the
qualify.
word diluted. They still qualify. Okay, that's interesting.
Okay, but let me say this, right? Because this is another criteria. How have you been identifying
Interesting.
how long, you know what I mean? Because like I keep saying, you're gonna have medical records, you're gonna have school records, you're gonna have a birth certificate, a death certificate, we're gonna have the census. You see what I'm saying? It's so many documents. How have you been identifying yourself on these documents? That's why we say foundational Black America.
Right.
Because
That's
America
interesting.
makes it black and white for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How have you been identifying? So that could come back to haunt you.
Yeah.
It could. It could come back to haunt you. And
Yeah,
you could have
definitely.
black blood inside of you. But if you've been saying I'm white since the 1970s, then no, you don't qualify.
That's it.
Because if we
That's what
don't,
I was kind of, because that's it for
if
me.
we don't shut that door, Tash, if we don't shut that door, you're gonna get what we call $5 Indians. The same way they did the Indians. When they said the Indians get reparations, white people was like, hey, let me give you $5, put my name on that paperwork. And the Indians didn't know that those white people are gonna benefit forever.
Right, the privilege and benefit. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
So
Yeah,
you have to
because
close
there is
that
a
door.
privilege that comes with that group.
Say
So
it
it
again?
kind of, the privilege that comes with that group. If you're mixed race, there's going to be a privilege, right?
Absolutely, because and oh fuck, I don't want to get on the mixed race rant, but sometimes we know mixed race people can play both sides of the fence.
Yeah. This is what I was saying. Like, so if they're getting the same amount as a black person or a black American, right, they already kind of benefit to a certain extent in America. Or is the outlook on the mixed race persons, are they still seen? Because many have said that, they're still seen as black.
It's no mixed race on a census. It's no mixed race on your job application. There's no mixed race when you go. America makes it real black and white. What side have you been choosing for the last 20 years?
Yeah. That sounds good. What that's
It's
sounds good.
simple.
Yeah,
What side have you been choosing? Yeah, you may fit the criteria of you can show me your black grandfather on the 1870 census, but you haven't said anything about black for the last 20 years. Yeah, you don't fit the criteria.
Right. Interesting. Sorry, one moment, Vaughn.
What? Hold on. All right, my bad, y'all. It's background noise, man. Let's see. Shout out to y'all, man. Yeah, that's one thing. They don't like muddy water. That's one thing about America. Absolutely, man. You can't muddy the waters, man. You can't muddy the waters. That's why I like the terms foundational Black Americans and freedmen's better than American descendants of slavery, because white Americans can claim American descendants of slavery. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Lady Spade. And I think that's why it kind of morphed. It kind of morphed, right? I ain't gonna lie. ADOS kind of set the blueprint, and then it's morphing and becoming, what it is. But the same thing is, while that's morphing, these reparations talks and task force and bills, all of that shit is getting pushed through too. And we're locking it down, like everybody said. FBA, Freedmen, and ADOS, that is an in-house argument. IC3 said it best, y'all. That doesn't have anything to do with our lawsuit. That don't have anything to do with our lawsuit. We'll pick one of those names, and ADOS is really at the forefront right now. So we'll pick that name, write that name down on the fucking lawsuit, and then we'll go in there, talk to the white people, and behind closed doors, we may be arguing about FBA, ADOS, and Freedmen. But that's some shit we gotta handle amongst ourselves. See what I'm saying? If we want black liberation, we can't be arguing about Christianity and Islam and African spirituality. We'll argue amongst ourselves with that type of shit. But when it comes to building a case against white supremacy or defeating white supremacy, man, that's something we can't worry about. That shit keeps us stagnant. So who gives a damn what the name is? We'll run in there with American descendants of slavery, and then if they say, if it's too many white people trying to get involved, then we can tweak that. We can tweak that at any time. That can always be tweaked. We definitely ain't having no fucking white people. We definitely ain't finna have no white $5 blacks. I'll tell you that much. Ain't no way in hell you gonna give us $5 and then say I'm black. Let me jot my name down on this piece of paper. Get the fuck out of here. Get the
Was
fuck
on duty. That's what I'm saying. And I hope that we have a similar militant approach. And again, this is what I kind of say Chakra is important, because he has got a very rigid kind of outlook, and we need the way that you are, like you're not messing around. It has to be very, very, very clear. The problem we have is we have got the mixed race tick, but I'm kind of thinking, should they receive the full amount? Maybe there's a different amount.
That's what IC3 is saying. Okay, you go with that. Shout out to IC3, man. See, y'all sleep on IC3, but me and IC3 already have these conversations, man. But they get the full amount, Tash. I don't want to start dealing with that. I don't want to deal with the percentage of black and this percentage of paperwork, man. Paperwork, man. If you got the right paperwork, it's hard for me to deny you.
Okay.
Paperwork, man. It has to be.
But the thing is, though, if that's the case, though, Dawn, but all right, that's the way that you guys are going to have to go. I think we're going to have to go down the route of percentages to a certain extent. I don't think we can afford to make, everybody allow everybody. We've got a different type of mixed race group in our country. We can't
I got you, Tash. I got you, Tash. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but please, before I forget this. Now, Kushi said, "Why the word freedman?" Now, freedman is what the American government called free slaves. See what I'm saying? It wasn't no feminist movement or nothing like that where it was freed men and freed women. You were freedmen. That's what the paperwork. When you get into the is it the Emancipation Proclamation, whatever the fucking end of slavery bill was, technically in the court system was, they identified us as freedmen in that bill. Yeah. So it's freedmen. We have to play these. Yeah, we have to keep playing. You see what I'm saying? This is another word game. So you have to say, yeah, you have to say freedmen because when that paperwork, that paperwork is ancient, right? So you were enslaved and then you were freed. So you were enslaved men and then you were freedmen, right? And it probably wasn't no spaces. They could, you know what I'm saying? They could have put a space in freedmen, but you know, this is ancient white people. So they just called us freedmen. And that's what I'm saying. We've been called so many words. What we've been called so many words that we're gonna have to latch on to a few of these words because this is what the government called us. And it's been a freedman. The freedmans have spoken up and said, "No, listen, we wasn't Negroes." See, you get your people who's gonna tell you this, Tash. They're gonna tell you, "We not niggers, we not Negroes, we not blacks, we're not slaves, we're freedmen." See what I'm saying, Tash? So you have to include them, especially if the laws and the paperwork says freedmen. Then it's like, okay, cool. Yeah, y'all right. We gotta include the word freedmen in there. So that makes sure, we don't count them out too.
I wonder how the Pan-Africans are gonna feel about that one.
Yeah, they were freedmen. You went from an enslaved man to a freedman, a free man, but it's free, you know how it is.
Yeah, I think.
Thank you. There it is. There it is. This is why I like Lady Spade. She said it.
I don't know why Lady Spade needs to jump on.
We've been reclassified so many times. Thank you, Lady Spade. So that right, but other people will tell us this, right? Other people will tell Black Americans, "You don't know your history. You're lost."
Yeah.
So you're damn right, and that comes from reclassification. We've been reclassified so many times. And you know what's funny? I think that's what's making other Black people that's not in America makes their antennas go up. They like, "Oh shit. Why are you guys doing this? Why do you want to create your own thing?"
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what does that mean for us if you guys create your own thing? I'm one of the people who's gonna say it doesn't mean anything for you. But then I can't, so I know y'all be on Clubhouse, so you know what I'm saying? Other people saying a lot more crazier shit than Born. So I'm saying, yeah, I know it is.
I've been.
I'm one of the people who say it doesn't mean anything, but we have to encompass all of these names. We've been reclassified. We've been like, y'all even know, without even freedmen's, y'all know we went from slaves to Negroes to blacks to African Americans to niggas. Like, come on, man. Y'all know we've been reclassified and been given so many quote unquote legal names that, come on, bro. So we have to encompass, you know what I'm saying? When we say freedmen, we have to encompass them because we were that. We were once freedmen.
But
what about the Negroes? That's like somebody asking me, "Hey, Born, why do you guys want to use Negroes?" Because the United States government classified us as Negroes.
But that's the thing, though, Born.
Go ahead.
Do you think you should be allowing the United States government to tell you who you are and what you are? I know in this thing that you're doing in regards to reparations, filing, that's fine. But I say
we have always been trying to reclassify ourselves. Now, I'll tell you what we do. What we do in America is we will take a word, right, or a phrase that the American government classified us as, and we'll put our spin on it, right? You know the word I'm talking about, right? Negro and nigger, right? So we took nigger, made it nigga, and said we're reclassifying ourselves as that. And you know, some people said no. Some people said no. So then you had your fucking what's my man's name? Jesse Jackson and his generation said we are going to reclassify ourselves as African Americans.
Right, he did. Yeah, that's right.
He did that, right? He did that. He did that. Him and his people did that. To the point when I was born, I always referred to myself as an African. That's how powerful it was. To the point where you, Tash, will call me an African American. But that shit wasn't around before the 1980s.
Yeah, that's always what I knew, you know, Black Americans to be African Americans.
Exactly. But that means you came along after the 1980s. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? I came along after the 1980s. So I know that we was I didn't know that we was never called that. I didn't.
Right.
I thought my whole life we was called African Americans. Then you start hearing black. You hear black, black, black. I ain't gonna lie, African Americans is really when you talking to white people or filling out some paperwork or doing some shit like that.
Yeah.
That's where that comes in. But we was using black. But I was always familiar. If someone called me an African American, I didn't get offended. I knew exactly who they were talking to. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Are they getting offended now? Do you feel that?
Say it again. Say it again.
Do you feel they're getting offended now by being called African Americans?
Not really. Not really. I used that today. We was using African American around here freely today, and I don't trip, man, because when I'm on this panel, I am not defending. I am not in the courtroom defending this lawsuit. So we can use African Americans. We can use whatever term, really. I know when we get in that courtroom what term we better be using.
Wow.
Yeah. We're not going with descendant of slavery. We are tripping. If we're not going with, you know what I'm saying? We're not going with that. We tripping.
We can't get, yeah.
I know that's crazy.
After that bomb, that's what you're going to be classified as, I should say.
Man, it don't matter. We went from all of these. Lady Spade just broke. She broke it down more than me. We went from Indians to Negroes to color to African to Afro American to African Americans to black. Facts. That's facts. We're always gonna be reclassified. You're gonna have a group of people to do it, and that may be the new thing. The new thing may be let the people decide what we're gonna call ourselves.
Will the government allow that though?
Good question.
That's why I say politics is so important.
I think if the definition is drawn out good, I think so. I think you can deny it. To me, it has to be undeniable. Now, would the government promote it? That's a different story. Now, will it be promoted the same way African Americans were? You see what I'm saying? When Jesse Jackson came up with African Americans, man, that shit was on every news station, every news channel, it was everywhere.
Right.
So
he must be completely in turmoil at the moment, thinking, "Oh my gosh."
Yeah.
After all this,
so now if we want to call ourselves
in Africa,
if we want to call ourselves foundational Black Americans, then you know that shit's not getting the media attention that African American did. So we'll see. You know, that's how I feel. We'll see.
Do you think that you're going to be able to work with the Africans after completely pulling away?
I say, why not? Unless they will have some contempt. We definitely can work with the Africans.
Right.
Definitely. I don't understand why we can't, unless they would have contempt for us. Now that's the next step, right? People's giving their suggestions and saying maybe it won't work or maybe everybody should be included. Now when this shit happens, now what's your energy gonna be? Now are you gonna be the guy that's saying, man, you guys won, but I think y'all should have done it like I definitely I know I don't want to hear that. I'm not listening to that tag. After the victory is like, yeah, because I dealt with that with my restaurant. It's like people say I really don't think you can get that restaurant open. And then when I opened it, they came around and was like, man, I see you got the restaurant open, but man, I didn't really think you was gonna do it. It's like, damn, man, like you doubted me, but now you're around because I won. So we keep this check, man. Keep the same energy. I guess that's what I'm trying to say, Tash.
Is that
Keep
is
the
that
same
a
energy.
thing? Is that something within the black community in America? That kind of attitude where
No, it's
people
the
come when you're winning.
colonization. It's the what people would say they've never done it, so they don't know if it could be done. I think it's mainly ignorance, right?
Right. Okay.
They've never done it themselves or seen it done. So then it's like, oh man, you want to open a restaurant? I don't know if that's gonna work. You know what I'm saying? It's that type of talk. I don't know if that's gonna work, bro, man. I don't know. My uncle opened a restaurant in 1967 and his shit didn't work, man. Like what?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then when I open it, it's like, hey, bro, let me only pay $5 for my chicken. No, get out of here.
Everyone's looking for their discount, their freebie.
Yeah, get out of here.
They don't want you to make any money, Bon.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, but like I said, and I said this earlier, I'm not quite done, especially on the internet. But I'll be honest, man. In real life, people who saying you ain't never gonna get reparations. I really don't even talk to. I don't even really have conversations with them people in real life. When you start talking like that, then it's like, let's either change the subject or I'ma leave. I'm just gonna leave. Right, I'm gonna leave. Like, if you want to continue, you've already said we're not gonna get it. So if you want to keep having the conversations with me about reparations, then I'll just leave because I don't want to have that conversation. Let's talk about football.
Yeah.
Let's talk about football or something.
Yeah,
I don't want to be around them. Now I'll entertain it on the internet because it's good. It's good on the internet. It's good. It's good conversation for the internet.
I found that mainly Africans are kind of said that, and also I know obviously white Americans they have been.
Yeah. White people, all white people. Don't say white Americans. White British people are saying, but the benefit that we have. This is what I know is about the British, though, Tash. So you catch your white British people who will tell Shakara it's never going to happen, but then tell me, I do agree that you guys should get reparations. I noticed that dynamic. It's like, well, I've even had white people say this to me. Born, I understand your argument for reparations, but black people living in the UK, they don't have shit to worry about. I was like, what? That's funny. That's funny, man. God, that's hilarious, man. So,
but even some of the I've noticed, even on Clubhouse, some of the black people on Clubhouse, they're kind of, we don't have the same problems as black Americans, and I'm like, let me wake you up as that they are completely changed their minds within I think 3 or 4 shows we've had now. I'm a part of this group called the Black Brotherhood. I don't know if you've come across it on the Clubhouse. It's run by black Americans, and it's quite a controversial group, and and it's a number of us in it, mainly Americans, but some are spread off different spaces around the world. But we had this white American Republican politician come on. I don't know if you heard about her. It was a blonde lady, young. It was a frenzy basically, and she came in and she basically was saying, she was buttering up her her fellow
black Americans, the black Americans.
When it came
she
to
buttering up,
she was like, I don't think you're gonna get that. And I just thought, look at this. This is politics tricks in the making. She was just really But I think she got into a lot of problems. But she had massive rooms. But she was really, really interesting on Clubhouse. Talking to ADOS, it was really, really interesting.
Yeah, they don't want to talk about it. Though. People don't want to, especially white people. They don't want to talk about that shit, man.
No. But like, you haven't got any issues. Oh, the Jews. Oh, this person. What about? That's what I hear from the white British. Oh, but even the white British, some of the Asians. Oh, the Asians. We went through this. We went through that.
Yeah.
We've done it.
They want to get it, yeah. Okay, now you're onto something, right? So now you're onto something, right? So when like foundational Black Americans say, "Hey, listen, guys, we are not trying to give reparations for global racism or current racism."
Yeah.
That's why I always keep saying you have to look at this like a debt that is owed.
Right. The history.
That is old, man. We're not trying to stop racism, because another thing people will say is, well, born, if they pay you this money, you can never complain about white supremacy again. You a goddamn lie.
Yeah.
How come I can't?
Yeah.
This is from a debt that's old, man. We have people who built this country that were never paid.
Right, exactly.
People never want to look at it like this. They say it's a handout, it's this, is that. But how many days would you go to work for somebody
for free?
For free.
Right. Yeah. That's it.
I don't think, and that's why I think that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't argue with a lot. I try not to. Let me rephrase that. I try not to argue with a lot of people on the internet about reparations.
Yeah.
I try my best, but I know it's something that I'm passionate about, and people have questions. So I'll answer the questions and have the conversation, but I try my best not to, man. And when I try to put it in simplest form.
Right.
For real. I'm so passionate about it. I've learned how to do a good, simple analogies. If the debt is owed, how long would you let a person owe you money? And matter of fact, if that person owed you money, and if that person stole your car, had a son, and then his son was driving the car that he stole from you, how would you feel about it?
Yeah. It's not even a case of feel. What would you do about it?
What would you do, right? Would you be wrong? Would you be wrong for harming that 16-year-old child that's in your car? Right?
I wouldn't go down.
I'm just being honest, right? Like, yeah, that's a kid, but it puts you in that situation. Like, that's a kid right there. That kid didn't do anything except receive his fault. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That kid don't have anything to do with it. But hey, kid, your father stole his car from me, and you have to get out right now and give me my fucking car. And if we have to get violent, then so be it. But this is my car. This is a debt that has to be paid.
Yeah, justice.
We're not doing that.
I always use that. Always. If someone was to come into your home and steal from you, and I talk about this in regards to Africa when they complain about, Americans shouldn't get reparations. Why are they bothering to beg and all this? And I'm saying, if someone came and stole in your house, which they have, which is the royal family, what would you do? Would you just say, okay, everything's gone, all my possessions have gone, let them have it? You wouldn't. You get up and go and get it back. So, I'm not playing games anymore with this. It's very direct. Something has been stolen from many nations. With regards to the Caribbean, we helped and people have benefited from our labor for free. So we're owed. This is it. There's no negotiation, there's no discussion, and we need to look very closely at what you're doing. And Africa need to see it as, you know what? We've got some things that we need to start looking into in regards to the UK, Spain, France, Italy, those that went into that continent and did what they did. It's as simple as that.
UK, stand the fuck up, man. You can't stand up, man. All my Caribbean brothers. Brah, brah, brah.
Tell you,
All
listen to
my
Shifra. I only took a
Nigerian
little.
brothers. Yeah,
Initially,
me. The
Shifra weren't
Longo.
really.
Yeah,
He
man.
was on the reparation. No, okay, you know, we give it a bit of time. We bring him in, and this is why I said to Shakra, should we go with an iron fist on it, like how Pan Africans are, or can we be a little bit more? But do you know what? To be honest with you, Shifra did it. He was basically saying, "Yeah, I agree with everything Shakra has said." Because when you're speaking sense, that's it, you know. And I know, you know, Shakra's big on the whole reparation, you know, thing. So, you know, but
my girl though, man. She getting up, but the lady Spade, he's getting out of my car. Like not only is he getting out of my car, like I said, if you want to do the violent thing, little boy, I will rough you up in here, man. For real. Like you're getting out of this car. You are. Because I would do it to a black person. You see what I'm saying? That's the thing. I would do it to a black person. Like, yo, for real. Love my son to death. My son car is outside of my house right now. If my son said his car is stolen and I pull up and I see my son's stolen car, I don't care who's in it. I don't care who is in that car. You're getting out.
Yeah.
I'm taking my car home. I'm taking my son's car home. Same thing with my car. You steal my car. I don't care where I see that car at and whoever's driving it. I don't have any sympathy for whoever's driving it. I don't.
You
I don't
gotta
have
be
any
careful.
sympathy
That's
for
kind of
whoever.
like,
Yeah, I don't have any sympathy for whoever. It's a debt. It's a debt that has
those
to be paid.
corporations may get into may have some trouble on their hands.
Yeah, that debt has to be paid. I'm sorry if you let your 12-year-old daughter drive to the store. She's gonna stay at that store, and I'm taking my car home.
Right.
I don't care who did
They
it and
have to
why
go
it
without.
happened.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's my analogy when it goes to, well, why should I have to pay reparations and I didn't have anything to do with it? Because your people benefited from this debt, and you still continue to benefit from this debt.
That's the big
Period.
argument.
Yeah.
Oh, but white Americans are the poorest, and we've got heavier numbers of people that are poor. This is going to infringe on us. But yeah, you don't really care when, you know, you've got to pay your taxes to other different organizations.
Thank you.
You know,
You
so
can be mad all you want to and reply on the internet all you want to, but when your taxes goes up from 6% to 7%, you're gonna pay it.
Yeah.
You can complain all you want to, but you're gonna pay it. When gas goes up from $3.75 a gallon to $4.75 a gallon, everybody's pissed off, but they pay it.
That's right. That's right.
Everybody's
That's
pissed off,
right.
guys.
You're
Listen,
thinking.
I pay more
Born,
for
I
my
have
milk.
missed your shows, man. Born, you need
Cash,
to.
I pay more for my milk than I paid last year. I pay more for my eggs than I pay. I pay more in my rent.
That's it. I'm
This
just
year
buying it.
than I paid from last year. I pay more. Everything, all the prices has risen, and we still pay it. I still pay it. I complain, I bitch, I moan, but I pay it.
Yeah,
I have to pay it. So same thing with reparations. Your tax percentage may go up 1%, but you're gonna pay it. You're gonna pay it, man.
Well, I remember
I'm
not gonna name the person. It was a white American in one of the Discords. I remember when he said, "Well, if you come to my state and you attempt to do that, we're gonna get our guns and we're gonna do this and that."
Hey, he's never gonna know it hit him. He's never gonna know. He's never gonna know it hit him. That's just the ignorant thing to say. I can shoot you for reparations. No, you can't shoot. You can't stop this. You can't stop this fight, man. You can't stop this fight. You can shoot one person, and that's the good thing. That's why it's no leader. So you can shoot this one person, and then somebody else is gonna be step up. Like we're not going for that shit. We already went through that before. We already went through killing the leader, and then the movement dies. No, we're not letting anything die. So get your guns all you want to. We're still fighting for these damn reparations, and that's what white Americans will tell you. I'll kill you niggers before I pay a dime to you niggers.
That's what I've heard on Clubhouse.
That's how ignorant. That's how ignorant people is, man. That's for real. Them same people got them same guns, but gotta pay for these Ukrainian refugees.
I remember I jumped onto this
That's
white
funny.
American kind of redneck clubhouse group, and I jumped onto the stage, and I I really went and spoke in a particular way, and they thought I was a white woman from the UK, and this guy jumped on. He must have heard from a different stage. This woman is a black woman from the UK who's always talking about race, complaining about reparations. Oh my gosh. It was FUN word. It was you. You guys aren't going to get anything from us. No black Americans going to come here. And I was like, okay. Yeah, I had to get a feel of what they were saying. They're an interesting bunch. But yeah, Vaughn, do your thing, man. Do your thing. How long has this show been going on? Vaughn, this is like a marathon for me, today.
This is like a what?
A marathon. I've been here for quite some time.
Yeah, now we did 10 hours. It's 10 hours in, man. This is good shit. Good shit.
Yeah. Born once a week. Come on, Born. Try and commit to that. Once a week. What are you saying? Once a week. Do a show once a week.
Yeah, I do once a week, man. I am. That's kind of what I've been on. I did one last Friday, so yeah. I'll probably do
because I pinged Shaharan on the Discord, so I was glad that he jumped in here. But I want to get some other people that I think would be good to jump on here as well. I wanted to get Malcolm, Cash, the few people that are really got some really strong opinions.
Yeah,
be good for your show. So yeah.
Yeah, what about I think is that a girl or a man? I was going
It's a man. You must know him. He's around the clubhouse scene. Malcolm Cash.
No, I'm talking about the one I was going back and forth with it on your Discord.
That's the girl, Lorna.
Oh, okay.
African girl. Yeah. She should come on. She's from the White Matters channel. Yeah, I found her there.
She come on. Yeah.
She's been on the. She's been. I think you
got a lot of shit to say. But,
Well, the problem is, and I blame Stanley. Stanley's got certain views and has a
that's why she keeps telling me. Oh, that's why she's talking to me like that. Okay.
Yeah, she's kind of grouped you all, but I'll have a chat with her.
What you laughing at, Kushti? Kushti laughing because she's talking shit to me on that Discord tag. For real. Every time I post my video, she comments and says something like, just go back and look at it. I ain't gonna
her and Stanley, they went at it one time on the server. I was like, yeah, I'm beyond
Hey, Discord is crazy, man. But
yeah, I said I don't get paid for this. I just jumped.
They crazy. But yeah, man, I ain't gonna bore the people with Discord conversation, man. Family, listen, it's almost like 2:00 where I'm at in the afternoon. The sun is shining, Tash.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my ass out a little bit and enjoy this sunlight, man.
Yeah. It's been good. Born. Well,
be getting it on the slide. Hell yeah, man. People rough on me on the internet. I don't know what's wrong, Kushti. I don't know, man. I keep it
Kushti,
cool.
I'll tell you what, Kushti is a good panelist. I'm telling you. If I can vouch for any other female on here, Kushti is good. Shit. She is always on the money. She's always thinking. She's a good one to have around. So it'd be good if she comes up more often onto this show.
I fuck with Kushti.
Yeah. She'll hold it down at times as well, I think. Like myself, she's loyal and respectful in that way. So yeah, a lady space, she always comes up with the goods, She said something
all
in the last show.
All the time.
She's always on duty.
I think, and it was a good thing that that I was gone for a minute. You know what I mean? Makes people kind of appreciate it a little bit more when I come
also
back.
appreciate.
I was in a place with certain people on YouTube. They was like, yeah, I probably ain't fucking with Born. But then if Born just, don't come around for a few weeks, then it's, makes it a little different. I don't know. We'll figure this internet shit out, man.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
shout out to you though, Tash, man. I'm gonna
Yeah,
go ahead
pick
and
up
cut
yourself.
it,
Let me
man.
jump
Thank
off so
you.
you can do your goodbyes.
You did great today, sis. Couldn't have done it without you, if I'm
I had
honest.
to.
Like I said, I fell asleep, took the kids to summer camp, all of that.
Nah, it's
All of
good.
that.
It was good. I enjoyed it. I appreciate you putting this together.
Yeah, I
All right,
did
big
all
up,
of
bro.
that. All right, salute, Tash. And salute to all of y'all who was tapped in, man, who tapped in today. Everybody who jumped on the panel. Is too many names to name, but trust me, I really appreciate it, man. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button on your way out, man. Fucking 10 hours and 36 minutes, man. We did it. And I'm back, man. Got a lot of different shit going on, but y'all stay tuned. I promise. I'll do another live stream. I probably won't have a chance to do it until next Friday. So let's shoot for next Friday, man. If I get some in between time, then I'll do it then, man. But salute to y'all, man. Y'all are great, bro. Y'all are great for real. I love you. Listen, if nobody told you today that they love you, let me be the first one to tell you that I love you. I love you. I love you.
I built this shit. Me. Brick by brick. And I'll be damned if I let you tear it down just because you don't like the way another nigga talk. Drive, motherfucker!